Okay. Geo, I think it's. I think you're. I think it's good to say that. Yeah, it's probably it's run its course.
Just let him be in his Hindu sorcery religion, where you have a tilted spinning pear-shaped ball flying from every expanding universe while hurtling around other planets. If that's what he wants to believe being the truth, then so be it, man. He's lost in the sauce. That's all. Completely lost. Unhelpable. And I really don't have the energy and willfulness to get him out of that sauce. That he is obviously you know willing to stay in that religious belief of his. So let him be there, Let him embrace the vain imaginations of fantasies and myths and so forth. If that's making your life better, Stone, then so be it.
It's honestly though, it's crazy to me that the intellectual conversations that are being had every day in this server and alike, that people are going to try to say that the globe Earth is a slam dunk case. There's no such thing as a flat Earth or an anti-ball Earth. It baffles me. There's so many good points being brought up that are just being just disregarded and hand waved, and it just is
Well, they
crazy.
should be ignored though, right? Like when I talk to they're like, you think you're smarter than all the physicists. When I talk to the actual physicists, there's very cordial, professional, respectful, high level exchange that happens. So that just goes that sums everything up. You don't really need to say anything else. I mean,
Yeah, exactly. If you have professionals who actually work in the field and they're more capable of having a civil discussion than this guy, then yeah, you can be sure that this guy is definitely not scientific and that he is probably working from a standpoint of ignorance.
well, those people
Right.
would like, would check them. Like the professionals would be like, "Wow, that dude sucks," or like, "That dude's wrong. That dude's misrepresenting. That's not how science works. Science isn't religion. It's not like unquestionable. We don't have to all believe whatever the mainstream consensus is, even if it's not fully understood or it has problem." Or like that's what the professionals would actually say.
Yeah, I've never said science is the arbiters of truth.
Mm.
I'm gonna talk to them, so.
That's it. In a sense, though, it's just a different face. Here we are in the heart of the arena. You have all of these antagonists coming in. The professionals can be just as antagonistic, and I wonder how much progress anyone can make with any of these professionals who are ingrained within the system itself to go against or even to talk openly about something like flat Earth. And I know this. I know a mathematic professor out in University of Limerick, and yet to even talk or broach something like that in such an environment, you'd be scoffed at and you'd be laughed at. So I wonder what sort of progress do you expect from the more official side? Do you know what I mean? And all the communications you've had there.
Well, the reality that you have people that aren't professionals in any field that just come here to beat their chest on what they're fighting, tooth and nail, and they will not relent. Like that's troll, bro. That's just 100% troll.
And you have to adapt. We have to adapt our behavior then, you know what I mean? In these forums, I've always said this is why this is Discord. Consensus is encouraged. But if we want to progress as individuals, you got to decide who you're not going to waste your time with. And as I just predicted, Apocryphon, you got nowhere with M. Scott Stone. And you got nowhere quicker than I did anyway. So fair play to you for that, realizing that he's just.
Did you just call me M. Scott Stone?
Did I? Sorry. I think I did.
What's funny is that when someone says it's a dying thing, and then I post the data of showing that it's a growing thing, how can they still stand on 2 feet without
Dude, you posted. I can.
Go research it if you want, and you will see
Yes,
that
I've
the data
researched.
shows.
I've been around it. If
The
he's
data
dying,
shows
it's gonna be
that
okay,
it is
bro.
not what you're saying it is. The data shows it's not
If
what you're
he's
saying.
dying.
Dude, you can say that all day, but that's falsehoods. That's like you saying the rules of ball. To me, it's like you saying your rules of ball. It's falsehood, bro. Means nothing to nobody but yourself.
Just thinking with sort of an analogy of a war front. So you have the soldiers, the foot soldiers here who go out and do the low and dirty work. Then you have the generals and the higher authorities behind the scenes who engage perfectly calmly and peacefully with the opposition leaders who are doing the same thing as well. So I think maybe there's something to be said for that. But I do think it's important to recognise that M. Scott Stone is acting his part. So it's not just, as Clay might say, someone who's lost in delusion. No, these
Please
people
quit
we have
calling
to
me M.
rec-
Scott Stone.
Okay, sorry. Okay, the reason why these people were yeah, anti-flat earthers from the start because they knew more from the start, and to think that in this information age that the people who are perpetrating all of these deceptions against us wouldn't have people in play to act as persuaders or convincers, well, that's just a bit crazy, isn't
He
it?
doesn't even know what causes the magnetic field in the globe, dude. I mean, he's not persuading anyone. He doesn't know the 7th grade Earth science book.
Yet he's arguing it. That's crazy.
Well, like arrogantly. So, whatever. I just picked a random question. I could have probably come up with 100 more, you know? So I guess my point is just you should inform yourself of the position before you can come to a justified opinion, you know?
So I think there has to be more declaration or open honesty here in all of our dealings because there's so much room for deception. I mean, are you a globe earther, M Stone, a flat earther, or a truther? If you're a truther, everyone likes to admit, I should think, to being, then all manner of questions can be broached and all manner of, yeah, currently held points of view open to transformation or change. But that's not the way, is it?
You know what's really funny, dude? You know they say like on a flat Earth things would just like be blurry and be fuzzy going off into the distance. Like look at that GIF. That's exactly what we see. The place that we appear to see like a hard cut off horizon is just over water. There's that reflective effect over the water that gives you this like distinction cut off because you have the reflection.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, what's it? Witchcraft. He DM'd me. He said he was talking about Nathan Thompson, not you, and he apologizes. If you could,
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
okay,
No,
I'll tell.
I can't. No.
Okay.
First warning I've ever given in here. He's just lying. It's still all right
And
there.
with
I'll
and
just
with
read. Wait. Okay. Wittit's a e-beggar. He's a grifter. Police support Witsit. He's desperate. LOL. E-beggar. E-beggar hardcore. You cannot debate. You're a coward. I said, love you, bro. He said, you will be found at the kids' playground. Enjoy the looks, creep. Time.
Ooh,
Yeah.
okay.
crazy stuff for tolerating that.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff. Just for allowing, just that guy should be banned immediately. I'm not sure of your motivations with it. I hope they're honourable and sound, but even if they weren't, it's still crazy for tolerating that because that's pure speculation on his behalf. And to say something so freely and openly in a place which is about sort of a greater awakening, a greater spirit of awakening, well, it shouldn't be tolerated.
I gave him a few warnings. I don't know how the whole procedure works. So I'm like really chill mod. So.
Can I just say before you went on to that, just about the water reflecting, right? So isn't this the key to it all? When the boiler looks out over the ocean, then this seemingly solid line, which seemingly divides the sky and the earth, is the slope of the earth, or the barrier of the earth, if you want. But they can't continue or entertain an extended span of water. So if it is water, now we can look at this seemingly solid line as illusory, and beyond that, then we can understand with the reflective nature of water, the compression over distance, that we might be actually looking at a mirror surface, something that accumulates or aggregates to our vision as a sort of a mirrored surface, and then it's actually reflecting the sky beyond if there's no contrast in the setting itself. So I think that's very interesting, and it's something that the bowlers have to deny, isn't it? Because they need their solid, what do you call it? either solid divide. And can I just say, it brings inferior mirages than targets in the great distance into a different light. Consideration under a different setting. Oh, water everywhere. Okay.
Every single observation in the sky, including every star in the south, can be explained on a flat Earth. Perfectly mapped out perfectly. Every single eclipse, every single equinox position of the sun and the moon,
What
everything.
about people seeing the moon upside down in the southern equator? So southern hemisphere. What's up with that?
Yeah, can you like try to use your brain for a second? And do you think you could come up with
Oh,
something?
it's me not using my brain. Oh boy, let's see. Let's see how I'm not using my brain.
You have any guesses as to what may cause that on a plane?
On a plane?
Yeah, plane Earth. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Well, of course you're not a flat earther. You don't understand the basic position.
So you gonna explain it? Or
Yeah, sure. If I put a 6 on the ceiling and I walk to the other side of the room and look at it, what's it gonna look like?
a 6?
It's gonna look like a 9. So you don't even understand basic perspective.
Really? Will it? Can you
Yes.
can you prove that? Can you prove it's
Yes.
gonna flip it upside down? So that's what's happening.
You didn't know that?
Oh, I'm just curious. You gonna prove it?
Yeah, sure. I'll drop you a video if you don't understand basic things. If two guys look at a 6 in between them, they're gonna see different numbers.
How
Here, I'll
far
drop
away?
a card. I'll
So
drop a
that's what's
cartoon.
happening. That's what's happening in the southern
Hey, man,
equator.
I'll drop a cartoon for
So
you.
that's what's happening in the southern equator.
Well,
People looking at the moon. People looking at the moon, and it's turning upside down because of what?
Let's see. Do you understand cartoons? Do you understand this cartoon?
Say, do you understand my fucking question?
Yeah, dude. If you start like acting
No,
like
I'm
you're
just serious, Ben. You
It-
seem to be
no.
deflecting a little bit here.
How?
And how is this analogous to the moon?
What do you understand? Do you agree when
Do
you
you
said,
understand people from the southern hemisphere?
okay, now you're muted. So, do you understand that you asked me how it would happen? I gave you an explanation that explains perspective works that way, and you said, "Oh yeah, does it? Can you provide proof for that?" You were denying this like third grade level cartoon, dude. Now you're trying to shy away from it because you look ridiculous denying it. But if you would like to admit that, yeah, there's the evidence for it. It's a little cartoon. A 5-year-old could have understood it. Then we can move to the next question. Sure.
So that's your explanation?
Well, you denied it. You said that it wouldn't happen.
No, I'm just curious. Is that your explanation for it?
Yeah, I think that perspective will cause
Okay.
things to look upside
I'm
down.
just wanted to know.
Why doesn't that work?
I'm sure it works for you.
Can you name one reason why it wouldn't work? Yeah. Okay. So anyway, back to my point. Everything in the sky, all the
about
stars,
distance?
including the stars in the south, the sun and the moon's positions on the equinoxes and throughout the year, and the eclipses can all be perfectly mapped out on a flat plane. I know you guys don't like that because it goes against your little lie narrative that, flat Earth can't explain the south, it can't explain eclipses and all this BS, but that's incorrect.
Oh yeah, you can explain it all, huh?
We can explain all those things.
But
That's correct. Yeah.
there's no fucking model.
Yeah, there is a model. I just now told you that.
Oh, you're hiding it from us, huh?
No, you can have access to it. Here, I'll give you a little picture of it.
Damn.
Maybe you can try to understand it.
I'm not as intelligent as you are, man. You're really smart, boss.
Okay.
Okay. It's because you're so calm, man. It makes you seem like you're so smart and you know what's going on.
Yeah, so there's a...
Yeah, man, he's so calm.
There you go. There's your
He's
model.
so calm. Look, man.
You sound a bit
smile.
jealous. You sound
Don't
a bit
make
jealous,
it weird,
Stone.
man. Don't
Hey,
make it
what's wrong with you? You
weird,
sound a bit
man.
jealous there. Austin's something you don't have. Maybe an intellect, maybe good looks. I don't know. Maybe
Oh yeah,
a
such
beautiful
a
wife, a
good-looking
beautiful
intellectual
child,
guy.
maybe peace of mind, maybe a higher power in mind. Well, maybe, I don't know. You just sound a bit jealous and bitter for some reason, M. Stone. You should do something about that, bud.
Really? I'm sorry, Dodo.
You can't answer any of his questions, so obviously you can't take him on intellectually. So you must just revert to insults. This is a bit low, even for you, M. Stone. Come on, surely you can do better intellectually at least before you deliver the kicks to the bollocks.
Kicks to the bollocks.
Chill. You notice the crazy guy is the only one that agrees with Austin here? The legit fucking crazy guy?
I think that everyone made.
How do
make
you always
you
get the
crazy, man.
crazies on your side, Austin? Why do
Sure,
the
that makes
crazy? Why do the legit certifiable nuts fucking always
Crazy
gravitate
is, it's
towards
crazy
fucking
does.
me?
Yeah, just don't take the bait. I mean, like he's kind of miserable, man. So he wants to like try to attack other people. It is what it is.
Oh, I'm not attacking you. I'm just asking you, man.
maybe get into
Because I think you're a joke, Obi. Because that's
maybe
what you said.
maybe
I
get
think
into
you're
a deep
kind of a joke.
conversation of like real science with him and go from
There
there.
is no conversation of real
I wasn't even
science.
trying to talk to him.
He
He doesn't understand. He doesn't know what causes the magnetic
With
field
it,
of
you
the globe
think the
model.
Earth is
He's, like,
flat,
seventh
man.
grade.
You've decimated your credibility for your lifetime. Like your kids and shit are going to be seeing you talking about flat.
Hey, can you name one thing that doesn't work on a flat Earth?
What?
Name
Can I
one
name
thing.
something that doesn't work on flat Earth?
Yeah.
What?
You can't do it.
What does? Oh, how about the horizon? Wouldn't the horizon always raise to eye level if the Earth was flat?
No. So you don't
No, it
understand
wouldn't.
basic. You don't understand
Oh,
basic. Yeah, so
okay.
it would rise towards eye level, but it would be down beneath you unless you were literally on the ground, laying on the ground.
Literally. Well, show us this, man. These sound like words that you're just using again.
Well, if you don't understand that as you go above the surface, that the horizon would be below you on a flat Earth, then I don't think it makes flat Earthers stupid.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the reason for that is. I'm sure if
Well,
it
you're
was a
getting there,
blanket
so you got
reason, we
anything
could
else?
figure it out.
You got anything else?
Anything else that wouldn't work on a flat Earth?
Yeah.
I don't think about things that wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
Oh, you're in gift form, bro.
Things that don't work on a flat Earth.
That's hilarious. He made a gif of you, dude.
Fortunately, we don't have to worry about that because the Earth is spherical. Man.
Can you name one thing that doesn't work on a flat Earth?
I don't know what doesn't work on a flat Earth because we live on a fucking spherical Earth. You reread, man.
Okay, can
No,
you
it
name
doesn't
one
work on a
proof
flat
that we
Earth. A
live on?
93 million mile away sun doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Can you name one thing? Can you name one proof that we live on a spherical Earth?
Why? What about all the evidence, Austin? What about all gravity? You know all the things that fucking are in the way.
The only
Gravity?
thing
Is that your
Why do you act like
gravity
there's
is-
not this mountain of fucking evidence? This is fucking
gravity is your evidence? Okay.
no, not gravity. The pictures, the space, the rockets, the fucking millions of people that go into space is fucking
Okay.
put satellites into space. The fucking
All right.
Your answer should have
astronomers,
been everything on a globe Earth doesn't work
astronomers,
on a
Okay, real
flat Earth. That's
fast,
the only answer you
how many
millions of
fucking people, millions of fucking people that have jobs in this that require the Earth to be spherical? You fucking Riri, man.
Dude said that millions of people go to space, bro. Like,
No, I said millions of people work in the field of space.
no, you said word for word go to space, but it's okay. You
No,
misspoke.
I didn't. You think you got me there? Wait, this still
Well, you misspoke.
stands.
It's okay. It's not a
Millions of
gotcha.
people work in the field of space, do they not?
You're
Austin?
so good in the fields of
Aeronautics
space.
Millions of
Aeronautics.
people work in this
45.
field, and you're
In
saying
the
that you're
field of
smarter than
space?
all of
That
them.
sounds so
Whitset,
stupid,
write a
dude.
song. The
The
fields
field
of
of
space.
space.
Please write
Oh
a
my
song,
god.
bud.
I work in the field of space.
That's
Or
a
would you
very
like me to be the
professional.
field of aeronautics? What would you like me to say for y'all?
They're not actually supported by government contracts, right? So artificial. So they have the money to.
Oh, so there aren't private space
perpetuate
companies?
the lie. They perpetuate the lie with billions of dollars.
There's private space
People
companies. There's
building
privately
No,
owned
Not
space
no.
companies.
In order for you to be a private space
Not
company,
one
you have to be in
firm that's going into
contractual
space. Not one person.
contractual permission from the
So how
government.
long are they going to keep this space?
So fast though, can you acknowledge one thing at a time about how you're wrong about everything you're saying? So you said there's private space companies, but they actually have to get permission from the government, and they have to work with the government. And for example, SpaceX had to give the federal government full unimpeded access to all of their computers.
And to answer your question, as long as dummies like you protect them and make excuses for them.
Oh, it pulls out the big brains with Brian, huh?
So
Well, there's a reason why all
down.
the baller channels don't give their real names, bro. I mean, I kudos to you for giving your real name, but not many of y'all do, because you know you're going to look back on and see the people, defenders, enemies against humanity, basically. So,
Really? When do you think this is going to happen, Brian?
tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so what we found out is you don't have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, right? And so
So
it's
you
just,
have no evidence the Earth is flat.
yeah, I have evidence. So we did a laser
You have
test.
nothing, Austin.
Listen,
you have
listen.
absolutely nothing.
So we did a laser
You just
test.
have misunderstandings, man.
Well,
You have
okay, maybe you can help me.
misunderstandings and delusions.
Okay, maybe you can help me understand this then. So we
I'm
shot
not
a
trying to
laser.
help you understand anything except you're a fucking.
Too bad you're muted, I guess. So if we shot a laser, okay, and then we shot a laser. It's like we shot it. I think it's like a mile and a half, and then we shot it to another laser that shot a mile and a half, and we had 4 of them doing that, and all the lasers connected horizontally. So spaced out lasers, 4 of them connected horizontally. How does that work on a curved surface?
What?
Yeah,
What did you just say?
Gravity, bro. Yeah, it's because of gravity with it.
Spaced out lasers?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Yeah, so we had a laser, and then we had 4 of them spaced out over the course of like however many miles, and so they would shoot to each other and maintained horizontal from one laser to the next to the next to the next. How does that work on a globe?
I don't know. Why don't you set up the experiment and see?
We did.
You
Four-way
did?
refraction. That's four-way
Cool,
refraction.
man.
going
So
on.
you
Refraction
disproved the
doesn't
globe.
work, Brian, at all. This is like a death blow to the globe. We haven't.
Wow. So when are you going to publish your paper?
Good question. We probably should.
You should, man. This is groundbreaking news. You've proved the Earth is flat.
Well, it's funny that this guy that's in university actually went and brought it to multiple professors, and they had no answer.
Did he? Wow.
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
Literally.
The guy I debated with is.
Do you think you could talk about 6 sentences without using the word literally?
Well, unfortunately, with you, I have to constantly use the word because you're so detached from reality. I have to point out to you that things are literally true. Yeah.
Literally means what to you, and how does that attach me to reality?
Well, you always say like, "Oh, would it?" Like when I told you 6 and the 9 thing, you were like, "Oh, do you have proof of this?" Oh, would it? It's like, yeah, it
6
literally
and the
would.
9. Oh, yes. This is what you think that why people see the moon upside down in the southern hemisphere.
Do you not understand it?
That's
You don't
crazy
understand
that you
why that
can't
doesn't
grasp
work,
that, bro.
Ed?
I even gave you like a cartoon.
And you don't understand why that doesn't work?
Can you give me one? I asked you specifically why it doesn't work. You
It's
can't even
okay, man. Keep thinking that works. It's okay, man. This is wonderful.
can't even articulate anything. You're like, it's kind of embarrassing. You should just take a break. You should call it a night.
Oh yeah,
For
you're doing
real.
so well, Austin. You're 6 and a 9.
You got destroyed, man. It's okay. But I'm like, you obviously have no proof. You can't even answer the laser question.
The laser question. Like this.
Let's see if
No,
you can
really, that
understand
sounds
basic
like a
things.
great experiment, man. You should go set that up.
We have.
Oh man, I'd like love to see that, man.
Okay. So just do you
So
understand
when
it?
do you what do you do these experiments for if not to publish them and stuff?
Oh yeah, we'll just keep doing them everywhere, and then we'll publish them. We have published them, but not like through a paper.
And what do you
Here's the
hope is
question.
that?
Hey,
What is
would
the
that?
end
Hey,
game
let's see
for
if you
this?
can understand like basic things. Would that work on a globe, or would it need to curve around the globe?
Austin, I'm not here to help you with your
All
delusion,
right, so you
man.
don't even
I'm just
understand.
curious about how you came to these conclusions, man. You're never going to get me
I literally wouldn't
to
want you
enter
to
your
be here.
delusion,
You're
man.
not
It's not
gonna.
fair.
Okay, just call it as
I'm
it
not
is.
one of these guys that's going to debate with you about these these obscure globe facts that you think that unravel everything for you.
So you're a waste of time. In other words, you're a waste of time.
So just
All right,
just
got
Sure,
it.
if
just
that's
on
what
mute.
you think, man.
All
All
right, just
right,
on
that's
mute.
fair. At least, I
Yep.
mean, at least you're honest.
You provided us with a hilarious gift, so you're not like completely, worthless.
Austin, you can sit in your little niche here and think you're king shit, man. That's fine.
No, man, that's not what I think. I just don't like
No,
people
man,
like you
it
trying to
is,
tear
dude.
people
You
down.
sit in this little niche of these people that suck your dick, dude. It's
No, a
nice
lot
for
of
you, I bet.
fighters don't like me.
Oh, that's what you do. You sit in here because people suck your dick, man. Otherwise, people think
No.
you're a fucking loony dumbass. And the
Okay.
rest of the world thinks you're a loony dumbass, and you know it.
Mhm. Thank you for your input, Imstone. I will definitely consider it.
It's the fucking truth, bro. It's
Thank you, brother.
facts. It's 100.
Thank you, my brother.
No problem, my sister.
Yeah, so that was a complete waste. But anyways,
What do you guys think about that? You guys know, so like we
Yeah,
shoot
there's your
laser
god there.
next to
There's your
4
fucking
different.
god. Look at it with this little beady.
We connect the lasers in 4 different spots. So it's like a relay, and we've done it and it works, right? It's horizontally connecting to each relay. This debunks the globe. There's no way around it. You can't even, if anyone wants to show us a laboratory setting or any type of experiment where they can make lasers connect via refraction at 4 relay points curving, please, by all means, do it. They can't. It's physically impossible. They'll never do it. They'll never show you it even happening in like a small scale. They can't. So the fact this was overlooked by flat Earth for so long is crazy.
You know what's funny about this guy? Everything what he says is just emotional based. There's not one thing that he has brought to the table that actually says anything about the shape of the Earth. It's almost as if he has actually no clue about both sides. Like he's like just a real life troll.
Yeah, yeah. But anyway, what do you guys think about the relay lasers though? Okay, because they need to be able to show that refraction can bend the laser the right amount to each different relay. They
That's a
can't.
good idea.
We've already done it. We did it. It
Yeah,
worked.
that's a great idea, bro. That's awesome.
It's
Go ahead,
it's literally a death blow to the globe. There's no rebuttal. They'll just start gaslighting you, calling you names, just saying you don't understand refraction. Ruif will pull out his chart, but they'll never show you how to replicate it. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
It can't possibly be refracting 4 different. That's why I was joking when I said 4-way
Right.
refraction. It can't be doing that because if you're shining like from if me and you are opposite of each other and you're shining towards me and I'm shining towards you, it can't be the gradient. I don't know. It would seem impossible on a globe.
Here's where it gets even worse. If you space them out at different distances, right?
Yeah, different. That's what I was gonna say. Different distances because that's different amounts of Earth curve. So there's no way, dude, that they could be coming in from all different distances, refracting the exact amount, bro. Whoever come up with that, that's fucking kudos.
That was Nathan, the guy I recently debated with. I think someone else came up with it. He brought it to my attention. There's no way out of it. It is actually a death blow to the globe. Everyone should do it all over the country, all over the world. There is no way around it. Everyone's like, we got to come up with this experiment that's not optical. No, we don't. No, we don't. This refutes it objectively. Okay, so you come up with the conditions needed to make that happen, and then you go replicate it. You can't. It's impossible. It debunks the globe. We do not live on a globe. Yeah, moment of silence. It was fun.
I have like a few lasers. I don't know if they'll go a mile though. I wonder. I don't know. I have some of them distance finders, like 2 of them. I've never used them more than a couple 100 feet, but what type of laser do you need to make it a mile? Is there a specific like size or something or wattage?
Yeah, do whatever you want to do, man. Do different
I mean,
colors.
it probably wouldn't be like gajillion-dollar lasers to make it that far. I mean, it wouldn't be obviously like a laser pointer or nothing like that. But it'd probably be. I mean, just think from what I've heard and seen, it shouldn't be too much more than about $50 per laser. That's within reach. Unless I'm
People
missing
should do
something.
it everywhere. We should like start a fund where everyone gets them and documents it.
Bro, that'd be awesome to see live, or to even see a video of it. Did they happen to make a video of that?
I don't know. Let me see.
Bro, that's a great idea. We do need to do that. Multiple people doing it. Because what's their argument going to be? I'm trying to think of one. I mean, especially from different distances. Like you did a half mile, a mile and a half, 3/4 of a mile. There's no way on a globe that have to be like conscious perspective, smart perspective. I mean, refraction, smart refraction.
It's so bad for them.
That's cool. 4 days ago, it was Joshua Slocum's birthday, and he was the first man to sail, I'll read the little thing, single-handedly around the world. Nova Scotia born, with family roots in New England, Captain Slocum commanded some of the finest tall ships that ever sailed the seas. On April 24th, 1895, at the age of 51, he departed Boston in his sloop, the Spray, and sailed around the world single-handed, a passage of 46,000 miles, returning to Newport, Rhode Island on June 27th, 1898. And what's so interesting with his story is, he couldn't swim. And two, he met in the Boer Republic. He met the president of the Boer Republic, which was in South Africa, and debated whether the earth was a globe or flat. Always like that, dude.
Hey, wait, how long did it take him to
Can
do
you
the
link that? And yeah.
How long did it take him to do the 46,000 miles?
Let me see. They got the 2 dates here. One sec. Departed Boston on April 24th, 1895. Returned June 27th, 1898. So 3 years. 3.5 years. Or, no, wait. Yeah, 3.5 years. But he's cool because, dude, he traveled around the fucking world. Couldn't even swim. That's fucking crazy.
Balls on that guy.
Yo, and then goes to the African Republic, the Boer Republic, and has a flat Earth, globe Earth debate. He was a glober, though. And the president of the Boer Republic was a flat earther.
That's funny how the majority of flat earthers are in the southern hemisphere, if you think about it. It's crazy. If you looked at the percentages anyway. I think it'd be opposite if it's truly a globe. Just crazy to me how everything revolves around Polaris, like all the celestial navigation and freaking declination. Like, why the fuck would everything revolve around Polaris on a globe? It should be split, but everything's mapped out to go around Polaris. I don't know. That should be a obvious clue, at least. I don't know.
So you can't picture something that is then from the ball creation. You can't picture it being stretched out flat in a plane to where it can still represent the same things that are visually, perspectively seeing it.
No, that's what I'm saying is why would they have everything mapped out around Polaris if the Earth was a ball? They should have the northern hemisphere all mapped out around Polaris and the southern hemisphere mapped out around that spot. Like especially declination. You can't even see Polaris from south of the equator. Why is declination all according to the North Pole? That's
Yeah, but
that's stupid, man.
Declination has to do with the magnetics, but you're right, because there is still the source of the North Pole. But yeah.
Even Sigma
And then,
Octantis is
I
called.
called him out in the debate. Real quick, one more thing. So I got Ruhip, to pretty much admit, which I found it anyway, but I don't think, well, maybe none of them deny it, but they surely don't come out and say it, that the declination is not a measured, like, in other words, it declinates other than the true magnetic North Pole. Because I mapped out the geometric North Pole and the magnetic North Pole, and from Sydney, it's a straight shot. So the declination, so you can't say that, well, because the magnetic North Pole is 1,000 miles over to the west or whatever. So because even being 1,000 miles off of the geometric pole, it's still lined up with Sydney, and Sydney was 12 degrees off. So in other words, it varies wildly everywhere. To me, it's a fix all for their fucking globe. That's my opinion. In the southern hemisphere, the southern hemisphere direction fix all. That's my opinion. There's no reason to declinate shit to Polaris or from the geometric North Pole if you're in the southern hemisphere and you can't even see to correct it. It's stupid.
I have a question. If everything that we are, because we are tilted in the model of a ball Earth, so everything's spinning according to that Polaris. How does Polaris look, at the angle from the sun or Mars or Venus or the other, celestial bodies? How does that come into play here? Why is everything in our world focused around Polaris being our true north, standpoint, but it's tilted though. But when 6 months later, is Polaris still our, true north?
That raises a lot of questions because, okay, they say the tilt, okay, doesn't change. Basically, you could circle the Earth around the sun. It stays tilted that one direction toward Polaris, no matter where it goes, and it's millions of miles, big circle, whatever. It still stays pointed. But Polaris does have like I think a 30-mile or like a third of a degree offset, where it's just a tiny circle. You can barely see it. It's small, so small. But I guess if you were underneath it, maybe you'd see it. I don't know. But it was
Brian,
in my
that's
last.
not correct, Brian. That's not correct, Brian. And this is a Mandela effect. Go ahead, but yeah, that's not correct. So we should come back to that because according to the bowlers, it's actually 0.75 of a degree.
Yeah, that's it. 0.75, bro. But my mistake.
That's it. Yeah, but that's not a tiny circle anymore. Now that is 1.5 times the diameter of the sun or the moon as we see it in the sky. The Polaris makes a ring around the axis. That's crazy.
And not only that, yeah. So even if you're mapping it out on the ground, and 0.75, that's about 50 miles, which would give a circumference of about almost like 150, 200 mile fucking circle around the North Pole or something. Yeah, so that's bigger than they make it sound.
Yeah, that's either a Mandela effect. I guess maybe it's the stages we go through. But initially, I didn't think it myself. I thought, like the rest of the skylights, Polaris itself moves in a small circle around the center.
All doing circles. So there's no star not circling.
Yes, but for a lot of us, a lot of flat earthers, if this Polaris was immovable in the center, so not only is that, okay, we can say it moves in a small circle, but only if that's not true as well now, that it moves in a massive circle, which is 1.5 times the diameter of the moon, away from the central pivotal axis. That's crazy. That's hardly saying that it's at the center, but this is the story the ballers say now has been in play all along. I think it has to be a Mandela effect, honestly.
That's a giant amount, though. If you look at the distance that they call it, bro, that's crazy massive. If you look at the way they do the calculations, that would be a ridiculous amount away from the central axis point. But that's bullshit, dude. I think we all know that's
well,
bullshit.
Apparently it's the official story, and I've had this from Jen Panda's crew. Yeah.
No, I didn't mean that. I wasn't calling what you said bullshit. I'm calling what they're saying is bullshit.
That's what I'm saying. Apparently, it's always been the official story, according to them. And it was the first time I heard of it about maybe a year ago from them. Apparently, this is just as every other skyline, northern aspect anyway, rotates around the central pivotal aspect. Polaris itself rotates at such a great 1.5 times the moon's diameter in terms of radius. That's crazy talk, man. You could never say then that that's fixed and immovable.
Hey, if Austin's still here, hey, how big was the like how if you're looking through the hole at the Georgia Guidestones, like how many Polarises could you fit in the field of view through that hole? Like was it like a big area around Polaris, or was it I mean, I don't expect the hole to be like the exact size where you look through and all you could see is just Polaris. Like there had to be a little gap around it. Like I'm wondering how big that gap was. Like compare it to the moon or something, or the sun, or maybe I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same. Yeah, he's probably taking a break or something. I was going to ask the same question exactly, Brian. Because if you're looking through that little hole and you can see Polaris as it rotates or as it's seemingly fixed, would you be able to fit a sun or a moon either side of it into the setting? You know what I mean? In order to show that the ballers are correct. I have a very hard time in believing that. Although I have different thoughts on why they're saying that now. But what's in the name? Sigma Octantis is called Polaris Australis. So indeed, Polaris is the main fixed reference, Brian. And what's in the name? Well, Polaris Starkus is one of my favorite Starkisms. I won't say anymore.
I like Aya Starkus.
Arya Starkus, that's a good one as well, isn't it? Your face right in the Game of Thrones.
And then you got
another one. Winter is coming. Winter is coming is the name of the house motto.
Yeah, for Winterfell. What about what's Tony Starkus from Iron Man?
Great ones, isn't there? And he's FE man, which is a flat Earth man. So flat Earth is, if you look at the Gleason's map and rotate it, so Australia's at the bottom. It's the dodo. So Tony Starkus is Dodo Stark. Dodo Starkus. Okay.
Dodo Stark. That's good.
But is anyone else here in the chat just regarding Polaris? What is your understanding? Is it that it's so you have three options? It's central, it's immovable, and everything rotates around it, or it is moving in small circles which are barely determined, or is it as according to the baller? And I guess they say we can do this observation. Is it going in a 0.75 degree or 1.5 times the moon's diameter from the center axis?
Here's my question: is Polaris a star from, let's say, like take Hubble, right, or some other satellite that they got going on? Does it register it moving around the sun the same way we, that it should be in their ball theory, or is it just always fixed in one position to our position? You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I'm very interested.
They say it's fixed. They used to say it's fixed, and that's what I'm saying. If they now say it's not fixed and it's rotating at 0.75 degrees, it fucks up a whole of a lot of prior fixities, I should think. Brian was mentioning the implications for Earth and travel on Earth. You know what I mean? You'd have to tell exactly what time of day you were at to look at Polaris, because it would be at such a variance in its perceived swing in the nighttime, but also then the implications for the sky itself. Yeah.
You can miss something by 100 miles or something if you're judging Polaris at the wrong time.
What I'm trying to say is, like, you know how Polaris is always fixed in our sky? Like, how does Polaris move around in their heliocentric mode? Because if we are, spinning and, shooting off into a distance, how does Polaris keep its fixed position in our perspective, along the lines of how they would think that this star is moving away from us?
They call it a wobble instead of it being in the middle and doing the tightest circle, because that's, in my opinion, okay, the stars are moving around in a circle, and Polaris would be the tightest, smallest circle, and basically everything's revolving around it. But that makes me think of the star trails. Like, like, are all the star trails fake? Because we should be seeing a little circle, even if it's small. We should see, that's well within human perception. I
Well,
mean,
well,
that's like Pete said, that's bigger than the diameter of the fucking moon, right?
well, think of it this way. Think of it this way. Okay, we're tilted. Okay, and let's put the sun to the right of us. Okay, and 6 months later, we're tilted again, and Polaris is now moved over in their sun, and it's now in its new position. But does that mean all the stars are spinning around the sun? Because that doesn't make sense to me. Because if we had stars that, because these celestial bodies in the Big Bang are expanding in a ball, they should all be going away from all of us. But once we're on the other side of the sun, Polaris shouldn't be there because it's way back on the other side of the sun, shooting off in the distance. Do you understand what I'm saying right now? You get it? You get what I'm saying? Like, think of it logically, bro. Like, we're tilted away from the sun when it's to the right, and when we go to the other side of it, we're tilted away from the sun. But Polaris is still in our view, so that means all the stars are spinning around the sun.
I get it, bro, but let me elaborate. It gets way deeper than that. So here's the problem to me with them. So either the Earth doesn't rotate as it does its orbit. In other words, so it keeps this tilt facing the exact same direction all the way around. But that presents different problems. Okay, that means that means, dude, think about this. Okay, if we don't spin, hold on, man, I need a second, dude. But think about that for a second. That's going to present day and night problems if we don't spin around. If we don't change it, in other words, the Earth can't change in its orbit around the sun, or it's going to point away from Polaris. So they're stuck with that. But that brings up other implications. But I'll be right back. See if you can think.
Dude, that's my point, bro. Listen. Polaris in June is, north, point to us. Now, 6 months later, Polaris should be not in our view because we're now tilted another direction. But now they're trying to say in their fucking heliocentric dumbass model that this star Polaris is spinning around along with the sun. This doesn't make sense to me, bro. Like, make it make sense.
I did a bunch of videos, bro, and being able to see Orion, which is a equatorial constellation, for like 9 months out of the year, bro.
Correct.
We should not be able to see it for 9, maybe even 10, arguably 10 months out of the year, because it should be dead over our fucking head. If the belt of Orion is directly over the fucking equator, okay, then it should be 6 months and 6 months, or maybe just maybe a little over 6 months. I'll give them that due to the tilt or whatever fuck shit. But not no 9, bordering 9 to 10 months, man. And I've showed their own sites where they claim, where they show when it's visible.
I feel like I'm too drunk for this conversation right now, but I'm not. Maybe I'm my best when I'm so drunk because my mind really opens up and expands. Because if somebody with half a brain will realize what I'm saying, it would represent that this star that we have a fixed point at 6 months later should not be the same it should not be the same fixed point, because if it is, that means the stars are revolving on their greatest fucking distances away in this heliocentric model. So if we're zooming through space at a fucking this crazy speed, and the Milky Way, come on, man.
You're right. That's even worse. I was just agreeing. Sorry. The zooming through space makes it even worse.
Yes, because that one star called Polaris, when recorded at June, is not going to be the same position 6 months later, because we have spun around the sun in their model, and those stars are still shooting away from us in their fucking model. So why is it still in our fucking fixed position? Even if you want to call it a wobbler or nothing. That doesn't make zero sense. Zero sense.
Because check it out. So we're 93 million miles away from the sun. Well, look at this. We in 93 fucking hours we've traveled that far, our whole solar system. So just think about it. Every 3 days we've traveled the whole damn distance we make around the sun, basically. Well, not well if you add the circumference, but still the linear distance. Every 3 days we've traveled. Our whole solar system has traveled fucking that far. So I'm just saying, like, if we're traveling at like almost a million miles an hour, just think of our whole solar system. That compounds the problem because how could Polaris just stay lined up with us when we're moving every hour, fucking almost a million miles and shit? It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
I know that they say that because it's so far away, it's so slight, but that doesn't explain when we're on the other side of the sun, pointing away from the fucking sun, the stars somehow also revolved around the sun. That means all the stars in the far distance are revolving around the sun. But technically, in their fucking definition of the Big Bang, all the stars are actually going away from our galaxy.
There is a procession. They account for some of that. Not, to me, it doesn't 100% justify, but their explanation is the procession.
No, I don't care, bro. That makes zero sense because the star Polaris, okay, on one side of the sun is in okay. I swear to God, I want to like fucking draw this. I want to draw what's in my fucking mind right now to make it make sense. If
the
there's
Polaris
a
is
star,
above the sun, like picture Polaris like above the sun, and then the Earth going around the sun, but never changing angle.
it makes no sense. Hold on, it makes no sense if it's above the sun.
I don't think it does either, man.
It makes no sense if it's above the sun because we are tilted away from the sun. Get what I'm saying? It makes no sense if it's above the sun because we are tilted away. So imagine on the whiteboard, you have Earth, right? The North Pole, and look straight up. You have a point, okay? Now, 6 months later, it spins, and now our North Pole is facing the opposite direction on the sun, okay? From the sun, okay? So now that North Star, Polaris, would have had traveled to the other side of the sun as well. But that doesn't make sense if all the stars were expanding from an explosion away from us. They're not turning with us. We are turning in their heliocentric model, not all the other stars like that are way beyond, or are they? So everything's fucking twirling in a circle. Everything that would have to be their conclusion, that all the stars are turning and exploding away from another. That doesn't make sense, bro, at all. I'm so fucking trapped in my head right now. I could visualize it. I can see what I'm saying, and it makes zero sense that that's even a possibility at all. Because now you have stars that are trillion miles away also making the revolution circuit to where they're also right above us on the other side of the sun. So then all the stars are twirling in a ball. Why don't they fucking realize that this doesn't fucking make sense? This is a new argument. I just brought it up. I just fucking realized it. We never even talked about this before. I'm just saying.
I'm trying to figure out exactly. I might be missing your point because I'm thinking about Polaris is like I'm gonna go. What I'm thinking. If I'm at the North Pole and it's Polaris is directly overhead, where's the sun? If I'm at the North Pole, dead.
Okay.
In the fucking.
I'm literally going to grab a pen and paper and I'm going to fucking like share my fucking camera right now and then like put it on a fucking video right now. But I'm smoking a cigarette, so give me a minute. But I'm just saying, and it's fucking raining like hard as fuck out here. It's raining cats and dogs out here.
What state are you in?
I'm in California.
Okay, damn, you're across from me. Yeah, I'm just thinking of it from the so Polaris is on a different plane. I see what you're saying about the angle, but as far as if you're at the North Pole, the sun's never going to be over your head. It's going to be down lower toward the horizon, you know.
That's not what I'm talking about though. I swear to God, I have to fucking draw it out for you. I have to draw it out for you so that way you can understand what's going on in my mind right now. My mind's like rapid fire right now, just fucking shooting off crazy fucking visuals
I'm gonna
right
post
now.
a video for you to watch that has it illustrated. You tell me what might be wrong about it, but it shows my problems with it too.
I do actually want to see what you're talking about because I have no idea how to picture that in my mind.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, give me a second. Now I got like maybe another 3 minutes on my cigarette. So hold up. I'm telling you though, it makes no fucking sense in their model. And I swear to God, I don't even know. It's been what, 7 years we've been on this platform. I don't know why I've never fucking thought of this, but it just hit me like a ton of bricks right now. Maybe because I'm drunk. I'm at my best when I'm drunk, and maybe this is why. But let me smoke a cigarette. I'll go inside. I'll draw it out on a piece of paper, and I'll show you what my mind's showing me right now. I feel like this is like a God intervention right now, trying to like telling me to shut up. Don't listen to these ballers because they don't get it. But hold up.
They say Polaris is infinitely far away, so I don't see how you would tell, but I like to see it going.
Yeah, it's far away. Okay, so then how does it catch up on the other side of the sun with us to be in the same fixed position to where we're seeing it? Because remember, we're tilted. We're tilted away from the sun. Okay, we are. All right, let me put this. Let me try to put a little analogy here. Okay, I'm going to stand in front of you, and you are in the center of a room. But I'm going to tilt my head backwards, okay? Now, the star above my head is in that position. And I'm going to spin and spin and spin, and I'm tilted away from you. 6 months later, I'm on the other side of you, and I'm tilted away from you.
No, dude, no. If that was the case, then the same part of the globe would always be tilted toward the sun. It doesn't change angle. Look, I posted a video where it says Orion destroys the globe, and I present my problems that don't within their model. And just watch the beginning. And that's the illustration. It doesn't rotate as it moves around the sun.
I just saw it. Okay, you're saying that we're tilted, but when we get on the other side, we're still tilted towards the Polaris. That's what you're saying. But
if we're tilted away from the sun, 6 months later, we're tilted toward it. If we spun as we went around the sun, then we wouldn't be. And the problem that presents,
I get what you're saying. Okay. So shouldn't there be then an accurate positioning of Polaris? So Polaris should be closer to the sun then, right? Should be closer.
Dude, you got to watch this video, man. Just watch like the first minute, and you'll see what their claim is, and you'll see my problem. You ain't got to watch the whole video, but watch the video I just put in live text. Just watch like the first minute of it, and I lay it out, and I'll show the problems that even in their model is a fucking huge problem to me. And you're almost on it, but maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. But if you watch that, then we could kind of join forces and be on the same page.
I'm looking at it right now. Is this the one with the plane? It's like a black plane?
No, it's Orion destroys. Hold on, let me see what. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, flat Earth test, Orion destroys. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm looking at it.
So Brian, the tilt. Let's work out the tilt on a flat Earth. What it might mean. We have a 23.4 degree variation from a central axis, central highest point. And when they talk about the celestial equator, it's along the what do you call it? Earth's equator, right? It's the equivalence is made between them. So we're trying to. So if it's the sun that's moving and not the Earth, is it moving just like the traditional barrier where it begins high as it's closest to the north center? As we get the seasons, then it moves lower out towards the southern peripherals, or is the center of whatever barrier we're under is it at its highest point along the equator, and the sun then will move or shift 23.4 degrees from that central highest.
That's what they claim, bro. They claim that it stays within the ecliptic, but then they're going to tell you that if you're south of the ecliptic, like if you're like say in Sydney, that the sun's going to come from the south and then set to the south. Well, I thought the motherfucker stayed in the ecliptic. Which is it? I don't know, bro. I think because if you look you can't look southeast and be south of the ecliptic or north of the ecliptic and still be looking within the fucking ecliptic. I think they got these rule breakers, man. To me, I don't know.
For
So,
the,
so,
for
here's,
the
so here's my
Celtic, there's
question.
more
So,
rules
so
that
here's
are
my question.
broken, right?
When they calculate Polaris to the sun in June, is it this? Does it change 6 months later to where Polaris is according to the sun? Because technically,
Yes.
it should be closer to the sun above it, as opposed to when you were on the other side of the sun, to where it should be farther away from the sun. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, that's food for thought. But I think it is closer to Polaris in June, and then it's further away from Polaris in let's say
All right.
January.
I'm gonna grab a piece of paper and explain to you what I'm talking about.
So in other words, it's let's say it's right in the middle on equinox, and then in June it's closest to Polaris, and then in fucking January it's farthest away from Polaris. The ecliptic is if that's what you're talking about. But yeah, you could draw out the point you're making. I think I understand. Like in other words, if are you saying that if we're doing a circle, besides the angle change of the Earth, because they don't claim the Earth changes angles at all ever, except for a little wobble, which is fucking to me other excuses. But just the fact that we're moving, why would it stay above us? And then we're moving through the galaxy, and then the galaxy's moving. I don't know if Polaris is in our galaxy, but I mean, is that what you're saying? Because yeah, that's a common argue problem. Like if we're moving, who cares how far away it is, bro? There's no way it's far enough to where we're moving millions of miles and it never budges. Then they try to say that it is moving, and it won't be our pole star in like 100 years. It moves like a third of a degree a year, a degree every 30 years, I think they say, or what is it? A third of a degree every 25 years or some shit.
And you keep reverting back to the ball Earth when we already know that we're trying to get to what's happening in reality.
I'm telling you what their argument is because I'm seeing if me and him's on the same page.
Oh, sorry, you were talking specifically to okay.
Hey, Gio, are
Okay,
you there, Gio? I have to have permissions to like show my video.
Why don't you take a picture of it? Take a picture of it and post it in lab text.
Okay. That's fair. All right.
Just in the meantime, can I say something that just occurred to me as I was going over to the shop? It's not occurred to me. I thought of it before. In terms of, I thought about the Globe Theatre. The reason I thought about the Globe Theatre is because I was thinking about a theatre, and we're all familiar with a theatre hall. You have the little projector up at the top, and we are looking down at the screen, right? So you know that if you go up and look at any particular moment, you'll see a still shot inverted in the camera lens, right? That's been projected onto the screen itself. And of course, if you go behind it deep, then there's a roll of film or whatever, that light being shone through to give you that impression to be projected. But if we think of something, why Polaris is so pivotal, imagine the theatre, the screen itself now is contoured, and maybe there's more than one screen there. Maybe it's just distorting things a little bit. But Polaris then becomes the projections camera, right? The projection center, the picture we're seeing, the small picture, and then the screen itself becomes the barrier, the mirror barrier sky above, which is just a greater exaggeration or expression of the core thing itself. How about that? I think that's pretty good. Also, to understand that the Polaris is just an emanation of what's from beneath it. So something has been projected upwards from the source itself. Okay.
I've thought of that before. Like, I wonder if it stings. What if it's something about the Earth that's projecting the stars up there? I don't know.
One thing, and what's in the name, Brian? Polaristarchus. Aristarchus. Look, once again, the moon now we can look at in a different light. We have the pun. But,
all right. I posted it.
Aristarchus is said to be the most mysterious crater on the moon, the most mysterious object in our universe, according to them. So, yeah.
Okay, I posted. I posted what I'm trying to point out right here. Okay. Can they calculate the position of the sun away from Polaris when it's 6 months later, the same way it should be on the sun, over the sun, right? In this distance. But look at the difference, though. How does that? So are they? Now remember, Polaris is not these two parallel lines that have been drawn
the wrong way, bro. You got your circle drawing the wrong way. Like picture the circle level between the two Earths and the sun. That's the circle. with a little tilt. In other
Right.
words, instead of drawing the circle down below, then you drawing us rotating top to bottom or orbiting top to bottom. Which,
Sorry. So reverse that, but still, it still stands that Polaris. It's parallel in our view. So do they calculate for how it would be a parallel? These things don't add up, bro. Because in a distance, can they calculate that angle to? I mean, maybe I could redraw it to show you that if they wanted, it would be okay. I know what I'm gonna do. I know. Okay, hold up. I know what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, no rush.
The sun's in the middle, okay, and we're gonna just make Polaris right here in the corner, okay. Here's Earth, okay. Here's Earth on the other side, okay. So if this is the angle to Polaris, does Polaris increase the angle like this? Give me a second.
Let me say something to Trouble about. She just posted a video where she shows a God view and all the stars are look in live text. All the stars are parallel, but then all of a sudden you go down and look up, and all of a sudden they're diverging and converging. How could somebody fall for that trick? She's literally posting a fucking where she was tricked, where it's showing the stars over the equator and 10 degrees north and 20 degrees north. Actually parallel, perfectly parallel. But then when you get underneath them, all of a sudden they're converging and diverging. She literally, it's a joke, dude.
Okay, look at my picture. Look at my picture. How does this make sense? Make it make sense.
It doesn't. See, yeah, that's what I thought you were saying. It doesn't, bro. Unless it's a gajillion miles away, bro. You know that. To me, I don't believe any of that bullshit.
This is my point right here. So like when you have the Earth and you have Polaris in a far away distance, but when it's 6 months later, that angle would have to like totally slant down to make it to where Polaris is still right above you.
Or hey, are you looking in live text, bro? Worse than that, looking in live text is hilarious. Look, all of a sudden, look, all the stars are parallel, and then now converging and diverging. Parallel, converging and diverging. Like, bro, she's literally fell for a trick and she's resharing it. Like, dude, I've put this in videos. Look, all the stars are parallel with the rotation. Now you get from down low, and now all of a sudden they diverge and converge. Like, bro, she's a sucker, dude. I don't know.
All right. Well, I shared my piece. I'm saying it doesn't make sense.
She's a one-trick pony, Brian. Trouble about. That's all she ever talks about. I tried to get her engaged in the Earth's surface moving, or other things to do with flat. No, she doesn't, because she lives in the southern hemisphere. She's pictured the rotating stars in the opposite direction, and this is her whole bag. She's put all her eggs into one handbasket, Brian.
Dude, she's in one of my videos. We crushed her, bro. Talking about how can the stars, if I'm north of the equator, what's going to make the fucking stars south of the equator start to diverge away and the stars at the equator line up straight? Like, I'm only in one position. So how are stars doing 3 simultaneous different motions? If I'm only moving from one position, that's not possible, bro. That shows that something's going on. I mean,
reflections, Brian. They're reflections, and what's most pertinent is the contour of the reflective surface and also the number. I think there's more than one, but yeah, the contour, and that's.
Well, there's a few different explanations.
Like a hall of mirrors, like a hall of mirrors.
Yeah, that's one explanation. There's a couple different possibilities. It could be reflection. It could be actual different star trails. It could be like freaking.
But we're just talking about one star, though. We're talking about one star and the angle. Like let all the mathematicians come out. Where's Bacon at? Let him come out and say how this will make sense.
Look at this. Look what she's showing. Hold on. When she shows it, look what she's showing. She's trying to show perspective, and when it zooms in, it's showing them converge like perspective, bro. That's exactly opposite of what stars do, bro. Like, this is I'm sorry to interrupt you, bro. We'll keep talking, but look at right here. She zooms in. Now it's showing them all zooming in together. That's not what we see in the distance. We don't see them converging together. We see them diverging. We see them converging from behind us. It's exactly backwards. That thing is literally showing perspective. So if they want to claim the star trails are because of perspective, then that's a big giant problem for them. They can't have perspective with their stars. That fucks up celestial navigation.
That leaves Trouble About with nothing. Because again, one trick pony. What are you going to do now, Trouble About? Come in and talk to Brian about it. Come in and talk to Brian about it.
You guys see my picture though, right? How it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
All right, just making sure, because where is the explanation right now?
The explanation would be that the Polaris is basically following us because it's so far away. It's following us around the sun, the whole, and it's also following the sun through the galaxy.
But that doesn't make sense. But that doesn't make sense even in their model, because everything is exploding away from itself. If you want to have the Big Bang Theory, this fucking debunks it completely.
Yeah,
because put that drawing.
Just move it further away then, probably. They'll move it further away. If it doesn't work, they'll just move it,
But even still, it shouldn't make sense, because even mathematically, that's going to be so fucking far off of our position to Polaris 6 months later that I don't know what they fucking can't grasp about that. It just doesn't make sense at all. To me, it doesn't make sense. Make it make sense, please, somebody.
I think it's the distances are so.
Can any ballers? Can any ballers come in and just like correct me right now? Like make it make sense? Any ballers?
Well, you want a nobody to try and make sense rather than somebody. Okay.
Like I don't give a fuck about flat earth bullshit. I'm just saying, make this make sense in the fucking ballers model, please, somebody.
I can tell you what they're going to say. They're going to say if the Earth itself on its way around the sun, the North Pole never changes angle. It keeps the same angle.
Maintains its axis.
And that way, 6 months later.
But then that means that star's traveling with us.
6 months later, the North that was tilted toward the sun, if it doesn't change angle, then it'll be tilted away from the sun 6 months later, and vice versa.
But then that means that stars are traveling with us, but they're not, because in their Big Bang,
that's what
floating away from each other.
Appear to be.
Because they're so far away, Apocryphon. That's what I was trying to get in and say. And that's even maybe why they revised the figure to Polaris recently from, I think it was like 300, maybe 300, let's just say 400 light years away, down to 290 or something like that. But that's, I think, there would be their excuse. The stars appear to be traveling with us because they're so far away, and our distance travels millions of miles or even hundreds of million miles at nothing compared to
them to even say a light year. Bro, they had to make a word because nobody's going to say them fucking crazy numbers that nobody can even comprehend, like zigadillion, but like 4 zigadillion fucking miles or something. Like, bro, they had to condense it into light years to make it sound all believable and shit, dude. If everybody knew the actual distances of a light year, it's ridiculous. It's like 183 or 186,000 miles a second or some shit. It's a ridiculous amount, bro. And they reduced it. They reduced the actuality, the grandness of it, by just naming it a light year. It's bullshit.
Now, how many, just for my own reference, how many zigadillions in a Google? I'm just calculating this. By x squared. Yeah, very good. It's all nonsense, isn't it? And I think this is the whole point. There's nothing about the ball, nothing at all about the greater model that stands up to scrutiny. Every singular aspect of everything is problematic in nearly every way. So that tells us one of two things: that they're either so incompetent that and so narrow-minded or single-minded that they're pushing this through unknowns to themselves, that it's all totally unpractical, unrelatable to, or else there's a massive lie in play, and what you were told your life was is not what it turns out to be at all. That's what I'm thinking. No way around it.
They have no grounds to stand on other than their false belief. That's what it comes down to. They have zero grounds to stand on. Zero. Because it doesn't make sense.
I look at it in a different way, actually, Apocryphon, which is that Flat Earth was handed us on a plate. The truth about our reality is known from the start, whatever our reality is. It's probably just some sort of a dream or something. But I look upon it that the truth is always known, and all of their offerings are built upon the truth, which is what the lie is. So everything that they offer us is an inversion of the truth. So in order for us to make our way to the truth, we have to take what they give us and invert it and see where that takes you, because you're just getting back to something that was already and is ever in existence.
Bro, it still kills me, bro. It kills me. They show this fucking perspective view of the stars. Like they show it from overhead with the green lines being like the star trails. And they're depicting stars that are if you look at the equation, I mean, if you equated it about what 200-300 miles above the Earth, so they're giving us a perspective view of star trails that are just barely above the Earth's surface, and then squeezing us down below them, and they have the perspective backwards. It shows the stars converging in the distance instead of fucking diverging. Like everything about it is backwards, bro, and they lean on this as a go-to. It's a joke, dude. Like, how are they tricked by that shit?
Right. It's like it's not doing them any favors to try to jump back to the perspective that they're seeing things. Like we can document that we see stars in a certain position throughout the year, and then they want to map it around this tight. It's a tight globe, right? Now it's a tight. The stars are moving around the Earth, though. That doesn't make sense.
And following perspective too.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense if the stars are spinning around in our perspective around Earth, because that negates the fact that the stars are actually exploding away. I don't get what they're. I don't know if the universe is.
Check this out. Somebody tell them if they're relative. Y'all know it's relative, right?
Wait, if they hold on. No, exactly. It should be relative. So if Polaris never moves, okay, now you're going to tell me that perspective is making the stars diverge as they go away from us at the equator, and then if I'm standing north of the equator, then I look like southwest toward the star setting. Now all of a sudden, the stars that are further south of the equator are diverging away from the stars that are at the equator, and then the stars out in front of me are diverging to the right from one position. If I'm spinning, bro, then all the stars are going to act accordingly. They're not going to simultaneously do three different things. That's crazy.
That means all the stars are spinning in a far distance away, but they're not spinning in a far distance away. That's what I'm not like. How are they even able to like grasp that concept? I don't get it.
It's just we were fooled, bro. It's simple shit when you put it in perspective, man. That it's like, dude, you're not gonna have. If I'm spinning in one direction, then everything's gonna go around me. It's not gonna fucking deviate because Orion's belt, the belt stays right on the equator, and then you see a little gap. It ain't much, but any at all destroys their shit, dude. That divergence away from the belt. If you see Beetlejuice moving away from the belt, and then you see Gaia or whatever the fuck it is on the other side. No, that's bullshit, bro. They can't do that. They can't be different fucking distances.
They can't say that the Earth is spinning. That's why we're seeing the stars in this perspective, and then not they can't ignore the fact that well then 6 months later the stars wouldn't be in those same positions that they were that are that are fixed in our even if we're spinning. That doesn't make sense because the angles would change, because we are 6 months later, we're on the other side of the sun seeing the same stars that were in our sky 6 months earlier, but they're literally gonna be in a different position, but they're not. That's what's crazy to me, to these guys.
That's because they're really, really far away.
Right. That's their answer. That's their rebuttal. They're too far, and you can't grasp how far they are away. 25 trillion miles away. You can't grasp that. Come on, dude. Like, wake the fuck up, dude.
Can you explain it, Jazza?
I'll just explain it very simply, that they're so far away that you can't grasp it.
Oh, nice. Jazz is
That's
here.
how
Nice
far
to meet
away they are.
I
Nice
told
to
you.
meet
That's the simplest way I can
you.
explain
You
it.
can
They're
grasp
too
it,
far
Jazz.
away
There,
from
can
you.
you? Yeah, you can grasp it, though, Jazz. Help us grasp
More
it.
likely,
Help us
I
grasp
can,
it.
Pete. Yeah, I
ain't it
can.
more
Help
likely
us,
they're like a
help us all
reflection or a
grasp it.
focal
Then. Go
point?
ahead.
You know, they behave the same way if they're a reflection or a focal point. Ain't it more likely that they're not quadrillions of fucking miles away, that they're just a focal point of light or a reflection?
You know what's crazy is that think of something being 1,000 miles away. That's pretty fucking far.
No, not
Now,
really.
now think about something being 100,000 miles away. That's
And
pretty
now,
far. And then go into 25 trillion miles away. Like, bro, like you're crazy, man. You're crazy.
Jazz can do it. Go on, Jazz. How do you make that transformation in your brain? You can appreciate even greater distances
Do
than the
you
rest
do
of us.
you
'Cause you're a
realize?
helicopter.
Do you
You're a
realize?
helicopter pilot. 1 second,
Do you
Apocryphon.
realize the difference between a million to a billion to a trillion? Do you fucking realize how
How many?
fucking far that is? So,
Jazz,
so,
how many?
so,
How
so,
many
so let me
billions
so,
in a
so, so let
trillion?
me ask you this. So let me ask you this. Why are there not stars a million miles away? Why? Why do we not have in all this vast, amazing creation of this exploding fucking splatter? Why is there not something a million miles away from Earth to be a star? Why does it have to be the closest star is our sun, 93 million miles away? Because guess what? In an explosion, okay, from your fucking Big Bang Theory, in the explosion, there's going to be fragments that are going to be close to one another somewhere. Why does a star have to be 25 trillion fucking miles away to be even, accounted for? Where's
Okay,
the
let him answer, Brad.
stars? Where's the stars that are a billion miles away? Where
Go
are
ahead,
they?
Jazz. Go ahead, Jazz.
They're in the sky.
Oh, so you're telling me that there's a star that is a billion miles away?
The sun is less than that, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
Many
You're right.
billion
So
light
that
years
so
away.
you're telling me in an
Are we talking
explosion?
light years? Are we talking about light years? Or are we talking about actual miles?
So you're talking so in an explosion, you're saying that somehow, some way, there's fragments that are going to be so fucking far apart from one
Okay,
another.
your rudimentary understanding of this is not going to help anybody.
Oh wow, yeah. No, I'm just trying to fucking drop some simple logic on you. So logically, use your fucking the prefrontal cortex for logical thinking to realize that if there was an explosion, that there's nothing going to be fucking so far away from one another. They should all be kind of close to one another in the explosion. Now, if you want to try to fast forward 5 billion years later, even still, there should still be something. There should be like 15 stars that are a million miles away from the Earth in your fucking model.
Yeah, but they say that space itself is expanding. Don't forget that, Apocryphon. That's their explanation or excuse for that. Space itself is ever expanding.
Even still, bro. Even still, there should be at least 15. And when I say 15, that's fucking so small compared to how many fucking stars there are in the world, right? In our galaxy, right? In our universe, right? So imagine if I want to say there should be 15 billion stars that are a million miles away, and there should be another 30 billion stars that are that are a billion miles away. But there, all we have is one star 93 million miles away. That's it. That's fucking it. Wake the fuck up, people. Wake up.
All your stars that you're talking about, your billion stars, are spread over 150,000 light years at the edge of the Milky Way.
Okay, that's my fucking point. If I took a bullet and I shot it to a watermelon, okay, I'm trying to break it down so you can understand what I'm saying. Okay, when the watermelon explodes, okay, there is thousands of fragments of that watermelon to the center core of its fucking original creation. Okay, from that focal point. Okay. Why in your world is one star 93 million miles. Where's the other fucking 2,000 stars that are 93 million miles away? Because there should be so many fragments from this explosion. Wake the fuck up, bro.
You know, there ain't even any within a light year or 2 or 3, and that is over almost 6 trillion miles, like just under 6 trillion miles. And there ain't even any within that vicinity. Dude, you got to start going like, what, 7 light years away for the nearest star? We're goddamn ridiculous.
Exactly.
So, even call that reality.
So once these baller minds that can't even grasp what I'm saying right now, maybe one day they will realize, yeah, that does fucking make sense, right? On one level or another. Because there should be so many fucking fragments that are from our position that are closer, not just one, okay? Not just one. It's not like the fucking universe exploded and then there was like one fucking projectile from the explosion or 10 projectiles from the explosion. There should be trillions of fucking projectiles from the explosion. Then they should all have a fucking equal distance away from the center of what you're even going to call a focal point. But from that focal point, there should be more than one star that's 93. There should be 20,000 stars that are 93 million miles away right now. I'm just saying.
That's too far. 93 million miles is ridiculous. That's bullshit. That's not reality. There's nothing 93 million miles away.
I'm just trying to invoke their model.
Here's like with gravity, so the moon is so close to us where the sun doesn't affect it. So the Earth's gravity is stronger because it's closer to the moon. So, but the sun reaches out past Earth and the moon, past fucking Jupiter, Neptune, Saturn, Uranus, and all the way out to Pluto, and then the asteroid belt beyond that. But can't fuck with the moon. Like, is Earth's gravity reaching out that far? I'm just wondering. Like,
yeah, because it's not that strong.
It's stronger than the sun's locally.
It's not that strong as you think it is,
because the sun's gravity should be stronger than the Earth's, even at this distance, bro. If it's reaching all the way out to Pluto, it should be way stronger than the Earth's at that distance.
Okay. So I don't know who's talking right now. Not you. The other one that's like, on the other side of the table. Can you please explain to me why there's only one star that's 93 million miles away? Why isn't there two stars 93 million miles away? Because in an explosion of mass from these gases in the original Big Bang, there should be so many fucking fragments. Do you understand what the fuck I'm saying right now?
That's how there was a lot of fragments, and that's how our solar system was created, because of accretion.
Yeah, but what he's saying is that we should be surrounded by stars 93 million miles away.
Thank
and
you.
There should be another layer of them, like 5 or like say 1 billion miles away. We should be another layer of them. It should be exploding outward.
Yes.
It should just be one, and then the next nearest one is 7 billion light years, and then all of a sudden they start following.
There should be layers. There should be Okay. Come with me, follow me, hold my hand, okay? We have a focal point, okay?
You pinky. Let's go.
Okay, it explodes, okay? There's so many fragments shooting away from the focal point that you can try to say that we know where it is or not. I don't care. Now, all the fragments that are going to make a star, okay, in this explosion, there should be so many stars that are within 93 million miles away or equivalent to 93 miles away, because then why does the next star from our sun have to be so much farther away without any in between? Because remember, it's an explosion and there's so many fragments going on, so many stars to be created. Please tell me you understand what the fuck I'm saying right now.
I don't understand what you're saying because you don't understand what you're saying.
I know exactly what I'm saying, bro. I know exactly what I'm saying. I could draw it for you if you want. I could draw for you want. I could take you to like a 5th grade class and draw on a chalkboard if you want. I could do it in crayons if you want. I'm just saying that this fucking explosion of to where masses were created and the sun why was the sun that's 93 million miles away? Okay, hold on. Let me stop.
Let me try to answer then.
What's the hold on? Let me say this. What's the next closest sun or star to our sun? How far away in your model?
4.5 light years or something, is it?
Okay. So how far is 1 light year?
It's almost 6 billion. Just
Okay.
trillion.
Okay. So we're gonna say 6 times 4. So that means it's gonna hit 24 billion miles away. Is the next star?
Trillion.
Oh, trillion. Okay, my bad.
Multiply a billion by 1,000, you get a trillion. It's a trillion.
Okay, my bad. Okay, so where is all the other fragments from that explosion between those 2 points?
That's called the Kuiper Belt.
Oh, it's not.
Oh my God! What? What did you? Okay, say that again and please elaborate.
Well, you're just talking about fragments and shit. And when there's an explosion, there is fragments, for sure. There absolutely is. But a solar system comes about because the planets clear their orbit. That's why Pluto got downgraded from a planet to a...
No. Wait. I'm not talking about Pluto. I'm talking about a star. Okay,
I'm just trying to explain to you.
Okay, why is there not 10 other stars that are under 100 million miles away from us? Why is there not?
Because stars are gas and plasma. They're not solid objects. Probably the very cause of them are.
Then they are.
Dude,
I don't know.
God.
I'm not a fucking astrophysicist.
You're not a star man.
I feel like this is a gotcha moment, and you guys can't even fucking explain what I'm saying right now. I feel like this is
I could actually do a better job
explaining.
Yeah, 1 second, Jazza. Let me do a better job than you're doing. I will do a better job than that. So the analogy is often given about a balloon, and the balloon, when it's uninflated, you throw little dots on it. So the expansion of the universe is because it's so massive and so large that after the Big Bang happened, space itself was created at an accelerated rate, so the distances became ever larger, like the dots on the balloon as you blow it up. Now, when we're talking about suns and nearest suns, over the course of millions and millions of years, we had the matter coagulating in local spots, right? And it's these amalgamations which give us the sun. Ultimately, we're in a system because it's so so well developed that we're as part of a system that's an evolution of a sun exploding. So ultimately, the distances are so exclusive that we can't appreciate it only in terms of our brain. It's too big, it's too massive. But that's the universe for you.
It's not my fault you guys can't understand it. But Pete, that's actually a good analogy. Blow up a balloon in the middle of your lounge and put a pin in it, and it will pop, and see how far the fragments go. Do they hit all the walls of your lounge room? I guarantee you they won't. They won't go far from the diameter of the balloon.
Okay. So from that diameter,
Someone try that for Jazz.
Hold on though.
Try it, Pete. I guarantee you.
Will it work with a condom?
Wait. Hold on. So originally you had a balloon. Let's go ahead and take a Sharpie and put a bunch of dots on that balloon. Okay.
No, you just need one.
They are technically a certain distance from the center of that balloon. Okay. Now, when you pop it and those fucking Sharpie marks stay in their position because they're fucking, that's where it imploded on them.
Hang on, by a Sharpie, you mean like a pen, don't you?
Yes, a marker. Okay, I drew a bunch of Sharpie, a bunch of stars on this balloon. Okay,
Got the shit out of that motherfucker, and then put a pin in it and see how far the fragments go.
Okay. Wait. Hold on though. But in that theory, in that logic, all those marked, points, positions on the balloon, they are at a certain distance from the center. Okay, So why? Okay. So now, why is there not 50 fucking stars that are at the same distance from that imploding point? Okay, because technically that's what I fucking drew on this balloon, but there's only one. Why is there only one at this certain distance when there should be multiple fucking stars or
Yes.
Because
all those stars would have amalgamated a long time into the past into one star. Remember, our own sun is only a tiny, tiny example of your average star in the universe. So I think this would be their explanation. According to gravitational diktats, then
I'm not
all
even
of
gonna
these
talk about
local
gravity.
masses would have combined due to the forces of space-time gravity into one mass, and then itself being the major influence in that region of empty space, if you want to put it like that. I think that's
Now,
something like the explanation they give.
here's what I got from this conversation. It's total bullshit because if the closest star to Earth is 93 million miles in your model, but there's no fucking other star in any direction from Earth, then that will negate any fucking logical explanation that the earth that the universe was created from an explosion to where there's so many fragments that would have even made their own fucking little stars and gravity and whatever the fuck you want to try to fucking go down. But here's the thing, because the closest star is trillions of miles away, where are all the other stars in between that fucking distance? No different than when I shot a watermelon and it all exploded. There are a relevant fucking distance to one another, all those pieces of that watermelon. But you, as a baller, want to come to this fucking delusional idea that, oh no, one fragment made it and all the others went way farther away. But that's one direction. How about behind me, to the left of me, to the right of me? What about that? There should be a star 93 million miles. Listen, there should be a star 93 million miles one way, 93 million miles another way, and 93 million miles another way. And because this is an explosion that happened. What can't you grasp what I'm saying right now?
Because you can't grasp even what you're trying to portray.
I totally grasp it. That's why I'm fucking saying it.
You too totally grasp it because that's what you think, and you're wrong.
Oh, I'm wrong because somehow one fragment was only 93 miles away and the other fragment was 6 trillion miles away. You are
trying
so
to explain
fucking
it to you.
You're delusional, bro. You're delusional.
I am. Obviously, because you don't want to hear it. And I don't want to have to teach it to you. You should have learned it in school.
You're not going to teach shit to me because you're going to tell me a falsehood.
Because you're delusional.
You're going to say a falsehood.
Did you say teach it or teach it? I wasn't sure. Did you say teach it or teach it? I'm just...
both, Pete. Both, Pete.
Okay. Did you say One Direction or One Direction?
So because in your model you have one star that's 93 million miles away, and the closest star to it is another 6 trillion miles away. And you believe in your world, in your model, that makes sense, that there's going to be one star, one, not 12, not 15, not 20. You're going to say one star is 6 trillion miles away from our star. You're delusional, bro. You don't get it.
That's not even that far.
All you're talking like stars are so far apart. It's not even accountable.
It's not hold on. This is what you're not grasping. It's not about how far it is. It's about how
it doesn't make sense.
No. Well, this is what you're not grasping. It's not about the distance. It's about where are the other fucking stars that would have been in this fucking realm or in this ideology that you believe in. Because
that's why it doesn't make sense to you. You just said that.
Well, it's. I mean, specifically talking about the Big Bang Theory. He's talking about the spread of matter, right, throughout everything. Right, it's like it's said to be like a homogenized amount of material throughout the entire universe, which is like proposed to be isotropic or spherical.
It should have exploded in all directions, correct?
But
yes or no?
if it exploded from all directions, then everything should be within sort of rings of types,
exactly
away from the center, because it doesn't just figure that you get like all different types of like it's not gumballs or jelly beans, you know what I mean? These things have like certain types of materials that they're made from. It can't be all these like weird flavors way out the
there
fuck.
is room in the Big Bang Theory for what you're talking about. I mean, there are anomalies, there are things that maybe we don't know. But if you're trying to suggest it just because you don't think it worked out the way you think things should work out when they explode.
Oh, you think that's me thinking that?
No. I'll tell you why that's total bullshit. Because everybody
Please
knows.
do.
I'll tell you why. Everybody knows that
everybody does not know.
If everybody knows that if you fucking listen, if you put a bomb in the dirt, in concrete, in metal, whatever you want to fucking call something that's going to create mass, that mass is going to explode away from the focal point. But guess what? All that mass, there's going to be levels. There's going to be the outer ring of the blast and the inner ring of the blast. But there's going to be thousands of fragments from the closest.
Expert? Have you studied?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go with that. I'm a blast. Yeah. Now, do you believe me? Now, do you believe me? If you fucking dumb shit, I swear to God. Oh, you fucking make bombs? Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Logically, bro. Use your fucking brain. Use your brain. Okay. If you exploded something, there's going to be fragments that are going to be the inner part of it and the outer part of it, but they're all going to be equivalent, the same distance. So my question is, if the Milky Way galaxy was a part of your explosion, then there should be so many fragments that are a part of our Milky Way galaxy, and those fragments form stars. So there should be multiple fucking suns in your world to make up these fucking fragments. Because it doesn't is my fucking position. This is why I'm saying it makes zero sense that one fragment makes up our Milky Way, and then 7 fucking trillion miles away, it makes another galaxy, and that's one fragment. No, what happened to the fucking thousands of fragments from the original explosion? You guys are so... Swear to God, bro.
Just poof, vanish like a fart in the vacuum.
I swear to God,
Then you've got like things like I mean, just keeping on with the homogeneous thing, right? Like a star is basically pure gases, right? It's effectively like, let's say, way homogeneous. It doesn't have like a crust or structure. Or maybe it's got a fucking chewy center. I don't know what the fuck, right? But like. But Earth is a non-homogeneous structure because it's all different types of shit, water and Earth, and like all those things. So like, it just you can't make sense of how something just explodes from a center point, and then effectively everything is now that, and it just materializes now into its own unique ways.
Absolutely,
like, that doesn't occur.
That's a whole nother argument. But yes, you're spot on. Like, what the fuck? How does an exploded gas make water, make iron, make a diamond, make all these different elements?
It's like you blew up a firecracker and you got fucking gumdrops out of it.
Can I just clarify for people on this side of the water, when Snack was talking about homogeneous there, you might know it better as homogeneous. So homogeneous, just okay. Continue, please.
I'm neither of those things.
Okay, all I'm saying is this, man. It doesn't fucking make sense. And anybody that's like, no, it doesn't make sense. They're lying, bro. They're lying. Anyone that says, no, it makes sense. It makes sense that we have one star at 93 million miles away and not fucking multiple stars at 90. There should be another star in the opposite direction that's 93 million miles away. And you don't fucking
enter
get
the black
that.
Star. 1 second, Apocryphon. Enter the black star. Snack. What do we know about the black star? What about
hang on, Pete. I've asked you this question before, and I'll ask Apocryphon or whatever the fuck his name is. Just because something doesn't make sense
Oh,
doesn't make it
that's what it
false.
is. Because it doesn't make sense. Yeah, you're right. Go ahead and fucking introduce magic and a disbelief. You're right.
I
Just
don't know how fucking sewing machines work.
You
add
talking to
add
Jazz?
imagination. You just gotta
Right.
imagine. You just have to
You
use
just
your
know how they work. It's
mind.
just too
If you have
prescriptive.
to
Okay, Walt
understand,
Disney.
hang on.
Okay, Walt Disney. All right,
Hang
Walt
on.
Disney.
If you
Go ahead.
have to understand how everything works in the world to make your reality real, you're never going to get anything done.
You are
Sometimes you
fucking
just have to trust people
Just
that have gone out and done the shit.
yeah.
Otherwise,
Oh,
you're never going
they
to get
created the
anything done.
universe. Oh yeah,
No
people
one's gone
created.
out and tested what a star is made out of or how it's made. No one's done that.
And why
That's
would
the
you
problem.
expect that to happen? That's the
Okay,
fucking crazy
Because
thing
they're
about it.
claiming they know what the star's made out of and how it's made. We know
And
how
because
sewing
they
machines.
use
Give
instruments
me a
to do
second,
that.
drunk guy. Give me
Fuck's
1
sake.
second, drunk guy. Yeah, don't get too excited. We know how sewing machines work because we can break them down. We can touch them, feel them. We don't
Thank you.
claim. Yeah, we don't claim that they're randomly just came about from a single point and exploded and did all this. We don't
Do
claim
you
that.
know how the atmosphere works?
Yeah,
You sure
hey,
don't
drunk guy.
understand that,
Did you hear
dipshit.
me, drunk guy? Yeah, and call me names, drunk guy. Sorry about the
Rocky
drunk guy.
flexing his big brain in here, kid.
Yeah, so there is a huge difference there, and that's why we're questioning. Now, if you can't understand that, then I guess just keep on calling me names and drink up.
Trouble is, we do understand it, big boy.
Jazza,
So it'll be a good Saturday.
You can't even repeat what I said, I bet.
Jazza, is it fair to say that if we have one star that's 93 million miles away from us in one direction, that there should be another star 93, let's say 95 million miles away? Isn't it fair to say that there should be a collection of stars in our vicinity in your model? Oh, by the way, I don't believe in this model. I'm just pointing out the fallacies of your model, because in an explosion, all these fragments should have made stars in their respective positions from the focal point of where it originally created. And then if you want to say that our sun is 4 billion or 4 billion light years away from the original fucking destination, well, then there should be one right next to us, because all the fragments came from that focal point. So there should be like 1,000 suns in our fucking vicinity, because that's what an explosion does. If you're going to negate that, I don't get it, bro. I feel like you're just fucking being dishonest with yourself, only to make your narrative fit. Only to do
Jazz, come on, you're not going to sit back and take that, Jazz, are you?
that. You're an instigator. You're an instigator. But you're right. He's going to sit back and take it, because I'm going to give it. I'm going to count the facts.
He's a
True.
bee. He's a bee. He is. He's your bee.
Right. Yeah, because I'm going to give it to him. He's going to take it. I ain't lying. Because that's the truth. Come on, Jazza. Why are you disagreeing with me? There should be, and even like, think logically, bro. Use your brain. There should be so many more stars within our fucking realm than just one. Because the explosion should have created so many fragments away from that focal point. Come on, man. Wake up. It's so simple. It's really simple. Anybody with half a brain will understand what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Maybe Jazza don't have a brain.
Obviously, really bright.
Tell me how that doesn't make sense.
We just witnessed the death of Jazza. Apocryphon crushed him. And,
Thank you. Thank you. I'll bow. Thank you. I'll curtsy. Thank you. Yeah, I do. Thank you. Come on, man. These guys.
Honestly, if you believe anything and the dodo is agreeing with you, you should probably reassess.
I was more pointing out Jazz's complete lack of answer, and he's dashing off. So that in itself is admission that Apocryphon had him by the testicles, and he had to exit stage left because he didn't like it.
Yeah. Just please, any baller, tell me how that makes sense in your world, because I will fucking just use logic and reason in my drunken state. I'm so drunk right now, by the way. I love it. I'm so swift when I'm drunk. I swear to God, my mind's crazy when I'm drunk.
Brilliant. You're brilliant, man.
Yeah, nice one, Apocryphon. Nice one.
All this bullshit stories that there's one sun 93 million miles away and the closest star is
How many
6
suns do you
trillion
think
miles
there are?
away. Come on, dude. What was that? What'd you ask?
So what do you think really happened here?
Oh, did you say how much did I drink? I'll take a picture.
No, I don't give a shit how much you drink. I'm just curious as to what you really think happened.
That's a lot of beers right there. With all my I'll post it. I don't give a fuck. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
He's asking you, what do you think really happened? What's really going on with the
19,
stars?
19 beers? That's good. That's a good enough. 19 beers with the clutter. I gotta clean this shit, by the way.
It 19 beers to
dirty
get
as
you
fuck.
to flat Earth.
This is dirty as fuck. I gotta clean this shit out. There's 19 beers right here. This is horrible. Look at my fucking shit. Horrible.
19 beers sitting on my table. 19 beers sitting
20
on
or
my table.
20s or something.
Yeah, this is horrible. I gotta clean it tomorrow morning. I'll clean it. By the way, I'm not a dirty shit like this. I'll fucking clean it up tomorrow. I swear. But anyways, hey, I'm just saying. Come on, man. Use your fucking common sense. Use logic. The sun is the only star, and then you have the closest one so far away. Yet they want to tell you that it fucking blew up from a focal point. Come on, dude. There should be fucking at least. Let's say this. At least one more. At least one more.
I've yet to hear you make a point as to why there should be one more, or why it didn't.
Because when things blow up,
the Big Bang didn't work out the way you planned.
Because when things blow up, fragments go in all directions. Okay,
and you're like an expert in things blowing up, correct?
Yes, I'm an expert. No, I'm not, but yes, I am.
Yeah, he is. 18 beers on the table. Logical thinking, I'm not able.
I mean, it's exploding. It's not even anything yet, right? Like, what's even fucking exploding?
You're right. That dude.
Like, it ain't even shit yet. It's not even leptons and fucking quarks, and it ain't even alphabet soup yet. The fuck,
dude. That's what's so funny, because I am saying that based upon their dumbass.
There is this
explosion
book you read called A Brief History of Time. Might give you a little more explanation. I know it's a book. You might be able to get it in audiobook. I think they do have it on YouTube as an audiobook. You can listen to it, sound out the words.
I don't recognize that jeweler as my intellectual superior.
It's logical. Okay. It's logical to think that if the sun that we have is 93 million miles away from us in one direction.
93 million, not billion.
No, I said million. If they're, and by the way, that's totally false. But I'm in their model though. I'm in their model. If the sun is 93 million miles away in one direction, then technically there should be another sun 93 million miles away in the opposite direction because of this explosion.
That's ridiculous, but whatever.
And all the other planets, many billions of miles away, cleared out their orbit because of accretion, because of those fragments.
Right. Hey, I'm just saying, it don't fucking make sense, bro. It doesn't.
You understand that? I mean, the Big Bang is a theory. I mean, it does work. I mean, there's a little more to it than what you're putting to.
With this, by the way, I'm fucking poking fun. I'm just pointing out the dumb shittery.
Do you really think you're in a position to poke fun at somebody's life work?
Yeah, the material genesis.
Yes, I am. When it comes to the truth, absolutely.
Yeah, because you're 19 beers in, right?
But hey, that don't discredit me, because that fucking it makes sense. It fucking makes sense.
It makes sense that you're drunk and you think this, but when you're sober, you also think this. And
It's Star Trek 3, the Genesis machine created the
Hey,
Big Bang.
sir, just because shit doesn't make sense to you doesn't make it wrong.
Let me ask you this. Does it not make sense to you? Real talk.
It makes complete sense to me.
I'm sorry, say that again? Complaints?
It makes complete sense to me.
That what?
All of the dumb fuckery you were just saying.
Okay. That's fair. That's your mind. I can't fuck with your mind. Your belief, I can't fuck with. I can't change your mind.
It's not a belief.
Logic is a motherfucker, and
Well, if
some
you had
people don't have.
evidence, if you had like
And some
evidence and
people don't
shit,
have.
that would help. Other than just your
you-
thought
you'll-
that it
you'll
didn't
just
work
take it-
out the way you thought it would. You know?
See, the trouble is, Pocriphon, or whatever the fuck your name is, the evidence that has been presented.
You're
to
right.
me,
You're right. It's a
I
Pocriphon,
understand.
you're right.
It doesn't make sense to you. Doesn't make it wrong.
Okay, so you're
you
telling
just
me
don't understand it.
So you're telling me with a straight face that you can have a fragment from the original explosion of your belief to be a certain point, but there's no other fragments in the same vicinity, whether it be north, south, east, or west, in that fucking position. You're telling me that we wouldn't have that. That's what you're saying.
The solar system, the planets were created by accretion, and we still have the Kuiper Belt. We have asteroids and comets, and those asteroid and comets are possibly fragments of what that was.
Jazza, is there a way to demonstrate accretion in this simple world that we live in? Can we demonstrate some accretion of a plane transforming into spheres and then rarefying itself into weird?
Not down here, but that just goes with the same thing as saying because you don't understand something.
Oh, I don't
mean that it's not true.
I don't understand that your explosion of gases made a material object, and then those. But guess what?
Even exploding into gravity. Right?
But guess what? But guess what? Some of that material that was exploded made a Earth, and some material that explosion made a sun, which are two completely different fucking properties.
And some of it made an apocryphon, and some of it made a Jazza. And then the shit that was left over became M-Stone. But that's
there you go. Exactly. Yeah, M-Stone was the byproduct.
Okay, so
yeah, you guys are really bright, man. No doubt. First edition's on y'all. First edition.
Real quick, y'all. Is
I'm getting a beer. Hold up. No. I mean, keep going. But I'm getting a beer. Go ahead.
If everything that you don't understand is false, then what the fuck does your reality look like?
Okay, I could.
He's a flat earther, so there you go.
I could answer that. Okay, so you're saying what I don't understand, or on the flip side of that coin, is it because I do understand? Because I have a brain and I have logic, and I have this sense of
logic is filling you,
and I have this sense of realizing that everything you're telling me and everything you know, everything inside your brain, Jazza, has been taught to you, and you have been taught and you studied to what somebody else told you what is and isn't. So you are based upon books. I'm based upon logic, to where I can see outside of your book teaching and realize that what you believe in is a total fucking falsehood because it doesn't make sense logically. And you can't grasp that what you've been taught isn't illogical, And once I try to pull you to see something logical, like if we have one sun 93 million miles away, then we should have another sun fucking 93 million miles away in your model. Because you can't grasp that, now you call me the fucking asshole, right?
No, hang on, dude. I never called you an asshole. And how in not my model, reality's model, how is there have to be two suns 93 million miles away? We're orbiting the sun. It's the same distance the whole time.
That's what you think would happen in an explosion.
Okay, let's think logically real quick, Jazza. Real quick, just walk
You
with me.
weren't
Okay?
just thinking logically when you said that, but carry on.
Okay. So walk with me, okay, Jazza. Hold my hand. Walk with me, okay.
I got your pinky.
Explosion. Okay, hold up. There's an explosion. Okay.
That's not his
This is really
pinky.
weird. This is weird as fuck, but
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It is. Just bear with me.
what's the Chihuahua's name?
It's fucking Pepe. Shut up. Okay, listen. Okay,
Right.
so there's an explosion. Okay, and there's all these crazy things happening in your world where there's gases forming, masses somehow, and they're spinning, and they create these little because of gravity in your world, it's going to form this little crazy cool fucking system. Okay, but you are negating the fact that
Should we
there
pull in
should
Applebee's? No, carry on.
there should be other fragments that were also in the same fucking, like, from the focal point of that explosion, the same, let's call it a circumference, right? There should be same fragments along that circumference spreading out from the focal point that are also going to create this particular, I don't know how gases exploding become a sun, but in your world, let's say there should be a sun made. Okay, now there should also be another sun made in that same distance from the focal point. So in our world, because now we're like joined to this one fragment that became a sun, but there should be at least 50 million miles away from us another fucking fragment that became a sun, because everything exploded from the focal point. Now, why you can't grasp what I'm saying? Maybe I have to draw it out for you. Maybe I have to like show you a visual. Maybe
you
you're
really
a visual learner.
No, you really don't, because a sun isn't a solid object.
Oh, really? Okay. Now we're making progress. Okay, I love this. Can someone quote him saying the sun isn't a solid object?
He's saying it's not a solid object. That's what he's saying.
Okay, let's go. Please elaborate.
As far as we know, a sun is not a solid object. Just like eating red meat, fucking
Let's check
10
all
years
science.
ago was good.
You're speaking for all science.
Exactly. You're representing the whole science community.
Go ahead.
Saying the sun is not a solid object. Go ahead.
As far as we know today.
Okay, so is it safe to say that there should be multiple non-solid objects, but that would still represent this crazy sun in the sky that we see, equivalent, like that it should like be equivalent to our distance away from the focal point of this blasting universe, starting from the beginning point of the Big Bang? Because technically we don't see that in your model. We see another sun 6 trillion miles farther, but where are all the other suns in between that distance? Go ahead.
Wait, what did you just see? Did you just say that you see another sun?
Okay, are not all stars considered suns? Yes or no?
No, they're considered stars unless you're close enough to to
Okay.
produce light.
So last time I checked, stars are all their own little suns. Last time I checked, maybe I'm wrong. Is the sun?
He thinks everything should be equidistant, man.
Is the sun a star?
I think you're over his head.
That's basically what he thinks should happen.
Is the sun a star? Yes or no? Is the sun a star? Yes or no?
The sun is considered a star, just the same as the Earth is considered a planet.
It's over your head, Jazz.
Okay. With that being said, the sun is a star. Thank you. You fucking thank you for the validation. Okay, the sun is a star. Okay, the closest sun to our star sun is another star sun. Do you get what I'm saying? Yes or no?
I get what you're saying, and I don't know why we have to go over this for a fifth time in the last fucking hour.
Okay. So that second star away from us is 6 trillion miles away. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, so now in an explosion, where is the thousands of fragments that would have not just, by the way, not just one direction, in a 360 fucking orb light in all directions? Should there have been many suns or many stars from our position? Why can't you grasp what I'm saying right now? I'm so drunk right now, but I feel like I'm just like schooling you.
If you have a star that's exploded in millions and billions of tiny little pieces, why would you expect to see many billions of stars that would create comets and asteroids that we see all the time?
No, wait. No, wait. I'm not talking about comets and asteroids and planets. I'm talking about stars. Why did a star in your realm, in your world, why did the stars only create themselves from one point in one direction, and then 6 trillion miles away it made another point? But where's the 360-degree explosion happening in your world? Come on, bro. Please, use your fucking brain of what I'm saying right now.
Well, for a start, you don't know what you're saying. Well,
No,
you do, because you believe what you're saying.
I know exactly what I'm saying.
You keep saying everything doesn't make sense.
Because it does. Oh my God. Hey, is the grass green or is it purple?
It's brown here. It's dry as fuck. So.
Well, that's fair. You're right. I you know what? Bad analogy. Because you're right. Some grass is brown. Gotta water that shit, by the way. Fucking put some water in it. It'll turn green. Now, if you put water on grass, is it going to turn purple? Yes or no?
No, not unless you want it to.
Okay. Well, how can you make it turn purple?
Just like if you want the Earth to be flat, it will turn purple if you want it to.
No. I'm not going to accept that answer.
Yep.
How do you turn grass to purple? Please tell me.
What you do is you deny everything.
Hey, you're full of shit. Shut up. Right now we're laughing at each other right now.
Isn't color kind of subjective anyway? I mean,
exactly. You're right.
Hang on.
Let me save you, Jazza. Let me save you, Jazza, because there is actually purple grass. I'm going to save you on that. There is. Want to know how? Because you could dye it. It's easy as that. But hold on. So that's a bad analogy.
And how do you do that?
Well, I guess you have to have a universe to explode in your world, and the gases will make a purple grass.
First the universe explodes. Well, first there's nothing.
You deny it a photosynthesis.
We're just welcome back here.
Right. You're so full of shit. I fucking love you and I hate you at the same time. I'm drunk.
Probably there's more purple grass on Mars, right, Chaz?
Yeah. Oh, so guess what? By the way, purple grass, we call it in California, we call that chronic, by the way. Just letting you know. Anyways, that was a joke.
How much can I get a bag for?
Yeah, just $40. Okay, shut up. Okay, so here's what I'm saying. Jazza, let's go back to why do we only have a sun in one direction and not behind us? Not in the other direction from us. Honestly, real talk. In your model, And I say this because I'm trying to point out how your model is bullshit. I don't know if you caught that or not. I don't know if you know. I have an undertone to my conversation.
I don't know what you're talking about here, because the sun rises in the east and sets in the
No,
west. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No.
Right.
No,
In
Jazza.
the whole universe, that's going on.
No, Jazza. I'm being God right now, and I'm zooming out away from Earth and
Shit, son.
away. Yeah. Hey, believe it or not, I'm zooming out. Okay, and now I'm seeing the sun and all of our planets. Okay, in your model, by the way. Now, why, when I'm zooming out, why can I turn around? All right, do a 180, look behind me, and see another sun in the same distance? In your model, why don't I see that? This is what I'm trying to fucking point out to you, Jazza. And maybe, Jazza, you're so indoctrinated that you cannot accept that fucking logic. That's okay. Just admit it. All I need you is to admit that I don't fucking agree to that. And we'll be okay. We can move on. Let's talk about fucking anything else.
I don't know what the fuck you just said, because that's not what I see, unless you explain it again.
Okay, I will explain it again. I'll say it slower, okay? So I'm God, and I zoom out from Earth, and then I see the sun. In your model, I'm seeing it, all of it. I'm God, so I can see the sun. It's in the middle, and then I see all the planets revolving around it. Why can't I turn around and see another sun doing the same thing with its own planets? Because it's relatively the same distance from this exploding moment. Now, remember, I'm God, so I can see all this. But why don't I see a sun behind me that is 93 million miles away from the focal point that we are originally talking about?
But maybe you would see one on your left and your right, and you could look up and down and also see 93 million miles away, equidistant points.
That's my point. That's why I said there should be 1,000 fucking suns 93 million miles away from our sun. There should be 1,000 of them.
I don't know anywhere in history that has ever been observed. That's not what happens.
So you've got an accretion disk that starts your planet. Then you get your planets. Then that shit just forms basically another disk that's just orbits, right? And then
over millions of years, not fucking 3 days.
I didn't say that. I'm not talking about its time scale. I'm just talking about the geometry. It's funny. It's flat. It turns around, and then it's essentially flat anyway, right? The solar system, and then that's just one bit of a whole bunch of other ones of those, and then they form basically like a big flat spinning disk too, that never turns into a ball. But somehow all of these flat, rotating super systems of suns and planets and stuff like that are all moving around. Oh man, that's just brilliant. Wow.
You literally just had the answer.
Wow.
The money shot. The solar system is in a flat disk. That's what you guys should be working on.
Okay. So I'm with you. I'm gonna hold your hand. I'm gonna walk down that path. Okay. The solar system.
Is Chico coming with us this time? I forgot.
Yeah. No, Pepe. Remember Pepe?
Pepe.
Okay.
Are you going to do more than hold hands this time?
Yes.
Okay, go beyond to base 2.
So we have a flat disk, okay, right? And we call that our universe, our galaxy, okay. Mm-hmm. But why is there not another quote unquote galaxy that's roughly 93 million miles away, to our left or to our right or to up or to down, whatever direction you want to call in this vacuum space fucking crazy, whatever you want to believe in? So why is there not another one? Why does it take another 6 trillion miles away for there to be another system that we are going to call a galaxy? Why is that to you? Please go ahead.
Well, for the same reason that when you go to a town, you're just driving out at the outskirts of a town and it says you're leaving Soho, fucking Nevada, or wherever Soho is.
Fair, that's fair. Okay.
And then you drive, and you drive, and you drive, and then something Nevada's coming up in 30 miles.
Okay. So you're saying that the original explosion created like map points, like this one is going to be 93 million miles away, this one's going to be 6 trillion miles away, and then what? Hold on, here's my next question. What is the next star to the one that's 6 trillion miles away? Please, anybody, any baller, flat earther, anybody. What is the?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a fucking.
But here's my point though. If I was in a town and I drove 30 miles to the east and I hit another town, but I also could have drove 30 miles west and hit another town, because we realize that everything is going from a focal point and exploring out in an orb, up, down, left,
and you
right.
see the same thing.
Okay. Maybe you're not getting what you're not fucking picking up when I'm putting down, bro.
I'm picking up what you're putting down and putting it down again, because you're not even putting down what you expect me to pick up.
Yeah, but then you're picking up nothing. You're standing there like a duck, holding your thumb, Jazza. I bet you look like a fool.
Okay, Jazza, listen.
Of course they do it for any of you guys. Fuck's sake.
Jazza, listen.
Come on, hey.
Jazza, listen. Our son, okay, okay, I'm on Earth.
I know, dude. I know.
I'm on Earth. Our son, in your model, I'm gonna travel 93 million miles away to reach it. Okay, why could I shut off the other side of Earth 93 million miles away and hit another sun? Why? Where are all the fragments from your original Big Bang Theory to create?
Wait. Hang on. You just said that you left one side of Earth with the sun and met another Earth.
No. Maybe you misinterpreted. Okay, Jesus. I left Earth.
That's what you just said.
Listen. I left Earth from one side of it, and your ball theory. By the way, I'm walking with you in your model. Okay, I'm walking with you. I don't believe this. I'm just fucking walking with you. On one side of Earth, when the sun is in view, I'm walking towards Earth. Okay, I'm walking towards the sun. It's 93 million miles away. But on the other side of the Earth, where it's dark, because it's on the upside of the sun, why can I walk 93 miles away and see another sun? Because technically, in an explosion of this Big Bang Theory you believe in, there should be multiple suns and fragments that made a sun.
Oh, good God, my boy. Did you just say that you see multiple suns?
There should be.
While you're fucking walking.
There should be thousands of suns. There should be thousands of them.
Oh, sweet Lord.
Because the fragments that made the sun should have made another sun in a whole nother realm of this vacuumless space that you talk about. Okay, but it should be equivalent to the center point.
Kazza's dying to say dumb cunt to someone. He can't say it though. He's just dying to roar it out.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna say
how is the hydrogen?
I'm gonna send you a form, and I will help you fill it out, because obviously you can't. You're not capable, and we'll try and get you the help that you obviously need.
So let's just say, like, right, like, where's the end of space from here, right? Could we just say that's like infinity far away, because it's like really far? I don't even know.
Yeah.
Okay. Like all the way the fuck out there are stars, right? Like, how does the hydrogen project from one center point to all these fucking places, then coalesce, then form into fucking stars?
Because hydrogen has mass, and mass attracts mass.
Is it easy to blow hydrogen?
Holy fuck.
It's not even anything from its initial point, right?
So, Jesus fucking Christ! Good luck. I hope you guys have a fun time.
It's as if there's like the whole universe gets primed with hydrogen first, like, you know what I mean? Like they just had like a little butane can and just fucking shoot hydrogen in the motherfucker to get it started. Get it started. Get the universe started. All right, yeah.
Hey, Gio, are you there, Gio? Gio, mic check. Gio, you there? I'm sorry. I guess he's not there. Gio, you there? Okay. I'll DM. Never mind. Go ahead. Sorry, guys. Sorry to interrupt you.
It's not like is hydrogen natural? Is as we know, we were told anyway, hydrogen, 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen gives us water.
It's supposed to be the most primary.
Natural. Is everything derivative from something else?
Hydrogen is supposed to be the most primary of the elements. It's the simplest of all Lego blocks.
Yeah, but I suppose we should try to decode that. I guess I'm thinking in biblical terms, where some sort of force or energy interacts with waters, gives us this sort of breakdown. I don't know.
But none of this explains like this is their creation myth for the causal mechanism of the material universe.
Yeah.
It should be a little bit more fucking chef's kiss about this stuff. You know what I'm saying? It ain't quite up to work for me.
I guess they're doing the best they can. Snack it. They started off on a faulty sort of premise to begin with, so I guess they're developing the lie as much as they can. And actually, I think maybe everything is encoded. You know what I mean? So rather than none of it makes sense, but maybe there's something that does make sense if we
some things are necessary antecedents, right? But at some point, like somebody just has to have the ideas and just be like, "Hey, what if?" Right? And then some of the guys like, "Yeah, that works, Jim," and then they write it down. Not what's going on. And then they hand it to the priest, and then Matra talks to fucking Einstein, and then they smoke a J, and they say, "All right, ready for this stuff?"
Listen, your textbooks.
That would have been dope, right? I would totally. I want to like shoot a movie with that, like Albert Einstein, Matra, and fucking Hubble just smoking it, blazing. Yeah.
Like it's funny to me because here's what's funny. There are things that you can literally use your brain and be logic about it, but if you can't grasp that concept, then I feel like you're just being like genuinely dishonest. If you're not even going to like allow that thought process to even happen in your mind to realize that, okay, this doesn't fucking make sense at all. However, I don't give a fuck what you believe in: flat earth, ball earth, triangle earth, concave, convex, whatever. There's just things that don't fucking make sense.
Right.
And
so then to restore confusion, they add in the gravitation bullshit to restore confusion so that they can pretend to have order in it, and then it makes sense. That's the best that they got.
Yes. Yeah. And even then, once you interject a brainwash indoctrination, even though you can destroy that on another level, they still will not concede, or at least, try to understand that it's still not fucking making sense. It's crazy to me. Crazy. But hey, I'm just a fucking alcoholic. I don't give a fuck. It is what it is.
Say Carl Sagan used to smoke weed. I'm sorry, cannabis, marijuana, whatever I'm saying.
I do think though that my argument's like a pretty fucking good argument. Like a star 93 million miles away, but there's no other fucking stars in any direction that's 93 miles away. I'm just saying that fucking it doesn't make sense at all. The fact that they space them out so far apart from one another doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, and somebody could definitely one of those Glober types could definitely waltz in here and just try and make sense of it too. Like, no, you don't understand. It's going like this. It's going just doing this other bullshit. It's just, yeah. You factor in all these. oh man. But you know what it really gets down to is like every sun would be a sun to its planets, right? And it just really doesn't that just big up the whole Helios dude thing, you know? It's like yeah, the sun god is actually pretty awesome because the sun god is not just here, he's actually everywhere you see a star.
Right.
It has its own version of the Helios god. Dude,
So let me fine if you don't mind. I actually have the book here. Last Star of Myth and Time. So in a way, I think they're trying to. This guy's a ball earther, as he believes in the local or the usual stuff. Let me just read this at the back. I'll just read the paragraph if you don't mind. So for you, Apocryphon. So ancient. Let me just say who it's by it first of all. Walter Cruttenden. Walter Cruttenden. So it's called The Lost Star. So basically, ancient folklore from around the world rings with two resonating themes. History moves in cycles with alternative dark and golden ages, and the slow movement of the stars across the sky. The precession of the equinox is the cause and timekeeper of these cycles. For years, we have heard that these were only myths. There was no golden age, and precession is just a wobbling of the Earth's axis. Now, Lost Star of Myth and Time shows evidence that ancients were not just weaving fantastical tales. Science is on the verge of an amazing discovery. Our sun has a companion star carrying us through a great cycle of stellar influences. If true, it means the ancients were right, and our views of space and time and history of civilization will never be the same. More than that, it would mean we are now at the dawn of a new age in human development and world conditions. So yeah, I think they're in a sense dealing with what you've had to say here as this invisible influence, which is in close proximity to our own.
Did you fucking really believe that, Pete?
Well, this is one of their own guys, Last Star of Myth and Time, Walter Cruttenden. So no, I don't believe a word of that. But that there is other influences in our reality, absolutely. I think the Black Star, Elvis, died at 42, the King on the Throne. He's the only one in the Hollywood Walk of Fame that has a black star. So maybe there's an invisible to us motive power. It has every effect in our environment, but we're not aware of it. So I think it's all metaphor in a sense, Snack. But yeah, that's just a sort of an explanation, I think, coming from their side, which is going beyond the realms of accepted science and delving into this possibility, which was accepted in ancient times, apparently. But no, I don't believe a word of it.
Wow.
But anyone interested, the book definitely worth to read. Last Star of Myth and Time, Walter Cruttenden, Cruttenden. I actually think they're making reference to Aristarchus myself, Snack, that it's the source.
I was waiting for the very man to appear.
Emanations, and there's a source to all of them. Yeah. That's what I think they're referencing ultimately.
The lore of Aristarchus it rolls deep.
It does. It goes so deep, man. It connects sort of so much as well. But that's a sort of a different story. But yeah, that there is this different. I think there. You know what I mean? I think the truth is told us. We just need to decode it. We just need to look at it in a different light, invert the lie or something like that. And I think that's what flat Earth does, especially stationary Earth. Because then once you accept the Earth's surface is stationary, then all the skylights and their motion say something very determinedly about the system we're in. All of them are moving in unison.
Yeah, and it's just a spinning mobile of lights.
Yo, Pete, I'm gonna have to go, mate. That's fucking play.
Why is it all nighttime? Why is it always nighttime in space, Jazza?
Well, it's not.
I know, but just contemplate it, like Buddha had said it.
Well, I just got back, so I don't know really how to compensate for that. It's nighttime every 75 minutes, so. And why would it be every 75
what
minutes?
creates the blackness of it? What stops the light transmission? What curbs all that so that it's not just blown the fuck out super bright as fuck all the fucking time with all these fusion engines fucking kicking out, light.
Yeah, perpetual energy.
Like, why isn't it just sometimes fun? Man, it's bright in space today, but it's always nighttime in space. You could just forget about it. It doesn't make any sense. Go ahead.
You know, it does make sense, but it doesn't make sense when you're on the ground. When you're that high up in the air, it's a whole different ballgame.
Just saying. So there's all this particulate matter between you and any star that you look at that's able to cut that light down, right?
But actually, between Epicron or whatever its name is, Pete,
Apocryphon. God damn. Learn to read.
Apocryphon.
Apocryphon.
Sorry, bro.
Stay with me.
Who are you talking to? Who are we talking about, Jazz?
Apocryphon.
Apocryphon. Fun.
Apocryphon. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Just kidding.
So go ahead, Jazz. What's his name again, just to make sure you got
it? Calling Pete, cleared to land.
I'll just
Apocryphon's coming in.
You could call him Poker Face. Yeah, that'd be good.
No. Just call me APOC, you fucking asshole. Call me APOC. We're good.
APOC's coming in. He's
got
one engine out.
Like Space Marine shit right there.
He's got one engine out. We're going to need all fire appliances.
Yeah.
Full emergency services.
Oh, is that? No, that's from the Matrix. APOC.
Yeah, APOC. It's coming.
And Dozer, right? The two brothers. Okay. On the
exactly.
It will.
Exactly.
APOC's coming in. Runway 33 right. We're going to need...
APOC's on you. And your family. Never liked you.
We're going to need all flat earth counseling appliances on the tarmac. No, I don't mean that.
I get it.
Hey, Jazza, do you really think that all flat earthers are dumb Fs? Do you really think that, they're lacking some sort of basic level of cognizance, awareness, intelligence, listening ability? I don't know. Do you really think we're lacking something? Or one is, as a flat earther, do you think there's something missing in the brain chemistry?
No, I actually think he's quite highly educated, to be honest.
Nice one.
Okay, I appreciate that. So you want to play chess? I'll destroy you.
Every time I hear you talking over in Gem Pandas, we're all a load of dumb cunts.
I swear, right? I would
but see, that's the thing. What you just said is that you think you're more intelligent than anyone else.
No. I am not. I'm ignorant, by the way. I'm very, very ignorant in a lot of ways. But if you want to play chess, let's go, and I'll show you how ignorant I am. You know what I mean? I'll let you know.
I'm very, very ignorant as well, and I'll tell you how ignorant I actually am. I don't even know that I'm so ignorant.
Can we play this chess game tomorrow night? Because I've really got to go. I've got to work tomorrow. So
that's fair. Yeah, we can play tomorrow.
Chess.
Do you play chess, Jazza? Do you play chess?
I fucking love chess. It's great.
So do I. Do you ever play chess.com?
I haven't ever played it online. That would be fucking sweet.
Okay.
If he beats you in chess, Jazza, will you become a flat earther? Nice one.
No. There's gonna need more than a.
Okay, what if he beats you 10 times? If he beats you 10 times, is Earth flat?
Still gonna need more than a checkmate.
25 times. 0 losses.
Still gonna need more than a checkmate.
In other words, he's just not gonna budge. That's what it is.
Why can't a chess game tell you about the shape of the Earth? Right? It's just a sky, right?
I mean, according to their logic, you could fucking interject anything to make the shape of the Earth.
Because it's on a flat chessboard. Logically, how could you?
Now you're getting it, Jazza. Now, welcome to it not being a ball.
8 times 8 on the chessboard. 8H, HH.
Hail Hitler.
En passant, we'll go past the fucking curvature of the king and never be able to see the fucking army.
Right.
Alice's venture snack through the looking glass, and of course the looking glass is a telescope, but also a mirror. Her adventure is on board, overboard a chessboard to make her way from pawn to queen, of course, and Alice through looking glass.
Hey, Jazza, real talk. Do you honestly think that I'm very ignorant? Real talk.
You like him, Jazz? Do you like him?
I do like you, bro, but I think that every flat earther is ignorant.
Okay.
She said we were all very smart and intelligent.
That's fair.
I'm just being straight up.
That's fair. I'm not going to argue
As
that.
opposed to 2 minutes ago when I asked you what you thought of flat earthers, I thought you were being straight up there. So you've been straight up now, okay?
Right.
Let's get it straight.
I could get more. I could get more straight if you want, but I won't because I don't want to get banned.
Wow. But Jazza, how about how you cannot explain things that we spoke about already?
No,
So who's the ignorant one at this conversation?
What did I not explain?
Here we go
I'm sorry. You cannot grasp. That's the better word. You couldn't grasp what I was saying. So who's the ignorant one if you can't grasp what I'm saying?
Just because I can't grasp what you're saying doesn't mean you're right. It just means that you don't understand what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. I'll accept that. We are on two different levels. But I'm going to say this. Level up. And then maybe we can, talk
sweet.
eye to eye if you level up.
Sweet. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna have to go.
Have a good night. See you next time.
Apro. Is that the right name? Sorry.
Just say APOC.
APOC. Yep.
And the Big Bang's flat. Don't forget that. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Big Bang's flat.
It's not 3 sleep degree. It's flat. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Awesome talking to you. Have a good one.
Take it easy, Jazz. I must say, very, very impressed with you today. Some semblance of a reasonable conversation going on. So, yeah, you definitely went up a couple of notches in my estimation.
That's actually not.
I know that. You're pretty still close to the bottom, but yeah, you went up a couple anyway.
Awesome. Thanks, Pete. Love you long time.
Love you, man. Take it easy.
And in a virtual flat Earth, globe Earth way. But yeah, no, you're a good dude.
Take it easy, bud.
He wouldn't make out with you, but he likes you.
Whew. Alrighty, catches. Have a good one.
Take it easy.
Pakrafan, you might know that Jazz is actually a helicopter pilot. So of all people, he would definitely have a greater sort of overview on everything, But yeah, I can't get him to admit, even in theory, or even in his wildest dreams, that he's flying over a stationary Earth surface. Oh, I'm
what's funny is like a lot of these pilots, quote unquote, they're so indoctrinated on the ball Earth. But I've met pilots that they're not, and they will disagree with these guys. It's so funny, really.
You think they all know? I mean, surely amongst pilots around the Earth, as they travel from place to place, you think they all know? Surely it must be sort of a little nod and a wink. Yeah, we know. Surely.
Right.
I mean, everyone has access to internet. Once there's controversy, fair enough, no one knows about it. But when people know about it, then you get to question these things as you're doing nothing. How hard is it to drive a plane for 6 hours on end? Do you know what I mean? You just put on the autopilot, fly the straight line, play a game of cards, do eat your tea. Think about things. But do you think that all the pilots know, or a lot of them know, that the Earth is stationary and they keep a big secret?
Right.
Like Pete. Like most of these, well, I don't know. Like to get in there, like you have to take tests to get certified for these things, and like if you don't, like for man, I'm sorry, I hurt myself.
Take it easy, Snack. I know that feeling. Take it easy.
Fire.
You're sort of encouraging me to spark one up now, but I'll hang on. Yeah, they have to take tests, and I guess maybe personality tests as well to make sure that they're not fucking unstable or something. Maybe yeah. Yeah, that makes it worse. Then if you know something, you have to keep it fucking stum. But then again, everyone knows it. You know what I mean? So you just have to go along with the tests and tick the appropriate boxes, and you'll be fine. Jesus, I wouldn't like to be under that level of slavery. I think that's slavery, actually.
If you
I think
only
that,
get like 2 chances to take the test, so like you got to be on your game as far as what they're going to ask you. So it's like contemplating these other things is not, what normal people would do
okay.
trying to get a job.
Imagine you have some. Would you have any continuing assessment or anything like that? Maybe not. Doesn't matter, I guess.
So Pete, earlier when I was fucking talking to him about it, was I off? Did you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, of
Like,
course I did, bud. Of course I did. Of course I did.
right.
And
I'm just
when I did speak, I was trying to just come to the best reason that they would give for that. But yeah, of course, it's all nonsense. It's all of it. Every single bit of it is nonsense. But I think there's a point to it. It's not just complete bullshit that they're making up just to distract everyone when they get on with their whatever their plans are over the last 400 years. I think there are clues ingrained within the narrative which can lead us on into what is actually happening. I really do hold that that's the case.
Right. I'm just tripping out because these guys are fucking. They're crazy, though. They're I don't know. They're crazy.
I mean, and you know, you're always very polite, and you put forward great points. And you saw the response you got from M Stone when you tried to engage. Same thing with Jazz. It's going to be the same. People like Kosher, they're slightly different, or Bacon, they'll engage with you till the cows come home, but you still end up nowhere. No matter what you say, they won't make any indentation at all in their position because, well, they actually tell you openly they're here to defend a model. That's why
right.
Ruhif gave the answer today. Unless you have a model, what am I going to be? I'm going to go along with the thing that seems to adhere best to experience. But that's what they're looking for, a model, and I think that's what they're telling you overtly as
Right.
well. They're actually here defending a model. It's not
It-
necessarily that they believe in it, you know.
Is it part? But is Pete? They're also kind of defending their adherence to this body knowledge, or that their memorization of the body knowledge of whatever you might call what they're defending. You know, because they're both like technical people. You know,
They're
I
all
don't
well
know.
qualified, yeah. They're all
Well,
well qualified snack for
it's
what
just
they
hard.
do.
It's just hard to like to. So I just in your mind like to kind of like say, well, I know all this stuff, but it's also all fake and not valuable. You know, for the most part. That's why. You know, you see Bacon like trying to do like make it about like plane navigation, or you know what I mean, tries to make it about something.
Bacon.
I guess.
Bacon is always
But
about math. He's always about numbers. Always.
he's baking the question all the time.
He always, yeah, exactly. He's baking the question.
Yeah.
That's a great pun, by the way.
But once again, what gives the game what for all they're the Boulderborg anti-conspiracy crew. Question any of them on any conspiracy, and they pretty much come down en masse. You know what I mean? So I think it's more than just people being engrossed within a certain model. They've too much invested in it mentally or whatever, and they're just sort of coming distance for themselves. I think that's too hard to believe. Because they all sing from the same hymn sheet. You know.
I guess like I don't know, man. Like with certain people, like just the way they even maybe how they think about the digits 1 through 9 is very unique to them. You know, so they can have very personal attachments to how they consider geometry. Even I believe, you know,
Right.
And so it just makes it like hard to unwire yourself from that. So why do they? You know, they go on loop sometimes when like you hit them with it's just like kind of keep. But how does it do this? But how does it like they can't get it past it either? I guess somehow.
I get that. It is, of course, a possibility, but I rule that out. Again, on the basis of other information. Just other thoughts and opinions. Why can't they? None of them can entertain the opposing point of view. Why they're in here? Look at the
Sometimes
amount
it's
of
not.
time and effort
Sometimes
that they
it's
go
not.
through. Look at the amount of unpaid time and effort that the likes of Koshu, Bacon, Moyak Man, Zanuck that they go to. These are all highly intelligent professional people. Like, you know, there has to be something else to it. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'd like to know. I'd like to know.
Right.
Be like, you could write a fucking social science book just like talking about how this discussion goes, and you could write several books on it, I'm sure, actually.
Yeah, because in Flat Earth Data, encompassing some of this stuff and some of this arena into his own book. I wonder how his book is coming along. Maybe it's printed at this stage. Finally, I know he was in the last.
He's a type of psychology too. I mean, and so are you, and so am I. You know what I mean? And but it's how these we interact in our own community. How that global psychology is. How sometimes there's like similar people on both sides, but they're just like totally think differently about things. And you know what I mean? There's like this. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's a weird situation, man. I mean, I think you only get these kinds of crossroads, like where you got like a chemist talking to a dishwasher, and the dishwasher schooling him. Do you know what I mean? Like, how often does that get to happen in real life? Either it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's a groundbreaking arena in a great sense, and I've said it many times to myself and others. I'm still a member of Gem Pandas. I know every time I go in there, I'm going to be berated, laughed at, scoffed at, or whatever. But I still have a chance to say what I have to say, and from a personal point of view, it's in those sort of environments that you learn more about yourself, more about your own processes in terms of the questions you're asking. So I think that's a vital aspect in terms of our individual awakening, is coming head to head. Maybe not saying some of the best there is, but there's no one incapable when it comes to returning Ball Earth defenders. Absolutely no one. They all have their own specific area that they'll stick to, and if they can't handle it, then they'll revert to someone else, a tag team with someone else who's more qualified, if you want, in the area that's up for discussion at that particular time. Oh yeah, very good. Invaluable. That's why I love them all. I love you all. I think.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, the differences here about like whose model is what is essentially aesthetic. You know what I mean? It's essentially whatever it does. It's the assertion of all these other things that really maddens the flat earther person. You know, but they just assume like it was. I don't know, man.
Yeah. I think so.
Just objectively, our reality isn't really like, you know, day-to-day mundanities do not like particularly change.
Right, and it's the mind. Once the mind changes, then the whole focus or attention of your being changes. But
sounds like you get a mosquito trapped in a baby food jar.
Oh, I do. Sorry about that. That's my computer tab. Sorry about that. Please tell me when the minute that happens, I can just adjust the screen. Is that better?
That's better. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to say that I think the blue mark is the ultimate symbol. It's literally it's not so, but every aspect of it is encompassing an aspect of reality. So it's there to be broken down, all the pieces then reapplied to our experience of reality, and we come closer to the truth. So I think it's that level of an arena we're in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the faith the Creator has in us. So set us a challenge, set us a puzzle, and we can work our way through. Back to the Future snack. Another 88, of course. Back to the Future, just as we were mentioning the chessboard and the 8 times 8.
I was raised an 8x8 grid.
I really want to play him chess, by the way.
88 constellations.
88 keys on a grand piano.
88 keys on a grand piano.
Do to do is the central C scale.
Right, and then before that, before 88 keys, I think they were doing 72.
I really wanted to play him chess, though. I ain't gonna lie, because I was gonna fuck him up.
Yeah. It's not just as you mentioned 72. So 888 is the number of Jesus, right? In Christian numerology, Catholic
Holy
numerology.
cow! I don't know that.
I know that, but I'm just saying why 72 is here. So we have the Trinity, which is the equivocation between the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So if you have 888 for the Holy Spirit, 888 for the Father, 888 for the Son, the three amalgamated give you 9 times 8, which is 72. And apparently there's 72 names for God, and the Jews can say all of 72 except one, apparently. So that's what I'm just saying. You probably knew that as well.
So thrice 8 in triplicate.
The
triangle, the triangle. The angel with the 4 faces.
Oh, that's interesting. What the only one that really matters is the Orion, right? The one that points to the North Pole. Orion, Osiris, Jacob. A million other fucking names. Triangle head guy. Yeah. Triangle man. Triangle man. For sure, right? That's the hunter that is also shown, right, as or these other forms. Really the earliest is that of the triangular headed being that points towards Polaris.
Wow.
If you take those angles, the triangle head points towards Polaris. That's why it's the orienter. You know, man? It's like your gnomon, no man? Shit. Dropping bars here, Pete. All right.
Yeah. What do you think of the movie screen? I was just thinking about it. Yeah, what do you think of the movie screen analogy and the Globe Theatre then? Instead of like in a movie screen, the projector shining off of a flat screen, it's actually shining off a contour, a globe, the inside of a globe or something similar, giving us this emanation. But ultimately going back to the projector itself, which is Polaris. But then we know the projector is a machine, and there's light and there's slides going through it for it to be lit up. So
They just need like a fine
Polaris,
enough
Polaris
mist.
Darkus, maybe. Cut tree snack. A cut tree, for goodness sake, at Christmas time when the sun is born. Surely there has to be something to all of this. I think it all goes back to ourselves. I actually do. I think we are the greater story here. Our own division, future reunification of planets. So everything we experience externally is a reflection of everything that's going on internally. Okay.
Light is so crazy, man. And lenses are fucking crazy. I feel like there's like no limit of what weird shit you could do with them. You seen those cameras that just take pictures of your thermal plume? It's like some kind of I don't know, interference pattern that's created. We take like 2 lenses and split them or something, and it's just enough to show you like optically like temperature happening around things.
Yeah, I've seen something.
Like there's no special
not in
effects.
great detail. He's picking up vibration. We all vibrate, and we vibrate within the medium as well, which is in motion.
Don't hear me? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, bud. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm driving right now. I'm going to get some more cigarettes.
Jesus.
Hear all the noise.
Sure?
My bad. I'm drunk as fuck, but I can still drive.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, in an Uber? That's good.
No, I'm not an Uber, but like the 7-Eleven is like literally right down the store, right on the street, so don't trip.
Just don't be taking any risks. I'm not going to use that POC now, right? Yeah, don't be taking any risks.
Well, luckily, like the street that I gotta travel down to get to 7-Eleven, like there's like 1 car on it, so that's it. You know what I mean? And it's probably like the probabilities of being a cop are like, nope, those aren't a cop. Oh shit, that was a cop. But it's heading the opposite direction.
I told you, don't be taking that for granted.
What?
Roll that a little bit braver after a few beers, so just take it easy.
That would be a hilarious cascade of errors.
Now, I'm gonna get some more cigarettes real quick because I ran out, and I'm fucking appreciating this fucking conversation. So I had to go get some more.
Most unexpected things
Fucking
usually happen
cold
at the
out
most
here, man. It's like
unexpected
crazy.
times.
Shiz me sometimes.
Oh, that?
I said the
Shiz just
most
funny.
unexpected thing. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Are they closed? How's a 7-Eleven closed? Wait, hold up. No, that's not right. I'm tripping.
Ugh. He's tripping as well.
Gotta go to the 24 7-Eleven.
Yeah, it's just weird, Pete. Like, you know how you see like Kong or fisheye lenses, right?
Yeah.
So fisheye lens is like, I guess it could be either way. I think you could you can have it be concave or convex in a fisheye either way. But it's like if you had boxes or a doorway or something like that in the fisheye, it's gonna be that those lines are curved, so you see like arcs in those things, and then that's the distortion.
Yeah.
So, like in a rectilineated lens, it like takes those curves and they're like adjusted out of it. But then it's also like just if you just have like a squared off lens, basically of some kind, that that kind of like rectilineates the fisheye of it. You know what I mean? Like the internal reflection of the lens itself by shape changes that distortion.
Right. Right. They know all about lenses for sure. They know all about the sort of perceptions through lenses
It's
as compared
so
to reality. Yeah.
it's just like what like right. If you just take the idea that you can't, like a flat lens doesn't really do shit. It's just a piece of glass. There's no power to magnify. So like stretching it out is like almost like a wing design. If you like, you know, you're able to kind of concentrate and focal that light down. It has to have like an arch to it. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Like a lot of these, you know, like lens designs that would make for good UFO shapes. You know, like a double convex, like one which is just like bulging out in both directions.
Yo, it's crazy. It's crazy to me that a fucking pack of cigarettes is fucking $13, bro. That's fucking wild.
Yeah, that's no.
It's too much,
no
bro. They're doing too much right now.
I think they're like they have like a lot of some kind of like silica in the cigarettes, man.
No, I smoke spirits, American spirits. No,
I
no
smoke those
fucking
too.
chemicals. No, there's no chemicals in spirits.
So don't say that.
No, yeah, I ain't lying, bro. Like if you look at the ingredients on the on spirits, it's literally like water, tobacco. That's it. That's why I fucking love spirits, bro. Because it's natural. It's a fucking Native American fucking cigarette. It's my people's.
What do you smoke? What color?
Yellow.
I was thinking that. I like those turquoise ones, right?
The turquoise blue are like light as fuck. It's like a menthol type shit, bro. They're light, dude. They give you like nothing.
That's just called that's just called blue. So even though that's the color turquoise, it's just called blue. The actual cigarette called turquoise is more like teal, but it's actually
Teal. Yeah,
strong.
you're right.
Why do they do that? That's not right.
Yeah, but I only smoke American spirits because it's all natural. It doesn't have those fucking 2,000 chemicals like Marlboros and Camels and shit.
I just mean like if Marlboro Reds put out a special like darker version of their cigarette and called it Ruby, that they wouldn't choose like purple as their fucking color. It's just weird, like that they don't use the actual color to represent what the
How
fucking
harsh
whatever.
they are,
Just
dude. Marlboro
but
Reds are harsh
$14, yeah,
fuck,
I'll do
dude.
that. Why don't I
They're
just smoke like better cigarettes, right? Why not just smoke like Nat Shermans if that's the case? Right.
Yeah. No, they're fucking harsh, dude. Marbles are harsh.
I'll smoke Nat Sherman MCDs any day.
Fuck. Nah, dude, I don't fuck with the Marlboro Reds, bro. They're too harsh on me, dude.
Yeah, I quit smoking those a long time ago.
Yeah, dude, those things are fucking. They give me a sore throat. I'll bum one off something, if that's all they have, I'll fucking smoke it. But if you smoke a whole pack of Reds, god damn, your fucking throat's violated, bro.
Yeah, they're always like they got some kind of like Nazi chemist like fucking running test chemicals through that shit. Be like, yeah, batch number 765 with the chemical sample number, and then because you ever get like just a weird spike in them, like they'll be unusually strong or something like that. It's like really strange. But there's like 1,000 chemicals in there.
That's why I only do spirits, bro. I only do spirits. It's natural. It's fucking my people's fucking cigarettes. I support them. And you don't have all those fucking chemicals, bro. It's literally just water and tobacco. That's it.
I think they were bought out by a major tobacco company.
Really?
Yeah, ever since then they changed the filter style. So there's like whatever, they just switched to a fiber filter. The early American spirits had cotton natural fiber filters, which were awesome.
Like, don't get
some
me
of them
wrong.
also the menthol of the old cigarette, you could like break apart the filter and little clay beads that were imbued with menthol oil were in there.
Right.
But they don't make it like that. I don't think they do. I don't really smoke menthol. Shouldn't be smoking anything, man.
Yeah.
Deadly fucking habit.
Technically, you shouldn't be. You're right. Technically, you should be smoking nothing. But hey,
No
if
more.
if you're gonna choose the poison, at least choose the less of the poisons.
I hate light cigarettes. I'd rather, that's like the opposite of of what I want. I just need to quit again.
What did Jeremy say? How long has this been going on? What? What are you talking about, Jeremy? Is he awake finally?
That's what he's listening to right now.
Jeremy, you there? Mic check, mic check. Let me open this beer real quick.
Oh, Pete, that's a pretty catchy little Resistance tune. How long has this been going on?
Yeah, but
some shit
he
into
didn't
that.
elaborate though. What did he mean by that?
I don't know. It's just mystical, dude.
This thing was Pete rambling. I was just wondering how long Pete was going on for.
For a minute, for a good minute.
Pete's been sharing the mic.
Oh, you missed it, Jeremy. Oh man, you missed a good fucking conversation earlier. I don't know if you were here earlier, but it was good.
Wheel it.
Talking about the sun and why is there not other suns in our fucking vicinity? It was a great fucking conversation to my fucking. At least I believe so.
Why is it Witz's last debate about evolution only let's say Whitson himself really looking like a man?
Hey Jeremy, you there? Jeremy. Yo.
I'm
Yo,
here, man.
Jeremy.
What's up? Yeah,
Can
what's
you
up?
unmute Branch? I want to argue with
Absolutely
Branch. Can you
fucking
unmute him?
not. No.
No,
No.
please,
No,
Jeremy.
you're about to get muted for asking to unmute Branch.
God damn. I'm sorry, Branch. I tried. God damn. I want to argue with him. I want to hear him.
Why do you want to argue with
If
a
there's any
troll?
other mod here, I will, but I cannot just leave Branch unmuted. I gotta go. I'm going to do something right now. I gotta take a test.
Well, leave him unmuted. Leave him muted. We'll have a good time with him. I promise we'll have a good time with him. Please. Do me this
You
favor,
don't know
Jeremy.
who Branch is.
I know who Branch is. He used to be my old server. Trust me. I know Branch. We good, by the way. We good. I can control him.
This is a
Right,
fucking
Branch?
mistake.
Yeah, this is like
Branch.
some Mogwai shit.
Yeah, there you go.
You're
He
gonna
said,
feed him
I'll
after
be good.
midnight.
He said, I'll be good. Jeremy.
Don't feed him after midnight. One.
He's like a
Don't feed him.
fucking, he's like a gizmo, bro. He's like fucking, don't feed him after
Don't let
fucking
him turn into a gremlin, bro. Don't do it.
Hey.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, the build up is too big, man. I ain't gonna fucking come in and like do something marvelous. I'm just gonna chill.
Yeah. No. Unmute him, Jeremy. Come on, man. I'll have a good conversation with him.
Yeah,
I
unmute
know
him,
how to deal with
Jeremy. Jeremy, fucking unmute that motherfucker.
I'll take
There's
the
no way I'm
responsibility.
unmuting Branch. All right.
Jeremy,
All right. Hey, Branch.
you
What's
better
up,
fucking
Branch?
unmute that motherfucker before fucking I get on your ass, bitch.
What's up, Branch? How you doing, man?
What's up, man?
Hey, Branch,
Dude,
don't be
Branch is
fucking
more
stupid,
drunk
all
than
right,
you
Branch?
are.
Hey,
You know
Branch,
what, bro? You know what?
right now.
You actually went beyond fucking even asking, man. Thank you.
all
Give
right.
me-
Hey, Branch, don't be fucking stupid. Don't. Hey, I put my name on the line, motherfucker. Don't fuck up, all right?
No, I mean I'm not drunk right now.
All right. Oh shit, I am. Okay, that's good. We good.
I need
Well,
to be drunk.
how you doing, Branch? How you doing?
Chilling. What's up?
Hey, I'm chilling, man. We having a good time, man.
I'm in that little fucking point where like I'm kind of sober, but I'm not really. I got some motherfucker drink me some beer in a second.
Well, go get some beer in you, bro, because you're always funner when you get beer in
I'm
you.
way more fun when I'm drunk, bro. I hate being sober.
Right. I feel you.
I feel like discussions when you're sober are completely pointless.
Oh wow. All right.
No, I'm just playing. Now, what's up, man? Like, is the Earth still kind of flat?
Hey, Branch, I saw all the shit you were saying in chat, bro.
What
I know you don't believe the bullshit you're fucking saying over there.
bro? Did you hear my new theory that that flat Earth is actually about denialism of being retarded a little bit?
It's retarded, huh? Okay.
Is that what you heard in the chat? Because I was going off on that, bro. Like I went on this whole fucking rant about like how I think like what flat Earth is actually about is because people are too stupid to understand science in school and shit. That when somebody comes along and tells them, look, it wasn't you that was stupid. It was the rest of the class and the school and the teachers. They'll jump right into that. Who wouldn't?
Okay, I feel you on that. So here's the thing though, Branch. What do you stand on logic and reason?
I think logic plays its part. And I think logically, um, the world is pretty much doing what it should be doing logically, isn't it?
Okay, Branch. Pull aside everything you've learned in school and now try to come to your own senses, what you see with your own eyes. Like, do you still believe that the things that school taught you? Yes or no?
No, it's okay. So logically, actually, we shouldn't be living this way. I said that wrong. Like, if I go ahead and answer the question the way you asked it, then there is a big problem, right? Why is it that we as humans just don't get along? That every country has to have this unique boundary between them, and they got to protect it. Why is it that we spend more money on protecting ourselves than we do living?
Why is it that you close the door when you go out of your home and you even lock it?
Right, like all of these things, they're
Yeah, try not doing it, man. I wish you a lot of fun.
Phone call, I'll be back.
There are some places where you don't have to lock your door because you know that your fellow neighbors will not fucking just bust in your door. Like real talk,
Yeah, those
in Arkansas, real talk in Arkansas, real talk in Arkansas.
Those
I
places
never
are
locked the
called
door.
Canada.
No. Listen, Jeremy. In Arkansas, we never lock our door. Although we're in the middle of 7 acres and the population is 315 people, so we don't care. Like it's not like someone's gonna. It's not like you're living in Compton where you have to lock your door and have fucking bars on your windows. You get what I'm saying? Like they're just certain parts where you don't have to do that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that I think it's important to have borders. That was always the way how the world works. That's how human beings are, how we um how we keep a certain order.
Unfortunately, you have to in some areas. You're right because you know that there will be people that they don't respect your property. They don't they have
Yeah,
zero respect towards that. Yeah.
especially in countries where there's a lot of multiculturalism. Like when you look to Japan, for example, there you can put your MacBook in a public coffee shop, and you can go to the toilet and you can have it open, and no one would ever dare to grab it. The same with your bike. You can put your bike onto the street. No one would ever steal it.
Right.
The chances are very low. It's just because Japan, for example, is not a multicultural country. Indeed, they have kept their um, they have a very
Integrity.
huh?
Integrity.
Yeah, they have a very mono culture when it comes to ethnic.
Yeah, they don't let those stinky Koreans mess it up. Am I right, brothers?
Wow.
Wow. Okay, I never said that. I'm just saying that we have a lot of countries where there is not much multiculturalism, where indeed you don't have these problems with stolen property and so forth.
Right.
Mhm. Yeah, but unfortunately, we live in a world that is being um very much influenced by multiculturalism being very important and whatnot.
Yeah, for the most part, like if you're in an area where you don't have to lock your doors, well, kudos to you. But not everybody can fucking live by that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, here where I live in Germany, like a small village, chances of something being stolen is not very big, but still, it happens even in these small villages.
Yeah.
But the Japanese, they're interesting people, yeah. Gotta admit that. Yeah.
Yo, Furion, my bad, man.
What?
Had to step away. I think we're in the middle of saying some shit, and I walked away. Sorry.
Yeah, borders are important, man.
What's not important?
No, borders are important, very important,
Why?
because they allow a certain kind of structure to be given. The same way as you have doors that you can open or close, relative if you lock them or not. It's just how human beings have always lived. You know, we create borders naturally, even
Right.
psychologically.
I mean, it's kind of like how cats piss to mark their territory, right?
Yes, exactly. So it's kind of like that. And I think borders are not a negative thing, you know. It's just a border, you know. Where it gets negative is how people think about the border, like you know, like not letting any visitors or whatsoever in without
I mean,
any.
if you think about this, borders, that one notion of borders has created more death than any disease that's ever existed.
I don't know about that.
Probably not. I may be wrong about that, but it has created a lot of death.
Yeah, but even death is not a bad thing. I think that death is also important.
I think death is a bad thing if you hold
No.
value to human life.
Yeah, but see, there's a reason why death exists, and
I
for
mean,
this very reason.
with every death that occurred, a mother lost a son.
I know. I could be dead in 5 minutes. You would
Poor
never
daughter.
know. You would never know, you know.
I don't know, man. I don't think we should take life that easily, man. I think like this whole notion of borders and it really boils down to greed, the greed of man.
No way.
But then again, we couldn't really have a civilized nation without borders either, could we?
Exactly. There's always an importance to certain structures, such as civilizations. You need to have death, you need to have borders, you need to have law and order. You also sometimes need to have wars. It's just how it is. The very problem I see is, or this very mystical belief that people have that human beings could at some point live like in a utopia where you will never have any, you know, fights or something or whatnot. It's just an impossibility if you look at the nature of a human being. I mean, I see this on this Discord as example every day. You know, people constantly attacking
Yeah,
each
man.
other with cuss words and whatnot. And that's
You're
just
absolutely correct. Like
these little wars, you know.
people
So
choose to come, especially like this, like you said, this Discord is a prime example of it. People want to argue,
and
right?
to fight.
Yeah, and
People want to
that's
fight.
essentially what people are doing in this Discord day in and day out, even if they do it politely. Like right now, me and you are talking about a subject collaboratively. that normally doesn't occur, right? There's usually always a for and against.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just want to say that we love to fight, you know.
We do, man. Like,
That's the strange thing.
I was bringing that same shit up last time I was in this room. Like, 'cause I just watched this show, and it was about these aliens that took over the world, right? And they just gave everybody peace, and like all the wars stopped, and as long as you believe in the aliens, everybody was in peace. And then fast forward 10 years down the line, the aliens were looking just like the devil, and the people wanted to rebel against peace. They didn't like having a peaceful life.
Exactly. Even if the world would be at peace perfectly for 10 years, at some point it would be boring for a lot of people.
Like think about New
Even
York,
for a
right?
year.
Think about New York. It's probably the most least peaceful place in the world, but people enjoy it because of how unpeaceful it is. Nobody
Yeah.
goes to live in New York because they want peace.
Yeah, it's the same kind of weird paradox when it comes to us having no problems. Like once you have a life when there's literally no problem, you get bored very fast. Like sometimes we actually search for problems.
Bro,
You know,
I swear to
that
God,
keeps
I've got family members like that, right? Like if they're not worrying about something, they're worrying about something else. So you got to give them something to worry about. Otherwise, they'll be worrying
Yes,
that they're gonna die.
exactly. We human beings love to worry about things. You know, that gives us this certain type of sense.
I mean, I
Yeah.
think that's kind of the escape that God gives some people, right? Like some people they can forsake the worrying and just believe in God because they can just give their worries to God if you want.
Yes. I mean I mean, if you want to call it as an escape, I just call it a relief. You know, and it doesn't say that you're not worrying sometimes. You know, you're still going to worry about certain things. It's just the human
Right.
nature. But you have the ability to always give that burden if there's a heavy burden, give it over, and then you can move on. You know.
Right. It's like
You're not alone. Essentially, you're not alone. That's what it's all about. You know, you're not alone with the very
Right.
full nature of who you are. You know.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to like I think we want to be part of a bigger group, and what society's kind of done is like it's put everybody in their own silo. Like you have your house, and you know maybe your close family's houses around you that you hang around with, and some close friends, and but that's about it. And everyone's kind of in this silo. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you. But here's the thing though, like a lot of people that it's called let go and let God, right? Like and in a lot of situations they always seem to just work themselves out in a lot of different, ways. And when you have a a trust in that, it seems to be so self-gratifying when you realize that things actually work out. And I don't know. It's I don't know how people
But
deny
who are
creator.
they working out for, Firion? Like honestly, like okay, so let's say there's a bunch of people getting woke, right? On the flat Earth side, even right, and they're getting woke to the Earth being flat, right? Let's say
Right.
that hasn't really changed their lives. You know,
Well, let me tell you something that I just heard recently, like really weird, that makes sense. So, once upon a time, the Earth was not a globe to the people that lived on it, but there was a a very, very strong influence of sacrificing to Molech, and there was these satanic gods that ruled in those timelines to where people falled. And then fast forward, where people no longer paid attention to Molech, and the earth became a globe. But in these times, it seems like it's reverting back, because now people are, starting to say the earth is not a ball and it's flat, and God created it and there's creation. But what came along with that is the reintroduction of Molech, to where once again people are now serving that entity through Hollywood, and because a lot of Hollywood, that industry is all about satanic worship, and it just seems like history repeats itself. But these times are the same as those old times, and I trip out on that. How it
No, man.
really,
I think we're living in a very unique time, right? Where we don't really have authority anymore. Like there always used to be an authority in everybody's perception of what's going on in the world, right?
right,
And if you consider what the like this generation right now is somewhat authority less. Like we make our own decisions based on what we see on social media, which is absolute bollocks way of doing it, right? But that's kind of where we're at. At least we're like out of this whole way of we have to think the way the man does. But you got to admit that we as people today, we've been freer to think than we've ever been able before. It's probably a bad thing, but that's what's up.
well, that's what I'm saying. It's weird that it kind of like went back to the original way of thinking, where
Well,
there's this.
I mean, honestly though, there's a big collapse on that too, because like what we get with that freedom to think is all the bullshit that comes with it. That same media that gives us this freedom of thought also collapses our freedom of thought through just mass media advertisement that you're bombarded with. And these motherfuckers that advertise, they study that shit for years in universities and crap. They get degrees. They even get masters on that shit.
Yeah.
Understand the best way to fuck people's minds just through a simple advertisement.
Yeah.
You will not even know some of these fucking 5-second ads you get on your cell phone from using, I don't know, one of those tax apps or some shit. You know how much that shit cost?
Right. Very true. Very true.
I don't know, I got way too fucking branch. I don't know, man. Make this shit fun again, bro. Talk something about flat Earth.
Make it fun. Make it fun. It is what it is, bro.
So if it is gonna be what it is, let's just do real talk, right? Fearon, do you mind if I ask?
We need ballers to ask questions that make us believe why we believe, so that way we can school them why we believe that. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but see, if no one's talking, I'm gonna start talking about real shit. Like, I want to know what got you into flat Earth. Like, shit like that. That's what interests me, bro.
So check it out, Branch. So check it out. There are things that don't make sense. And because they don't make sense, this is what even allowed the cast of doubt at a small little aspect of it to make me question. And my point would be, if you can question something with the smallest ounce of doubt, then maybe it isn't what you've been told that is to be. You get what I'm saying?
You mean like the entire cosmos is fake?
Yeah. Because if you want to interject this realm that is clearly not even attainable in you know in a sense of using logic, then
Bro, I think the difference is though, bro. Like a lot of the reasonings behind why the place we live in is the way it is, that made sense to me as a kid. Even growing up, when it was explained to me in school, it all made sense, right? And I think
right.
that's the biggest difference. Is that like, did it make sense to you when you was in school?
Well, there's a lot of things that I question, but we were not, at liberty to question it, because in class you
No.
didn't want to go against the grain. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, see, you know what? Maybe that's the difference between, because when I was in school, right, I went to all boys school. You don't have to give a fuck. If you ask a stupid question, who gives a fuck? So there's a bunch of fucking dicks in the room, right?
Okay.
So maybe you think that's the problem, is that you did go to a mixed school, and that's why you couldn't ask these questions.
Maybe, but there's a certain level of indoctrination going on, so you couldn't ask those questions, because you would be looked at as a weirdo or someone that just you're retarded
Yeah,
if
but
you
but
don't
but
believe the
here's the thing,
narrative.
bro. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say that you should have asked those questions because you didn't, and nobody else in the class did too.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly, because we understood those questions as being the absolute fact, and if and those were the answers on the test, so
right.
you better answer them
Well,
accordingly.
I'm not saying like everybody in the class thought that way. I'm just saying that like if you thought that way, the probability wise, probably at least two other people did too.
Right, right. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. We have a world to where you either get in line or get out of line, right? But at least in today's world, there
Well,
are
you can
people
just follow.
questioning their line they're in. You know what I mean?
What's wrong with just following?
That's the point. Like, if you're just gonna follow it like a good little sheep that you are going to be the Xanax and the Koshos and the
Yeah,
that's who you are.
but the thing is that like based on the options you gave though, right? Like one option is to believe that everything's fucking fake. Everything that we know is fake.
Not everything, because
Oh, but
remember this,
if the
Branch.
Earth is flat, then pretty much everything we know, as we know it, is a lie,
Right. Well,
right?
well,
So
well,
yeah,
well,
it is everything.
well, Branch. We talked about this earlier. I don't know if you were listening or you were here, but we talked about how the problem is that there is there's the belief, okay, and and it's really hard to address that against somebody that has science, which is a new science, because they have intertwined this pseudoscience with science to make it a new science. So it's really hard to break that down in one person's mind, because believe it or not, the model and the pseudoscience can make sense, but
No, bro. Like I think I get what you're saying. Like people that believe in the scientific way of things are stubborn, right?
right.
But you also gotta understand there's people that do believe in all of this science shit and they get it, right? But
Yes,
they
yes,
also
but
don't
but 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 but,
they
but
don't
Branch,
have
but
to
Branch,
think the
but
same
Branch.
way as all these other globers that you interact with. Like
No, but Branch. Here's the thing, though. The science that is believed today is intertwined with pseudoscience, so it's really hard to not only argue against, but to believe
but
in
bro,
the alternative.
the problem is this, man. Like, you know, if you start calling out certain bits as pseudoscience,
Right.
right? And then because of that, you say that then the entire system of science fails. First of all, you're saying that you nibbled on a rock and you caused an avalanche, right?
Right.
And then you're saying that the avalanche then ended up killing the entire planet. Pretty much, right?
Okay, I'm following. I hear what you're saying.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I just got a little bit carried away in the analogy,
It
but like,
would definitely no, it would definitely destroy the belief of somebody if they accepted that. But a lot of people will not accept that. They won't accept that their whole that to the core and fundamental belief. If you can destroy that to realize that it's a falsehood. If you cannot do that, then it makes it really hard for those same people to grasp what you're saying, or
yeah, I mean,
trying to.
I will be
Yeah.
I will be honest with you though. Like there is this whole inkling too on there's this other way I think about it, right? And that's there's this whole globe Earth side and flat Earth side, right?
Right.
And there's also this side of people that are just like, why can't we just be peaceful and just not fucking argue? What's wrong with all these people on this planet? They just want to argue all the time. And so it comes back to this whole fucking thing of like, there's people that want peace and there's people that, they want the hustle and bustle in life and shit like that.
Right.
Right. And, there's the world we live in has it all. Right. So if we agree that everybody wants a different lifestyle and the world we live in provides that for everyone,
Right.
then why is everybody so upset? Because isn't the world actually providing everybody's need at once?
In one way or another, you're right. Yeah. In one
Like,
way or another, there's people that do want this peace that you're talking about, but we are talking about
right.
certain
And if somebody really wants that peace, they can go. They can go fucking. They don't have to go anywhere. They can just close their windows and just chill in their house and find peace.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, Branch, how about spreading truth?
I don't know, man. I just think that like it feels like everybody wants to complain that there's something bad about the place we live and all this shit. And I get that. I get it. Everybody wants something to complain about. But if you look at how complex the world we live in is and how diverse it is and how different it is in different countries and shit, there is a place on this planet for anyone to feel at peace, right?
Okay.
Regardless
Yeah.
of what makes them peaceful. If for you peaceful is, the hustle and bustle of New York, then that's peace for you,
Okay. Yeah, I get you. I get you.
right? And if your other piece is, chilling on the fucking beaches of Tahiti, then fuck, that's cool too, right?
Yeah, but that's not what goes down in Discord servers though. What goes down in Discord servers is that there's people that are trying to share uh a new ideology, and they're trying to enlighten people of this newfound, realization.
Yeah, but if you, the thing to see with that is that every time somebody comes up with that type of shit, there's always a reason why things are bad behind it. So, things are so bad because of this. So I'm going to show you a way to fix it, right? By doing this, this, and this. But
Right.
the reality is, like, you don't need to fix it. The problem is at the bottom, right? And if you see that as there's a problem in reality and or the place you live, then just get over that. The problem ain't the place you live; it's within in you. Okay, I'm fucking talking in circles now, but like, it just goes down to fucking say,
Well, how about this? How about this, Branch? There's enough people in this world that have their own opinion about things, and a lot of people will stand by that no matter what it is, one way or the other, and it causes for discord. Literally discord. So here we are, and you have people arguing, up, down, left, and right, and who's right, who's wrong. That's what it comes down to.
yeah, but see, you see why I'm kind of tired of him talking about this? Like, it's like it kind of gets to this point where people are just arguing for the point of arguing, right? And I get it on
Right.
Discord.
That's the main point. People really just argue for the most part. You're right.
So I mean, like we already went over this. Like I don't know how to respond to this, bro, because it's like I thought we just went over that.
Right. So how about this though? How about this? What happens when you have somebody that's very, very knowledgeable, very smart? He gets it or she gets it, and she has a valid argument. But then you have those that are opposing that debate, that understanding, and then you're stuck with an argument.
I'll be honest with you. Like, if somebody actually had a really good argument about something in life, right? It usually doesn't get carried out in the same format that we're used to in this flat Earth. I don't know, caboclo that we're in, right?
Right.
Um, it's very different. Like if this person's really got a fucking good thought, then she'll probably express it when she gets to university, and one of her professors would be like, "Fuck, that's a good idea. Let's work on
Right.
that." Right? And that's the way shit would happen. It's like I don't know. So I mean, it's weird. People are just weird, bro. It's weird how fucking Shit's so weird, isn't it?
No, but what's more weird, honestly, Branch, what's more weird is that why can't people grasp the truth when it's being told? And
I don't know,
the
man. I was just
logic,
wondering how many times I could say weird before.
the logic and the reason, Branch, the logic and reason why are so many people stuck in their ways of thinking and they cannot fucking, apart from that. Even though every fucking neuron in their fucking brain, all the synapses are fucking snapping and acting in their brain, but they still can't fucking grasp the fact that what they may once have believed in may be different. And that's what trips me out, bro. It's like a programming. They're all programmed. Everyone's programmed to believe one way or another. And a baller will turn to a flat earther once that programming is released. It snaps away from the indoctrination.
Right, but do you but you know what? Let's take this a step back, right? Remember when we were talking about how there's a place for everybody's happiness on this earth, right? And regardless of what level you're playing at, right, there's a place for you. So let's say right now you're upset or there's a problem at your certain level. What do you gotta do is just step it up, bro. Throw a few more papers into the door. You know, I'm giving reference back to Paperboy, right? And get to the next level. It's as easy as that, my man.
Yeah,
And
here's what happens
makes
though.
no sense at all, does it?
Here's what happens though. You have a fundamental difference, right, in principle of a belief, and that's where we find the crossfire. That's where we find the debate as a foundation, to where you can believe one thing, I believe another, and you are indoctrinated with so many years of why you believe what you're saying, and then you have the other side that they have a realization of the things that they were
Yeah,
indoctrinated to.
bro, I get it. I know what you're saying, right? Like fundamentally, we want that chill. Right? We want that chill that you have with no worries, right?
But
And what you're saying is like, yeah, life sucks balls because you always have to worry about something.
yeah. But a lot of people don't fucking even they don't care. They don't care about a truth being spoken to them. They don't care. They don't want to hear it. They don't care. They honestly don't care, bro.
But here's the thing, right? Why do you always have to have that worry? Just fucking let it go. The worry is still gonna be there tomorrow,
Right.
right? And
Let's talk about life, Branch, because that was one of your earlier things that you was like, hey, let's talk about life. Let's talk about life, bro. Let's do that. Your life is as Einstein would say, is relative, because you may be struggling in your position, but somebody else isn't. But it's all relative because everyone's typically struggling in their own ways.
yeah, bro, like I don't know, man. I don't know. I think that you don't even like where this conversation is going.
Hey, I'll go there, bro. Let's go. No one else is talking, so forget it. I don't care.
So I'm just wondering, like, where do you expect this when you start a conversation this way? Where do you expect it to get to?
What was that?
Where do you think this conversation is going to end?
Probably philosophically. Because everybody has their own philosophical views on life itself. Like, for instance, I would argue scripturally, literally, scripturally says death is the most beautiful thing. That's the greatest thing to look forward to. Death. But somebody might be so hanging on to life that they can agree to that because they want to live and as many years as they can, to where the scriptures say, no, death is the most beautiful thing. It's the best thing. And that's a whole argument in itself.
Bro.
Right?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean, like, are you trying to be like the branch talker? Like,
I'm not trying to be anything other than what I am, bro.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure what you're trying to do right now, but it's interesting.
So you think about somebody that has many complications in their life for one reason or another, and they can't stand life. They just want to end life.
You know what's crazy though, right? It's like you ask all these questions, right? But you always ask them in the same tone of voice.
Of course, that's who I am. I can't be anybody else than who I am.
I know. I don't mean like that, but I mean it's like, you know, at least some questions you should have a little bit more. You know, I feel more about this question than the other one. But like every question you ask, same feeling level.
Is that how the real branch does it?
Yeah, man. That's how the real branch do.
He's giving you pointers on how to be a better branch.
I don't get it, my man. Like, are you fucking around or what? Or is that how the real branch do?
Well. Let me ask you this: how do you feel about that statement? That in reality, death is the most beautiful thing to life. How do you feel about that?
Oh man, like if you had to say what the most beautiful thing about life is, that's a fucking question and a half, my man. Like that's actually like one of the best questions that can possibly be fucking asked, if you think about it.
Hey, by the way, that's scriptural. I'm just saying, that's scriptural.
Yeah, man, repeat that fucking question again, bro. That was really good.
I don't think it's scriptural. I think it's didn't Brad Pitt say this in
No, it's scriptural, Bubba. It's scriptural. It says that death is the most beautiful thing in life, because when you die, you're off to a better place. You are you know, you don't have to worry about all this bullshit that life, quote unquote.
I don't know,
can
man.
bring
I think.
Let me find the scripture. Let me find the scripture.
You just gotta worry about it all over again.
Yeah, let me find the scripture so that way I could put the minds to ease.
Yeah, I think what I'm thinking of is Brad Pitt in Troy. I'm pretty sure that's where we're getting this from. When he explains to the woman that death is that the gods are jealous because we can die, and death is beautiful.
Yeah. Hold up. Let me pull it up.
There can only be one.
Yeah. I mean, Troy isn't even. We don't even know that's a real city. So the Trojan horse and everything.
Right. I'm searching it, and all New Testament, but I know for a fact it's an Old Testament proverb may it be in Isaiah or Josiah or Psalms, but one of those says that that death is the most beautiful thing. Hold up, let me figure it out.
I don't think you need an exact quote, even really. I mean, I think everybody has the understanding that the Bible's telling you, "Hey, die. It's not a big deal. Go to heaven. It's going to be great." I think everybody knows that.
I mean, that's what we tell our kids when the dog dies, right?
Yeah, I think everybody knows that that's like the part of the story, part of the point.
Right.
I mean, I think Captain Hook also had a similar sentiment. All these movies just come to mind. Captain Hook wanted to die. Brad Pitt, he wanted to live.
Right.
But it just tells you that it's not like a new thought. Like, even in those movies, it's put out in those movies. It's put out everybody. When the dog dies, it's not a new thought. It's like the first thought, first time. It'd be like the first thought that would ever happen when the first person ever saw somebody else die.
Right. I can't find it right now because I'm so drunk, but I know that for a fact. It's written in scripture that is something to be looking forward to. Death is something to be looking forward to for a good reason. I can't find it right now, and I'm kind of lazy to look for it. I'm getting a beer.
Did you think Christ looked forward to being crucified?
Yeah, I've seen some spoof movies, Branch, right, where they do the same sentiment, like death is beautiful. I think it was in the 300, the movie of the 300, but the spoof movie of it, where he's like, we're gonna die a beautiful death, right? And they're just like vomiting on each other or something. It's just disgusting. It's like and it's making a joke of it, like a beautiful death, and they're just gross, not beautiful. So I think I get what you're saying. It's like, how is that beautiful?
Yeah, it's because you're no longer having to deal with the things of life, right? The hardships of life, and it's almost like a saving grace. And it's really really beautiful when a grandparent passes away, because everyone says like, well, they're not experiencing pain. They're no longer like absent minded. Like, they're better. They're in a better place. But that's a whole nother doctrine, because there's a very very specific doctrine that the dead know not and they hear not, and they're at rest. So these, everyone that dies, they're just asleep. And no different than when you go to sleep tonight or today, and you don't know if you're asleep for 4 hours or 8 hours. You don't know until you wake up. But imagine dying and you're asleep for 1,000 years, and you wake up as if you were asleep just for 4 hours or 8 hours or
I
10
don't know.
hours.
My back hurts if I sleep like 8.5 hours. Like if I sleep too long.
Yeah, it better be quicker than that, because my back's gonna hurt. But it still stands that you don't know. So if you were to fall out right now, I hope you don't. But if you were to fall out with a heart attack, you won't realize that you were asleep for whether it take 1,000 years till the dead. It says in scriptures, right, that in Revelations that the earth will give up its dead, and the seas will give up its dead to be judged. And I feel like everyone that's died up to this point, they're just asleep. And while they're asleep, they it's no different than you going to sleep right now and waking up in 10 hours later. You're not going to know that. You're not even going to realize that. And to me, that's comforting, by the way. That's really, really comforting to know that I can just pass out right now and just wake up in 1,000 years and like as if I took a nap. But that's all belief, honestly, because I never see
Don't you
that.
also believe though that you know there's a body, mind, and soul?
Absolutely.
So by saying that, what you the way you categorized life right there, I think you're missing out on the soul, bro.
No, no, no. I would say that understanding that the soul. What do they say? Rest in peace. What did Yahushua say when Lazarus was dead for over 3 days? He said, "Wake up," right? So this whole notion of sleep is a very, very strong, you know, um, example with throughout the scriptures that you're just asleep, bro. You're not dead. You're asleep. So imagine someone crashing on the freeway and they die. Well, they're they're asleep when they die.
Dude, have you ever heard fucking Redman and Method Man rap?
Yes.
Right. Redman goes on a tangent, and then Method Man fucking like says some other shit, which makes a different type of sense. That's kind of how this conversation is going, isn't it?
I mean, it is what it is, bro. I'm just saying. There are different beliefs, right?
Damn straight there are, man. That's what makes us fucking beautiful, right? Is that we can all fucking have our own beliefs and still be one.
Yeah, exactly. Like you could believe what you want, but at the end of the day, like who's right? Who and it's not about um, you know, what how you're gonna disprove me wrong because I could be like, well, scripturally, it's what it says that the dead are asleep. But there's some people that are like, oh no, like my grandma's watching over me because she's up in heaven with Jesus, blah blah blah. But that literally goes against scripture, bro. But hey, again, it's doctrine. It's what you believe in.
Yeah, but I mean, scriptures are what they are, right? That's what people wrote down.
Yeah, you're right. Somebody wrote it. And you either choose to believe that it was inspired by God as, as a as instructions and lessons and, all these other things or not.
Let's like think about it this way, right? Like let's say something went down on the street corner, right? The people that actually were involved in the action, they did their thing.
Right.
And the people that watched it, maybe a couple of days later, then they wrote down what happened. So what we're getting is what actually got wrote down by those people that are on the side road that may or may not have a good view. I don't know what I'm talking about, bro. Like, I want to see. I was trying to see where you would take that, but you didn't.
At the end of the day, bro, like yeah, you can interpret it however you want, but essentially you believe what you believe, man.
Yeah, I guess, man. I guess you believe what you believe, and you believe that the Earth might be flat, right?
No, I don't.
So I'm the one that has fucked up beliefs, is it?
I'm gonna say again, as I have said many times, I don't believe that we know the measurements of the heights, the depths, or the lengths at all.
But it
No
might be
matter
flat,
what
right?
man wants to tell you.
I mean, you don't know for sure, but it might.
Well, no matter what man wants to tell you, bro, like no matter what a man, and let me put an emphasis on a man or woman. I'm saying that no matter what we say it to be, I'm telling you that nobody, this is my belief, nobody knows the heights, the depths, or the lengths. So when ballers are claiming a ball, I will say you're lying. And when a flat earther will claim we know the measurements and it's a round pond circle, I would say you're lying because ultimately we do not know what this is, regardless of your belief. Because technically, in the scriptures, it says that the day that a man can measure the lengths and the heights and the widths, he will pull man from Israel. In this case, from earth. From it's not something that you can count or or quantify. You can't with your measurement. You can't you can't put a ruler to it because we have no idea what's beyond that ice wall. Now it's very very um evident to me that obviously we are in this pond, if you will, a circular pond, because in the scriptures it says as a ring to the clay, right? So the ring is round and the clay is the embossment of the land. That's how you have continents. That's the land. And then we go back to Genesis where he says that it was all water, and then all of a sudden it the waters formed and it came to a certain point and the land, showed itself. But this is all spiritual, bro. And I don't care if someone wants to debunk me on that. That's fine. You can believe what you want, but I'm just saying everything outside of the circular pond, because he said that he drew like a compass in a circular format and he made it, and there's the four corners of the earth. Well, I don't know the measurements of those four corners, and I will never proclaim that I do. But a lot of ballers love to interject that they do know the measurements, and that's where I say you're folly, bro. You're folly. You are literally at your own folly if you think that you can measure everything around you.
Yeah, but the thing is this, bro. Like a lot of the ballers, right? Like at least like what I would say, like as soon as you start university, they tell you what the four corners of the world really is, you know. And that's the thing is like once you get taught it in school, that's it.
Yeah, indoctrination. I agree. And once you get indoctrinated, you believe because a kid will believe what the authority or the power head in front of them tells them. So when you are like 5 years old going to a kindergarten class or 4-year-olds in a preschool and they tell you this is what is, you believe them. No different than a child being told that Santa Claus brought you gifts and this is how it works. And the Easter Bunny brought you a basket of chocolates. These things are all man-made indoctrinations. But once you get to a point where you are literally trying to search for the truth because God is the truth, once you set out on a journey, on a path to find truth, you then realize, well, then we don't know what we're talking about because God can flip it up on you. And this is what I say every day in, day out, bro. I try to tell people, ballers and bars alike, we have no idea what the things that we can say. Oh, there's people like, oh, mathematically, like just use geometry, just use trigonometry, and all the like Zanuck, right? Like you, just do the. That's demonic, bro, because he is now like arrogantly standing on a position to where he can tell you God's creation when technically we have no idea of how far and beyond these things work. And we were talking earlier, we had a really good conversation earlier about, hey, how planets are spinning at, different, they're spinning in different directions, and they're not going left to right, they're going up to down. And we're talking about, all these weird anomalies that happen in the sky. But at the end of the day, bro, like we don't know, and we will never know. And I would argue we should never know.
No.
Because the creator that made him, he is in control, not us. Man cannot try to tell, God what he's made. I'm just saying. But that's a whole nother level. That's a whole nother conversation. I'm just talking about spiritually. Like we can't do that. We shouldn't do that.
Okay. To cut it down to the spiritual side. Yeah, I get you. That was deep though, bro.
I'm sorry. I'm kind of drunk. My
You
bad.
don't gotta be sorry, my man. Like I think that like everyone's a little bit gobsmacked. But that shit was on point.
Hey man, the funniest thing to me is when I hear a man try to tell me what creation is. But I hear myself in that because I try to tell them what creation isn't. And I find my own folly in that. I'm like, no, man, it's not a ball. It's not 25,000 circumference, man. But that's me, being contradicting to my own position, because that's saying that I know what it is. Get what I'm saying? I find that I'm contradicting myself.
Well, I say what? The fact that you're fucking saying what your point is and getting it across is something that half of these motherfuckers can't even do, right?
Right. Facts.
And whether you're right or wrong, at least you're putting it out there and someone can agree with you, someone can't.
Right. I feel like sometimes, like, I say some things that logically we can, interject and make people argue about. And like, I feel like there's things that, we can say that don't make sense in reality of any sort, whether it be a ball earth or a flat earth. But at least I'm saying them, bro. At least hopefully am planting seeds in minds to realize that what I'm saying is going to eventually going to bring you back to a point where, yeah, we don't know what's going on, man. Like, yo, what makes a seed grow, man? What makes it grow? How does a seed begot a seed? Simple shit, bro. Like really, really simple shit, bro. That
I mean,
most people don't think about.
I think before the seed came the chicken, right?
Right? Yeah, I mean, you would think that, but what came first, the chicken or the egg, right? All the time, all the time. I would say the chicken came first because the chicken gave birth to the egg, but somebody had to create that chicken first and made it into existence to have a system to where it can give birth to an egg. No different than human, bro. You're a human. What gave birth to you? Some person's gonna come, oh yeah, you came from some goo, like billion years ago. You were like this goo, this black goo, and then just like formed like one, became one little cell, and then it multiplied and blah 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 blah, and it became your I mean, for somebody to believe that some goo became you is ridiculous to me, because how is a human being the most advanced machine in all of creation? How can that be something that came from a goo, bro? Like just a one-celled organism. Makes no sense. Even in their own theory and model, it makes zero sense. Because your brain is so far advanced than anything. And honestly, bro, like it baffles me that anyone would believe otherwise, or at least believe that you came from a goo, from this crazy substance, a bubbling gel, and then here you are. Like that's that don't fly with me, bro. That don't fly with me at all. Never will fly with me. And then you have this idea that monkeys we came from monkeys, or an ape, like creature, and we evolved, blah blah blah. That makes zero sense, man. Evolution makes zero sense to me. And someone that fully wholeheartedly believes in it, they are lying to themselves, man. Because they're disregarding the conscience of a creator, to where a creator could have made you to be exactly what you are today.
How do you do that though? Like, did he just like? Are we just like one of his dreams? Like he just thought us up in a dream of his, like.
Well, hey, he says that he made us in his image, man. So,
why do you think?
imagine.
Why do you even think that we're even that important to the creator? Why couldn't we just be one of his dreams?
Well, it's written that he created life. Okay, he created the world. He created the plants.
And what's wrong with being just one of his dreams? Why is that a bad thing? Because
Nothing.
right,
No, nothing. No, but at least recognize that he created it. That's my argument with you. I'm not even going to argue that we were just a part of a dream. I'm just saying, well, what's wrong with him creating us out of that quote unquote dream that you believe in? Obviously, there is a creator with the consciousness, with the design, with the
Right, like
purpose.
the Big Bang, right, was
No, I
when
don't believe in that at
the
all, bro.
Big Bang was
That
the
is
moment he fell asleep, and the moment
no,
was the
no,
dream.
no. The Big Bang. Let me tell you the fallacy of the Big Bang, bro. The Big Bang is it's so far off the spectrum. It baffles me that anyone even believe that, to be honest. Because the Big Bang is under the guise of evolution, of gases becoming a mass, and the mass became a living organism, and the living organism became you. You are a conscious person that is literally so fucking hard to dissect in the living world because you are so amazing, immaculate of a design. Because your body, your system, it grows, it reproduces, it fixes itself, it has all these crazy functions. And for someone to believe that that just would be a result of this sporadic, crazy combination of bang, 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 clang, clang reactions, that is stupidity if you want to believe in that. That's my personal opinion. Because there is so much more than you just being a result of this cataclysmic event that made you by happenstance. This if you can pull yourself out of that to realize, no, I was created as a purpose. There's a reason why I'm here, no different than the deer, no different than the ant. Consider the ant. Imagine the ant and all of its crazy intrinsic happenings with them. And you are a human. What separates you from an ant? Other than size. If anything, ants are smarter than humans in so many ways, by the way. They can communicate in ways that we can't. But here we are, so arrogantly thinking that we are better than them. I'm just saying, bro. You are something specifically made, as we all are. We are a byproduct of our mother and father, as they are, going back to, like, the 18th generation back or whatever it is. You are a specific created being. You're not made from monkeys. You're not made from an ape. But there's so many people that do believe that, like, wholeheartedly. They believe that. They're like, no. Evolution happened, and we're from, It's crazy though, bro. It's crazy to me, in my mind, like, logically. Like, bro, what's wrong with you, bro? What's wrong with
I'm a complicated rock.
you? There you go. I'm a rock that became smart.
I'm a sport.
Right. There you go. And here's the thing though. There are literally people that will fight you tooth and nail to try to convince you that you came from nothing. But
Yeah, they
man,
want you to feel insignificant.
yep, exactly, bro. Dice got it, bro. He's on
Yeah,
point.
this is all war tactics, bro. Like, just look at that Sun Tzu fucking book, dude. Like, taking someone's identity away from them. Like, all of these things are tactics to tear down your enemy.
Yep. When they can convince you that you are insignificant and you mean nothing and you claim something from nothing, they got you, bro.
Yeah, what do you got left to fight for after that?
Yep, exactly.
When you came from nothing and you're gonna return to nothing, what's your purpose and what are you really here for other than pure pleasure? That's all they want you to believe, is that your life is nothing more than just fulfillment of selfish desires.
Exactly. that gives birth to an insignificance. So then you can at least try to believe that the earth is a ball in an infinite vacuum, and then you are nothing. You're just a speck of dust. You're nothing compared to the cosmology, the cosmos. I'm drunk right now. My bad. I'm just misspeaking. You're nothing to the cosmos because this is what they want you to believe. Even though you were put here for a reason, bro. No matter how you look at it, we all have and you know what? It reminds me of this really, really simple lyric. It says his gospel is peace. And his and the religion is love, bro. That's it. It's real simple. Peace and love, man. Love your fellow man. And if you can literally like just indulge that it's all about peace and love, you would never harm your fellow man, bro. You wouldn't steal from them. You wouldn't fucking kill them. You wouldn't fucking do any harm to a man, bro. Because if you can understand that it's about just being peace and love, man. That's it. It's real simple. That's it. The gospel is peace and the word is love, man. That's it. Just run with that. You'll be all right. You'll make out at the end of life okay with that. Am I talking too much? I feel like I'm talking too much. My bad. My bad.
I'm just wondering who we're talking to.
Those that are supposed to hear it, bro. That's what it comes down to. Hey,
right?
It's those that are meant to hear. Maybe those that are in here right now that are even listening, maybe they'll hear it. I don't know. Maybe I'm to my. Maybe I'm for myself. That's what I'm supposed. You know what I mean? You feel me?
And I think it's all a good refresher, regardless.
Right. Life is easy, man. You got love. Really. That's it. That's what it comes down to, man. Is love. And Yeshua said it easily. He said it so easy, man. He said, love God with all your heart and love yourself as you do your neighbor, bro. That's it. So simple, man. So simple. But for some reason, here we are. Arguing, debating, the sky earth, right? Flat earth, round earth, ball earth, concave, convex, whatever. But here we are. Just love, man.
You brought in vipers. You hypocrites. Who said that? Wonder who said that?
Paul said that. No, Yeshua said that, actually.
So was he acting in love when he did that?
No, he was pointing out the truth. He was trying to point out the people that were against him.
I know, but was he acting in love though?
I think so, because you're going to tell your child not to touch the flaming light bulb because it's going to burn you. So he said those things out of love, like he was trying to direct them to be better than what they were. Get what I'm saying? I know you say it. I know you know what I mean, Paul. I know.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me
do.
now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh.
I hear you.
I mean, I think love isn't sitting around. Sometimes isn't sitting around a campfire going "Kumbaya, my friends." You know, sometimes love is saying,
There's hard love. Right?
"Stop
There's
that!
tough love.
Stop! Yeah, that's tough love because I do that with my kids all the time. In
Right.
that moment, I might be doing the most loving act I could ever do is by telling them no.
You know what? Sometimes you have to spank your child and let them know don't run into the middle of a street because the car could hit them. That's love because you don't want them to fucking get hit by a car, right?
Right.
So sometimes love
No, I don't put my
is
hands on my kids. I don't think you should hit kids.
all right. That's fair. And honestly, Jeremy, I've never put my hands on any of my 5 kids. I always use my voice because a man should be able to only use his voice to do that. But
Does anybody
sometimes,
have all boys? Jeremy, you got
what was
girls
that?
or boys?
I
What's
have
up?
2 boys and 3 girls. I'm
Jeremy, you got
sorry.
girls?
I have 2
Girls or
girls and
boys,
3
Jeremy?
boys.
3 boys, 2 girls.
Okay. Yeah, I got 2 boys, dude, and my boys are wild as all hell,
Oh,
bro.
I've had to gently tackle the boys a couple times, yeah, but
I've had these boys in jujitsu, dude. For the youngest is going on 4, the oldest is going on 6, and bro, it's like a UFC matchup in my house sometimes, dude. I don't know what to do.
Nice.
I know 2 of my boys took Taekwondo, and now they think they're tough because they got a pink belt.
Yeah, dude.
Well,
Hey, Jeremy, I have 3 boys and 2 girls too, Jeremy, by the way.
They don't know I got father power. No amount of
Exactly.
Taekwondo is gonna beat that.
Hey, you know what's funny? Here, let me tell you something that's funny. My oldest, Zaya, he's 23 now, right? Or 22 now. He turns 23 in May. And he can physically take me down. I ain't gonna lie. But I'm still his dad. And I've instilled to him that you never wrestle with me. Because it's a whole nother aspect of you respect your elders. Like there's a whole nother level. Even though you can probably take me, you don't because you respect your elders. And that's funny to me because there's power in that, bro. There's power in just letting them know. Just respect me, bro. That's it.
Here's the thing about.
Go ahead, Paul.
Go ahead, Jerry. I was say here's the thing about spanking. I do my best not to spank or anything my children. But you know what? When I was a kid, and I think it was good for me, when I did something wrong that was actually wrong, I got to live in daylight beat out of my butt. And sometimes I had to go get the instrument of torture, which means I had to go on the tree and go break off the switch and bring it to my grandmother, and she would. And if it broke the first time, she'd go tell me to get another one. I tell you though, I would rather get disciplined by my parent who loves me than a judge or a jury that doesn't love me.
Absolutely. Absolutely, bro.
So
And
I'd rather my
hopefully-
kids know the wrath of her father that loves her over the wrath of somebody else that doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that's even scriptural.
It is.
That it
Spoil
talks
the rod,
about
spoil the rod, spoil the rod,
Yeah.
spoil the child. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And
The Bible.
and I will say this: I never had to spank any of my children. I just used my voice, and my voice alone put fear of God in them, and that's all it took. You know what I mean?
Well, I do that most of the time. I've had one of my daughters hit me in the head because they were acting up, and I was trying to get them in the car, and she smacked me in the head, and I go, "Really? Is that how you want to play this?" You know, and she quit immediately. But then usually what I do is I escalate the consequence. I'll start out small because ultimately that's what happens in life. Sometimes the consequence can be small or it can be large. You know, and then as she continues to disobey, the consequence of her disobedience increases. You know, so but I do my best not to hit them. You know, I do my darndest, but well, I tell you, sometimes I want to.
Yeah. Their mother
It'll work for a while though, right?
What are you talking about? The voice?
No, just punishment.
Well, it depends on, you got to hit them where it hurts. Like, they're really big into their tablets. So that's where I go first. I was like, you want to act this way, or you want me to take the tablet away? Or do you want me to take this away? I can take it away forever. It won't even have it anymore. You sure you want to go down that road? you know?
Yeah, but it just, I guess that's right. We were saying the punishment should fit the crime, because then otherwise then the punishment's so uniform that it's just like, it doesn't really mean anything anyway.
Well, and also you got to hit them where it hurts. You can't, I'm not literally in a way, and more metaphorically speaking, but whatever has high value to them, take it away. I've heard of parents come in one day and the child's room is completely cleaned out except a bed and a nightstand. No toys, no electronics. It's gone. And also I thought to myself, that's actually not a bad punishment. All you're required to do as a parent is to make sure they're clothed and fed and warm. that's and love them. But they don't need all that other stuff. So
right.
Anyway,
put them in jail.
Yeah, basically you're putting them in jail in their own house. Exactly.
So you could be the warden.
Trust me, at 18, if either they're not in school, or getting a job, they're going to be paying. I'm going to make them pay rent at 18 because they're going to be in school or going to have a job.
But also, like, if you got to pull
as the
warden
kids-
shit with them, you know what I mean? Ultimately, don't you want them to just make their own best decisions and stuff,
Yo, as soon as the kids graduate high school, they got 1 year. If you're not in college by 1 year from when you graduate high school, you absolutely have to start paying rent. So you better go get a jobby job.
Yeah, that's what I'm in the same boat. Exactly.
A lot of people, they don't take advantage of setting up children on IRAs to where at least they have money, set up to where they may not have to rely on you, by that time.
Well, here's the thing. I've thought about that. I know we're supposed to provide an inheritance. But there's two sides of that coin. I didn't get an inheritance. I had to go out and work my ass off. I worked factory jobs. I've worked fast food. I've worked just about everything to survive. But that instilled something in me. Hard work, and just to give child a stack of money. I don't know if I can do that. I mean, if they've earned it, maybe at some point, maybe when they're older and they showed themselves trustworthy and they've worked hard, and I might walk in and hand it to them. But just to give it to them outright without any kind of principle behind it about learning to work hard, nah.
Yeah, I hear you.
And honestly, I'm not even.
It's better to put them. It's better to put them on that path because at least they learn to grind or realize that it's going to take your labor to give yourself this opportunity to live how you want to live. Unfortunately, a lot of kids don't care. They're like, I'll just squander it. They don't care, honestly.
No, I agree, and honestly, I'm not sure if I care if my child goes to school or not. I mean, I might let them say get a bachelor's degree at least, because most companies want a 4-year degree. Like even my company in certain positions, they want a 4-year degree. But usually, when you look at those positions, they say either a 4-year degree and or work experience. So my company considers work experience is equivalent to a degree. You know what I mean? So, but I would say, trade school costs you a third or a quarter of what a college can do, but they can make just as good money being a plumber, welder, electrician, whatever, and sometimes better money than having a 4-year degree.
Me personally, I'm scared to put any of my children in my trade because I know that my trade is like, it's not, it's scary trade. And, I've seen so many, like bad things happen to so many of my fellow brothers and and sisters in the trade. So I honestly, I don't want anybody to follow my path, any of my kids, but I do want them to get more involved with something that may be less dangerous. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing. Let's walk this. I mean, I actually would prefer my kids to get in sales because salesmen have some of the highest potential to earn and upward mobility than anybody. I mean,
Right.
even our director in my company, he told us the story, and he used to work at a booth in the mall selling cell phones. Now he's a VP of our department.
Right.
You know, all I have is an associate's degree, and I know right now I could probably apply for one of the supervisor or managerial positions and probably get it because I have management experience in my past and I have sales experience, so I know I could get those positions. And all I have is an associate. And
Right.
honestly, I make good money. There's people doing what I do right now that make more than me that are making six figures doing what I do.
Right.
You know, so get into sales. Don't be afraid to talk to people.
Right. But honestly though, like even my own children, before I became an iron worker, I was in sales and I was in management of sales. But it does take a specific personality to excel in that. If you're not a people person, you're not going to do good in sales. You know what I mean?
But here's the thing: it's a skill that can be learned. Because if you'd have met me at 20 years old, I had no people skills whatsoever, none. You know, and
But you learned it.
it was evident. I learned, and it's just it's a learned skill. It could be taught if you're willing to learn. But most people most people that stay away from sales is really just the fear of rejection. That's what
Right.
people are afraid of in sales.
Right. And probably 4 of my 5 kids they're not salespeople, bro. Like I'll tell you right now, they're not. My oldest, he does real estate. Now he does real estate, and so he reminds me of myself, bro. He's like literally like a spitting image of me. He's all about sales and all about that. I get it, but my other 4, nah, dude, they're not salespeople, man, at all. By one iota, they're not.
Make them read Zig Ziglar.
Oh, that's a great. Oh, that's good. That's good right there.
Yeah.
I took a Dale Carnegie class. That was like that probably changed everything about me in my career for that aspect. But then I got to a point where I became an iron worker, and that didn't matter. Everything I learned for for the past 20 years, it had no weight in my new career because I switched careers up and I became an iron worker, and man, that's a whole nother ball game to be an iron worker.
Here's a way to reframe it. I always tell people this: everybody's a salesperson, whether you realize it or not. Everybody. If you're on here on Discord talking about flat Earth or the globe Earth, and you're trying to convince somebody of your position, you're a salesman. You're a salesman. If you go to an interview, when you sit down in an interview, even if it's an iron worker or working at McDonald's or wherever, he asks you questions and you're trying to sell yourself to him to hire you. You want them to hire you, so you're going to have to sell that, whether you're an engineer or some guy Joe Blow down the street.
Yeah, you got to
If
start yourself at one point or another.
Yeah, and so even if you're a plumber and you just plumb, and somebody asks you a question about it, you got to talk to them about whatever you're doing and explain it to them. You're selling, or you trying to tell them there's a problem and you're trying to explain why there's a problem and why you need to fix it. You're selling. All of it's selling. So
yeah.
When you realize that, then it changes the nature of what sales is.
That's for sure. Yeah, you're right about that.
Now you could be a good salesman or a bad salesman. What I mean by that is either you don't know how to sell the product, or you don't know how to sell the product, or your product that you're offering is a good product and you're trying to make sure people understand it, or you're trying to sell a bad product to somebody. You know, because there's like 4 avenues or 4 pieces to that too. I want to sell a good product to somebody because I want them to refer me. So Paul did me a good job.
Right.
And I have to admit, on both sides of the aisle on here, there's good salesmen and bad salesmen. And we're all at sometimes good salesmen and at times we're bad salesmen.
But what's up with these baller salesmen? I'm just kidding. Trying to sell the ball life. I'll be back.
So anybody want to argue that proteins aren't a real thing? It was the last major discussion I got into the other day.
What was?
That basically there's people that don't think proteins are a real thing, and that the genetic code doesn't produce proteins.
Yeah. Bro, flat Earth math. You know who flat Earth math is?
Do I know who he is? I've heard of him. If you're asking me.
Yeah. He came in here last night. Just red herring after red herring. You should have heard it when I was talking to him.
Yeah, man. And then he tries like Bill Nye, science guy, his way out of shit. Hilarious. Where's this him all from?
It was just non sequitur after non sequitur with him.
Yeah.
Like we're in the middle of discussing if plumb and vertical or if plumb and level are perpendicular, and he's like, "Do you think the Earth are you a flat earther?" And then he went on to,
It was like
dude,
that was. I was like, he's so rusty. Like, he used to be better than that.
No, I never seen him in Discord before, so
I just know him from the YouTubes.
yeah. I was roasting him in the text chat. I'm like, "Hey, take it easy on this guy. He sounds like he's new." Fucking with him.
Well, I answered the question. I know what the argument is on both sides. On the flat Earth, if you had a plumb bob, 2 plumb bobs on a flat Earth, if you just draw a straight line from the bottom of the plumb bob through your hand to the sky, you could draw an imaginary line. Both those lines for both plumb bobs will have to be parallel. But on a globe, if you did the exact same thing, they would have to diverge. That's not
The
two
thing
options you
is, he
have.
was saying plumb and vertical, plumb and level are perpendicular. He was saying, but then he told me
Plumb and
level was
vertical.
curving, which didn't make no
But
sense.
then you were
So.
hitting him up with hit him upside the head with the positive Gaussian curvature and a non-developable surface. So like
Well, that's just street slang I got off the
you just had that in
street.
your back pocket.
Remember that one day? He's like, you're just using slang. Who was that? That one day he was like, you're not using technical terms. Remember that? And I was like, oh yeah, I picked that up on the block. I saw this chick's ass, and I was like, damn, homie, look at her ass. It's got that constant positive Gaussian curvature. That's just street talk.
Who is it? Yeah, but anybody's like backyard observations, do they count really? If you just only observe from your backyard, then you don't have multiple perspectives to like make observations from, right? So like it's going to be local to your geography. For instance, if you live on the shore of the East Coast, you observe a lot of different things with the moon. Moon mirages, moon magnification, whatever. You see that like in a completely different dynamic than you would like in Philly. So I don't know. Or research flat moons like a half-mile observation, which is suspect, but it doesn't matter because he's just going on the auto assumption that it's a ball anyway. So whatever.
Well, here's a better way to have the discussion about the plumb and vertical. How would you prove that the lines are either parallel or divergent? How would you go about proving it?
I mean, if plumb and level are perpendicular, then the plumb lines are parallel. That's not even a debate. Like if it,
well, you're describing how it should be and it would be, but you got to prove it on the Earth. So how would you go about proving it? Yeah,
they agree. Charles agreed with me last night. Plumb and level are perpendicular. He was like, "Yes, I agree with that." But then he told me level was curved, which is weird because you can't have perpendicular.
No, right. I mean, you're right. If it's right, if I'm trying to do if horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, right? Or whatever that right terminology is. But if you're having 2 points, yeah. But if it's 2 point, like you're trying to say, I got a vertical over here and I got a vertical over here, right? But you got to determine that they're actually in reality, not just on math or description, that they're actually parallel. You can say that if it's flat, then it should be horizontal. Like if you drew a perpendicular line or this horizontal line from that perpendicular axis, it should run straight through the other one, and the line you run out of that one, they should virtually line up if it's flat. But if it's not, they won't. They can't because the lines aren't parallel. They'll diverge.
I've heard Charles make the argument that the water in his bathtub exhibits curvature.
How would you? Well, you can say that, but how do you prove it? You can say something all day long, but how do you prove it?
I've heard him argue the point for hours.
Well, I don't. I mean, I would just ask him that question. So, what's your proof that it's
that off? Maybe try it out.
The thing is, if you have plumb and level perpendicular, then plumbs are all parallel because you have 90 degrees to the plumb from level. So You
That's
could
kind of
say
what
it's
I'm
at a
saying.
point. You could say it's perpendicular at a point, which doesn't even make any coherent sense because the area where that happens at has no area. If you say it happens at a point,
Well,
and
no,
then you tell me
well,
a point, and then you tell hold on, Paul, and then if you tell me it happens at a point, and then you tell me a point has no area, we're trying to see where the area is on Earth. If there's an area where it is perpendicular, but then if you tell me it happens at a place where there's no area, like that doesn't even make it's incoherent. You can't tell me, yeah, this thing happens, and then when I ask you where it happens at, you tell me it happens at a place with no area. Like that shit's ridiculous.
Coach, I had to get off it. Like, was you on there last night, Jeremy? When I was on there, like right around 7 or 8 last night.
I don't know. What were you talking about?
Coach Joe was, saying that about 99.999% sure of truth, of a truth claim. Was you on there for that?
I mean, I heard him. I heard the little 99.9 repeating thing, which I don't know why that even got brought up. Because if you say you're 99.9 repeating sure about something, then you're 100% sure about it. So I don't know why that even came up.
Well, it's the conflation between certainty and the nature of truth itself. Am I certain? I mean, when I walked in the door, I was 100% certain that I experienced my daughters in the living room. You know what I mean? Now they were in the living room or they were not in the living room. When I walked in the door, guess what? They were in the living room. So that statement is true that they experienced them.
I mean, the only reason they do that shit is because they say you can never be sure about something because you may be a brain in a vat, and this is all an illusion. But we're all sharing this illusion, so this is our reality we're working with, and within this reality, we can make definitive claims. I don't know why they won't agree to that. It's fucking stupid.
Well, it's like me and you're having a conversation, right? You could be a non-playable character that's a really smart chatbot that knows how to respond to my whatever I'm saying. But here's the thing: it's either true or it's not true that I'm experiencing that, right? So I could be 100% certain that I'm experiencing a conversation with you. Now, the thing could be in doubt: are you a real person? Well, I don't know fully, but I would more than likely, knowing how this server's set up, that you are more than likely a real person. And obviously, over the last year or couple of years now, I've had interactions with you, and you don't, So I'm probably 100% sure that you're a person. Not just an AI bot or something.
Does not
compute. It does not compute. But it's still either true or false that either you're an AI bot or you're a real person. Both of those statements, you can't be a real person and an AI bot at the same time. Because the definition of an AI bot and the definition of a person are two different things. So it's either true you are or true you're not a person. Go ahead.
But what if I'm living human tissue over liquid metal alloy?
Then you're an android. Okay. Or whatever. A cyborg. No, you're a cyborg. That's what that is. You're a cyborg. Well, that's possible. But that still doesn't. But you're a cyborg, a human being, or AI bot. Well, I guess if you're a cyborg, you typically could be AI and tissue. So yeah, that is possible, I guess. Okay. But I think honestly, I think where it comes from is the science is so afraid to be wrong or like they're not afraid to make any kind of definitive statement because they know they at some point they can be proven wrong, you know. But if I make a statement and say, you know, I ate some fruit and it cured my scurvy, would that statement be true?
The thing is, it's because they're doing pseudo science, right? They're not doing actual science. So now they're stuck in. I do this to Globers all the time. I back them into this corner where they're now arguing this weird position, and they've backed themselves into a corner with this pseudoscience that they're doing, to where now they have to say that science can't prove anything because they've been fucking wrong because they're doing pseudoscience that doesn't prove anything. So they're like, oh yeah, science, you know, this shit doesn't prove. We can't prove anything. We can't prove anything because, you know, we just
that's
can't,
what
because
science does.
Because they're just making shit up, basically.
Yeah.
Like the distance.
Well,
Remember how they had the distance to the sun at 1 million miles, and now it's 93 million. Like it's changing because they're not doing that's not actual science.
No, it's changing because there are better measurements.
Yeah, because they did them longer, so they got more accurate.
The farther out you go, the more accurate it gets. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing though. Let's think about let's say the initial measurement to the sun was 3 million miles. So that scientist says, I have made a measurement, and that measurement is 3 million miles away. Okay. Now, either that statement is true or false, right?
Well, he had to be a total idiot, right? 3 million. How'd he get that?
Well, I'm just trying to make a point because I think I don't know his name off the top of my head, but it's about the measurement. But if the measurement changes, then that means the previous measurement was false.
No, it means that we have a better measurement now because we have better tools to measure it.
Exactly. That's why I asked how he measured it. So Bob can explain to us how one scientist gets 3 million, one gets 93 million, and several others get it different also. How would Bob know? Anyway, I'm sorry. You can go ahead.
Well, I don't know. Do you want to know how they measured it?
Well, let this guy finish. Let him finish. I'll just kind of
Well, I mean, okay, it's real simple, Bob. Okay, truth. Remember, truth is about a propositional statement that corresponds to reality. The sun is 3 million miles away. Is that statement true or false?
Based on the information that they had at the time, that was the best they could do.
Okay, but then I come back later, and so because if I come back later and get a different measurement, then that 3 million mile statement was false.
Not at the time, it wasn't. No, you've got a better measurement.
That's
now.
not what he asked.
Look,
okay.
The sun is the distance from the Earth to the sun. All right. How well we can measure that depends on how well our instrumentation and ability to measure is.
Okay, so see,
doesn't
they don't
mean
want to
that simply because we get a better measurement, the other one.
Well, that was brilliant. Thanks for explaining that to us, Bob. We wouldn't have figured that one out. What we're saying is,
well, y'all seem to struggle with
listening. No, you seem to point out that we're struggling on something that we're not struggling because you're answering a question that is not being asked. Seems like you're struggling.
Now, here's the thing: if they said, "Well, my estimate on the distance to the sun is plus or minus 6 million miles," wait a minute, that'd be problematic because if it's plus or minus 6 million miles, that means it would be in the negative on the other end. But they didn't make that statement. They're saying it is that distance. So if I say my measurement was within, if I make a measurement, it's within 1/4 of an inch, and you go measure it, and it's within 1/4 of an inch, then that statement I said is true. But if you say emphatically that is 3 million miles or 10 million miles or 4 million miles, and then someone comes in and gets a different measurement, then your statement that you said is false. What's wrong with that? Nothing.
Characteristic number 5 of science denial: inappropriate expectation of perfection from science.
Okay, did you not hear me? Did you not hear me? Bob, did you? He didn't hear what I said.
Fine. You're demanding perfection from science.
Did I say that?
Not a problem.
Well, I said if I make a measurement and I give you a range, like if I'm making a measurement on a cabinet, I say, well, my measurement's within 1/4 of an inch. that means there's going to be a plus or minus within a quarter of an inch. That is not exact. But if you make an emphatic statement, hold on. If you make an emphatic statement that this is exactly X amount of distance, and then someone else comes in and says, no, your distance is actually this, then the previous statement is false.
I don't agree.
Well, they can't both be right. You can't have the sun at 3 million miles and at 93 million miles. Obviously, one of them is definitely wrong.
One of them was at the best that we could measure, and then we got better ways of measuring it.
Yeah, so
both are wrong.
So the old one, hold on. So the 3 million mile one was wrong, and now the 93 million one number is right, Bob?
Well, the 94 million mile measurement, whatever it currently is right now, is accurate to a matter of yards. Yeah.
Sure. So the 3 million one was wrong, right?
It was right based on the measurements that we had at the time.
That's not what he asked. You keep repeating it because you're just Bob.
No, I'm not playing your perfection game.
That's not what he asked. That wasn't even close to the question.
Well, I'm not going to play his little perfection game.
It's not a game. It's not a game. It's a statement of logic. If you're saying that 93 million miles is within yards, then 3 million miles, no matter who measured it, is wrong. Right, Bob?
Yes. I agree with it. Greg, he's right.
Like if I would have
2x4.
Let me put it another way. If me, you, Jeremy would have measured the sun to be 3 million miles, and Bob and his group would have measured it 93 million miles within yards, who do you think he would be saying was wrong? But since his group did it, and the way he agrees with, he's saying it's not wrong somehow, when it's obviously wrong. Because it's 93 million miles, right, Bob? Nowhere near 3 million miles, which would make the 3 million miles wrong. Right, Bob?
Nope.
So 3 million miles.
That's what you're doing.
This is what Bob is saying.
2,500
So
years
3
ago,
million
that
miles
was the
is-
best measurement that we had.
We didn't
Now,
ask
the fact
that question,
we've
Bob.
revised
No
it
one
since
asked
then
that.
doesn't make it wrong.
You might be delusional,
Yeah,
but
but
no one
distance.
asked that question. Nobody here. I've not heard that question asked. I've heard
Because
you
you don't know the
answer
question to ask.
What do you mean we don't
Yeah,
know?
but
We're
distance.
asking the question. We know
You
what
don't know
question
the
we're
question
asking.
to ask. Was
Do
the
you know
3
what
million
question that
miles
other guy?
accurate at the time? And the
You
answer
can
is
ask
yes.
all the questions you want, but do you know the other question that was asked to you that you haven't answered yet?
And I'm not going to, because it's not a good question.
Well,
So
here's
now
what
you're the
Bob
arbiter of
good
what
question.
good questions are. That is
Jeremy.
unbelievable.
Let's give Rocky a 5 minutes, and then we'll go after. So just give Rocky a 5 minutes. There's too many people trying
With
to talk. Go
who?
ahead, Rocky.
With
Bob.
who? I don't want 5 minutes with Bob. Bob's an idiot.
Well, here's what Bob is
Don't call
saying.
names.
Okay, sorry about the names. I'm saying he's acting like that. I think maybe on purpose.
5 minutes
If it's
with Bob,
not,
somebody else does. So
yeah, go ahead. If it's not on purpose, then he's delusional. I don't want to talk to someone like that.
stop,
Well,
and
here's
then
what
call back and then let us go, because me and Paul are both desperately trying to get in. So go ahead, Paul.
Well, here's what Bob is saying. Science is never wrong. They only make adjustments. That's what Bob is saying. They're never wrong. They only make adjustments.
No, I didn't say that at all. I
Yes,
said that
exactly.
they
Yeah,
rely on the
yes,
best measurements that they can get, and if new measurements come out that are better, they revise their position. That's the way adults deal with corrective information.
So you made a measurement, and you got another tool, and you made another measurement. So you adjusted your measurement. Your previous measurement was not wrong. It was not wrong. You just adjusted it. That's exactly what I said, Bob.
Yeah, the way that
science is never wrong.
is correct.
Science is never wrong. You just
of it.
adjust it.
Hold on.
Science is
Say
never
over,
wrong. You just
hold
adjust
on.
it.
I got this. Say over and out when you're done talking. That way we know you're done, and then the next person could go.
Okay.
Otherwise, there's going to be a
Over.
lot of over talking, especially with Bob. So
Over. I'm done. Go ahead, Jeremy.
okay, go ahead, Bob. Say over and out when you're done, will you, for me? Thanks, buddy.
Sure thing. So, for example, if I'm driving my car and I look outside and I say, okay, well, it appears as though I'm doing 40 miles an hour. And then my next car has got a speedometer on it that says I'm doing 43 miles an hour. Was I wrong looking outside, using the best information I had and saying it was 40 miles an hour? And now that I've got better instrumentation, I can say I'm actually doing 43 miles an hour?
Yes, you were
I'm
wrong.
not wrong in either case.
Hold on, man.
No,
You said
you're
you didn't
wrong.
want 5 minutes with Bob. Now, I mean,
Over
you
Just
want
because
5
I
minutes
don't
with
want
him?
5 minutes don't mean I don't want to participate.
There's someone trying to have a back and forth with him. Otherwise, we're going to be talking all over each other. It's too chaotic. We can give you 5 minutes if you want, and you can have a back and forth with him.
Let me repeat it. I don't
Forth.
want
I
5
want to
minutes
go
for a
back and
back and
forth.
forth. I want to be a part of this conversation. Do you mind?
Fucking crazy. Yeah, I mind. It's going to get really
Okay,
crazy
so
if
you're
me, you, and
taking
Paul
5
are
minutes.
trying to go at Bob.
Okay, so
If
you're
me,
taking
you,
5
and
minutes.
Paul, all three of us are trying to go at Bob, it's going to get fucking crazy. So let's just all go one at a time.
You might need a couple more.
Who wants to go?
I'll go.
So we just
I'm
can't
just
all do it at
waiting.
once.
You want to go,
Can't all
Jeremy?
do it at once.
Yeah, I'll go. I'll go again. You want to go, Jeremy, or I'll go again? Because I got another illustration.
Oh my God!
You can finish your whole thing. Go ahead.
So, okay,
What
who's
do you want
going?
to
I
do,
don't want to
Robbie?
make.
Do you want to just sit here and me, you, and Paul all fight to try to get in to talk to Bob, or what do you
I
want
want
to
you
do?
to shut the hell up, man. That's what
Paul's
I want. There
asking
was
some
nothing
great
wrong with me
questions.
jumping
Go
in and
ahead,
just
Paul.
saying it was wrong.
Okay.
Chance.
There's
You
a
had your
thing.
Paul's
chance.
asking great questions. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay. Now, is there a place called Standards of Weight and Measures? Is there a place somewhere in the U.S. or UK that we have a standard? So if somebody says that's a meter, they'll have an actual meter there showing what a meter is. Is there, or a centimeter or an inch or a foot, whatever? Is there a place somewhere in the world that this occurs?
Well, there's a standards and measurements office in most countries, and it decides what a meter is. Yes.
Okay, so I go down there and I take my meter. I say this is a meter stick. I've got a meter stick. So I take it down there and I take it, and it's 4 centimeters shorter than the meter stick there, or it's 3 centimeters longer than the one there. Does the stick I have, is it a meter?
Well, it's a meter stick. You by definition said that. However, now that you've got new information, you can revise that and get a better answer on it. So yes, they would tell you that, okay, that's 3 centimeters too long based on this standard. You've got a chance to measure it. Now you adopt your meter stick to whatever the correct standard is.
Right. So we have a standard by which we measure things. So you can use that standard as a which to determine how long or how short something is according to that standard. Okay,
correct.
so now that
before we had the
hold
standard,
on.
and before we had that standard, your meter stick was a meter. Yes.
Okay, so now this is a different question then. So you're saying now you're arguing that the standard that they used for 3 million miles was not the same standard they use today. That's what
No,
you're
the
arguing now.
accuracy of the measurement is not the same accuracy that we have today. We have better measurements today.
Okay, so you're saying 3 or 6 million miles difference is accurate?
It was
Just like
accurate
3
for the
centimeters?
measurement, for their ability to measure it at that time. Yes.
But
and
they
then
were
when we
not
got
wrong.
a better way of measuring it, when we were able to measure it better. So, for example, the measurement of the distance to the sun was determined by the angle to the half moon. Now, when Aristarchus measured it, his instrumentation only allowed him to measure it within about 3 degrees. And using that, he was able to determine the distance to the sun in terms of the distance to the moon. Now, today, we know that that angle is actually 89.85 degrees because we've got measurement devices that can measure it that accurately. So the process is exactly the same. The measurement is different. Plus, we have other ways of measuring the distance to the sun as well. And those other means also agree with the distance given by the angle to the half moon. So we have a number of things that are all coming together and settling on a single value, plus or minus a statistical standard deviation of measurements, and they're based on thousands of measurements.
But I mean, what's the statistical significance of a 6 million mile difference?
Well, the statistical significance of a 6 million mile difference is if your equipment is only accurate to a matter of several degrees, and you'd get thousands of measurements using that equipment, and then you turn around and you get better equipment that measures it better and do thousands of measurements with that, you revise your estimate of the distance to the sun.
Yeah, but if I'm using the same equipment every single time, then I should get the same results every single time. Then really what
you'll get the same results within, you'll get the same results within a statistical standard deviation.
Okay, but that's 6 million miles. 3 million miles is actually more than half of the can't think of the number. It's more than half. If it's a small percentage, I get what you're saying. But 6 million miles is and on a statistical analysis, that's a huge problem.
Well, why don't you go ahead and have a look at the distance it would be to the sun if the measurement was 87 degrees, and then compare that to what the distance would be if it was 88 degrees. Then compare it to what it would be at 89.85 degrees.
Okay.
So tiny little differences make really big, tiny differences in that angle make really big differences in the distance.
So then you're saying that now your argument is because of the instrument, it's accurate because the instrument said it was accurate.
No, my argument is that we could only measure it to a certain degree of precision 2,500 years ago. Now we can measure it to a much greater. Now we can measure it to a much greater value of precision, and as a result, our measurements are better now than they used to be. But the bottom line is the fact that the angle to the half moon to the sun gives us the correct answer. And when you use modern measurements with it, the distance to the moon is correct, the distance to the sun is correct, the distance or the size of the sun compared to the size of the sun is correct, the size of the moon compared to the size of the earth is correct, all based on the same math that came out 2,500 years ago. It's a matter of the precision of the measurement.
That's what I just said, but you didn't hear it. So what you're saying is it's the precision of the instrument that is determining the degree of your measurement.
It's determining the value of the measurement, yes.
Okay, so what's real? Then I can say he used the wrong instrument to measure the distance to the sun. So that made his measurement wrong.
The instrument that was available at the time to measure the distance to the sun. We have better instruments now.
So his instrument he used to measure the distance to the sun was wrong because it gave him a wrong reading.
No, it didn't have the level of precision that we have now. He was able to get the measurement, but the measurement was not as accurate with the equipment that he used compared to what we use now.
Is he not saying what I said? Is just in different words? Please tell me
I don't know, man.
You're trying to say that because he used a less precise instrument and got a different value, which was what was available to him at the time, didn't meet the standards that we have now, so therefore it was wrong, and that's an incorrect statement.
Can I ask a question? What instrument did they use back then when they got 3 million miles, and what instrument do we use today to get that same angle measurement, but it's a different angle? What instrument do we use today to get a better angle?
Well, the instrument that what he used was probably something similar to an astrolabe, which is only accurate to a couple of degrees. It depends on the size of the astrolabe. The instrument that I'm going to use when I do it is going to be a sextant that is accurate to literally minutes of angle as opposed to degrees. You know, there's a 60 minutes of angle in each degree. So my instrument is probably going to be 180 times as accurate as he is. And that may not be enough to get a good reading.
Okay,
That's
I
close to
didn't
what
ask
we
what
have
you were
now.
going to use. I didn't ask what you were going to use, but the answer fits anyway. But you said his way of doing it, probably using astrolabe, which tells me you don't know what they use. But if they did use that and they were only a couple degrees difference, does that give 90 million miles difference?
Absolutely, it does. Yes.
So 1 degree or 2 degree gives 90 million miles difference.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, but you're not sure what they use?
They used an instrument similar to an astrolabe. Yes.
So they must have been degrees off, right?
Yes. His
Degrees
reading
off
was
from where?
87. Okay, now Ricky, his reading was 87 degrees. The correct reading is 89.85 degrees.
To where?
That's the angle between the half moon and the sun, at the third of the first quarter of the moon to the sun.
Explain that.
Sure. There are days during the year where the moon is at 1 quarter or 3/4, which means that you see a half moon. Okay, that means that it's perpendicular to the sun. That's why it's a half moon. If you measure the distance or if you measure the angle between the half moon and the sun, you can calculate the distance to the sun in terms of the distance to the moon. It's a right triangle problem. And that was Aristarchus's method. And it's an accurate method, and it gives correct results when you have accurate readings of that angle.
So no matter what the distances are between you and the first object and the first object and the second object and you, that's an accurate way of doing it.
Yes, it absolutely is. It comes very close to the correct value.
Very close. So what you're saying is that very close measurement, that's so accurate. If it's a half a degree or a degree off, that's going to be millions of miles.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You know what? I want to take his, if I was in his class, I want to take his class, because if I was right, and he's asking me, Paul, I want you to go out and I want you to measure the distance to the sun. And I was like, cool, okay. I follow Aristarchus' method and I come up with 3 million miles. I come back, I sit down at the desk and I say, I measured the distance to the sun at 3 million miles. He's going to have to give me an A.
Yeah,
he's going to have to,
because you used the method correctly.
So it's not about the actual measurement, as long as I do the method right.
Correct.
Okay,
as long as you understand the method, yeah, that would be the assignment.
I know, but that's not the. You asked me what's the distance to the sun, and if it's a yes or no question, then you have to give it.
Let me just share something with you. You familiar with the program Stellarium?
Oh my gosh!
No, I've never heard of Stellarium. I've never heard of Stellarium.
Stellarium is a planetarium program that gives
I know what it is, Bob.
Okay, then great. Then you know that any celestial body in Stellarium, you can get a right ascension and a declination of that body with and without refraction. So what I did was I tried to measure the angle to the half moon a few days ago, and unfortunately it was simply too low on the horizon, and there were clouds coming in from that area, and I couldn't do it. So I went to Stellarium and I got the coordinates of the sun and the moon at that specific time, and I calculated the distance to the sun based on the angle between those two. You with me so far? And I got about 35 million miles.
Paula, when you're done.
And I got about 35 million miles. Okay, which is really the best that I could do given the measurements that I had available to me. All right, I wanted to try it with a sextant, and I still will do it with a sextant, but I have to wait until I have a half moon in the sky with the sun at the same time in order to measure that angle. Over and out.
Okay, great.
So
we got
really,
a test. All right, go ahead, Paul.
I was going to say, then really what he's grading me on is the method, not how accurate I got it. But when I took math in college, hold on a second. If I got the wrong answer on the quest, even if I showed my work, if I got the wrong answer, I still failed the test in math.
Actually, you probably would get a couple of points for doing it correctly, and your error would be pointed out to you. So you may get
your teacher was. That was a horrible teacher. My wife would give you all the marks except for the fun. But what do I know? She's just a math teacher.
Yeah.
She
I
would
mean,
give,
when you're dealing with this stuff here where you have to sit down and show your work, you get partial credit for doing the work correctly, and you get partial credit for having the correct answer at the other end. You may have made a small math error. That doesn't mean that you should lose all 10 points on the problem. You may lose 3, and your error will be pointed out to you so you don't make it again. But if you use the correct method and your math is right and your logic is correct, you're going to get partial credit for that test.
If you get the right answer without doing the work correctly, you probably cheated and will fail the test.
Well, you'd get maybe 1 or 2 points out of 10 for getting the right answer, but the assignment will show your work.
Yeah.
And if you don't show your work, well, you're going to lose a lot of points for that.
It's likely Bob grew up in a different generation where that was true.
I did grow
No,
up.
I would say different teachers do it different ways. But Bob, can you tell us one thing you've ever been wrong about, like a major thing?
Yes, recently I did a video on refraction in the atmosphere, and I was wrong on 2 points. One of which was that I used an inappropriate number of significant digits. I suggested accuracy that was above what I could actually justify. And the other thing was I didn't take into account the fact that the standard atmosphere, 8,000 meters, has got to be changed based on your latitude. And the third thing that I made a mistake on is that since the Earth is not I treated the Earth as a perfect sphere, and it's not. It's off by about 1 part in 300. And if I want to go to 3 significant digits, I have to include the difference between the perfect sphere radius and the actual radius of the sphere by latitude. These were criticisms of detail that I wasn't offering. But because I used too many significant digits, I implied that I was offering them. I was giving a very basic education on how the atmosphere and refraction works. And I tried to put too much detail in, and I needed to take into account some other things. And I was corrected by Dr. Young, who wrote the material to begin with. But
nice.
I still would have gotten a B or a B plus on his test.
Oh, great. That's awesome. That's even better. Okay. So on your measurement that you did a half a mile, measuring calculating the radius of the Earth by measuring drop.
I didn't calculate the radius of the Earth by measuring drop. I calculated I determined whether it was flat or curved. That was the only question that was being asked, whether it's flat or curved, and I had an accurate determination that it was indeed curved. And I stated at the end of the video that I needed a longer observation, perhaps 3 miles, to be able to accurately calculate a radius from that.
Well, if you didn't calculate the radius at a half a mile, how do you know you're going to be able to calculate it more accurately at 3 miles? Because that was my question, and you said no, you didn't do that.
The reason that you would be able to calculate the radius better at 3 miles as opposed to half a mile.
I didn't ask that.
All right, don't interrupt me again.
I didn't ask that question. I don't want to waste your time. You're a smart man. You're important. Your time is valuable. So don't answer that question. I didn't ask that. I said you measured the drop or whatever you measured and told everyone that you were off on the radius because it was only at a half a mile. You need to measure 3 miles. So what would the radius have been at the half a mile measurement that you did? What the radius is X now. That's what you use to make your calculation or your measurement. What would it have been with the measurement that you took at a half a mile? Do you know?
I didn't measure the radius at half a mile.
Then how do you know you need to measure it 3 miles to be more accurate, to get a more accurate measurement on the radius if you didn't measure it at a half a mile?
Okay, well, then that's a great question, and I'll tell you. Because the drop at half a mile on the Earth would be about 2 inches. The drop at 3 miles would be 72 inches, which is much easier to see. and I would be able to measure that a lot more accurately, trying to measure a 72-inch drop as opposed to a 2-inch drop. It gives you a much greater determination of precision because you can measure that 72 inches a lot easier than you can measure 2 inches, especially with the equipment that I have.
So you think you can measure a 72-inch difference from horizontal with an auto level over 3 miles? Is that your statement?
Absolutely, yeah.
Good luck.
Or else he did
Thank
it
you.
wrong.
It'll be a great write-up when I do it. Thank you.
But you can't measure how many inches over a half a mile too?
The accuracy of the auto level is such that you get a lot of error trying to measure 2 inches at half a mile. However, that same inaccuracy will be in the 72-inch measurement at 3 miles and will be a much smaller percentage of that 72 inches.
Is this the same auto level that's accurate to millimeters?
It's accurate to about a 1/16 of an inch per 100 yards.
At a half a mile, it would be accurate to what? How many millimeters?
14. Well, no, excuse me, 13.
So at a half a mile, it's accurate at 14 millimeters, but at 3 miles, it's going to be how accurate again?
About 6 times 14, so about 84 millimeters.
So it's the same amount of accuracy, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But you're saying it's not, it would be more accurate to measure 72 inches at 3 miles instead of however many inches at a half a mile, because it's the same accuracy with the auto level, but what?
Do you know what 84 millimeters is, Rakia? In
Hold on,
inches?
man.
You don't
I'm
mind
next.
if I
I'm next
finish, right?
after Rocky.
You don't mind if I finish with
Bob.
Bob,
All right,
right?
well, let's
ahead,
go ahead
finish
and
it
do
up,
the math
Rocky,
real
and then
quick
I'm
then.
going next
No,
after
I
you
don't
go.
want to do math. I'm driving. I'm calculating
You guys
my
hear me?
distance.
I'm
to the
doing
next
it for you. I'm going to
Yeah, I
do
know.
it for
Go
you.
ahead. That's what I
Okay,
asked the
so
question to you for. You're the expert.
let's sit down and say that 1 inch is 25 millimeters, just to kind of round it a little bit.
Nice.
So the accuracy at half a mile will, the error rate will be 14 millimeters over 50 millimeters.
So wait a minute.
Okay.
Let's so we
That's
can clarify.
28%. That's 28%.
I get you. I follow you so far, but let's just clarify. Now we're not talking about accuracy of the auto level. We're talking about error rate, correct?
Yeah, the precision of the auto level.
No. We're not talking. Yeah, okay. But the accuracy of the auto level is the same.
All right. So at 3 miles, it would be 1,800 millimeters.
Wait, was that a yes to the question?
No, I'm proceeding with what I was talking about.
Without answering the question, the clarifying
yeah,
question?
it wasn't a very good question.
The clarifying question, let's let the audience decide. Is that the accuracy of the auto level, which is the tool he's using, is the exact same? He just stated it. I think I agree with that to a
The
standpoint.
audience votes for the teacher to teach instead of the student to ask the same question over and over.
No, it's a clarifying question. I think students should be allowed to do that.
Some people might have
hold on.
Some people might have came in late. I know you guys can hear me. Some people might have came in late. We're just letting Rocky and Bob have a little quick 5-minute thing here. All right, you can be. I'm going next.
Invited
the audience.
Can you guys hear me?
So the accuracy of the auto
Jeremy,
level
can you
at
hear
3
me?
miles.
Hello.
Are you going to let me finish or not?
I'm going to let you finish. I'm trying to mod real quick, Bob. Hold on a second.
All right, go ahead.
Bob and Rocky are having a little 5-minute one-on-one. I'm going to go next when Rocky is done. And then, Chucky, you can jump in after that if you wanted to have a go.
Okay, so the error rate at half a mile would be roughly 28%. All right, 0.28. Now, at 3 miles, the error rate of the auto level would be about 4.5%. So you see how you're getting much more precision in your measurement at 3 miles as opposed to half a mile. Now, when I get that level of precision at 3 miles, so go ahead and talk right over me, not a problem.
Dude,
so
we're
at
having
3
a conversation.
miles, my measurement of the radius will be much more accurate than it would be at half a mile. The measurement at half a mile was simply a qualitative measurement to look at flat versus curved, and the answer was curved.
Okay. You ready?
Now you can go.
Oh, thank you, Bob. Appreciate it.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
No, don't interrupt me. Thanks. So we're not talking about accuracy of the auto level anymore. We're talking about the difference that you're going to calculate your error margin would be over a half a mile and 3 miles. So the further you measure, the more accurate you're going to be, correct, with an auto level.
The further I measure, the more precision I will have with my measurement. Yes.
Which is more accurate, right?
Correct. 28% versus 4.5%.
So the more accurate measurement is going to be the longer measurement with an auto level, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm done.
I know.
Okay, dope. I'm just going to be real quick.
But I
Bob,
was
there's
humoring you a bit.
You good? Did you want to make any closing statements on that, Bob or Rakia?
No, I think I'm done is clear enough. The people can decide what they want to, what they heard, what each question was, how it was answered. Yeah, so now that's it.
And my closing statement is, yes, indeed, you are done. Thank you.
All right, cool. So I'm glad we got that finalized. So Bob, there's a test, right? We were in an astronomy or a cosmology class or whatever, and there's a test, and the question is, it's multiple choice. The question is the sun 3 million miles from Earth? A, that was A. Then B, is the sun 10 feet from Earth? C, is the sun 100 yards from Earth? And then D, is the sun 93 point whatever million miles away from Earth, right?
The correct answer to that, based on current information, is D.
So the correct one is D, and all the other ones are incorrect, right?
Based on current information, yes.
Based on current information, the 3 million mile number would be wrong.
Correct.
Why didn't you say that earlier instead of tiptoeing around it and acting like it wasn't wrong?
Because you're trying to use that, the fact that we didn't measure it as precisely as we do right now, is to somehow claim that the number that we're using now is incorrect, and that's not right.
No, we were just trying to get you to point out that the number before was wrong, and you were dodging, ducking, dipping, and diving that question.
I wasn't dodging, ducking, dipping, or diving anything. I said that at the time, that was the best measurement that based on what they could measure, that was the best answer that they could come up with. We have subsequently got better ways of measuring it, which is what I've said consistently all along.
And now we know that 3 million mile number and everything leading up to that, to the 93 million mile number, was wrong. Okay, fine.
No, we don't know that. Everything leading up to that number, no, the geometry is correct. The precision of the measurement was where the problem was, and it was not as accurate as we have now.
Like you're back
as the measurements became more accurate, the value of the ultimate value became more accurate.
Okay, so I feel like you're back to saying it's not wrong again, even though we just had a multiple choice test and you said it was wrong.
Based on current information, it is.
Now we know.
Based on the information they had available to them at the time, that was a very good estimate.
Say over and out when you're done, so I know.
Okay, based on the information they had at the time, that was a very good estimate. We have subsequently gotten better information and more precision in our measurements, and we have even better information now. Science evolves as new information comes up, or new levels of precision come up.
Okay, so now we know that the 3 million mile number was incorrect and it was wrong, right? Because it can't be 93 million and 3 million. So we know the 3 million one is wrong, right?
I've explained this to you like half a dozen times. You just don't get it. So I'm not going to explain it to you.
It's a pretty it's a pretty straightforward question. You could have answered it faster than you said that didn't answer it.
Well, here's the thing. Also, another aspect of this that I don't think they like saying they're wrong, for one. Two, I guess I did admit that, so I retract that because you did admit you were wrong on something. But you have to admit then that the instruments they used to measure the distance to the sun were wrong because they got the wrong value. You have to say that.
No, they weren't wrong. They were within the level of precision of the instrument used.
Which we
right.
know now they
Okay,
came up
which is
with
the
we
better?
know now that they came up with a wrong number and it was incorrect.
Yeah, the number they came
It's
up
not
with was
3 million
incorrect,
miles,
but it
right?
was
We
the
know it's
best
not
they
3
could do
million
at the
miles.
time.
We know that. Can you hear when other people are talking?
No, you just keep going on, and you ask me a question, and then you proceed to continue to talk rather than listen to the answer. So go ahead and give me an over out when you're done with your when you're done with your
I'll give you an over and out. So now that we know it's 93 million miles, and we know that we can't simultaneously have 3 million and 93 million miles for the distance to an object. We know that the 3 million mile one was incorrect and wrong, right, Bob? Over and out.
If the instrument that we measured it with is only accurate to a matter of degrees, that's the best that we could do at the time. We do have better instruments to measure it now, and we get better answers of that, or better measurements now. However, based on what they had at the time, they did a pretty good job. And now, as the measurement instruments
Hold on,
get
man,
better,
I'm going next.
And now that the measurement instruments are getting better, we do an even better job now. Over and out.
Okay, I'll just back off after this. If he doesn't answer this, then I'm just done. This is a yes or no question. We know now, since we know the sun is 93 million miles away, is it true that the 3 million number is incorrect?
Based on what we know now, yes.
Yes, so they were incorrect. Yes, okay. Whew, that was tough.
But only based on what we know now. Based on what they knew then, that was an accurate measurement. That was the best precision they could get.
Even back then, they were still incorrect, right, Bob?
They were correct based on the level of precision that they could measure things. Yes.
So they were when they measured the sun at 3 million miles away, they were correct.
That was the
sun
best
was
answer
3 million.
that they
Hold
could
on,
get.
I didn't give you an over and out yet. And they measured the distance to the sun back then, and they came up with 3 million miles. They were correct, and the sun was 3 million miles away. Is that what you're saying?
That was the best that they could measure it at the time. Yes.
But they were wrong, right? Because it was not correct.
Yeah, we've got better measurements now, but given what they had to work with, that was the best they could do at the time.
What are you going to do? When
But they were wrong. All right,
comes out.
I see. The thing is, they're basing their.
Done, guys. Go ahead.
Well, I was to say they have to. They obviously have to say the method is always right, but the conclusion can be wrong. Right?
The method is verifiably right. The method is verifiably right. Given
except
the
for the
distance,
auto level, right?
So how'd you verify?
given the distance to the moon, and given our current measurements, if you multiply that distance by 390, that is the distance to the sun. It is correct.
Numbers.
What's 90 million miles between pseudoscientists? I mean, come on, nothing.
No, 6 million miles. It's 6 million miles now.
Right.
But see, also, here's something I realized too just now in this conversation. Really, the precision is the angle measurement, because the angle measurement is off, because that's what threw off the distance measurement.
Correct.
But if I measure, hold on a second. Okay, if I measure an angle at 88% and you measure an angle at 89%, which one is right?
Whichever one was closer to the statistical mean. We'd have to measure it thousands and thousands of times, which is what was done.
Okay, so didn't answer my question. If we know the distance, if I make an angle measurement 88 degrees and it gives me 3 million miles, and you make an angle measurement 89 degrees, and you get 93 million miles, which one of those is right?
It depends on which one is most consistent. So if we have the same equipment and we have thousands of people making this measurement, and the average on the measurement is 88.5, we're both within, and half a degree is within a standard deviation of all those measurements. We're both correct.
Okay, so now we're back to the margin of error again. So don't you have to establish the margin of error first, which I think what Rakia was trying to establish? If you haven't established the margin of error, there is no. Hold on a second. If you don't establish it or you don't know it, then one statement is true and one statement is false. But if you work within a margin of error, then yes, you're right. If there's no margin of error, you can't say it.
What do you mean
Let's
there's
let
no
someone else
margin of
get in,
error?
Paul, because me, you, and Rocky all had a turn. I think there's other people trying to get in.
Yeah, what do you mean there's no margin of error? Do you think measurements are perfect?
I know, but if you don't establish a margin of error, if you just
How do you
assume,
establish a margin of error?
well, that's my point. How do you establish it? By
Well, you do 1,000
repeated measurement.
measurements. You do 1,000 measurements, and then you do a statistical analysis of those measurements and figure out what the standard deviation would be, and that's your margin of error.
Not if it's wrong. Not if the measurement is wrong. You can do it 1,000,000 times. It's still going to be wrong. You can take the average, the mean. You can do all the standard deviation you want. It's still wrong.
Guys, we all had a shot. I think there's other. Is there someone else trying to get at Bob?
I'm just trying to ask him who got the direct physical measurement from Earth to the sun.
Well, it depends on what you consider a direct physical measurement. I would say probably the best physical measurements that we have right now would be the transit of Venus. We have the radar distance and elongation to Venus.
Hold on a second.
Those would probably be the two best ones that we have right now.
Okay, so if I were to measure,
I'd like to go next.
If I were to measure my foot, I'd get the direct physical measurement of that foot, right? I'd get the length, I could get the width, the depth, and the breadth too, if I wanted to, right? Because I got the whole foot right there in front of me. I'm at my foot, so I can physically measure it.
Okay.
All
Is
right.
that the only way that you could measure your foot?
If you need to get a direct physical measurement of something, yes, the only way is to directly physically measure it.
I don't agree with that. How would you directly physically measure the distance from the Earth to the Moon? How would you directly physically measure the distance between New York and Los Angeles?
It's impossible, Bob. Since it's impossible, and especially since you haven't done it, you can't claim distance.
No.
Correct. Yeah. No, you can't.
Well,
That's right.
first of all, there is no requirement that you put a yardstick out to measure distance.
Didn't say that.
Okay, well, that you want a physical measurement with a physical
Someone
object.
needs to travel from the Earth to the sun and back.
Why? Why would I have to do that to measure the distance?
Because that's how direct physical measurements work.
No, you can use triangulation and you can use parallax as well. You can use radar. Are you telling me you can't get a distance with radar?
My friend, do you think radar can shoot all the way 93 million miles?
Does it need to?
Yes.
Why?
Because that's a claim you're making.
No, I can shoot radar to the moon and I can shoot radar to Venus and get the same answer.
What if we don't buy that? What if we don't believe that? Is that okay?
That doesn't require your permission.
It sure does. You're trying to sell it to us. We're not going to buy it. Okay?
You don't have to buy it. Reality doesn't depend on your acceptance of it.
That's right. So you should work on accepting it anyway, because it sounds like it's frustrating for you. I'm done.
No.
Thanks, guys.
Doesn't frustrate me at all. The fact that you don't accept the values of these measurements doesn't really affect me one way or the other.
All right, we got SE.
Nor does it change the value, or nor does it change the validity of those values.
All right, let me try if I can. So, Bob, you said the 3 million mile measurement as compared to the 93 million mile measurement of the distance to the sun is due to they had that capability back then, right? They did the best of their ability. Correct? Did I understand you correct?
That's a fair statement. Yes.
All right. So my question is this: back then, the best of their capability, they had a 3 million mile distance, right? Now,
yes, I just said that.
Okay, right. Now, let's say they wanted to send a probe to the sun, right? Let's say they had the capability back then.
In ancient Greece?
Whatever. Whenever they had this ability, whenever they did just play along with this, right? It's we're doing a mind experiment, right? Let's say they wanted to send a probe back then. Let's say magically they had the technology to do it, right? What calculations would they use to send this probe there? Because, orbital stuff is very complicated and precise, right?
Yep.
Would they use the 3 million mile or the 93 million mile? And explain the discrepancies if they used either one, if you may.
Well, I think it's kind of a silly question But had they had the ability to send a probe to the sun, I would have thought they would have been able to measure the distance to the sun a little bit better.
Right. So they were incorrect with the 3 million. You agree that they were incorrect. Had they used the 3 million miles, they would have got nowhere near the sun with their probe. Correct?
Correct, but they didn't have the technology to do either.
So that means that they were incorrect in the measurement. Why can't you say that, Bob? Why is it so hard for you to get that
They
out?
were as correct as they could be given the limitations of their measurement
So
ability.
what happens when our
Yeah, but
technology
knowing
gets better
better
and we get,
now, they
hold
were
on.
incorrect. Correct?
Yeah, I was going to say, what happens when 93 million miles gets even longer because we quote unquote got better technology? When do we
Yeah, but
actually
one
get
step at a time,
distance
bro.
to the
Once
sun?
let him try to get that he's incorrect out. Were they incorrect about that, Bob?
They were incorrect based on the information that we have now, but they didn't have the benefit of that information. We have much better information now, and I've made
Okay.
that clear several times.
Okay, real quick. So, what happens when we get even better information for the next guess about the distance to the sun? What are you going to say about the 93 million miles you've been attached to for this long?
It's going to change by a matter of meters.
Oh, okay. Gosh, I can't
Yeah,
wait.
it's accurate. That measurement's accurate to within meters. So it could be a little bit more towards the short end of the range or a little bit more towards the long end of the range, but it's not going to change to 200 million miles. It's
When
going
they
to be a very tiny little adjustment. What we have.
when they measured it 3 million miles, how far did they think once they got more accurate tools? How far do you think they were off, or saying that they were off? You see the
Well,
point?
at first they thought it was 40 times the diameter, or 40 times the distance from the Earth to the Moon. They, of course, didn't know the distance from the Earth to the Moon, but they thought it was 40 times that distance. We know now that it's actually around 392 times that distance.
No, but they knew then. The people just like you that lived then, you know, the smart guys then that were doing all these calculations and measurements, they knew then they were correct. So what you know now, when you're wrong, you're saying it's only going to be feet or yards off or whatever. But
yeah,
that's what they were saying back then, right? Because they were smart. They were the smartest people then, using the best technology. They were saying they were correct. Absolutely,
and we're better
100%.
now.
Hey,
And we're
buddy,
better now.
hey, buddy, the guy in your backyard that's getting the sun only 3,000 miles away or 60 million miles away, you're wrong, because we're the smart people. It's 3 million miles away, right? Now you're saying, hey guys, you're wrong. All the people that are taking different measurements, y'all are wrong. The smart people are coming up with 93 million miles, right?
And
but
we can
50
justify
years,
it.
yeah, right. So could they. If you don't
So-
get this point, again, you just simple mind. I don't know. I don't get it. It's an easy point to grasp. It doesn't make you right or wrong. It just makes you logical.
At the
But you
time,
get
when we thought that the sun was 40 Earth Moon distances away, that was based on very solid reasoning. Looking up at the sky and saying, I think that's 3,000 miles away, does not have the same warrant as actually having measurements. Now, as those measurements got better, our distances got better. And we really got very accurate distances starting in the 18th century with the transit of Venus. Now we have even more accurate measurements. How much has it changed since the transit of Venus? Do you even know what they got?
why would it? If the group controlling the scientific community controlling that is saying that their accurate measurement is because the transit of Venus, which you would have a hard time proving too.
Not really.
Yeah, really makes you accurate. Then of course it's going to be the same, Bob.
Yeah, they did the transit. A guy and a buddy of his did a transit of Venus. One was in a parking structure at Princeton, New Jersey, and the other one was on a mountaintop in Hawaii. And they did a transit of Venus in 2008 using their own equipment, basically just cameras. And they got the distance from the Earth to the sun within 50,000 miles. So, I mean, it's easy enough to do.
That's
How
amazing.
did they measure how far Venus is? Like, how do you know? Where's the physical measurement for Venus?
Yep, where's that at?
What do you mean the physical measurement for Venus?
The radar bouncing off of Venus, I guess.
Well, we did bounce radar off of Venus in 1966, yes.
Ooh,
but
were you
what you
like
use
10 in 1966?
What you use? No, I wasn't 10 and 66.
It's 1966.6.
Sleeping Warrior went over that Venus bounce, and that was that was a little iffy
And you
at
think
best.
Sleeping Warrior knows the first thing about it?
Well, he did look
Mister,
into it.
this
pretty
is an
good.
egg?
Have you looked into it as much as he has?
What's wrong with the egg thing?
Yeah,
The egg
actually,
thing
I
is
have. I've got
science.
actual videos on it. I've studied it quite a bit.
Yeah, they
But,
teach the egg. They teach the egg thing in school. I mean, I don't know why he's saying school is wrong, but whatever.
No, his interpretation of it is wrong.
I see.
You know, he did very sloppy science, and all he did was demonstrate that you could change the density of water by adding salt to it.
So is it only the mainstream narrative that's correct, Bob? Is that what we're getting from you? Just
Wasn't that exactly what he was trying to prove? Bob?
Yeah, it was a really bad experiment. All he
Wait,
was doing
you
was
just said all
demonstrating.
he did was prove that the egg adds density with the salt water adds density to the water. Isn't
Yeah,
that what
pretty
he
much.
was trying to prove?
No, he was trying to prove that caused things, and that was what happened instead of gravity, and he failed to take into account the fact that gravity is required for that.
Yeah, but adding the salt water made it more dense, made the egg float more, right, Bob?
Correct.
Which
Is
is
Venus
basically
egg-shaped?
what he was doing.
Yeah.
He neglected the fact that gravity is essential for that to work. That's the problem that he had. He was trying to claim something that wasn't true, and was he just misrepresented a
All he did was
seventh-grade
prove
science
that
experiment.
changing the
I
density
think maybe you should go
would make
redo it
float.
again.
Yeah. You can change the density,
I already did
therefore
it.
you can change you can change it. Yeah. Changing the medium is what happens there.
You did
Yeah.
the egg and saltwater density test?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. And how did you add the same amount of salt?
He didn't measure how much salt he did.
Did you?
Of course I did. I
Did
did
it
it
make the
correctly.
egg float? Did it make the egg float more than when you didn't have more, before you add the salt, the egg was in one spot, and when you add the salt, which added more density, it made the egg float more, Bob? Yeah, it did.
Floating is a bad word. Floating is just whatever
Whatever.
the
We
object
all
is
know what we're talking about. More dense water, adding salt, makes the egg go higher in the water, float more, have more buoyancy, whatever you want to call it.
Correct, because of gravity. Yep.
Yeah. It's just the density. There's no buoyancy. It's just the density of the object in the medium. That's all it is. It's all he changed.
No, it's
Anything
buoyancy.
buoyant.
Density doesn't make things float. Buoyancy does.
Yeah, you can debate the cause, but the what really happened is when you added salt, the egg went up. The salt increased the density.
Of the water, yes. And as a
100%.
result, the egg became more buoyant.
Awesome. And went
The egg
up.
didn't change. The eggs had its density, and it remained the same the entire time. The only thing that changed, the egg didn't
It's the
change.
buoyancy.
The only thing that changed, no, the egg didn't
The
change.
density of the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, the density of the water in your test and in his. Exactly the same. No difference.
Buoyancy is a function of volume and density of two different objects. And what I did was by changing the density of the salt water, I changed the buoyancy of the egg. And that's why it floated.
The density of the egg remained the same the entire time. No, he didn't touch the egg.
Do you know what buoyancy is?
Yeah, but I just want to make it clear. He didn't do anything to the egg. Nothing changed with the egg. The egg has its density, and the medium has its. When you change the density of the medium,
you change the buoyancy because there's an outside force acting on it, which caused the egg to move in the first place. The density doesn't cause things to move.
So you're defining buoyancy as two different densities of two different
with
objects.
An external force acting upon them. Yes.
Yeah, no. So there's just density of the two objects, and that's it.
And an external force in order for them to move.
What's the external force?
Gravity.
Ah.
Yeah. Maybe the egg is putting pressure on the water, and when you add more density and the water is more dense, the pressure doesn't affect it, and the egg sits higher. Maybe that.
Well, go ahead and do it in
You've
microgravity
already
and
done
find out.
Why didn't you do that? I'm not trying to disprove you. I'm just
because I didn't have access to a parabolic aircraft.
Awesome, great.
But I did have access to people that did have access to a parabolic aircraft, and I demonstrated, for example, that will not happen because there's no buoyancy in microgravity. I also demonstrated that a density column will not work in microgravity because you require that external force acting upon it to generate the buoyancy to separate out the layers or make the egg float.
Well, in free fall, I would agree that pressure is different, right?
Nope, not
It's
pressure.
not different. Yeah, the pressure acting down or up is different, right? You're taking away that force.
Force.
Yeah, you're
And it
taking
has
away
nothing
the
to do with
pressure.
pressure.
No, you're taking away that force of pressure, pressing down or up. You're equalizing it. It's called free
All right.
fall.
Okay, so here, let's see if you even understand what you're talking about.
Free
Now,
fall?
when I put an egg, hang on, Rakia.
Don't get
Calm
angry,
down.
man.
Calm
It's all right.
down, Rakia.
You know, you
When I
calm
put
down,
an
sir.
egg in a
I'm
glass
perfectly
of
calm.
salt water,
Bob, if you could just settle
and
down. I want to hear what you have to say. Just settle down. I mean,
then have him quit trying to overtalk. He's just sitting out making noise. Now, when
Well,
Rakia
when
stops
you say,
making
let me
noise,
see if I can tell you, you know, like I just explained it to you, my theory, right? I obviously understand my theory. Why don't you just tell me how you prove the cause of gravity when you
I'm
add salt
trying
water and
to.
make the water more dense? You can prove the cause of gravity? Get your
What
Nobel
I
Prize.
can do is I can address your claim that it is pressure. When you have an egg floating in salt water and it's neutrally buoyant, what is the pressure at the top of that egg versus the pressure on the bottom and the sides? It's all essentially the same except for the difference in pressure due to that short column of water, which is minimal, not enough to move an egg. So, your theory that it is somehow pressure within the fluid is erroneous because the pressure is the same all of the way around an object in fluid, with, again, the minor exception of that slight difference in the width of the depth of the column.
Well, can it cause like a boat to actually sink in the water if there's like a freshwater pocket that opens up underneath the boat?
Yes. The more
Because
dense,
it changes the density gradient or the buoyancy due to the change in density
no,
gradient.
you were right the first time. It changes the density of the water, which is the boat is floating in, is sitting in.
Unless
It's
there is a
displacing.
downward force,
How
that
much
makes no difference
displacing?
at
You
all.
don't mind if I finish, huh? Because I've researched this too, Bob. So when ships were getting loaded in an area on a continent that had a high salinity content, so they were floating higher, right? Displacing less, putting less pressure, or being able to apply that pressure, the effects of, and then they would sail to a place that had less salt in the water, less salinity, and they would sink. Think
Yes.
gravity changed? You think gravity changed or the density of the water changed?
Gravity did not change. The density of the water changed, and the buoyancy changed as a result.
No, you're saying gravity changed if you said buoyancy changed, because buoyancy is a
No.
direct effect. So buoyancy isn't a direct effect of gravity in your bullshit model?
What is buoyancy, Rakia?
Well, you tell me, it's your bullshit.
Okay, well, you don't even know what buoyancy is if you make that
It
statement.
has a direct relationship to gravity, right, Bob?
It has a direct relationship to the effect of gravity on the relative density and
Exactly.
volume of two objects. Yes.
So the boat sank because the gravity, the buoyancy changed,
The buoyancy changed. Yes.
which has to do with gravity.
Correct.
Bullshit. What if the density changed? They know the salinity of the water
That's what
changed.
changed the
why
buoyancy.
No, that's what changed what the boat is, the liquid
I'm not going to
that the
argue a
boat is in.
definition with
There's
you,
no
Rakia.
reason to
Look up the
argue.
definition of
There's
buoyancy.
no reason to argue. Quit arguing. You already agreed. Buoyancy is gravity, basically.
Buoyancy
Gravity
is an effect of gravity. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you isolate the gravity, take out the gravity, prove that's gravity?
Nope.
Yes.
No.
How do you do that?
Change the angle of the force. You know,
What?
Cavendish took out the effect of the gravity of the Earth. You rotate the apparatus 90 degrees, and then in order to check buoyancy with that, what you would do is you would have a flat centrifuge,
Yeah, that's what Cavendish was trying to do.
like a merry-go-round, and you can demonstrate this very easily in an automobile. All you have to do is you hang a lead sinker and you
Hold on.
hang
I don't know. Am I
a
on a
helium balloon.
merry-go-round? Am I a mass attracting mass, or am I in a bathtub? Where am I right now? I'm getting lost. Where are we?
Here's where we are.
Merry-go-round.
You're interrupting something that I was saying by asking an irrelevant question. That's where you are.
No, I mean, you just jumped
So
all
all
these
you have
stupid
to
like
do,
amusement park places. I want to stay at
all
one
you
place.
have to do is take your car and you
To
hang
a merry-go-round.
a fishing weight from the mirror, and then you hang or you float a helium balloon
Holy shit.
from a seatbelt. And then what you do is you accelerate the car, and then you brake the car, which is another form of acceleration. It's negative acceleration, and you watch how the sinker moves and how the balloon moves, and you'll find that they move in opposite directions, and that is a direct effect of buoyancy within the cabin of the car, and an effect of because you're adding a force to it, which is horizontal.
So
And
like
you can
you tell
easily
the
test
hold
it
on. So
that
you
way.
tell the kids like, hey, buckle up for buoyancy. I mean, what are you saying? Like if you don't wear your seatbelt, buoyancy will throw you through the windshield. Is that what you're saying?
He's not going to answer that, I guess.
Ask a better question.
Well, I mean, we were fishing on a merry-go-round with a balloon in a car.
Now you got to come up with a better one.
Yeah, you got to come up with a better question than
What a
that. I will
finicky
review
guy
what I
you are.
said and try and figure out what I said, and then ask a pertinent question related to that.
All right, could you just maybe describe it again more? So you're not changing
No.
the density. You're doing what?
Changing the force acting upon the balloon, the sinker, and the air in the car.
Okay.
Outside of gravity.
Oh, so that's how we get rid of gravity. That's right. Okay. All right.
Yeah, you turn it horizontal instead of vertical.
So does that mean there's more gravity in fresh water?
Why would you even think that?
In the equation.
Why don't you ask him the question about the balance scales with the balls with buoyancy?
He was just going to tell us how far away Venus was. I think that was it.
Well, actually, somebody just made a perfect point that we just brushed right past. Actually, if the substance is more dense in the heliocentric model, there would be technically more gravity there.
Yeah.
For same unit volume, yes.
Okay, so you said no, there wouldn't be, but you did. But they didn't. Yes, there is.
I didn't say anything of the sort.
Oh, I thought you did. Okay. I just thought that's what I.
He said there was more buoyancy.
He's answering.
He
the
said
opposite
there
of
was
what
more
he-
buoyancy, not more gravity, more buoyancy. Keep it straight.
Correct.
Right,
Correct.
Bob? Yeah,
Correct.
I know. You can't explain that because it sounds foolish because you know that buoyancy in your model has everything to do with gravity. Actually, it is a form of gravity.
It's not a form of gravity. It's an effect of gravity on masses and
Yeah.
density.
Yeah, okay. So you just agreed. It is gravity. It's an effect of gravity. No shit. What are you laughing about?
Oh my God, you're dense.
Don't call names, sir.
No, density.
I'm making a statement of fact.
It should
You
apply
are
to saltwater.
obtuse.
You're an idiot. I'm making a statement of fact. Fair enough?
But to get to your question about the distance to Venus, we know that Earth is 1 astronomical unit from the sun, and Venus is approximately 0.78 astronomical units from the sun. So we know the distance.
How do we know this?
Kepler's laws.
That
What
doesn't
about
answer the
Kepler's
question.
lawsuit?
Apologies for the echo. I'll fix it. 1 sec.
What about Kepler's laws? You know, the
What
guy
about
just studies. Basically, he's just studying maxima and minima of positions of things that in the sky. What makes you think? What is it that really? Can you just?
He's looking at orbital period and orbital distance.
Yeah, I know
Those are
what
the things
he's
that he's
looking
doing.
at because I just said that in different words. But what about it makes you think that proves something of a law?
Because I can use it to find things.
Well, but he just has one observational point.
One observational point. What do you mean by that?
Like he's only observing things from his courtyard or wherever he was doing observations from.
Yeah. Actually, he was. I don't know if he. I don't know if he personally observed. I don't know if he personally observed or he just reviewed Tycho Brahe's data.
So it's derivative. So you just apply it. So you pin it back to Brahe.
Well, he did the original observations and measured the positions. Yes,
but Brahe had.
I think Kepler just reviewed his material and figured out the orbits from it.
Do you like just establishing Kepler's laws as a factual context for people to believe your credibility, or do you actually have a way that you can use to like describe how that actually makes sense to you?
I believe what Bob said is true. I believe that Kepler hijacked Brahe's model and
used his data. He used his data. I don't think they used the same model.
No, Kepler did his own measurements for maxima and minima, and it's like the body of his work. So I don't know why you throw that shit out.
I don't know whether or
Brahe's
not he
work
actually
better.
did his own measurements or used primarily Brahe's
Kepler
data.
had the idea that the distances of these planets would result in tones, harmonic tones that would basically form the structure of the universe itself. That was his idea.
He called it the law of harmonies. Yeah.
You understand? That was his hypothesis. So, like, pulling out of that dog shit pile this crystal of proof, and then using it as a way to kind of like distance yourself from other people, since it's going to take a little bit for the most person, you know, to deduce what I have just said. What I'm just saying, at the core of it, what really makes it so true for you that one guy in one position could establish the rules of planetary orbital mechanics from there with a totally different, purpose in mind?
Well, two things. First of all, he was a genius, and the second thing is that we use it to this day, and it works. I use it all the time.
You realize Kepler's laws are merely kinematic and not even dynamic.
Do they work?
That's what he just said. Yeah, the law of harmonics.
How do they work?
Well, it's kinematic. So no, it didn't work. No, you need someone to come in and offer the dynamic mechanism.
Okay. Well, you know what Keplerian elements are? Orbital elements. There's 6 of them.
Are they dynamic forces?
I don't know. Whatever you define that as.
Oh my God.
They're the motions of objects in the sky.
So if you don't have any
describe those motions very accurately using those 6 orbital elements.
Okay, do you understand? Do you not know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
Okay, so he created a kinematic and geometric model. Okay, but he needed someone else to come along later and explain it dynamically, as in a dynamic force, a mechanism between two masses or objects that create a dynamic relationship between the two, creating the motion, the force, the cause, the actual cause claim, the causal agent, the mechanism, the dynamic force.
Okay, and what would that be?
He didn't even have a theory. That's my point. He didn't actually have a theory. He had a kinematic geometric. A 5-year-old could draw some geometric patterns. So,
and will those patterns be based on reality?
They're all based on observations of the sky, and Tycho Brahe's actually worked better, and that's where he got everything that he did.
Okay, so how do we find objects in the sky now?
Good question.
If I want to find an object in the sky, how do I know where it is?
It's as if he's going to lead you back somewhere that's back on the road here, but it's just his road. It's not. It's not the accurate question that you should be adventuring on, Bob.
How do I find a moon, or how do I find a satellite or an asteroid now?
What are you doing, dude?
How do I find an asteroid now?
Guy just wants to go left.
How do you answer the question?
Well, how do we find asteroids now?
Yeah, how do I know where to look for an asteroid? A particular
Bob wants
one.
an asteroid. Somebody find him an asteroid.
How do you know what an asteroid is?
That's not the question. I asked how do I find it?
No, the question is
maybe we see them.
Okay, and how do we know where to look?
We look in the sky.
Okay, what part of the sky?
Wherever we decide to look.
Okay, so if I want to look for a specific asteroid, say I want to look for Ceres, how do I find Ceres?
Wait, how do you look for a specific asteroid if you haven't already seen it?
Okay, well, how do I know where it is now?
It moves in the sky, dude. It's in the
Okay,
cycle.
but how do I know exactly where it will be?
Well, we don't know exactly where it'll be, but it has a cycle.
And how do we know what that cycle is?
So you tried to lead the audience to believe as if you have some magical, accurate equation that helps you go look in the sky and find asteroids.
That's exactly what I have, yes.
Very quickly ripped that bullshit curtain back, and we found out actually you obviously have to spot this alleged asteroid first to even in any way do anything with it, right?
It is observed. It is observed, but what happens is we can't see it all year long because there are times that it's in the daytime sky. We have to see it only when it's at night, and it has to be in a very particular position to see it at night. But how do we find where to point our telescopes? How do we know where that asteroid is exactly at this second?
There's really no way to know it other than to just cite it.
Which one are you
can't go try to
specifically?
predict where you're going to find an asteroid.
Which one did you say you wanted to talk about?
Very easily.
Yeah. If
Which one did you say you want to talk about?
Ceres. I want to know where it is right now.
Okay. Hey, when was that first observed?
1800.
Okay. So in 1800 or so,
yep,
we observed Ceres.
Yeah, for a couple of months.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we lost it for many years. And then we found it again. How do we find it again?
We saw it again.
How did we know where to look?
Well, again,
it's like
we
when
just
they found
looked
Neptune,
in the sky,
right?
brother.
They
Wait,
couldn't
are you
find
claiming?
Neptune.
Are you claiming?
You're arguing about things that you have no clue on. Let me
Well,
tell you
let me
how.
help
Let me
you out
tell
here.
you how we found it again.
No.
We had the observations.
No. So
All
this
right.
was done in 1600 first.
Right.
In the 1600s, you get Kepler's laws. Then you have the dynamic forces introduced by Newton. And then you get 1800, you see Ceres. And then you lost it. Well, if Kepler's laws was so amazing, why'd you lose it?
Because we didn't know how to calculate where it was going to be. We did develop the concept of orbital elements at that time. And as a result of those orbital elements, we were able to use them to predict where Ceres would be. And we looked and we found it. And since then, we've not lost it.
Oh, can we use that same thing for all asteroids?
Yep.
Okay, so it's almost like they're all in a cycle, huh, Bob?
Oh, they all have different orbits. They have different orbital periods. They go in different spots. For example, you have Trojan asteroids around the planets. You have asteroids that orbit within the orbit of the Earth. You have asteroids that orbit outside the orbit of the Earth, between the orbit of Earth and Mars. Yeah.
Okay.
So all of these asteroids are all different with different orbital periods, and each one has got a specific set of orbital elements that allow us to find it at any time.
What are
And
these
the
elements?
accuracy of those orbital elements are based on the number of observations that we have of that asteroid.
Yeah, the elements are like
this is getting
like where
interesting.
you see it on the Earth, like at what inclination you see it. It's just
Yeah,
elements before you
because
see
they
it.
all have a harmonic, cyclical nature. See, Kepler wasn't completely wrong when he invoked harmonics, right? Because everything is resonance, everything is vibrations. We have cymatic patterns in the sky. It falls within the sacred geometry in the flower of life, also known as a toroid. Once you're able to spot it in a couple portions of that toroid, then you're going to know it's on a certain portion of that cycle, right? You have
Do you
toroid
even
pattern.
know what the orbital elements are? What's it? Tell me what. There are three sets of two orbital elements each. Tell me what all three sets do.
Let me look it up for you. Hold on real quick.
No.
It says right here, it says size, shape, twist, angle, tilt.
Yep.
There you go.
Dude, it completely supports
And
what I just said, right? So,
And time.
Bob, did you understand what I just said?
Your word salad? No, not really.
Oh my God, word salad, dude.
And I asked you a very specific question about orbital elements. Now, your friend there was able to actually come up with a reasonable description of what orbital elements are. The first two tell you the size of the orbit and how far off of perfectly circular it is. The second has to do with the orientation of the orbit and the tilt of the orbit. The third set has to do with the time of the orbit and where the object is at a particular time along that orbit. So knowing those things, you can calculate where it will be at any particular time.
Yeah, because again, it's actually just within a cycle, within a toroid.
Yeah, the
Do you understand words? Do you
Yeah,
understand
it's not
words?
an toroid of anything like
It
that.
is
It's in an orbit.
It is though.
It's
It
in an
is,
orbit. It's in an orbit, not a toroid.
Yeah,
An
yeah,
orbit
and they
based
make a
on the laws
toroid.
of gravity.
Well, you could make a toroid, yeah, because it's
Yeah, it fits right in the
it's
toroid.
literally a
Everything.
torus. It's literally
Yeah,
called a torus.
dude, it's just so
Don't worry about
weird
it,
that
Bob.
you guys. Oh man.
Yeah.
And it's like it's just weird that you don't understand.
Yeah, I mean the
You
globe
understand?
claims it has a magnetosphere that is donut or toroidal shaped. I don't know why Bob's saying it's not true.
It's an orbit,
Yeah, it's
not a
all a
toroid.
toroid. Just look. Even you can look at the planets. Just look at
It's an
the
orbit, not a
actual cycles
toroid.
of the
It's an
planet.
ellipse.
Does an ellipse fit in a toroid?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yes, Bob. Yes. Are you going to pay me tuition at some point? How many times do I have to do this? Because it's like you're just like pretend that you have all the knowledge and I know nothing. And then I have to teach you about your belief. Okay, it fits within a toroid. Once you spot certain portions of the orbit, quote unquote, the cycle of its motion, you can throw it within this toroid. You can isolate where it's at. Then you're going to know where it's going to be because you've now isolated it within the toroid. Everything's a cycle.
Is an ellipse within a toroid?
Yes.
Okay, well then fine. Good for you.
Okay. Yeah, man. Thanks
All
for
right.
playing.
How do you figure out the orbital elements of an asteroid? What do you need?
Oh.
What's the requirement of that?
What's
I would
the
say
requirement?
observation, but I might not be right. But I would say observation.
That is right. Yeah, it's all observation, man.
Correct.
That's
You
all
need
it is.
3 observations at specific, and you need to have those observations to position and time. And you use those 3 observations to calculate the orbit. Then you check it again the next day, and then you check it a couple of weeks later, and then you characterize the orbit of that asteroid.
Are you
Each
just trying to
one
make
gives
my
you a better
argument
orbit.
stronger, or what are you doing?
What?
You're making my
Does this have to
argument
do
better?
with the
You're just trying to make my
astronomical-
argument stronger, I guess.
Yeah, but wait a sec. How does this have to do with the astronomical unit that he mentioned earlier, which was the whole reason we've gone down this side trail?
Oh, I don't know. I just jumped in. I just think it's funny. This dude thinks, I don't know, Kepler cracked the magic heliocentric gravity code or something, and that's not what happened at all.
Nobody ever said anything of the kind.
No, even Bob said that Brahe is where he stole the information. That's what Bob said originally.
Well,
I
what
didn't
did
say he stole it.
What
I
did
said he
Brahe find
used it.
out? Guess what? Do you even know what Brahe? He was Kepler's tutor. You know that, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what did Brahe find out about the sky?
Brahe marked the positions of bodies in the sky.
How so?
By right ascension and declination.
It's a harmonic cyclical nature within a toroid.
If you say so.
Well,
It's
he
not
was.
if
li-
I
he,
say so. It's
he
it's
literally
like
has tables of just like all the ratios developed from like planetary positions from the sun, their times a year, and the idea under the concept that it was making of one of 88 tones of audible sound. That's where he was at. Bro.
They're not wrong, by the way. Like it is intrinsically tied to vibrational resonance, for sure, 100%, 100%. It's in a fluid-like medium. Just look at what the cymatic patterns of sound do.
Yeah, NASA did some kind of thing recently where they had they aimed like something at the sky and played a song from the vibrations in the sky and put a note to every vibration. They had to assign the notes, obviously, but they let it play a song. So
yeah, one of the biggest parts of all of it is eccentricity. All right, and what you do is if you take this eccentricity and you begin to overlap them and tilt them at different angles, you're gonna get a toroid. Okay, Bob?
Good for you.
So our model makes 1,000,000 times more sense than your model, right?
Can you
Because
find Cirrus for me?
yeah, of course.
Okay, where's Cirrus?
Well, go ahead.
Go
Do that.
ahead.
Yeah, go right
Okay.
ahead.
Hey, Left Lane, can you explain how it works in the heliocentric model?
Nope. I did, but you claiming that you can, and I would like to see you do it.
All right, so
dude, do you guys literally not listen? Let me help
here,
you
I'll
out.
tell you what.
We just
Tonight,
covered that Tycho Brahe first came up with it. Guess what he was? A geocentrist. He was the tutor of Kepler. Guess what Kepler did? He took Tycho Brahe's discovery and then started to build upon it. Guess what happened after that? Then they introduced a dynamic relationship to the currently existing geometric and kinematic patterns that were listed out from Brahe to Kepler, then to Newton. Then you get to 1800. You want to talk about Ceres. They saw an observation. Then they had to wait till they could see it again. Finally, they saw it enough times that they could throw it within that harmonic vibrational resonance that is the elliptical orbits. The
actually, that's
eccentricity
not how
within
they did it.
You
That's
can
not
say
how they
that's
did
not
it.
how they did it. It is
What
how
they did was they took the observations, and a mathematician developed a way to describe that orbit based on those observations,
Based on
and then made
ratio.
a predictions, and then made a
Based on
prediction
ratio.
as to where it would be
Based
at
on
a
ratio.
certain evening. So I'll tell you what.
Based on
Here, put
Wait, do you
your
understand it's
pride
based
where
on
your mouth
ratio?
is there, Witsit. All right, tonight we've got clear skies. I'm going to have the telescope out. I want you
And
to
you're
give me
gonna
the
do nothing
coordinates.
for yourself. You're just gonna look it up on Google. But hey, do you
I-
understand that it's based
I'm
on
going to go
ratio?
ahead, and I want to look at Cirrus tonight. So I want you to give me the coordinates to point my telescope to tonight.
Okay, well, guess what? This is what you don't seem to understand. You have ECF in your own model. You use ECF. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, it's Earth-centered fixed coordinate system. Okay,
No.
ECF.
I don't.
No,
I use my actual
yes.
location.
No, you use ECF, dude.
I
You
don't.
don't. You guys know nothing about your model. That's my point.
I
You
don't
know
use
nothing
the
about it.
geocentric. I don't use the center of the Earth to determine where to point my telescope. I use
It's
my
not the
exact
center of the
location.
Earth. Oh my God! You don't know what ECF is. This is why you guys are lost in the sauce. And I do have to point this out. Like where Left Lane's like, do it then, right? You guys are so confident
Yeah,
because
do it.
you
Give me the
can you stop
coordinates tonight.
interrupting me, please? Can you please stop interrupting? You know you couldn't come up with any math or figure any of this out on your own. But you know that people have done it for you. So you stick your chest out like it's yours, which is hella weird. And then you're like, do it for you. You come up with something because you think it's like this slam dunk, like someone did it for you and you can just copy it down from Google. And you're like, the flat earthers will never be able to do it. You know, like they have to come up with it all on their own. Someone did it for me. I'll pretend it's mine and pretend it makes me smart. But what you don't know, how everything always backfires on people that are disingenuous. In reality, your model uses ECF as the base, and then it uses transforms to go into the heliocentric model. Same with eclipse.
ECEF, Earth-centered, Earth-fixed.
There you go. That's correct. Yes. So it's nothing to do with the center of the Earth. It's that it's treating the Earth as the center, right? Of course, your excuse for this, and it's actually because you have a 3D body problem and all kinds of is because, well, since we're on the Earth, we're viewing everything from the Earth, we'll just treat it as if the Earth is the center because
not
that
what we
makes
do.
our
No,
observations
he doesn't know that. And
computable.
every time he
That
references
is not
parsecs,
what we
parsecs
do.
are always in.
That
It's
isn't
just
what we
trying to
do. We can
It
calculate
objectively
the
is.
position of an asteroid from the center of the Earth, or we can calculate it from our actual location. We use our
Oh, do you want to
actual
bet?
location on the surface of the Earth.
It isn't about the center of the Earth. It's about treating the Earth as the center.
Have you ever even tracked an asteroid? Tell me where
Hey, do you
Cirrus
want to
is
bet
going to
money
be
on this,
tonight.
Bob? Do you want to bet money on it?
Have you tracked an asteroid?
No, I don't have to track an asteroid to be able to read
I
and actually
do.
understand your religion.
I
You
do.
didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. You Googled where to look. Okay. In
No, I
reality, just like eclipses. Okay.
I most
So where
definitely
you
do not
got your
Google where to
math,
look. I
where you
calculate
got
where
your
to look.
oh my God, where you got your computations, just like for the eclipses, is from an ECF. You use an Earth-centered fixed coordinate system, and then you transform it. Okay. Objectively.
I use the orbital elements and my position to calculate the ephemeris. I calculate the ephemeris for my position every time I go out and look.
Because you are accessing the transform computations. If you don't know what that is, that doesn't make me wrong. This is why even Kepler had to use Brahe, because you're always having to revert back to the foundation of the Earth-centered system and then transform it. Duh. I can give you 50 NASA documents showing that's how they have to do eclipse predictions.
How many of them have you actually read? Or are you just going to
I
read
read
the
through
titles
all
like
of
you
them because
normally do?
MC Toon's little clown self tried to claim they don't use that, and then I just absolutely embarrassed him thoroughly, and he just deleted the post because that's what you guys do. That's what you guys do. Delete the post and then come back the next day like it didn't happen.
Surprise.
What did you say you use? You said you don't look it up. You use something else. What is it?
I use the
He's
orbital
using the
elements.
final product.
I use the orbital elements of the object and then calculate the ephemeris based on my exact location on the surface of the Earth.
You calculate you make your own book.
Yeah, but dude, what he's using comes from an Earth-centered system. That's what he doesn't understand.
You can
And
use
this is
JPL
why.
horizons and put in the observation code, which is your location
Hey,
on
where'd
Earth,
those
and it
come
will
from,
calculate them.
Bob? Where'd those come from?
Measurements?
What measurements?
Yeah, measurements of the orbital elements of bodies and satellites and asteroids and such.
Where were the orbital elements first introduced?
1803 or 05, I think.
That's like 01. And they were integrated into what? Maybe you're right, 03.
They were used to find the location of Sirius.
By integrating them into what?
By integrating them into the location of observation.
Kepler's laws, dude. Where did Kepler's laws come from?
Yeah, they're Kepler's laws, obviously. They're Kepler.
Where did they come from?
Or orbital elements is what they're called. We've
Hey, where
already
did
been
they come
through
from?
that, so I don't
But where
really
did
see the
Kepler's
point
laws
going
come from?
through it again.
Where did Kepler's laws come from?
He developed them from the observations of Brahe.
Okay, so whenever you now in 2023 use the orbital elements, then all you're doing is using a transformed product of computations that comes from where? Where did it come
from? The
from?
observation of the object and
You see, you
monitoring
can't
the
answer it
orbits.
honestly, even though we just covered it for the 5th time in a row. You see what you do? So
You just keep saying the same thing over and over again, trying to go back to something about
well,
her.
I said it. Well, everyone else in the room gets it. So
well, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so did Brahe see Sirius?
No.
Okay, did Kepler see Sirius?
No.
Okay, so when we found Sirius and we monitored it for the first couple of months after it was discovered, and then we lost it in the sun, how did we find it again?
I want to ask you first, though, Bob.
We use the harmonic vibrational resonance that creates eccentricities within a toroid. That's like the. How many times
We were able to calculate the orbital elements and predict where it was going to be, and when that time came, we looked there, and there it was, and then we haven't lost it since.
Dude, do you not like? Why can't you just be honest and be like, "Oh wow, you know what? I never really put it together." In reality, the computations that I'm so proud of, I think somehow verify and add veracity to my claim of heliocentrism. In fact, are built upon geocentrism. Why can't you just be honest about it?
The orbits are not geocentric.
Why not?
They're orbiting the sun, not the Earth.
Oh, so why do you have to transform them from an ECF then?
I've got no idea what you're even talking about.
Now we're back. Do you want to bet on it? Do you just want to bet, like friendly wager? You want to bet that you have to use?
I don't have
ECF
any
as
idea what you're talking about.
You have to use a geocentric system as the base, and then transform the computations.
You don't use a geocentric basis. It is a
Do you
heliocentric
want
basis
to bet
because they
on
are orbiting the sun, not the Earth.
Okay, then you want to bet on it. Then it should be an easy bet. It should be like a super easy bet.
This would also mean that parsec is also like a geocentric fixed coordinate.
Dude, every single thing they do in the sky is from ECF.
Okay.
Literally. So,
what about
if you
the stuff from
understood your
what about the stuff
model
from
in the
James Webb?
slightest bit, my guy, if you just understood your model in just a little bit, right?
Okay, tell me how they find things with James Webb.
Oh,
Where is
my
James
God.
Webb, by the way?
I don't believe in fairy tales.
Bob real quick, are you when you said nobody saw Cirrus, right? Are you claiming that it was always there, or that it
Of course, it was
it was
always
never
there.
seen? Okay,
Well, it's
it was
always
always
been
there.
there since the asteroid belt was formed.
Okay.
It didn't come out of vapor.
No, okay, so it's not new. It was always there. All right, I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, they first spotted it in 1800 or so, January 1st,
Yeah,
1800 or
1801.
something,
Yeah, yeah. But that doesn't
or
matter.
1801.
That doesn't. Dude, I don't know what's so
Of course,
hard to
it
get
doesn't
about this,
matter to
but
you because it kind of wrecks your entire idea.
no, this
Does Cirrus
completely
orbit the sun
backfired
or
on
the
you.
Earth?
This completely backfired on you, where you think
Does
you
Cirrus
just like
orbit
left
the
like you
sun or
saw.
the Earth?
Why are you incessantly interrupting me?
Because you're not answering a question. Does Cirrus orbit the sun or the Earth?
Everything orbits the Earth.
Oh, there you go.
It could do both. You do realize that it could do both, though, right?
Yep. Well, there you go. Hey guys, it's been
Oh.
fun. I've got another interview with Dr. Dan coming up here. We're
You
finishing
didn't
up our
know they
theory.
could do both? Do you not know? Do you not know what? Do you not know what the neo-Tychonic system is?
Eject.
Get away! Run away! Well, okay. Sorry, I just couldn't listen to that anymore.
Wait, who's making more money off of being dishonest and coming against anti-flat earthers? Danny Faulkner or Bob?
Danny.
Okay, just checking.
It's super funny. You guys gotta admit that it's funny. Just so you guys know, just a silver bullet that you all have, by the way. It's like anytime they bring up anything in the sky, they're actually just arguing from a position of geocentrism. Okay. And then where they're going to end up getting to, and trust me, I know because I had MC Tune just like imploding for 3 days. Okay. What they end up doing is they just start trying to gaslight you and be like, oh, they finally let go of flat earth. Now they're a geocentric glober. Right. But you can transform to a plane. So easily, all eclipse predictions, everything. Like Danny right now is denying it in the chat, but I can show them in just a second. But anyway, so you just pull them down to geocentrism. And the truth is that NASA themselves, if you go to their website, to even make eclipse predictions, they actually use ECF coordinates. They take inclination and declination readings of the moon, all from the Earth-centered system. They'll say, oh, well, it's just because we make observations from the Earth, so it's easier that way. But actually, the true answer is that's the only way they can do it, to get the base calculations and data, and then they transform it over to the heliocentric model. So when they bring up the stuff in the sky in their quote-unquote predictions, they're actually oblivious to the fact they're making a geocentric argument at the core of it. So, and this comes back to now look at it on a geocentric map, and what you find out is everything fits within these perfect cymatic patterns within a toroid. And that's how they discovered this in the first place. That's why that they were so big on, harmonic resonance, because everything has this cymatic resonance where everything seeks equilibrium, and then it's cyclical. So they figured out ratios. They figured out okay, well, it's moving at this angle, right? Because we spotted it now we can't see it, then we spot it there. So when we map it on the chart, we start to figure out, oh, this is the eccentricity of this orbit of what we're seeing. So then they can throw it in the overall ratio, and then they're able to take that ratio and then predict where it'll be in a set amount of time. So
I looked up bouncing radar off the sun. The first link that shows up on Google is what do people know about the sun /MC tune.
Yeah.
He's got his own little snippet.
Yeah. I think this is pretty funny because the next step is that they don't even know about that, so they definitely don't know that you can explain it all on a plane, but you definitely can. Oh, even Walter Bisson will tell you can explain it on a plane. We got Buddhists from hundreds of years ago explaining it, all of astronomy on a plane. Dun, dun, dun.
Do you ever check out them Ptolemaic epicycles? What do you make of that? Some people say that they still work and that they just kind of fell out of fashion, but that they still.
Yeah, they can be made to work. That's right, and they're actually more elegant and more adaptable than the current models. So they don't just work; they're actually better. They're more adaptable. I mean, if you make new observations, you can more easily integrate them into a Ptolemaic system. Also, a Neo-Tychonic system, which is, very similar. And it works way better because if you start to map that out, you find out like with the Earth at the center, it like makes a perfect toroid. That's what I was about to get to. He started like interrupting me a lot. I'm like, actually, ours is like 1,000,000 times more viable and logical than yours. It's more elegant. It's more plausible. It's more everything balanced.
Yeah. Right. I mean, because just from the at least from the idea that the energy itself is electromagnetic, it can fall into this pattern that is evident in other things that are electromagnetic, right? So this flower life type pattern, it's evident in a lot of things. I get it sometimes just lensing things with like a conical lens. It's like everything that's behind it, any point source lights that are behind it will all basically transform into this kind of flower life pattern. So that's a weird one. Or no, it's a conical projection through like a spherical setup. So, but it's weird to get that projection from just dots, you know.
Well, on a plane, you get the flower life as well.
Yeah.
So it's funny too because it's like if the Earth is so provably not flat, like you would definitely have just mapped it out. Like, why prohibit it from being mapped out in a program? Like, why would that not already be done? Same reason that the geocentric models aren't really programmed out, because I have like, hundreds of quotes from people saying that they have done it, they can do it, but they just don't do it. Just like they took off the azimuthal projection off of like the magnetic flux and wind pattern data website, It's like they just want to prevent people from seeing it, because when you see it, you realize very quickly, like, oh, like this makes sense.
They took it off.
So
And
there
they put
could be a
South Pole
Ptolemaic
projection.
version of Stellarium or something like that. Somebody could compose that.
They took down the North Pole projection and now replaced it with a South Pole projection only, I think. It's weird.
Well, this is what's funny about what Walter Bislin did. If you go read in the description underneath Walter Bislin, he straight up tells you, like, yeah, I mean, this can predict the eclipses, everything. Then he goes to explain how he thinks it's not possible and it's stupid. He's like, light can't do this, but light can do whatever they need it to do here, of course. But actually, what's funny also is Mandelbrot's his picture here is one of the main things that destroy his model. But anyway, it's like if you go read it, it's like light can't bend like this. The truth is, the light doesn't physically bend. It's the actual fluid-like medium that bends, displaces, and then the light is what we see illuminated is in quote unquote traveling to us, but light doesn't travel, is relative to that medium movement. Just like a Ferrel cell. That makes sense. Like a Ferrel cell looks like the light's bending around, but of course magnetism doesn't bend light. It just looks like that because the magnetism bends the fluid.
What's interesting to me, it just
doesn't that use like LED lights? So if they're point source lights and they're moving like across a lens, then maybe it's similar to the type of effect that I'm getting with like a conical projection in LEDs, where it's just like creating these like lines of just that arc across the curvature of the lens. Or am I wrong?
Yeah, no, it's very similar. It's with the way the light's perceived through the medium.
Right, so similar like using a piece of glass to like distort light.
Yes, exactly like that. That's why the coffee cup caustic geometry fits right within this as well. It's probably all coincidence.
You know what I was telling somebody I did with a coffee? I had a cup of black coffee and I had and there's a recessed light lined up. It's cool to watch. it vibrates, right? But then it starts to spin. You can see it spins in a perfect circle. It's actually pretty simple and pretty cool to see. Not the same thing, but similar. You should try it out.
Yeah, sorry, I'll be right back.
Right now, see, he got excited. He's going to grab a coffee and a light.
What's interesting to me is that their worldview, all motion is relative, right? And yet they complain about the epicycles not working for geocentricity. I find that very rich, because how are they going to say that it doesn't work if all
No, it
motion is
doesn't work from
relative?
I think it doesn't work from heliocentricity, but from just geocentric perspective. I think it falls. You can make
Yeah,
alpha.
but I'm going by what they used to say to me back in the day, right? They used to say that the epicycles don't work in the geocentric model.
Right, but
And it's
now we
like,
know that
why?
they're just lying a lot. They were lying a lot more then, I think. They were just like lying out of the fact that they thought that they were right. 2014. Fuck you.
Why would they lie?
Tell me again how they measure to the distance to the moon by using distance to the sun by using the half moon at a certain time of the year and taking two angle measurements.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a direct physical measurement, right? Direct physical.
Physical. That's how we know.
That's how we know.
That's why we're at such a better degree of accuracy than guessing or making shit up.
So they don't realize that the audience understands that to get a direct physical measurement of the distance between the Earth and the Sun, you have to travel that distance. The audience understands that's the only way to get the direct physical measurement.
It's like the physical thing is like the literally thing,
Yeah.
where it's not literally at all, it's figurative.
Well,
This
I know.
is like,
Listen. I know it's tough to go from the bottom of the building to the top, right, and measure from the bottom of the top, but it is possible. So I can measure the bottom of the building to the top and see how many feet it is, right? Here's the problem: you can't measure between the Earth and the Sun unless you travel the distance. Same with the bottom of the building to the top of the building. I traveled that distance, therefore I can measure the thing. So unless you can travel the distance between A and B, you don't know the distance between A and B. Thank you.
You can go to that building and measure to the top. You know that you can confirm it for one. And that measurement, that angle measurement, does break down over distance.
Yep.
You can't even see the top of the building at a certain distance.
That is correct.
That's why I pointed out that he's not taking a direct measurement to the sun and even an angle measurement to the sun. What position of the sun are you measuring? Even when you take it off the half moon, blah, 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 what angle measurement are you taking to the sun? The top of the sun, the middle of the sun, the bottom? Come on, man. And then I got him to state that even just a fraction of an inch off is going to be millions of miles. 2 degrees off is how many millions of miles? That's how far off they were when they got 3 million miles, and now it's 2 degrees more accurate, so it's 93 million miles. If the story doesn't add up, or if the glove doesn't fit, you must have quit.
So it's really interesting when you find out that I think it was the Incans or the Mayans, I can't remember. I think it was the Mayans. They were 0.02% off with their tracking of Venus. So if the ancients could get that kind of accuracy, over here where they were all allegedly savages, then how come, we're just now realizing the sun is 93 million miles away?
We know they were savages. I'm just joking. Just savages who could really do some fucking awesome ass astronomy.
I'm sure we all know the Antikythera mechanism. It's only a couple of thousand years old. Seems that they had it all figured out. Sun, the moon, the 5 planets visible at the time. Easy peasy. They even made a gear system machine to track it all.
Got Soros cycle mode, Olympic cycle mode.
Yep. And if you want to go further back, let's say 4,000 years ago, roughly 4,500 years ago, check out the Minoan civilization. They had what's called a Minoan eclipse calculator. They were able to calculate eclipses and used it for navigation. That's 4,500 years ago. So the gear system in the sky, as I call it, has been known for thousands and thousands of years by multiple cultures.
The wheels in the sky keep on turning.
Uh-huh.
You don't know, you don't know.
They'll have
Dude,
you
they used to be
believe
like my
some
favorite band in
dude.
8th grade.
Yeah. They'll have you believe some dude in NASA figured this stuff out. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't really care if you believe Bob or not. I'm just giving you the opposite of Bob, or making him double speak in his own conversation and not realize until he does realize, and then he says, "That's a dumb question. I'm not answering it, and you're dense." The audience should then realize what just happened. There's a
And
reason
then
he does.
he has to go.
Yeah, troublesome, man. Coming in daily now.
I think it was funny that it took almost an hour when I was on there, virtually almost an hour, to get him to admit that there was something wrong or that the measurements were wrong. Even if the angle measurement was wrong, it took him that long to finally admit it towards the end before I had to jump off.
Yeah, listening to them double speak on what 90 million miles is versus 3 million miles is just fascinating to hear the excuses that, like, how can you justify that in your brain? There's an 87 million mile discrepancy there that you gotta like somehow work into your fantasy. That's amazing. That's just amazing.
They can't give that up because the method that they use is based on being right, and only not being wrong, but just the tools and the methods used were not right. So that's why they say that. They can't admit that they were wrong, right? Even in his measurement over a half a mile where he calculated the radius that he should get a 2-inch difference, right? Well, when he didn't get 2 inches, he got more than 2 inches, even after he calculated his standard refraction, which he didn't measure refraction. He just plugged in a half inch because that was standard, and still was high with his half a mile. Then he has to say, well, I'm not wrong. I just need to make a further measurement to be more accurate. It's almost ridiculous. Borderline
Almost?
like delusional.
I'd say really not almost, but spot on ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't, I'm sorry, I'll finish up. If you don't know, his video shows that even his measurement over a half a mile doesn't match his prediction.
Wait, I was going to say something, Ricky. You're in the construction business, and my wife does kitchen design. if she goes out and measures a wall, put cabinets in there, and she measured it down to 1/4 of an inch, but it ends up being an inch off when they try to put the cabinets in there, was the measurement wrong? Yes, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, it was wrong. So, because you can't fit the cabinet in it, or you might have a gap that you don't need, or you built the cabinet too large to fit the space, right? It's
But did she
wrong.
account for refraction?
Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing is though, like, and we know, and I've seen those videos, and I've seen it where tape measures can be off by 1/4 of an inch. You know, it depends on the manufacturer. But then then it's really the instrument, which is what I was trying to get to him to admit too. Then it becomes the instrument is wrong. The measurement might be right, but the instrument measuring it was wrong. But he wouldn't even want to admit that his instrument was going to be wrong.
Well,
He
that's
didn't want to
why
admit
I said.
anything.
That's why I said when you measure something 1,000 times and take the mean average, blah blah blah, that doesn't make it right. I had a crew go out with a plastic tape measure without me knowing, and did a 300-foot building. Well, that plastic tape measure stretching, and the way it was manufactured was up to 4 inches off. Right when I went back and measured it with a steel tape measure and with my with some other tools, it was 4 inches. Right. Well, they could have measured it how many times and took how many averages? It would have still been wrong.
Right. And I know my wife. One of the things I hear my wife say all the time. No, yeah, I know what you mean. My wife says it all the time. We got to do a final measurement. So you might have the initial contractor measure the space. She goes out and measures the space. She goes out and measures the space again. But before they finally order the cabinets, she does a final measurement. And she's always using the same tape measure, obviously. So her measurements would be the same, like you said. It would always be the same, but I mean, she has multiple tape measures and they always seem to be right. But you got my point. I think we made our point.
Yeah, I even when I'm going out and measuring, like especially floating farms, when I'll measure the farm, and if it's right, that's fine. We move on, and then when they put the floaters in, I'll go in and measure those. Well, if any of those are wrong and the total measurement is right, then I know the floater is wrong. But I try and use the same tape measure on everything. But then, like in cabinets, if the overall is 25 feet, we might make the cabinets 24/11 and give ourselves a ½ inch on each side, and then we just trim the front, and the countertop hides the other spot. So you have room to adjust or whatever. But some things have to be really accurate, but never, ever, ever. The longer the measurement, the more accurate. That is ridiculous.
And if your first measurement was the guy measured 3 feet, then you come back out later and you measured as 13 feet, really, that's a huge discrepancy, I do believe.
Well, so Rocky, like, how many times should he be trying to lay down the auto level to measure mile? Because he's saying he could just do it in one. He's going to do 3 miles in one shot.
Oh no way! Anything over a couple hundred feet is gonna get. It's not the crosshairs in the right position, right? And let's get another thing straight. They keep saying that the auto level is measuring an angle. That's bullshit. The auto level is engineered to create a horizontal, which is the crosshair, right? That is only a couple inches from your eyes. So once you level that tool up using water, by the way, and then it has an internal, plumb bob basically that helps the crosshairs stay level. It doesn't level the crosshairs now. It helps them stay level after you leveled them. The crosshairs are your horizontal reference, but what the crosshairs appear to be hitting in the distance is just an apparent, optical view, right? It's not a measurement. You have to be logical. You have to use discernment, and if you're getting all types of different effects over 200 feet, then you need to back your measurements down to 100 feet. I mean, you can tell. Like this morning, I took a picture of a field that it was a field I was looking down, and there was a tree line at the end. Well, there was fog or whatever on one section of the field and not on the other. Well, why is that? And over 15 miles, you wouldn't be able to tell. it would just, the bottom of the trees would be obstructed, right? The bottoms
Right.
of the trees were obstructed by at 400 feet, much less 14 miles. You know, I don't know. That's when you put it this simply, right? And you can show physical, video and pictures, and they still don't agree with you. Then you're dealing with someone who is either disagreeing on purpose just to be disruptive, basically a troll, or you're dealing with someone who's not capable of thinking that way, and you're wasting your time.
Well, I just thought of something. Let's go for the benefit of the doubt for a second. Why would you need a margin of error? Okay, let's think about that for a second. Well, you have multiple factors. Human error, like, obviously humans can't be always precise on everything because of just, either you're shaking or you're moving or you didn't quite get the exact position the next time, or the instrument is off, right? So there's something wrong with the instrument. So that's why you can put a margin of error in there. Like you said, like you put that extra quarter of an inch or half inch or whatever, maybe in a full inch in there because your measurements may be right, the canvas may be right, but whoever put the wall in or whoever put the foundation in, whoever might be themselves slightly off.
Square.
Yeah. So you have to account for that. So ultimately that margin of error is for human error or instrument error. That's what it's for.
Yeah. Well, in surveying, it's plus or minus, so they usually equal out unless your tool is not calibrated and it's always angling up a little bit. So the greater the distance, the worse that tool error is going to get. So that's another reason Bob is wrong. But when you can fudge those out, right? Like, because they're plus or minus. Like when I did my measurements, I had some that were above the horizontal and some that were below. So we got overall a 3/4 inch human and tool error that was below the horizontal. You don't call that's not drop, right? That's error. So then you take your horizontal line and measure down to whatever you're measuring. This case was water, and you started with a 2-foot benchmark above the water, and way out there where you had your most plus or minus error, which at that point was 3/4 below the horizontal, you had 1 foot 11 1/4 inch to the water. That's not water dropping. That's just error. So another thing they say is the auto level doesn't measure accurately enough, to measure earth curve. Okay, then how are you doing it? I mean, then he says he's not doing earth curve. Well, then where did you get your 2 inches? Over a half a mile. That sure seems like earth curve to me. They're just double speaking their way through life, man, and they're coming on here and doing it to us. It's not really for us, I don't think. I think it might be for whoever might be listening, or just to put that little bit of doubt right into you. Leave no doubt, right? I think all of us here right now can decipher through Bob's BS, right? But leave no doubt, you can go out and do this yourself and know, you can go talk to surveyors and know that Bob is not either being honest with himself or being honest with us. Something ain't right there, right? Like, it's how many years have you heard surveyors say the longer the distance, the more, the less accurate the measurement's going to be.
Yeah, but that doesn't apply to theoretical astrophysics, So when it comes to these people who are recording this, right? They feel like they have to rebut everything we say because an unrebutted, fact. An unrebutted statement is a fact in the court, right? So these people are acting like we're in court for some reason, right? Every time we say something, they feel like they have to say something else or it stands as true. And that's why they'll go, yeah, but.
I don't know what's the refraction measurement to the angle that they took from the half moon to the sun. Like, I didn't hear that as a couple degrees. Well, those couple of degrees are millions of miles according to Bob.
I was going to say something else. I think the reason he can't admit that they're wrong because there is an automatic assumption within the paradigm of this that we are building our science upon previous scientists, right? So it's the foundation issue. So if you show something and the foundation is off, right? Well, the whole house of cards may come tumbling down. So they've got to protect the house of cards. So that's why they can't say this previous, Brahe was wrong. They can't say that because then that would bring everything else into question, and they can't do that either.
Well, I agree, right? Like in B-balls and bobs, even bobs, maybe, I don't know, over a half a mile, but B-balls for sure. Like where the crosshair hits the building isn't accurate, right? Is it 150 feet or 70 feet or 60 feet? Where does it actually hit that building? Well, if you want to know that, then get closer to it. If you're 8 feet above the water level, get closer to it 8 feet above the water level where you can get a more accurate measurement. And wherever that crosshair hits the building, then that's where it hits. When you're 15 miles away through the marine area, don't use that ever. And if you want to, just use it as proof as where the crosshair is hitting the mirage, because that's all you're viewing. That building is not in its actual position, obviously. It doesn't even, it's 150 feet down in his picture. That doesn't even match Earth curve. It's below Earth curve. How would that ever happen on Earth if it was a radius? So it just, none of it adds up, man. It adds up to mirages, like refraction, mirage, whatever you want to call it. Not actual, not reality. Optical illusion. I can show you an optical illusion 2 foot away. You don't think it happens 15 miles away? I can show you a steel and metal bridge appearing to curve towards the viewer in less than 7 miles, drastically, and also appears to be underwater within that 7 miles. You don't think 15 miles makes it worse? With the same conditions, 15 miles, you wouldn't even be able to see the bridge. You understand what I'm saying? Like, of course it makes it worse. It makes it to where you can't even see it. All of it appears to be underwater. But that's just the mirage. Go closer to it and those effects go away a little bit. So you're going to see more of the bridge in its actual position. It's going to appear to be above the water.
Dude.
Yeah.
These are the worst arguments. The long distance observations, man, they're just so ambiguous and subjective and falsely interpreted, due to so many variables. Like, I just think we should stick to more rigid arguments, because these guys just like to get lost in the sauce and then fucking
they
mix
just
us
move
up
you to the sky. It's even worse. The space is even worse. You don't even know the medium or distances or sizes of the sun. How did you measure the width of the sun again? You took an angle measurement? 93 million miles away? Yeah, that dog don't hunt. Take me to the moon. You can measure Earth's surface, I promise you. You can hire me today and give me enough dirt and equipment. I'll make you a dirt hill that matches the radius of the Earth. You can easily measure it with an auto level. Easily. You can put a tangent line on it. You can put a chord line in it. You can do whatever the hell you want. What you can't do is build it out of water. You can use water to make sure you're accurate, because if you do it make a form and build the dirt in the form, you can fill that form with water and show that the dirt is curving, but the water doesn't. The water finds its equilibrium. It finds its horizontal. It'll show you the dirt being higher in the middle because you made a radius. The only way you know you made a radius is you have to establish a horizontal above it or below it, but it'd just be easier to make it above it. But don't get much simpler than that, ladies and gentlemen. Same tools. And any scale also, that scale thing is wrong too, because you can go look at any slab that anybody ever pours that's horizontal and watch where the water holds in the middle. Guess where the low spot is? Right where that water is. where the concrete sunk or they screeded it out wrong or whatever. Any distance. That water will show you where a fraction of an inch is wrong. Wherever it stays wet the longest, that's the low spot. Don't believe me? Good luck to you. Believe Bob all you want. Believe Zanuck that the end of a horizontal pipe will make the water flow towards the middle and bulge up in the middle and be higher. Now, does that make any sense to you? If it does, good luck to you, man. Have fun. Drink up.
I am going to need you to jump out of a plane with your theodolite, Rakia.
I don't want to take my theodolite into a flame because the pressure differences would probably make it out of, like throw it out of whack.
They do actually have contests, though. They hold I don't know if it's a contest or a competition or whatever, but they'll hold this thing where they'll put an object in the distance, and then all these tool manufacturers will show up with their guys, with their tools, and they'll see how precise they can measure the thing. Now, they're doing this from like, a couple 100 yards or feet or something. I don't know how far they're going with it. I don't think it's that far. But they can get the angular sizes pretty good for shit here on
Yeah,
Earth.
no, I agree with the angular size at close distances, like tops of water towers or trees or whatever. You can get the height of things, the angular size, and all that. But once you go past a point, whatever that point may be on that day due to conditions, you ain't measuring shit accurately. I don't care. You can't even see it accurately. Let's measure it accurately.
I think it was Red Pill Philosophy. I don't know. Somebody showed a hotel in the distance at the horizon, and you could just see it with your eye visibly. This is without even measuring it. You could just see that the angular size wouldn't have been correct because there was like this compression or something going on.
Exactly.
So it's the longer distance you go. That's why they only do those contests or whatever with the tool manufacturers at short distances, because they know if you start going farther and farther, they're just going to be it's going to be wonky.
That
Definitely
same
not more
hotel.
accurate. It's going to be less accurate the farther distance you go. The opposite of what some people may think.
Yeah, Bob. I'll mention his name so people don't trust him as much. Bob. Yeah. Now that same hotel on a different day under different conditions could be magnified, and the angular size would appear larger than it actually is at that distance. You understand? Like it goes both ways on everything. If you can't tell me, right, no matter what's the causes, pressure, density, temperature are all combined. Once those change in the opposite way, say you say the higher the temperature is in the sky and the lower the water temperature is, it makes the building do X. Well, when you flip those where the water temperature is warmer and the sky is colder, then the building is going to look the opposite way. So if it goes up one way, it's going to go down the other. You can't tell me otherwise. Feel free to use that, Jeremy. I know you will.
Listen, shit got a little confusing in Gems. We might have, added on to or, made each other's arguments better over the years. I don't know if you took mine or I took yours. I mean, either way, we're here now,
Yeah, well said. Way to justify it, buddy. No, shit, man. Just imagine a toilet cleaner and a cement. What do they call me? A cement leveler. A cement.
Yeah, but my toilets are clean, though. I've seen some of the cement you've poured.
Dude, we've been doing some rubbish work lately too. We've been so busy. I've had to hire crews that I've never even seen before. Ugh, quality control is not good right now. But I just blame it on the curvature of the earth.
That's probably what it is.
Yeah, I used to not take the curvature of the earth into an account, so that's why my slabs were horizontal. But now that I've learned so much, I have to factor that in. Every half a mile, I have to add 2 inches up to take away the curvature of the earth. I mean, you don't want the building to follow the curvature of the earth, right, and be curved. You want it horizontal. So I must lift that end of the building that's a half a mile away 2 inches up, right, Jeremy?
Well, they want everything square, right? Everything needs to be squared and right angles and shit when you're making the building, so that like all the tiles fit and everything.
Actually, Rocky, if you don't mind, I think you really need to go over this with Jeremy because I think he has kind of a misunderstanding about it, honestly.
Nah, Jeremy knows. We lay a pipe above water 2 feet. If we start at one end 2 feet, on the other end, it's got to be, if we do it over a mile, it's got to be 8 inches higher for that pipe to be horizontal. Wait a minute,
that right,
that doesn't
Jeremy?
work. That doesn't work. Something doesn't seem right on that because in the middle, yeah, that's not right, Jeremy.
Well, Rocky is being sarcastic right now, so I mean,
I know he is.
That's
I know
definitely
he
not
is.
right.
But when I was just really surprised because you know so many. You're really you know so many
I'm a
things,
genius.
Jeremy.
You can
But
say it. I'm a genius.
you're a genius, right? But when it came
Doofus
to that,
called me a genius the other day. I can't believe he thought that of me. I thought he thought I wasn't smart at all. He thinks I'm a genius.
when it came to that experiment that you created, and you said we just got to make sure we don't do it on a level surface because level would be a horizontal tangent to a sphere.
Hold on. I told you we can't do it on a flat surface.
Right.
Yeah.
Flat as in level?
Well, I think that whole test is to see if level's flat.
Right. So we can't do it on a level flat surface. How would we obtain a level or flat surface?
You can do it on you can do it on a level. I wouldn't even risk doing it on a level surface, honestly, because the area you're going to be in, it's indistinguishable from horizontal anyways. So, but you can't do it on a flat surface because we're checking to see if the car is going around a flat surface.
But like Rakia just described, that you'd have to get lucky to get a horizontal. You'd have to like get lucky on a horizontal surface, meaning if you leveled something out without checking like how wide, et cetera, everything is, you'd have to measure up 2 inches on one side, 1 inch another side, and somehow accidentally create a horizontal plane. Do you think that was going to accidentally happen? Just by having a level basketball court.
Trying to see if your test, which I still like. I mean, did you ever find? I sent you a DM. Did you ever find out a way to measure?
It's not about the test. The test, forget the test. It's about forget about the test. Yeah. It's about in order to establish for a glober to establish a horizontal plane, they would first have to assume the Earth, its radius, and then measure up from the radius at a certain height, and another, one at A, and then at B, also measure up a certain height to make sure that that's forming a horizontal plane tangent to the sphere.
Well, I mean, Bandsaw wanted to do this great survey off thing, and we had Jesse Kozlowski with Jesse Gordon in the room, and Kozlowski said that he was his way to make a horizontal line would be to just measure up, just exactly what Rocky was saying.
Yeah, but you understand where they get that thinking from, right? Like that level is curved.
They think level's curving, yeah.
Therefore, they've never experienced a horizontal in their life. They don't even know what horizontal
is.
It's at a
point. It's horizontal at a point.
Right, but they've never. Yeah, sure, right, but they've never experienced a horizontal plane in their entire life. If they did, they maybe did by accident, and they didn't even realize it.
Yeah, but people
There's no such thing as a horizontal plane in their model. A horizontal plane cannot exist in their model.
The Proclaim surveyor Larry Scott measured the slab of a large building in his area and said that it was following the curvature of the Earth by 2 inches because he measured it 2,500 feet away, and that front edge closest to him was X, and the other end was 2 inches lower.
SE, you can they can definitely have a horizontal plane in Earth.
Well, they got to do what Rakia said. They got to raise up their things. There's got to be like a drop on either end.
Yeah, you first have to know the radius of the Earth, Jeremy. But how then? Unless you have it, how do you think they do it, Jeremy?
How do I think they make
How do
a
they
horizontal
create a
plane?
horizontal plane? Yeah.
I mean, the same tools Rocky is using. No.
What, a water level?
A horizontal, it's auto level or something. Theodolite, auto level, whatever. I don't know.
Well, basically, what they're saying, if they want to build a mile-long pier, they go to the middle of where the pier is going to be, right? And if they want to be a foot above the water, they put it a foot above the water there. Then they go 6 miles in one direction and 6 miles in the other and raise it up.
They
It's a
have
long
to.
ass pier.
They have to in their model. There's no way a straight plane could wrap around their sphere. It can't happen. That's why they only say level at a point and horizontal at a point. That's what we got them saying now. Only at a point. Yep.
If you do it a foot above the water each place, it's curving. It's not horizontal.
That at a point thing isn't working though, because that at a point thing is not.
No area.
Of course.
There's no area there, because so we're saying where's the area where this happens, and they say, oh, it's at this place where there's no area. It's like, what? Huh?
Exactly.
Yeah, you can't meet there. It doesn't exist. Just like the point that they reference down with their GPSs. Can you take me to that point, please? Can we meet there and shake hands, grab a piece of dirt? So if it's 3D, well, you're saying it's 2D, well, then that doesn't exist. Because if I'm standing on dirt, that's the point where it meets the surface. It's got to be 3D, right? It's got to be dirt. It's physical. It's a place we can go to. Can't go there.
Just ask them, how far can you extend your horizontal? That's all you got to do. How far can you extend that horizontal? Gentlemen?
They think they can do it for infinity to the sun.
Yeah,
Polaris,
and then what happens?
whatever.
Then what happens when they think of the matter further? What do they say? But on a sphere, it curves. Always and forever. That's what they do. Ask them. They're here right now. Ask any of them. How far does level go?
So Jeremy's test was to take the 20-foot rigid pole, put the LiDAR scanner at the top, LiDAR at the bottom, attach it to a vehicle. Now drive it in a circle for 100 days at 15 miles an hour. If the Earth is a globe, then the top arc distance, the top LiDAR on the top of it should be a longer distance than the bottom.
That sounds great. That'll never be done. Why? Where could you do it?
You know, you could do this in a warehouse and just drive it in a 10-foot circle.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Do it any size.
Yeah,
Any
it doesn't
size,
have
yeah.
to go. It doesn't have to go a long distance from A to B. It just has to go a long distance. Period.
At the same rate.
Yep. And this pole is completely rigid.
The rate doesn't even matter. Hold on, the speed you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, the speed doesn't even matter. Yeah, you could go 10 miles. Yeah, you could be going 10 miles an hour and then speed it up to 20. It's all about how far
you got to go the same radius there.
Doesn't even have to be in the same circle. This test is actually pretty good. I like this test.
I need to
It's
think
one
about it
vehicle. It's one vehicle with one pole attached, but two LiDAR scanners attached to that 20-foot pole. One at the top, one at the bottom.
It doesn't have to go in the same path. It doesn't have to go the same speed or anything.
I'm going to have to use this one.
I mean,
did you like mine, Jeremy?
You're what?
The GPS at the bottom of two buildings get the distance of the bottom, and then the distance at the top should be larger, right? If the buildings are, yeah.
I don't know if they give you distance, though. They don't give you distance.
Yeah, they do.
Point
Point A to point B. Hell yeah. What do you think GPS does? I didn't mean to yell at you.
Just gave you coordinates.
No, it gives you distance you traveled and all that. Get point to point. It's distance. Distance is X.
Gives you a time. GPS does is you get a time from it.
Yeah, but
That's
it
like the
doesn't
raw
matter.
data.
Even if it's off, it gives you distance. It gives you that distance between the bottom of the building to the other bottom of the building is 1,000 miles. So if you go up to the top and do the points of those, enter, point A and point B at the top, if the buildings are X amount, 1,000 miles at the bottom, then they should be 1,004 inches at the top. I mean, you'd have to be drastic. You'd have to make sure that the buildings are parallel, straight up and down at the top and bottom, each of them, each of the two buildings that you use. But it doesn't even matter if the GPS is off a little bit. It's going to be off by the same amount, measuring from top to bottom of both buildings. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it should be. It should be a bigger distance, absolutely.
Yeah, they're
From the-
laying
from the
away
top
from
to
each
the bottom.
other. They're angling away from each other.
Yeah.
No matter which direction you go from the first building, in any direction, the next building is angling away. If
Yeah, it
they're
doesn't
the
even
same height.
matter.
Not that they're angling. Well, they're angling away, but it's also that as you increase from the radius from the surface of the Earth, you increase the radius.
Well, we're taking into consideration that the guy pouring the slab knew what he was doing. So, I mean, as long as it wasn't one of your goofy goon crews you got rolling around out there, we should be good.
I agree. So that's why you'd have to take the measurement at each building and make sure that, the 2 points are parallel to each other. Hang a
Can I get a
plumb
mic?
bob.
Can I get a mic check? Wondering if I sound better than normal or like usual.
A little better than normal.
Same old, same old.
Yeah, you sound the same to me, Larry.
No comment.
Well, at least you can understand me. Moving on. Continue.
At least we don't have kids in the background.
So yeah, if it does give you distances, which I don't know, it gives you a time. It gives you a time that the signal took to get to your thing, which I
Right, but
guess you
that
get a distance
calculates
out.
distance. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, the GPS would be a bigger distance from the top of the buildings to the bottom of the buildings, absolutely. If we're on a globe,
Millimeter accuracy.
yeah. If we're on, and if you go far enough, like if you went to Cali in New York, you'd have a nice distance. Meters, there would be meters.
Using the military GPS, military-owned GPS.
There's no difference.
I mean, it's all owned by the military.
Yeah, they're just picking on us. They're just joking around. They just say they have one top secret, but it's actually no different, according to some.
No, I mean all GPS. There's military satellites that they say they allow the public to use.
Yeah. I mean, if you were to get like your regular GPS and just go to the top and bottom of a building, it would just give you the same distance. I mean, it's just going off coordinates.
But
like
these
the GPS you use in your car.
But the GPS that you use for surveying has a point, right? It has a pole, and you stand it up plumb with a point hitting a nail or whatever, hitting the corner of the building. So you're really
that's some more complicated shit. Yeah.
Well, it's just more accuracy. So you know that the bottoms of the buildings are 1,000 miles away, and the tops of the building would be further.
Yeah.
The further away you went, where the bottom of the building was further.
The best distance to get would be to get anapodal their spot. That's as far away as you could possibly get from the bottom to the top.
Most drastic curvature, right?
Yeah,
This is why I like
Jeremy's.
This is why I like Jeremy's experiment and test more with the pole, because you can go any distance
that's
you
not.
want.
Hold on, no thanks. Why do you keep saying that? That was your thing you brought up.
No, it was to get. I brought it. Yeah, I brought it up just now. Yeah. So, but like in 24 hours, there's 24 hours in a day times 15 miles an hour, right? That's 360 miles in just one day. So if you drove this thing for, I don't know, say 1 year, just had it sitting in the garage, just plug it into a wall for a year. That's 131,000 miles. You know, that's like going around the Earth 6 times.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like 6 times the fucking circumference. Yeah, there should be a big difference in the top and to the bottom of those. Have you got anyone to agree about the accuracy of measuring that though? Because they say it's within the margin of error or something.
Well, if it's in the margin of error, I mean, it's the two of the exact same tools.
They were
One
saying
at the top,
you
one at the
can't
bottom.
measure it before. Remember, wasn't that their argument that we can't measure it?
Yeah, they're just saying, "No, we can't. We'll never be able to measure it." They don't know why. They just say we'll never be able to measure it. There's probably something wrong. You got to use GPS, which takes a GSW 84, and use that.
Well, wasn't I told many times by Globers that the auto level over a half a mile, let's say, doesn't, like, the accuracy doesn't equal the difference in the radius of the earth? Like, yeah. Is that why Bob had 2.5 inches of human air? Oof, that's a lot.
Yeah, all you need on your test, Jeremy, is for the top and bottom to read. If they read different numbers, one larger at the top than the bottom, then it can be a globe. If they read the same, then it could be a flat Earth, and if it reads the opposite, then maybe it's a concave Earth. I don't know. But
Well, let's be clear. They're probably never going to read the same.
They may never read the same. What if it reads the opposite and we're on a concave Earth?
No, I'm just saying they're probably never going to read the same because there's going to be a little bit of, difference.
Of instrument error?
Something.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
You could have the top
maybe.
wobbling. One of their complaints was the 100% rigidity, and you have the top wobbling and shit.
It wouldn't. Why would it wobble? If you get a 15-inch thick pole, like how is that going to wobble around?
You make the steel. You make the whole thing out of steel. The pole, it's connected right to the steel frame of whatever this vehicle is. You have the tires be like.
It's in their favor. The only thing that could wobble would be the top. It's in their favor. Why would they? The bottom's not going to wobble. The top.
What can make it look like it traveled a farther distance? Yeah, that's true. It is in their favor because at worst, it looks like it traveled a larger distance. Yeah.
Or
you build trusses. You make this thing strong. You don't have to have it just sitting there on its own. It can be stabilized.
Or we could measure 8 inches in 1 mile over water in one day with tools that we already have and don't have to build anything. Or that.
That doesn't sound realistic.
Yeah, the reason I like Jeremy's test is because it removes optics from the equation completely. So it takes optics completely out. And it's
I love how you keep calling it my
measurement.
test.
Remove optics from Jeremy's test by using LiDAR.
Well, then that uses light. You could use a radar altimeter. You could use there's other rangefinder. There's other things you could use, but you want to use something that's agreed upon.
No, I mean that one's good. If you have a way to measure it, it wouldn't even be hard to just you could even get something that was plugged in. And so it never had to stop and recharge. That way you would never have to touch the thing. You know what I mean? You don't want to, once this thing starts going, you don't want to ever have to touch it afterwards until the test is done. So whatever you're going to do needs to be
I feel
powered.
like a Glover would have done this thing like years ago. They've been like, listen, I'm gonna show you that this is a longer distance as you get higher from the surface of the Earth, which would just prove that it's a globe to everybody, and you could do this test at home. Let me show you. I feel like they would have done this a long time ago.
You'd have to plug it in the center on the ceiling if you're going to go
That's
around.
what I was thinking. You have a wire coming down off the center, and then it's just doing a circle. The car's doing a circle. Yeah. That's exactly what I had in my mind.
Can you do it on a flat? Can you do it on a level surface though? Would that tell us the difference?
Dude, I wouldn't do it on a level or flat. We're trying to see if level is flat. That's what this is trying to tell us, right? So you could do it on a level surface, but level is so close to flat over your basement or garage floor or whatever that you wouldn't even know. And if you are doing it on a flat, if you do it see, this is the question I never got answered from the Globers. If you were to do this on a flat surface, but it was happening over a globe, you have traveled a different distance. I don't think so. I think you need to do it on a curved surface. Like it needs to be intentionally curved.
Because
to be
because you're
sure.
saying, Jeremy, that if we did this, if we poured concrete, or Ricky poured concrete on a level surface or basketball court, then that would give us a skewed result where, of course, it would be the same at the top and the bottom.
Yeah, the goal is to see if this is traveling over a flat surface. So if we do it purposefully on a flat surface, we're going to get the result that it's fucking flat.
Is that true, Ricky or Essie?
Well, I've asked people. Funny you mentioned the basketball thing, because I've asked ballers if we have a perfectly level basketball court and we take some water, let's say a little kiddie swimming pool, and we throw it in the middle, how would the water disperse? And they told me that there would be a hump in the middle. It would be lower at the edges, and there would be a hump in the middle of the basketball court.
I'll take that bet.
So would I. Anyone.
So using like I imagine this test that you go up and down hills, it wouldn't really matter, right? If the one is unless you're trying to measure the exact radius of the Earth, then this wouldn't matter. All we're trying to see is if the top and bottom are different. But then somebody had chimed in and said, well, you got to make sure you don't do it on a level surface, because then that would just show that you're on a horizontal surface.
It doesn't matter to them. Even if you have a perfectly level horizontal surface, they still think that the water you pour on it will have a hump in the middle.
Just the water?
Just the water, because you're leveling the court with wood, right? So they can agree on that part. Of course, they must think that it warps underneath the ground, but let's not even go there. But a perfectly level basketball court, they think if you pour water on top in the center, it will flow in all directions and have a hump in the middle. I know it's mind-boggling, but that's what they think.
But we use the water to establish the level in the first place.
It'd be curving.
Would it be a double level? Like, what's going on there?
Well, in their model, if you use water, it would be curving.
Yeah, level is curved in their head. There's no two doubts about it. Ask any one of them. Level is curved. Period.
Jeremy, then we could do it on a level surface because they think level is curved.
Yeah, the problem is that level is indistinguishable. Like, okay, let's say we're going to do it in your garage. You got I don't know how big garages are, 50 by 50 feet. Is that cool? You got a 3-car garage? I don't know. Let's say you got a 50 by 50 foot car garage. You cannot measure the difference between curving level and horizontal over that distance. There will be no difference. So you won't even know if your shit's globe level curving or horizontal.
Yeah, not in 50 feet. Yeah,
all garages I've ever known aren't level. They're sloping out towards the front.
You know what I mean?
Where the drain is. Just
yeah,
look
but you
where
know
the
what I
drain
mean,
is.
though.
Yeah.
I know, but you know what I mean, though. Like, you're not going to be able to distinguish level over horizontal from that small of a surface. If
right,
level's curving.
Right, but if we're going to drive your little car around for 180,000 miles, then you'll be able to tell us.
Get some nice tires.
What?
Make sure they're not flat, right, Jeremy? Just kidding.
No. What? Hold on. You can't do it's best to just, you can't do it on a flat surface, because if you do it on a flat surface, you're going to get a flat result, regardless of if Earth's a globe or not. Right? You understand that part?
Welcome to flat Earth. Oh, wait, what?
Do you understand? What?
No.
You understand that part?
No,
what would you do it on?
I'm confused. I really think that you have the misunderstanding, but maybe I do have the misunderstanding.
We're checking to see if this car travels along a flat surface or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if you use a flat surface, we're always going to get the flat surface result after it's done.
And how do we get the flat surface? Using the levels, right?
Level, horizontal, whatever.
Well, if you can use that to measure the flat surface, then why not use that to create a flat surface and see what is under it, i.e. water, is curving?
No, because over the distances we're talking about driving this toy car or thing over, or train or whatever, the choo-choo train, you're not going to be able to differentiate between globe curve level and horizontal. So why would you even risk doing the test like that? And you don't even know. Like the whole point of this is to try to get to know. But you're starting off not even knowing if your shit's flat or level or curving level.
At the end of your test, it's going to tell you if it's flat, level, horizontal, or curving, right?
Hold on. Do you understand what I'm saying, No Tanks?
No, no. This is what I'm hearing. You can't do this on a level. You can't do this on the surface of water because water is level and water curves. Therefore, if we do the test on top of water, it's gonna show a horizontal plane. So we
No,
can't
it's not
use
what I'm telling you.
water. That's what I'm hearing.
I didn't say anything about. I didn't say water once, bro. How did you
I
hear
know,
that,
but
all
I'm
that
using
water
water to
stuff?
make it more clear. I don't want. I just. You're saying don't don't check the surface of water. You can't use the surface of water because water is level, which is horizontal. So if you use the surface of water, it's going to show you horizontal. So we won't be able to tell if water is curved or not. Like, that's what I'm hearing.
I mean, you can do it on level, but there's no differentiation over that small distance between level and
It's
horizontal.
not a
So
small.
now,
It's a large
so
distance. That's
50 feet
it's
by
100.
50 feet.
At 15 miles an
500
hour
feet.
for 365 days is 180,000 miles.
We're just talking about the surface you're doing it on. We're now starting off a test. Not even know. We're trying to figure out if level is curving, and we're starting off the test not even knowing if we're doing this over a horizontal or a curving level surface, which is the goal of the whole test.
Yeah, it's just
If you
going
want to
to
bring water
it's just
into
going
it,
to
that's fine. We can do.
differentiate what level is. It's going to tell us what is level. Is it curved or is it horizontal?
Yes, but you're starting the test not even knowing the surface you're doing it on because you can't differentiate between the curving level or horizontal over that short of a distance. Now, if you want to do it over water, that'd be good, but now you're dealing with the wave,
Wavy water. Yeah. So we're going to use a water level or whatever to establish level, right? And then we're going to pour a form with little string lines at those water level marks, make it perfectly flat and level.
I mean,
Now
bro,
we're
you
gonna
already
do-
have the conclusion of the test. If you think flat and
No, I
level are the
don't.
same thing, then there's no difference, and there's no reason to even do the test.
Yeah, this is why I asked for help on this. I don't know where I'm falling short going through this with Jeremy. I'm not sure what's going on.
If you're gonna do it on water, you can't do it on water because it's too. The shit will be wiggling and shit. You got to do this on solid land, right?
Right.
Okay. So
I just said water.
in other words,
now we
okay,
freeze
just
the
hold on.
water. You know.
Hey, just hold on, man. Just listen. We're trying to see if level curves. Okay. So we can't do this on a flat surface because we'll always get the flat result. You understand that so far, right?
I understand. I'm going to put a bullet in my own head. Yeah, I get it. I hear you.
So now they're saying this level is curving ever so slightly, so that over 100 yards or 100 feet or whatever, you won't even be able to differentiate between horizontal and their curving level. You understand that, right?
You're right. You need a bigger.
Okay, just hold on, bro. I'm leading you somewhere. Relax. You can't. So you don't know. So now you don't even know if your surface is flat or level. So we're starting the test off, not even knowing what surface we're doing it over. You don't know if it's flat or level, and if it's flat, you're always going to get the flat result.
Flat meaning level, or flat meaning horizontal.
We're trying to differentiate if flat. Why are you playing this weird word game with me?
Just only use level and horizontal then.
No, don't use level because level means two different things.
No, it doesn't.
This whole test is to determine which one of those things is actually true. Yes, it does.
It
There's one group.
It doesn't mean
level.
two different things. It's just there's two things. One of them is true.
In this arena, there's one group of people saying level curves. We're saying level doesn't curve. It's horizontal. We
So they're
can't
not
use the
two
word
different
level.
things.
We can't use the word level because now ambiguous.
No, you can use the word
talking about
level.
level horizontal.
Right. So just use level. We're trying to find out if level is horizontal. There's some. I get what you're saying. There's some people out there who think that level is horizontal. There's some people who think that level is curved. It doesn't mean there's two different things. Level is only one thing in reality.
I agree.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to try to find out if level is curved or horizontal. So we're going to use a level surface and measure it. But we can't measure it over a short distance. We have to go a long distance.
Yeah, if you want to drive the car, say you have a, I don't know, a mile track where you can drive the car back and forth on, then you could use level as its starting spot, or you can make it level the whole way or something. I don't know.
Because level is curved in their model everywhere from a central point, from a central point curving down and away at equally. So it doesn't matter if you go in a circle, a square, or a straight line. You don't have to go back and forth. They're saying level curves in all directions equally.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, if you had like 100-yard stretch or something, and you could drive it, around a track, but the track's like super oblong or something.
In theory, you could do this in in theory, you could do this in a 1-inch section. Just you have to go back and forth enough times to get a result. You can do it 1 inch. It doesn't matter if it's 1 inch, 1 foot, 1 mile. They have convexity at every point.
Unless you're doing it on a flat surface.
And what tools do we use to establish you use flat again? So I don't know what you're talking about when you say flat.
Not curving. Not their level curve.
Okay. And then what tools are we using to establish a horizontal?
You can't establish the difference between curve, level, and horizontal over that short of a distance.
Right. That's
what I'm trying to tell you this whole time. You're not listening though. You can't differentiate.
Somebody else has to chime in and let me know if I'm missing the point or if he's missing the point. I'm not sure. And if anybody's out there, I'm never gonna get it because I'm just never gonna get it. I'm not gonna get what you're trying to get me to I guess understand. I really think.
Do you know why? Do you know why Globers say that level curves?
I don't know, because we live on a globe.
No, I don't. No. Why do you think level curves? You think you're on a ball right now, so you can measure something as level. Hold on, let me finish what I'm, dude.
All right, well then don't assume
interrupt
I
me.
think I live on a ball right now. But go ahead.
Okay, so what do you think you're living on?
Right now I'm in my bathroom, but no, but I'm not. I'm just arguing from that side. I'm not. Go ahead. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, do you think you're on a ball right now?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay.
Yeah,
do you understand why people who do believe they're living on a ball would say that level eventually becomes curved?
Because they believe they live on a globe.
Yeah, but why? How do they explain something being level eventually becoming curved?
His globe.
All right, Jeremy, good luck, dude.
Equidistant.
Equidistant from the center of the earth? Sure, okay, yeah.
Gravity and all that, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what his point was. What was he saying?
But do you understand why you can't do this on a flat surface?
Nope.
Because we're checking to see if this we're checking to see if this thing traveled on a flat surface or not. And if we have a flat surface, then obviously we're going to get the flat result. So obviously we're not going to do it on a flat surface. That's what we're checking to see.
Oh God.
I don't get it, bro.
I swear, I swear you're in a paradox, not me. I don't see what you're, so how else, there's other ways, there's other tests out there, right? So they're using a horizontal, right, theodolite at the edge of calm water. So they say, projecting imaginary straight line. And now they're measuring the distance from that straight line to the ground, right? Like with an angle, right? But you can't see, you don't have a measuring stick. You can't measure how far off of what's really, you can't really see what's going on. You can't actually measure what's going on, whether it be compression or something else. Right. So how are they using a straight line against a curve when they say, when the claim is that the straight line curves?
What was
that's their problem. Yeah, they're saying the straight line curves. So they're going to measure but they're pretending they got a water level or a straight line to measure against a curved line, but they're saying that straight line they used curves, so they're measuring a curve against a curve.
Okay.
So I'm just asking you, how is there? I'm just asking you, how are you imagining that a horizontal line has ever been established once under a glober's mind frame, like in their thought? How have they ever once established a horizontal line?
They think they're doing it. Well, at LIGO, for one, they think they have a horizontal line there. Also, slack that Zanuck will never let us forget about.
But they don't say okay. So the water level. Yeah, I don't want to go through that. I don't say. I just don't. I'm missing what you're saying there. I don't get it. You would want to use a level surface, ideally, but it doesn't need to be level. That's the beauty of it. But you would want to use a level surface. You're in exact opposition to what I'm saying, because you're saying that level is horizontal already. Yeah, okay, I get it. Level is horizontal already, but
No. Hold on, man. No, I'm saying you can't use a flat surface.
yeah, don't use the word flat. Is it level or horizontal?
Why? Do you not understand what flat means? Is that what the problem is?
Not bumpy. Yeah.
So why can't I use the word flat?
Because it's not clear enough in this discussion.
Why is that not clear?
It's just not. I mean, do you not have another word you could use? I mean,
Well, I could use horizontal.
Okay, then just
horizontal plane instead of flat.
Okay. Right.
Okay, so you can't use a horizontal plane because we're checking to see if this thing is going over a horizontal plane. So if we make a horizontal plane and then see if it's traveled the difference, it's not gonna. We're always gonna get a horizontal plane result.
Okay, now the Earth is a globe. How did
you can just switch all the words I've used for just replace flat over the last 20 minutes. Replace flat with horizontal plane.
So now you're on a globe. How did you establish a horizontal plane on the surface of a globe?
How would I do it?
Yeah, how did you just do it just now?
Do what?
You said we can't use that flat horizontal surface. How did you establish a flat horizontal surface?
Well, you could. Okay, so if you try to make a level surface, you won't know. You won't even know if you're on a globe. You will not know if that shit is level, curving, or a horizontal plane. You'll have no idea because there's no way to measure it.
There's a way to measure it, and the way to measure it is the distance that you travel over a long.
Yes, but we have to before we can even do that. We have to make the floor that this thing's going to travel on.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude! Are you fucking with me?
No, are you fucking with me? No. Okay, we're gonna make the floor that we're on.
Jeremy, dude, this dude's dude. Honestly, this is like I would say like an 8 out of 10. Like,
go fuck yourself, faggot. Like out of 10, like 100%. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, we don't do that.
But
here,
don't
dog.
call names though. Come on.
But anyways,
Okay, go ahead. Critique how I'm not being serious. Go ahead. 8 out of 10. Go ahead.
I just feel like
continue how we don't continue on how we don't
like this,
talk shit while
the
you
only
talk
winning move. The only winning move here is really just to not play. Like I can ask you questions. I can ask you questions about what you think about the world, but I have a feeling you're just going to you're going to say I don't know.
I'm going to say
for every single one.
Yeah. Do you have a productive comment? So you tell me then about
what's your
level,
highest standard?
horizontal,
What's your highest standard of evidence
of level and horizontal?
No,
he's not a
for
glober.
anything.
I'm not sure. Just establish them for me real quick, and we can move on.
Platypus. He's not a glober.
No, I know.
Yeah.
He's just trolling.
Yeah. Okay. Then answer the simple question.
What's the question?
Jeremy's going to lay it out for you.
We're trying to drive a car over 100 foot, 100 square
I like this.
foot.
I'm sorry.
Drive a car over 100 square foot. We can't do it on a flat surface. The globe says level isn't curving enough to differentiate over that distance if you're actually horizontal or actually level curving. So did I lay it out or what?
I don't know. He was listening in, so he already knew like that it was just me fucking around. He's been listening the whole time. So, I mean, you didn't really even need to lay it out because he was listening the whole time and knew that it was a troll conversation because he knows the subject matter. So he can go off that. I just figured I'd do the courtesy of laying it out.
Dude, you're acting like a woman now.
I mean, it started serious, but at this point, I feel like I don't know why you can't understand this.
I don't.
Which part don't you understand?
You're saying that level. I'm saying you can't establish a horizontal plane on the surface of a globe. You're saying we can.
Okay, I can absolutely. Rakia does it every day, whether Earth's a globe or not. Rakia is making horizontal planes every day.
Yeah,
So
assuming right. Assuming what?
You don't have to assume anything. Rakia is making horizontal planes all day. There's no
Using
assumptions
what
in it.
tools?
The auto level, a theodolite, whatever the fuck tools he uses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
On a globe, he's doing it.
He can wherever we are, he's doing it. So it doesn't matter if it's a globe, if it's flat, if we're on concave, convex, pyramid Earth, dinosaur dick Earth, whatever it is, he's doing it.
All right. Well, I don't think you're getting it. I'm not saying you're wrong or I'm right, but I don't think we're getting it with each other, right? So you're saying we make a basketball court, we make a concrete, whatever, we pour it, it's level, completely level, right? We use water to establish this level, right? That's what we use. We use a water level or a water tool or a spirit level, right?
Hold on real quick. Okay, we make the basketball court. You don't know if that basketball court is horizontal or level curving as the globe thinks. You don't know that at this point. You have no idea. You have
It's
no
one
idea.
or the other.
It is one or the other, but you don't know. So we're starting, and we need to know because we need to make sure that we don't do this over a flat surface or we're going to get the flat surface result.
We don't do, what was the last part?
We can't do this on a horizontal plane or a flat surface because we're going to get the horizontal plane or flat surface result every time. And you're starting off your test not even knowing if you're on the globe level curving or you're on a horizontal plane. You get it?
No, we're just going to go in circles. That's why I'm just going to give up on it for now. That's why I asked for somebody else to step in and I guess go over it because I'm just going to give up on it for now. Yeah.
Like we're trying to do a test to determine whether the car travels over a horizontal plane or a curved surface. If you start off doing it on a horizontal plane, you're obviously going to get the horizontal plane result every time.
Yeah, I know, but how do you establish a horizontal plane?
If you make a level, if you do level with water, if you make level with water, you may have established a horizontal plane or you may have established curved level. You won't know.
Right.
There's no way to differentiate that.
Until you do it.
Other than the test we're doing.
Like this.
Other than the test we're doing. But if you do that, if you start the test off not even knowing what the surface is.
Yeah, it doesn't. Right.
You just
right.
Bro, we can't make an artificial horizontal plane because it'll come back that it traveled the same distance. We're trying to figure out what naturally the Earth is, so we can't use an artificial horizontal plane. If you make level on a basketball court, you have no way to differentiate if it's curved level or an artificial horizontal plane on top of a curved level surface.
So we're gonna have a basketball court that's 100 feet long, right? But we're only we're gonna build it all the way around the Earth, but only in a 100-foot section. So I'm gonna take a water level from a 100-foot water level, one end to the other. We'll line up the concrete with it, pour, walk away. Go to the next one, pour it, walk away. Go to the next one, pour it, walk away. Right. So what's that going to form?
We don't. You're building multiple. Why are we into this multiple basketball court thing? What happened?
This is equivalent to going back and forth, or in a circle around it. It's the same thing. Like you said, maybe you could go back and forth. You said.
Yeah, we're not going to be building multiple basketball courts, though, right?
No,
so I don't know why we're even. Why it's even a thing.
Yeah, so we're gonna take the water level, right, and we're gonna pour the basketball court with a concrete court, right, and it's gonna dry perfectly. Nothing's gonna sink, and because it has air pockets or anything in it. It's just gonna right where we set it is where it's gonna go. We're going to the next one, line them all up next to each other, right. So using the water level 100-foot sections, is that now going to form a horizontal plane, or is that going to conform to the curvature of the Earth, or is it only
I
going to
think
be
it's going to
known?
form a horizontal plane. There's other people that think it's going to form a curve around Earth. That's what this test is to do to figure it out.
Right, right. So you would want to use a level basketball court over distance, which is what you're doing going back and forth with the car.
No, because you don't know if the basketball court is curved level or an artificial horizontal plane. If it's the artificial horizontal plane on top of a curved surface, you're still going to get the flat horizontal plane result because the car wouldn't have traveled different distances.
Remember what Rakia said. You would have to first, we'd have to first know the radius of the Earth, right? The center of the Earth. Then you would have to measure up 2 feet, 2 inches, whatever it is, on one end, and then 2 inches on another end, right? Knowing the radius, knowing from the center of the Earth.
I don't remember ever saying that. Maybe that was somebody else.
Yeah, you didn't say radius. You said you'd have to measure up 2 inches. Yeah, so you'd have to measure up 2 inches.
From the surface of water. 2 feet.
From the surface of water.
Yeah,
Yeah.
2 feet from the surface of water.
Right. So then maybe you could explain it to him better when I'm going over. Am I wrong or is he wrong? Or are we just not understanding?
Yes.
Yes. I wasn't helpful.
That was helpful.
Yeah, so like Rakia said, you'd have to measure up if you're on a globe to get a horizontal plane. You have to measure up 2 feet 2 inches. I don't remember the distance that he said, but whatever it is, you have to calculate it assuming a radius, right? He didn't say that part, right? Maybe, but that's why you'd have to measure up 2 inches, 2 feet, whatever he said. You'd have to first know the radius. Yeah. You'd have to know the drop, 8 inches per mile squared, etc., to measure up against to form that horizontal plane. Do you think that's happening when we use the water level to establish the horizontal plane? It's not.
Bro, if you do something the size of a basketball court and you use the water level, right? And in this whole arena, they're saying the water's curving, we're saying it's flat. Over that distance, though, you wouldn't even know. And if you were off just a little tiny bit, like there's no sense in even risking it. If you're actually going to do this test for the amount of time and effort it takes, there's no sense in even risking it that you made an artificial plane over a globe.
Right, is that
which
what you're
could
saying?
happen and give you that could give you a false result.
Right, but
a wrong result you might
that
get.
we could accidentally form not actually measure for it, but we could have accidentally formed a horizontal plane.
Yes, you could have accidentally formed a horizontal plane because you have no way to differentiate between that and the curving level that the globe says it is over that short of a distance. Yes.
All right, accidentally. So I could have. That was all. Right? You would have to do it by. It would have to be by accident. Yeah.
Yeah, you just can't. You can't tell. It's so close that if you're just off the little teeniest, tiniest bit, like you can't.
You may have accidentally
be able to
formed the first horizontal plane known to man. Yeah.
No, Rocky, it does it every day. What do you mean?
Yeah, right.
Rocky is doing it every day.
Right, but not according to a glober. It would be the first accidental horizontal plane known to man. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Bro, no. No.
Yes.
Even a glober will tell you Rocky is making horizontal planes every day. I mean, you wouldn't be able to tell by looking at the finished product, but he is making horizontal planes every day.
I'm sure he is. Yeah.
Fucking shots fired. Yeah, so this test would probably
give me 1 second to respond, please. The toilet I'm pissing in right now is dirty, and it reminded me of you.
So listen, no tanks. Heads don't think you're serious in this arena. I'd like to give you a chance, and it seems like you kind of are, but I don't know. Anyways, this would best be done.
So what? So Rocky doesn't think I'm serious. Is that what you're saying?
Didn't mention no names. I mean, obviously some other guy spoke up, but I have heard people talk, and I hear everything. So it's not important. Don't worry.
This
about
this is my first interaction with you, and I don't know, dude. It's like I'm kind of a bullshitter sometimes, and it's like game recognized game, but it could just be like me misinterpreting. Maybe you got like the tism a little bit, or you've been like mixing paints for like a decade. I don't know. But I'm just being real with you. Prove me wrong. I don't mind.
The way you mentioned my name right then is kind of strange, man. I've said nothing about you or to you.
No, he
No,
he
no.
thought
It's
that
just
he thought I
you're the
was
only
you.
you're the only voice I know. Like the other guy who said he doesn't talk much, I don't know his name. So.
Yo, okay. Anyways, listen. I do think this is a good test if we can measure it. You just can't use a level or a horizontal surface over that small of a distance. You need to go like, I don't know if you need to like purposely. I'm not even sure if you might be able to still use a horizontal surface because I don't know how the measurement is going to work or whatever. But I don't know. I don't know. I feel like if you use a horizontal plane, you're going to get a horizontal plane result, regardless of what the Earth actually
You
might be
can't
now.
form a listen. You can say I'm trolling you if you want. Like the whole room can say you can't form a horizontal plane on the surface of a globe.
Or you can. You can.
Not touching
Rumpus.
the surface.
Yes, you
Yeah,
can,
Rumpus
dude. I
would be
can
like the
shape.
only other one who would. Yeah, go to Rumpus. He'll tell
Rumpus.
you what I'm telling you. Yeah.
Rumpus told me that surveyors think flat means curved, and I said, "Holy shit! What happens if they actually encounter a flat spot on Earth?" He said, "Impossible." But that's not the realistic.
You just told me it's possible though.
Yeah, Rumpus is a fucking maniac. The thing is, it is possible. Rakia does it with concrete every fucking day.
Yeah, listen, Rakia knows exactly what I'm talking about. He won't back me up because I don't like Rakia. He doesn't like me. He knows exactly what I'm talking about, and he could clear it up for you. But he'd rather see us both suffer and
He
not
definitely
understand.
wants
He
me to
understands.
suffer.
Yeah, he does understand exactly what I'm describing to
Dude,
you.
please stop using my name, man.
Like Rakia fucking knows exactly what I'm talking about, and
Yeah.
but he referenced it. Like when Rakia referenced it earlier, that's why I said, "Hey, Rakia, why don't you tell your buddy Jeremy exactly what you're talking about?" And then Rakia just left it alone. He didn't go over it again.
Yeah, dude,
Literally used your name
you
as much
bro,
as
you,
possible.
you tried to use his name like 5 times in one
Rakia's name?
sentence.
Get out of town.
Dude,
I'm
look,
trying.
if there's any way you can use your powers of autism for good instead of evil, like you're gonna have a fun time here, for sure. I'm not your enemy. I'm definitely not your
I don't even
enemy.
know your name. I mean, you just got to tell me your name, and then I can check you off as foe or friend. I mean, I don't know
I
who you
don't
are.
want to be on your list, bro.
All
I'm
right, well
sorry.
then don't chime in. I guess I don't know.
You don't want to be on my list. I'm literally crying right now.
Yeah, so I mean, like you can have like little like I don't know, disagreements and infighting however you want, but if you don't realize the issue that you're like, it's really a paradox that you're facing right there with with all that you know and described, and you still don't get it. Like Rumpus described it to you, like you could about the flat, right? Like
Yeah, but
there's
that's
no
not
about the
true,
flat
though.
spot.
That's
What
not
part?
true. Okay, let's say we get a pool ball. We got a cue ball, right? There's no flat surfaces on the cue ball. I could take it to a belt sander, shave a little piece of it down, right? And then we'll have a huge flat spot on it.
Flat as in horizontal?
Flat as in not curving around the globe. Like there can be a flat spot.
Can I ask a question to you,
In what
Jeremy?
orientation would it be flat?
Bro, I don't know. Go ahead, Rocky.
You'd have to know the dimensions of the cue ball, and then you'd have to hold it, knowing the dimensions of the cue ball. If you want that flat spot to be in a horizontal position, you'd have to know what the cue ball is. Yeah.
That's correct. Jeremy, where did the guy go that agreed that this was a good test with you?
I don't know. Who agreed to that?
He was here earlier. I heard him. He said it like 3 or 4 times. Jeremy, I like this test.
I don't know.
You
No,
want
no tank?
me to say the name of the guy?
You talking about no tanks?
Was it no tanks?
No, it wasn't me.
I don't know.
It wasn't?
I don't know what's happening right now.
It wasn't you, no tanks?
I'm not sure. Is that what you remember?
I'm pretty sure it was you, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe it was me. If that's what you remember.
You don't remember that?
No, I don't. Is that what you remember? Then okay. Is it a good test? What do you think?
Well, I'm starting to think now that I may be delusional.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Check it out. Yeah. So it's not really the test that I'm having a conversation about. It's the basis of the it's not really the baseline. It's not even the test. The test is kind of irrelevant at this point. Yeah. If if what Jeremy is claiming, meaning sounds like he's claiming that. Well, he clarified it by saying we could accidentally make the first accidental horizontal plane on a globe. Then that's okay. Then I can understand that. But if he was stating that it's that level is horizontal, therefore you can't have the test, then I'm not understanding that.
Kosho? Maybe it was Kosho. Was
Maybe,
Kosho here
dude.
like 30 minutes ago? Y'all sound just alike.
So, Rocky, you do want me to say your name or you don't?
Who is this?
Yeah.
No, it was me.
There you
It was
go.
me.
Daydreamer.
That's right. Daydream believer.
Thank
Hey,
God. Thank God Kosho's here.
I know, yes. Hey, real quickly, what's this test? What's the test?
The test you said was great.
I know. I definitely endorsed it, but now I need to know what I endorsed. So,
You and
fill me in.
others. You're not the only one.
Fill me in.
I can't, dude. I'm eating lunch at Joe Bob's famous service station.
Joe Biden's famous.
Joe Bob's.
What? Oh.
Joe Bob's.
Yeah, Joe Biden had a restaurant. That's fair enough. But yeah, I mean, it's Jeremy, no tanks, platypus. Anybody want to fill me in? I'm just curious.
It's the test that you said should be performed with a balloon and GPS, but it's not really the test that I was talking about. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have to use GPS. So, the way you were talking about doing it with LiDAR doesn't make sense. Just so you know.
Well, radar scan, radar rangefinder, anything. Pick one.
I guess if you had if you had a track in a straight line and you had a wall,
I
perpendicular
mean, you could use
wall.
GPS, like you could use like a GPS that's just designated just for the test.
Yeah, right. But if you can use radar, if you had like a wall and you made it go back and forth in a straight line, and the radar was pointed at that wall the whole time, and you were sure it was on the surface, like it was on, it wasn't on a flat, structure or something. You could do that. It would just take a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, GPS is fine as long as it's just GPS that's designated just for the test. Yeah, send a signal back and forth.
Well, you wouldn't need to send one back and forth. The problem with the GPS is, with the balloons, and for example, is I got to work out a way to make sure that it doesn't. Because somebody told me, and they were right, that the bottom balloon, it could be swaying back and forth, and depending on how you record the distance, you can get all sorts of false readings.
Yeah, it was me saying that the top balloon would probably swing around way more than the bottom one.
The bottom balloon would swing around more, I think. But regardless, yeah.
No, I think it was coffee converter. Oh, my bad, Kojo. I think it was coffee converter that brought that up with the top and bottom of the pole.
Yeah, but no tanks had told me earlier in the day. So I had told somebody about it, and then they had said that, and it might have been coffee converter. But earlier in that same day, I was talking to No Tanks, and I was talking to some other people in the room below. We were in chat. We were in live stream too. We had like a private chat in there. Cool. I think B Moore was there. Cyrus. Bunch of cool people.
When did you guys do that?
2 days ago. We do it sometimes. So
when you're not around.
Kind of invite
only.
I'm
sorry I snapped at you the other day, Kosho, but you were being a little bitch. So.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was actually thinking about that several times since. I was. You really you you sided with Parmesan over me. You got mad at me for helping Parmesan.
How can we call him Kosho when you're not supposed to call people names?
Why? What's Kosho mean?
Oh my god.
Did you dictionary.com it? What's it mean?
Can we have some love music in the background, please?
You whacking off? What's going on?
No, I'm eating French fries actually from Joe
No,
Bob's.
I'm talking about SC, dude. He wants us to play romantic music or something.
Get some of that 80s porn music.
Yeah, whatever. Hold on a second. Is Coffee Converter in here?
I don't know. I've actually petitioned Geo one Glover speak at a time, just for reasons of what happened with me, you and Parmesan the other day.
Oh, okay.
Like, we've heard all your bullshit before. Parmesan, we haven't
Yeah.
heard all his bullshit. I can tear his
Well, I have.
bullshit to pieces easy.
Okay. Well, out of respect for other people, I tend to, like, if one Glover is talking, I don't want to cut in, unless absolutely necessary. It's out
Joe,
of
and please
respect
don't
thing.
yield to Florida Zanuck ever. Like, we would much rather deal with you. I don't know how everyone else feels, but if it's you or Zanuck,
Out of respect for not only him but other people in the room, yeah, if he's trying to get in, because I want him to do the same for me, dude. Like if I'm in the middle of something, and I don't want him to cut in, or if he's doing something nonstop and I want to cut in, I'd like him to consider that. So it's called respect, dude. If he's trying to
I
say
mean, I
something,
think
and I've been
as
talking
soon
for
as
a
I
while,
think of Zanuck, I think of consideration. First thing.
well, he's a sweet man. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
You been daydreaming about Zanuck?
Sweet man. Another daydream.
I don't really sleep during the day usually. Okay, so
A sweet anti-flat earther.
But when
just
you
like
do,
in Kosho. How is it to be an anti-flat earther?
I'm not sure. I can ask one of them.
Not
I'm
just to
sure.
clarify,
Earth.
did you
Fight
say
the
that?
flat earth.
Did you say that Zanuck is a sweet man, Kosho?
Yes, just a couple of seconds ago. Yeah.
And what classifies as a sweet man to you?
He's got love in his heart. He's kind. I don't know what else to tell you.
Can you have love in your heart, be kind, but still be a liar?
Yeah, you can. But Zanuck, I don't think he's a liar.
Do
But yeah.
sweet men lie?
So, yeah, I mean, I'm a sweet guy. I lie all the time.
Then
Tell
you
me
cannot be
lies.
sweet.
Tell me sweet little lies.
Daydreaming.
There's that song. There's that song too, and there's them. But yeah,
I think the virtue for every flat earther is to maintain their truth, but not just their truth, the truth that's an objective reality. I think that's the big thing with flat earthers and the purists in them. With the globers, the abduction that you guys use, your ad hoc storytelling, is rooted in a reification. Now, if they understood it was a reification but passed it off as something concrete, wouldn't that be a lie, Kosho?
I guess in that weird situation, but I'm not sure that's happening anywhere.
It's not a weird situation. If I have a reification, in other words, I observe something, and then I equate that observation to a real, tangible something in reality, but I know that it's a reification. I know that it's not actually in reality, but we could perceive it as reality, but it's not. Isn't that a lie, Kosho?
Well, if you observed something and it's not in reality, then I'm not sure if you meant you were sleeping or what that means. But if you observe something, typically that it can't be reified; it exists.
Well, I'll give you an example. You have reified the downward acceleration to be gravity, but yet you have no way to verify it. When you have a reification to what gravity is, things fall, therefore gravity. That is not the full complexity of the situation, but that is what the layman understands to be true into their reality. But that is not true in the grand scale of reality, if you will. It's a small compartmentalization of somebody who had a philosophy hundreds of years ago. That philosophy has now changed, but yet the people still adhere to the prior philosophy of it. So if there's a new way to think of science or a new way to think of gravity, isn't it not insincere and not sweet to keep the average layman in a perpetual understanding of this mass attracting mass when it's been proven wrong, even at the quantum level?
Yeah. Right. Well, as lame as the man might be, for him to understand gravity as being reified, I would say that in that process, you're reifying gravity because it simply is a model, right? It's a model that describes what's happening, but you're reifying it, right? So
The person
if
who
you have a model, updating the model,
this is
there's nothing wrong with that.
this is what comes from observing the phenomenon, and this is where the inherent lie exists, is in understanding what the observation that the phenomenon that I'm observing. You're going to have a supposition or a presupposition to the phenomenon, right? If you go around saying that I know I have a presupposition to what it is, let me prove it. Oh, I have this shadow, therefore I proved it based on my presupposition that the shadow would do A, B, and C. I have now reified my reality to as what my presupposition is. But the thing is, how you've built that information on the presupposition, it's a choice in what to conclude the observation is, or what you've concluded the observation is. And when it's a presupposition, you're begging the question. You're saying this is a sphere before it's a sphere. And so that's not how you do science. It's how you can run a hypothesis and run a scenario, but it's not how you run science. Why? It's because you can have a observed phenomenon, but if you can't affect or be a part of that phenomenon to change the effect, then the dependent variable is out of your control to be controlled. You can't control it, right? So what do you do in this case? Well, you have more theories, more stories, more abduction. You don't have induction, deduction. You have now abduction as to why A, B, and C works. And this is based in the reification of, I believe that this model is here, therefore I'm going to see what the model dictates. The model dictates what I see because it's a model that I'm predicting, therefore it's the model. It's like the backwards circular logic reification. So how is there any honesty and sincerity in that? Or sweetness?
I suppose it's not. Hey, I was wondering about your book though, because I heard you saying that it's in the stages of proofreading or
just being proofread. Yeah, I've got a couple of eyes on it. It's there.
Well, I want to offer you something because I have a friend of mine, Mr. Waz. He's an Australian guy. He's actually Indian or Sri Lankan, but he's Australian, and he has a wife and she's Polish, and his wife is a editor, and he's offered other times to have his wife when she's not busy to edit certain other works or whatever. So I could run it by him if you're looking for.
Oh, I appreciate that. I already have a non-disclosure agreement already with a couple of burgeoning, aspiring people that want to be writers. So I'm just waiting on them to come back. The problem is that unfortunately the content that they're editing has geometry and mathematics and physics in it. So they have a hard time. They don't know even basic geometry. Even educated people don't even. I'm so surprised. Just
I mean, does an editor make sure that the math is good? I mean,
no, that's a checking. Of course, you need to know the math. You need to know the angles that matches the category in the statement. Like, in other words, the paragraph has to match the mathematical description. If I'm telling you a story within that framework, you're gonna have to make sure that the math matches up with the story. But in this case, it's just geometry driven, right? And it has to do with sacred geometry and pentagrams and shit. So there's going to be there's just going to be a little bit stuff that most people just don't, it's not average thinking. Like, Eastern mysticism, sacred geometry. There's a handful of people that know that shit in academia.
How do you feel about the number 108?
Well, it's a sacred geometry number. You can apply it to the diameter of the sun and moon and get the distance to it.
A lot of 108 shit, right? Yeah.
Well, 108. The point is, the 108 existed before anything else. If Aristarchus was messing around 108, using the 108 sacred number, now it comes from a pentagram for me, because the pentagram is how they mapped out the stars: Mars, Venus, Jupiter, all that stuff, and then the 5 elements of the earth: fire, earth, wind, and water. Right, so they all rooted it in the sacred geometry, and there's ratios that they use. So they didn't have sizes to begin with; they had ratios. So if you had a certain movement, you had time and ratios. That's what they had to work with to develop sizes and distance. So with time, the ratios, you can devise size and distance based on paths, but always had to come from, anyway, whatever. It's in the book, man. It's nothing new. They know all this shit. I just tried to compartmentalize it into material that when you do read it, you don't have to read 5 other books. It just clearly.
Speaking of that ratio thing, I don't know who I was watching, Vsauce, Action Lab. There's this thing where if you spin a surface and you have a ball and you drop a ball on it and you let the ball spin with the surface, the ball
will never go off the table now.
No, the ball won't go off the table. It'll go around like 2 times for every 7 times the record spins or some shit. I forget what the exact ratio is. But if you use a hollow ball, you get a different ratio. You
so
see
it
that
won't,
one?
it won't go to the center? It won't go to the center?
No, it just stays in the
No, it
same
won't fall
spot.
off. Yeah.
It depends. There's
Dave
different
Gould.
things you can do. There's different things you can do with the ball. You can just set the ball on there, and then yes, it'll eventually spiral out. Or if you hold the ball there and let the ball catch up the same speed as the surface is moving, then it'll just sit there and do a circle.
Yeah, there's all kinds of interesting, for hidden.
It won't rotate around the center. Like drop it, it'll go around the center and spiral out. But if you don't,
it's focusing on a centripetal attraction, is what you're telling me, rather than centrifugal attraction. It's a centripetal one that's being displayed.
I don't get all nerdy on me with your nerd terms. All right, I'm just telling you. I don't know if you've seen that video or not, but there's a ratio.
Oh yeah, I watch. Dude, I love science. I watch Action Daily. I watch all those shows. Yeah, I've seen all of his, not all, but I've seen a majority of his observations and stuff. I reached out to him a few times to try to do some experiments, because he's always dealing with the cube vacuum chamber. And the only guy that I reached out to, he just doesn't matter, dude. It's all right. Just looking for other observations.
That's Smarter Every Day. He's talking about Dave Gould.
Smarter Every Day and Action Lab are two different things. I watch both. Smarter Every Day is not the video I'm referring to. I'm referring to Action Lab.
Yeah, Action Lab's what I meant, but but I'm saying it's not Action Lab. It's this guy called Dave Gould, or Steve Gould is who he is. Give me a second.
Come on.
Yeah, no, Vsauce, the Action Lab, all these guys, they do some neat shit. Even I like Number File.
Number File is good. 60 Symbols is good. Watch 60 Symbols, man. If you want to watch the heritage and the argument to the Mercury's orbit, 60 Symbols does it great. They break it down for you. Michelson Morley, 60 Symbols, man. It's a great science channel. They're not like you find on this channel, apprehensive of telling the fucking straight goods, the story. Rather than supposing if I listen to 60 Symbols and then come back to this debate and regurgitate verbatim the story from these guys, I'd get nothing but refutations, argument, name calling from this debate. That's what I find hilarious. Using your own fucking model against you guys.
There's no name calling.
Well, using your own globe model in the story of how it all began, like Vulcan, right? Even bringing up the word Vulcan to these,
And go Vulcan yourself, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Did you believe in Vulcan there? Do you believe in Vulcan?
Oh yeah. Well, no, everybody. It was the thing back in the early 1900s.
Nobody really had telescopes, I guess, and you were planning on orbits and everything just with some math in your eyeball.
mean, how can you blame me, dude? I mean, that was the cool thing back 100 years ago. What could I do?
A cool thing 100 years ago is to, yes, postulate the heavens. Yeah.
Anyways, I'm going to post the video Jeremy's talking about out of respect. But I'm going to post it.
Because you're my Google guy. You're posting it because you're my Google guy.
Well, actually, I'm not going to post it because you said that. I'm going to post instead.
No, just post it so everyone can see. Come on, this is important information people need to see.
I'm sorry. I'm going to instead post this other video that's from the same channel, Steve Moore's channel, and it's awesome, dude. He talks about how the orbits, the orbital resonance. Very cool.
So, Kosho,
have you ever seen the
oh, go ahead. What's your explanation of why Mercury can be seen in the morning during sunrise and then at the evening during sunset? How does that orbit work?
It's so odd. I don't know. Oh, you know what? I think I do know. It happens to be close to the sun.
No answer for it, buddy. I'm just keeping you on your toes. You're going to tell me there's an answer? Okay.
Close to the sun, so it's going to follow and set with the sun, or rise with the sun. In which case, you're not going to get a good look at it during the day. However, the sun,
you can see it during the day.
The sun sometimes comes before Mercury, still close to it. So you should be able to see it in the sky. Same with Venus. But yeah, they're close to the sun. That's it.
Pretty fast orbit compared to the rest of the planets, though, right?
Yeah, if you watch this video, Steve Moore's video, it talks about that a little bit. But also Kepler's third law describes how the distance of the orbit corresponds with the period of the orbit.
Yeah, you can time out a cycle, but you can't explain why that cycle is different than the rest.
Yeah, you can.
You can't. You can only hypothesize. That's it. You can't test the claim. And that's why they have all these mathematical equations and anomalies, and then they have to remove matter from space itself because they can't have any electromagnetic waves. They can't have any galaxies, anything in between it, because then it interferes with the calculations. So to calculate it, it has to be bare bones pure mathematics, which is just based on time and cycle. So there's no actual science behind it. It's just matching up a cycle based on time.
I never thought of that. But you know what I did think of was Kepler's third law about basically the period of so a year, in our case, our orbit is a year. You take the period squared, and that's going to be equal to the distance of the orbit cubed. So this holds from what we find in every case of circular orbits, which is pretty fascinating. So
you're not going to be cubing any other orbit, are you? Is it just Mercury's you're going to have to cube?
No. This is the rule for orbits in general.
From the foci position to the elliptical path that goes upon. You're talking about the cube formula around the elliptical path.
Well, no. Usually, this would be describing. If you don't want to go into extra work, just describing circular orbits. If it's a elliptical orbit, then you'll have to use the I think the semi-major axis, which is
what's called a true. You have what's called a true anomaly. The difference between the actual sun's position and the mean sun's position. There's two on his model. He has to again change the position of the sun to match the time because the sun doesn't move at a consistent pattern like the rest of the bodies. Or relative to the rest of the body. So there's an issue there, right? Even in his model, he has to have two positions of the Earth's and two positions of the sun. Now, why is that?
I don't know. Can we talk about the axis of evil after this, though, when you guys are done with this?
Let's go look at any Kepler's models. He starts with two.
Hold on, I jumped in, Dave. I jumped in. Let him respond to the last thing first.
We can talk about Iraq, the war in Iraq, and the axis of evil.
Well, I just want to before we go on.
Just respond to Data's thing.
Oh, right.
Kepler had two models. He had to position the Earth at the center with the sun on the elliptic, and then vice versa, put the sun in the center and have the Earth on the elliptic. When you do that, you have two different motions. Apparently, you have the apparent motion, which would be the apparent motion of the Earth in this case, going around the sun, and then the actual motion. Now, tell me why he has to have two apparent motions of the Earth move And then on the other model, he has to have 2 apparent positions of the sun move.
Well, so that's 4 positions total. Regardless.
Well, one model each is separate. So compartmentalized to each model, you have basically the mean sun or the mean Earth, and then what the total anomaly is the actual movement, the apparent motion versus the solar mean motion. There's 2 different problems there.
Well, like I said, when you look at all the orbital parameters, there's the semi and minor axes, or the semi major and the semi minor axes, and then there's the the average. Okay, and then there's also going to be the there's another value too. But regardless,
just go look up the true anomaly, Kepler's true anomaly, and then describe it for me, and then tell me why he has to describe it as a true anomaly. And this is particularly, the geocentric model.
Dave, I remember a while back you got on this axis of evil. Are you guys done with that, or?
I'm reading about this true anomaly thing. So going to
about 5 minutes before you're an expert.
Yeah. Well, it turns out that I'm already an expert, dude.
Oh,
I just have that memory. So,
how come if you're an expert, I keep bringing you stuff that you don't know?
When was that? Just now. I mean, I just
taught you about the equation of time.
I've not heard
you didn't know about the equation of time. You don't know about the true anomaly. You taught you a lot
what
of things.
What are you talking about? I didn't know about the equation of time.
Yeah, so I've been documenting all this stuff, dude.
And what did you
You're
say?
on record, Coach. So
What did you document? Every time you brought up equation of time, I've talked to you about it.
No, just recently, the only thing you said is what would be the typical explanation, which is the movement upon its elliptical path during its seasonal change.
No, that's only one case.
Yeah. So again, if you go in and actually look at the data, and you try to model it, it doesn't work. You can't have 3 motions from a 2 motion body. You can't have a third extra motion introduced when you have rotate, because you can't model it. It doesn't work. If a body moves forward and back, those are 2 motions. But if a body moves forward, back, reverses, stops, and then moves forward again, so 3 motions. You can't get that if I'm passing a body and I'm moving, I'm going to have, and if I'm on, let's say, a curved path towards it, an elliptical path, let's say I'm on the wider path or this narrower path, I'm going to appear closer to it. And then as I move away, it's going to get smaller. So I'll have 2 observations. I'll have an increase in size and a decrease in size. Those are 2 motions based on 1 motion of a body. You have 3 motions from this one body moving, and you cannot model anything that I see. If you're observing one body and you're moving, and that other body is moving, it'll only have 2, unless it has another motion built into it itself. Then that's the only way that you're going to get a 3 motion. In other words, if that body's moving and I'm moving, but I'm moving from point A to point B along a trajectory, which is essentially a straight path or a curved path, whatever you want to call it, this body is changing sizes as if I'm moving towards it, moving away from it, and then moving towards it again, or vice versa. Moving away from it, moving towards it, moving towards it, moving away from it, and then moving towards it. That doesn't happen at all in any program, even drawn on a piece of paper. You can't have one body moving and another body have 3 positions. It doesn't work.
Yeah, well, the equation of time problem is not even a problem. It's not impossible to model. It's extremely simple to model. It's not even like, if you can explain the movements, you can model it easily. I don't know what you're talking about.
You aren't willing to accept what I've said. I've already told you that in stellarium, the apparent diameter of the sun changes size in a manner that shows that it's stopping, reversing, and then growing.
Yes, I've refuted this 2 years ago.
You didn't refute it because you did not. Nobody refuted this, dude. All you had for an example was, well, it's just the sun rotating on an elliptical path. That's all you've ever given a response to.
What happened was, Data, because you keep interrupting me. What happened was, you brought this up 2 years ago. It wasn't a surprise to me. It was not a surprise to me such that I even guessed the exact date that this was happening, because you said this happens in stellarium. I said, well, is it on this date? And then you said,
no, dude. It happens on lots of days. It's not particular to a day.
That's predicted.
Yeah, we all. It's not as particular to a day, but we all knew about this 15 degrees an hour thing and how it changes over the course of a year.
Yeah, this is represented in the equation of time.
Yeah, the equation of time, you still don't understand the problem with it. You're trying to clock a solar mean sun, giving you 15 degrees, but reality does not dictate that. There is an oscillating, a speeding up and slowing down daily. Okay, this is why you had to create the solar mean sun. It's the point of the equation of time is to realize that there is no constant rotation. That's it. Zero. You can have an abduction or an ad hoc explanation, but if I have proof that you cannot be on a surface of a rotating body and it's rotating half a rotation while you're observing a body in the distance, as you're moving along that half rotation, that body will either grow to you and reduce in size, which we see in stellarium, but the problem is as we're moving away from it, the sun catches up to us and increases in size, which wouldn't work if you're completing a circle away from it. In other words, as I'm starting at A, I move towards the body, it's going to get bigger. As I head towards B, moving away, the body gets smaller, right? Well, there's one other third motion in there that stellarium shows us, which is the stopping, the reversing, and then going forward. That's not possible if you're on a curved motion body moving from one point to another. You cannot model it.
How is it possible that I guess exactly when that happens?
There's no guessing because there was no
Remember
specific
where I was
day.
when I guessed that. I was driving and I told you.
It doesn't
exactly.
matter, dude. It doesn't matter. The point of the exercise is for you to acknowledge a solar mean sun was created. Why was it created, Kosho? Go.
Yeah, they know when it's going to happen.
So the equation of time, which is not difficult to model, is simply.
I'm not saying the equation of time is difficult to model. Stop trying to build a straw man argument here.
Listen to you again.
All right, hold on. Let him finish data.
Okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah, right. The equation of time is simply caused by the rotation of the Earth and the distance it is from the sun and the speed that it's moving around the sun. These are going to have changes in the difference between the solar day and the mean day. And all that causes noon to shift where it is in the day, basically. It's usually like 15 minutes before and after. So it moves 15 minutes further than behind the normal position of it. But it's not hard to model at all because that's why it's called the equation of time. That equation models it. So I don't know.
Yes, but it's not hard to model. It's nothing to do with modeling the equation of time. You're losing the point of the conversation. I'm going to ask you again, Kosho. You're a smart guy. They had to create the solar mean sun. Why did they have to do that, Kosho?
So we can have consistent days.
What does the solar mean sun mean?
60 clock time.
Yeah,
right?
So
Clock
24 hours, 24 hours a day. Yeah.
So solar mean time is clock time, 60 by 60 by 24. They had to do something with the sun, though. They had to make the sun move at a clock time, 15, but it doesn't actually move at clock time. In fact, there's a discrepancy. There's a discrepancy. So if I put a stick in the ground and I time it every 15-minute intervals, the shadow is not going to move at 15 degrees, although very close. What's really interesting is as it's moving in an apparent 15-degree course, thereabouts, because it will speed up and slow down, the angle of the sun doesn't change at 15 degrees. So if I take an elevation angle to the sun and every hour I measure the elevation of it, it doesn't change at 15 degrees, but the shadow does. So I find that quite interesting.
I know, but I've explained that to you too, Data, and I don't. Because if you just give me a minute, I'm going to explain this one last time, but then I got to go put these bikes on the car. I'm gonna feel bad for wasting my time doing this. But anyway,
I don't need an explanation on the time. Spare yourself. Listen, spare yourself. Go do what you got to do. Think about it really well, because you're still not focused on the point. You're still not focused on the point.
Guys,
the point
Data,
is,
hold on, guys. It can only be one at a time, please. Kosho's gonna go. Let him just say his final words or whatever.
Yeah, the final words.
Holy shit, man.
Final words. And you know why. Anyways, I'm not going to say it. But the elevation angle is not what you're looking for when you're looking for 15 degrees per hour. That's just one component of the angle, and that's from your position. So that's not what you're looking for. You know what I mean? That's how do I put this? It's like the elevation angle and the azimuth, these are two components of its movement. When what you're looking for when you do 15 degrees per hour is an intersection of the sun above the earth down
There you go.
to the
Smiles on
center,
your cheeks there.
down to the center, and then it curving around that arc. But if you use only the azimuth angle or the elevation angle, that's only one component of it, and you're not going to get 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah, I understand that. So again, now you're focused. Now you're getting onto the focal point here. The arrangement of constant time was to help us alleviate the inconsistent pattern of the sun, because it doesn't operate at exactly 15 degrees. Okay. You also have the apparent refraction effects that give elevation angles to the sun that are apparently incorrect. So when you're looking at all these calculations and looking for explanations of why the sun, if it's moving upon a course at 15 degrees an hour, it should theoretically change its elevation angle to do so, but it doesn't. So the explanation for that is refraction. Refraction makes it appear to change at these rates that aren't consistent to 15 degree. Who said that? ChatGPT. Because I brought all the measurements, all the elevation data. So for instance, I'll give you an example that I haven't been able to fact check. Maybe you can. The 24-hour sun data, okay? If the sun is going to be above the horizon 24 hours a period, then the video footage that we see should match an elevation angle measured going in 360 degrees. I haven't seen any sun calc or sun date time to match any of those videos to match the sun angle and the position it goes in 24-hour sun. So maybe Kosho, you could show me that since you're an educator. Maybe you can show me that information. And then finally, maybe just focus on the point of why we had to create the constants.
I mean, I don't even understand. What is your argument exactly? This can't work on a globe. It has to be flat.
So we devise constants, right, based on phenomenon. These constants aren't reality. They're just let's say a prelim to what the next step in our hypothesis or our scientific method is. It's a beginning to understand, right? So if you're going to have create a solar mean sun, there's a reason for it. Why do we need to create a 360 degree, 15 degree per hour, 1 degree shift every day along the azimuth to create this pattern? It's because it's what we see, right? But it falls short. 410 arc minutes and 210 arc minutes by each cycle, which is a small amount, but over time, 410 arc minutes will add up bigger and bigger, right? So if you have all of these errors falling at a place, it's like a gear slipping. Okay, you have the amount of teeth on the gear, the other gear is attached to it, but you're missing a teeth, so you're missing that one extra click forward, right? Which is why we have to correct for it every 4 years. We're actually like a gear short in the cycle. So every day we come across that gear, we skip it, right? What that would indicate is that it's not that the constant of time is incorrect. It's the acknowledgement of the difference between why constant of time exists and what the motions are telling us. The motions are telling us that nothing's constant. The motions are telling us that...
Hold on. You're saying we had a leap year because of this equation of time thing?
No, the equation of time is to understand the leap year and to understand, during the, say, November, you're about 16 minutes over 24 hour. And in the wintertime, you're about 14 minutes under. So collectively throughout the season, you're going to add up to be about 16 minutes off in the summer and 14 minutes off in the winter. This adds up over a period of years. And then you have to give a day, right? You have to compensate for a day or a leap day or whatever, a leap year. That's what I see. So if that's what bare bones they're telling us, well, then they're telling us that the cycles are not constant, which means there's not a constant rotation. They're telling us the sun speeds up and slows down. The other planets speed up and slow down. They do not transverse at 15 degrees. The only thing we have, so what we have is we have the sidereal motion, which is not even 100% 15 degrees, it's slightly off. But we have that. And then we have the motions of the 5 planets. Then we have the motion of the moon. Then we have the motion of the sun. None of them are moving at constant rates. but we've broken down the math. We've painted a picture mathematically as if our world is compartmentalized, contained, and this is how it works. When in reality, it's not working at all the way the math describes it, because the maths are constants, and those constants have error, especially the greater, especially the first premise, whether it's the size of this or the size of that. Do you understand what I'm saying yet? Am I making sense? Am I making sense to anybody? We created constants to deal with natural phenomenon. Those constants aren't actual reality. It's something we use to deal with the phenomenon. That's my point.
So we made constants to deal with the phenomenon, but they're not constants.
There are constants to deal with the phenomenon, but they have errors in them. And the greater the distance, the greater the error, the greater the presupposition, the greater the error. It's like anything. You're going to have a
Hold on,
system.
you're saying the constants aren't constant?
I'm saying we devised the constants based on the phenomenon, but the constants aren't reality. They're just a tool to deal with reality. In reality, there is no constants. Everything has its own motion. All the stars, the 5 planets have their own motion. The moon has its own motion. The sun has its own motion. And the only way that's possible is to have a stationary body, Earth, and all the other planets move independently of it. That's what I see.
And what are the consequences of this of these numbers? Like, what's the consequences of having these constant numbers?
Well, you're using a sexagesimal system, a 60 by 60, 360, 120, which come from the Babylonians, Chaldeans way back then. And so a lot of the system we were devised in comes from these ratios of a 360 degree circle, 120 degree parts. It goes in further detail. I'm not an expert in it.
From the Mayan stuff and further back. Circle.
Well, whatever the case is, it's not our system. Our system was devised to match the heavens and the bodies. The problem is that between now and then they were still paying homage to the creation of it, and they still were using the crude way of navigating, not based on the heliocentric model per se, but based on empirical objective truth and reality, which is to operate in that. No Viking, like a Viking compass shows you that you don't need a compass. As long as you have a sun position, you can find north, no problem, during the day. So there are many ingenious ways that they've, navigated over this earth based on the heavenly bodies. The problem is that modern science wants to give you an answer for everything of these bodies, and they cannot do it. And so why I bring up the equation of time is to reinforce the idea that there's a compensation that goes on between what we present as reality and what's actually happening. And it's significant.
Yeah, but I think everybody's aware of that. Isn't everybody aware that?
No,
well, not everybody,
no.
But in layman's, but everybody's aware that we use 360 degree circles because that's what we use. 24-hour days, 60 minutes, whatever.
Sure, I get it. I get it. The point is that of that system, we've devised constants, and then these constants are reified to our reality, but they're not our reality. They are a tool that describe a partiality, but not the full complexity of it. Which,
but what's the consequence of that? I mean, the leap year, like Jeremy said.
Okay, so the consequences of it is that you have abduction when it comes to all of these proofs of a rotating surface Earth. Well, here's the problem. You can go look at the stellarium data. You can go look at navigation data, and you will see that you have all of these stars going in whatever direction they want. They're not following this mathematical electromagnetic field system they have set up there. They go in basically independent patterns. Well, how does that work if you have a body rotating? Is it rotating causing their motions based on our rotation, or are they actually moving, right? Well, I say that Earth has to be stationary because of all the complex motions that you do see in relative to you being on a surface looking at it. And to add in motion, your motion plus their motion, it can't be done in physics. It has to be has to be one body stationary, the other body's moving to get these effects. And that's another thing with Mercury as well, is having the orbit complete in such a fast time that it doesn't turn, it doesn't move at 15 degrees like this apparent. Anyway, there's just these constants. They don't present reality entirely, and they are misleading because part of the constants is develop the rotation of the Earth at the equator at 1,037 miles. Really, fundamentally, that what it comes down to. And back in the day, what I realized is that they would measure two cities, and they'd measure the subsolar point between those two cities to get the speed of the sun or the rotation of the Earth, right? Well, that varies up to anywhere from 700 to 900 miles up to 1,000 miles, depending where you are at latitude. And between
the
the two cities,
subsolar point. Yeah, I mean, like, how wide is that area?
it doesn't matter. Basically, it's just two zenith positions, right? And solar noon, right, between 2 points. You're not going to have.
I've always been kind of interested. Like, how wide is subsolar noon? Like, how many square miles is subsolar noon?
Well, when it would hit you, you would have to probably, at least use some sort of angle device, but you're not going to get exactly 90 anyway. You'll get 86, 89. I mean, if you're up in the north anyway, you're not going to get a true.
Hold on. What are you asking? How wide is the subsolar? Like, if you're on Earth under the subsolar point, and I go stand next to you, am I also at the subsolar point? Is that what
right?
I'm saying?
And how many people? How many square miles, square feet is subsolar noon?
I think it's like 4 minutes or something. Like, there's a 4 minutes where even with a precise measurement, like even if you have a stick and a cup or whatever the fuck Kosha wanted to do back in the day, even if you're like trying to precisely measure it, there's like a 4 minute window where you can say, I'm at subsolar point, and then like a minute later be like, yep, I'm still at the subsolar point, even though the sun has moved over the course of that, minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
4 minute window, you can say, the length of it, I'm at the subsolar point.
So then what, 4 minutes and then 15 degrees per hour. So 4 minutes of the 15 degrees of the radius of the Earth or sun's rotation over the Earth. So, I mean, I guess there'd be math involved in how wide of a area that is. Yeah.
I mean, we'll see when Kosho gets back, but I believe it was 4, 3, 4, 5. It might even have been 7 minutes. I'm not sure.
I suppose my claim, bringing up the equation of time, is that it's given an ad hoc explanation of an orbital path and its speed around the sun, but it's not accounting for the other motions that are related to that one claim that the Earth is doing that. In other words, those 5 other planets, if your claim that the equation of time is in effect due to the Earth traveling around a path, not the sun, then you're claiming that the apparent rotation and movement of the Earth is also influencing the apparent motions of the other bodies in the heavens. And the problem is you end up with negative parallax. You end up with things that suggest that you aren't moving in the motion that you described to be moving in. Hence why I give you this example of an observer being on a sphere. Point A is sunrise, point B is sunset. And if he was to traverse over that half sphere, you could have an object sitting away from him at a certain distance. If he transverses a half a sphere, you're only going to get 2 size changes. The one growing to the object and the one growing away from the object, right? So for instance, you and I are running on a racetrack. You have somebody that's at the end of the racetrack inside the focal point or the foci, the end of the track. It's the foci point there. We're going to him. As we move towards him, he's going to increase in size. And as we move away from him, he's going to decrease in size. But again, that's not what Stellarium shows. Stellarium shows as if I was traversing along a track. I would stop midway along that track, thereby stopping the size of the other object, reversing, in other words, reversing along my track, thereby reducing the size of the object, stopping on the track, and then proceeding to move forward. So there's 3 motions in there, which cause 3 size change effects. Well, that's what Stellarium shows. Stellarium shows the sun going through the 3 motions. So I tried to model it. Took half a sphere. I have an object from A to B. I half rotate it, how am I going to get that third motion? Where could I get it from? The only way you could get it from is if the Earth is stationary and the sun moves about and the sun is on its own path. That's the only way you can get it, because that's the only way I can model it.
Yeah, because I was gonna do this. I was gonna do this thing with this subsolar point before, and then I backed out of it. It's a logistical nightmare to try to do it, and then you're in a position where you don't know how to whose distances to trust. Because if you just trust the Glover's distance, you might as well not even do this. There's no point there's no point in even doing it if you trust the globe distance. So
Again, you're using a map, which is apparently a globe projection map, to map out the two distances, right? So, what are you going to compare to? I mean, you can use Pythagorean theorem to get the distance between 2 points, because if it's over a larger distance, both the Pythagorean theorem and the Haversine start to get errors, up to 50 miles anyway. I've seen on the Haversine, but you're still a 2-grid 2D system, right? Haversine formula is still working in a 2D premise. X and Y.
No, latitude and longitude.
That's what I mean. X and Y, latitude, longitude. There's two coordinates.
X and Y is Cartesian.
It can be looked at the same thing. If you want to look at Cartesian, it's going to be a grid system. X and Y is the same. The X and Y is the same as the latitude, longitude. If you look at a grid map, they're going to break down the longitude, latitude into Cartesian. So,
yeah, but if you get points in X and Y, the distance is not going to match Haversine. If you're talking about X and Y, you use Pythagorean, not Haversine. Those don't give you the same answer.
yeah, I understand that if we're looking at two different maps, but essentially the Pythagorean calculation between 2 points using latitude and longitude you can use. Now, what map are we going to use it to?
Not really.
Yeah, there's a Pythagorean formula that operates like the Haversine, yeah, but they're both off. In fact, the larger distances you go, they're off. So the Haversine's not perfect, and we're still
the
requires
Haversine even in the globe model, their Haversine doesn't make sense or doesn't match reality because they got a Haversine give it.
Yeah, it's
Haversine
off.
with distance.
It's not perfect. Yeah, it's not a perfect calculation.
Haversine, not that it's not a perfect calculation. It's that when you use Haversine to get distances, you come out with a perfect sphere. That's why it doesn't match your globe model, because globe's not a perfect sphere, right?
Exactly my point. In fact, when you do use it up in the north.
Let him respond now.
Yeah. I mean, I was responding to his claim that Haversine somehow makes sense considering X and Y as coordinates, which doesn't.
Oh, I thought you were saying no to my thing. I was saying, all right, so you agree with me then? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, it's one match. I mean, first of all, you have topography. I mean, if you're considering distances over the surface and you have topography, then of course Haversine is not going to work. And if you take into account the oblateness, then you would need a different version of Haversine that can account for the oblateness.
It's not that. It's not that. You literally can get up to 50 mile inaccuracy when you're using the Haversine, let alone what topography it's on. Just the formulation itself is not an exact science, and that's what I've noticed applying. Whether it's Pythagorean, whether it's the Haversine, it breaks down over longer distances. So,
hey, Dada, let me jump in a second here, and I think it'll probably be on topic. Just very briefly, can I ask you, and Jeremy, please jump in on this as well. Consideration for all, one of your rocket scientists begs to differ with me, very sincerely he does, but what do you reckon yourself, Bacon, and Jeremy and Dada, all the rest as well, is the ball Earth, according to its dimensions, remember it only changes 20 miles according to the differing axes, from north to south versus central equatorial, is the ball Earth more perfectly spherical than a snooker ball, or a pool ball? What is? Yeah, that's my.
Yeah, Havers. Well, the way the Globers calculate it, yes, because they're using the Haversine formula to get distances, and the Haversine formula, when you use it to get distances, it comes out with a perfect sphere. So yes, according to the Globers, it would be perfectly.
I agree,
Perfectly
Jeremy.
spherical,
But
right, Megan?
according to rocket scientists who deals in this stuff, man who of experience, a man who has experience in satellites, nonetheless, he maintains the opposite. I was trying to engage why they brought in the oblate spheroid into it when it is perfectly spherical. Or I was saying it was more spherical than a snooker ball, but he was saying the opposite. He said no, a snooker ball is more spherical than the Earth itself. Which I'd like to hear Bacon's thoughts on that. Whether he goes with rocket scientists or against him. I go with you, Jeremy. In that sense, I go with the bowlers, as you say. They say it's more spherical than a snooker ball. If it is, that question is why do
They
you
don't
need the
always
oblate
listen. I know the
sphericity?
guy who you're
That's the
talking
question.
about. I know the guy who you're talking about, and they don't always agree with him because I got that guy, to rocket scientist, to agree with me on his Coriolis effect example, and the other Globers still to this day will say that's not the Coriolis effect.
Right.
I don't know why.
Yeah, you know the story with these guys. But the point is, if it is a perfectly, where is the oblateness coming into it? Where is the
I don't know if
oblateicity
Deacon has an
coming
answer
into it?
for it, but if he doesn't, I'll chime in.
For what?
For Pete's question to you.
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I had to deafen for a couple seconds. What was that? What was the question?
Pete's question.
At the deafen. That's very respectful. Thank you, Bacon. No worries.
I didn't know you were talking to me, and something came up here. I had to leave the keyboard, leave
Okay,
the
just
computer
very,
for.
very briefly, because it's
What's
on the
more
same
important,
topic.
Pete or your real life?
Damn it, though. Damn it, Bacon.
Fair point. Fair point. Pete's more important. Go ahead, Pete.
Look, just very briefly, I had a debate with rocket scientists. I have to get back to him on that actually, but he maintained that a snooker ball is more spherical than the Earth itself. I maintain no, it's not. The Earth is 25,020 miles in one axis and 25,000 on another, and it's more spherical than a snooker ball. So he just says it isn't. I say it is according to those calculations. And also the question arose because why would the Earth invoke oblateness to it if it's perfectly spherical? So that was the question. Where do you come down on that?
Right. So that depends on what you mean by more spherical. There are different ways to define how you quantify how spherical something is. So if we, for example, just pick the furthest point from the surface and the highest point and the deepest point and get that difference to say how much the surface varies from the center,
Yes.
then it would be
ultimately it is 20 miles over 225,000, which is 2,500.
it's the simplest.
If
It's the
machining
simplest way.
technologies get down to tolerances of 2,500
Come
with
on,
a snooker
Pete, 1
ball,
second.
but then fair play to them. I don't think they do that. So it makes the Earth more spherical than a snooker ball, and we know how perfectly spherical that appears to be.
I got you, Bacon. Go ahead.
Right. So if you do that, then you end up with that the Earth varies to the center less than the snooker ball. However, you can make a distinguish between you can try to distinguish between the overall surface and details on the surface. So, for example, even though the Earth oscillates less than the snooker ball might oscillate more. That is not like in just specific spots. Is on the surface as a whole. Now, if you're looking at the surface and you're seeing how much the details oscillate on the surface, which is how smooth it is, then the surface of the Earth, the topography of the Earth, varies more relative to the nearby surface than a snooker ball. So the Earth would be less smooth than a snooker ball. However, it would be rounder. So I mean, the overall roundness of the Earth is closer to a sphere than the snooker ball, but its topography or its texture is, let's say, more intense than a snooker ball. So it's less smooth, but it's rounder. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sorry about that. I guess I was a bit frustrated by having to repeat it. It does make sense, but I was saying that we think about the fraction. So there's a 20-mile difference between the 25,000 and 25,020, just for the sake of it. Then you got a fraction of tolerance, which is 20 over 25,000, which is 1/2,500, right? If you were to scale it down to the scale of a ball, these things wouldn't matter. The highest mountain is only, 6 miles, is it? And the lowest depth is only 7 miles or something like that. So yeah,
Okay, if you would scale up how much the details on the surface of a snooker ball vary compared to the nearby surface. If you scale that up to the size of the Earth, the variation would be, if I'm not mistaken, 125 meters. So that would be how much the surface of the Earth would be allowed to vary compared to the nearby surface to be as smooth as a snooker ball. So of course it's not the case that we have mountains much higher than 125 meters. So the Earth is less smooth than the snooker ball, but it's overall rounder. So I'm not sure what your criteria would be to say which one is more spherical, but I think most people will go with the Earth because it's like overall more spherical, just not as smooth as a snooker ball.
I've seen images from outer space of the Earth, and then put into a computer program, and it's a perfect circle.
Yeah, if you look at something, if you create an ellipse that has the same eccentricity as the Earth, you can't tell it's not a circle. I have an image of the Earth side by side. One of them is spherical and the other one is ellipsoidal. It's
What
an
happened there?
ellipsoid.
Bacon.
And it's very hard to tell which one is which.
Bacon,
What-
1 second.
what
You're not
happened on
scaling
that one?
properly. Go ahead. And whoever's muting me, can you stop muting me, please?
I'm putting you back on mute. And then so what happened there with the Earth, like with those two pictures?
No,
what was going on?
No pictures. I mean,
Oh.
I draw to render to Earths. One being perfectly spherical, and the other being ellipsoidal. And you just simply can't tell.
I'm talking about that. Like they took these pictures from outer space of the Earth floating there, like in the middle of nothing, and then
Hey, thanks. Why are you muting me, man? How have you the power to mute me, bud?
I don't. I was just fucking with you.
Okay, well, okay. Listen, stop doing that. Whoever's doing that. Can I just refute Bacon?
I'm
Okay,
putting
I
you
want to
back
get back
on
to the
mute.
point. Let me refute Bacon. Let me refute Bacon with machining techniques. If you zoom in on the surface of a snooker ball, you can't say that all the ridges and valleys will be of the same depth. You can't do that. The more you zoom in, the more you will get these deviations from average. And if you were to scale them up to the same height or the same standard as the Earth, then yeah, it becomes much more ragged. You won't get this, what you say, 25-meter variation? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, man. But anyway, I didn't want to take over the conversation, but I think that's an interesting point. Where does the oblate sphericity come from, for goodness sake? Okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I would usually say this. I mean, you're not taking away from that is the conversation, Pete, but I usually would say that the reason it needs to be an oblate spheroid is because obviously as you move from the center point on a flat surface, it would get wider, right? But you're making now a secondary point, which is interesting. It sounds like with depth being that Antarctica is the highest elevated land on Earth. And if you were to lay that out and wrap it around a ball with the higher elevation in the south, that would also create oblateness. Yeah.
Well, my own answer to that would be they have to incorporate oblateness because the barrier itself is oblate. It's oval. It's not circular. So they have to do that, and their justification for doing that turns out to be, in my mind, anyway, totally unjustified because the Earth itself is more spherical, according to their figures, than the smoothest of snooker balls, according to manufacturing capabilities. That's all there is to it. That's my statement.
So yeah, I mean, then I would have to check. I mean, there's not much land. I mean, there's no, from on a I guess AE map or on a globe, right? But if you look at Antarctica and then on either map, and then the land, all the land is in the north. So I mean, the highest elevation, average elevation is Antarctica, the highest elevated continent on Earth. So if you laid out a flat map of this with higher elevated land, I guess you'd have to check the rest of the land. But does it go from a low point in the center in reality, like in the north,
That's so
higher? Does the
interesting.
land actually go higher? I don't know.
That's so interesting, Tanks. I will refer you. Have you heard of the Orlando Fear Goes On? Have you heard of that map? Have you seen that map? Mark
No.
Sargent's map of choice. Well, type it into your Google if you want. I can post it I can look it up like in my own. But anyway, Mark Sargent, Mr. Flat Earth's map of choice. Mark, remember, appeared on every major television station on every major continent anyway throughout Earth. But his map of choice, and a very strange map of choice when you think about it, that we are flat earthers, but then you have this, it's almost a roulette table. Does that ring any bells? Bring it up in your Google. But just out of
I've seen this map. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, very good. So I think that's so interesting. I think there is a decoding, and I won't go into it, but yes, obviously that's not flat, is it? What the heck is going on there? How can that be a flat earther's map of choice when an immediate sort of look at it tells you there's deviation between the heights of, land surfaces? Yeah, I think that's very interesting, and maybe we can talk about this at a different time. On I'm going to say the attempted decoding of it, remembering that everything is inverted. Very interesting, man. And can I just say, if the land at the Antarctic is higher, Antarctic ring, in a sense, I can think of it as a bowl, some sort of a massively shallow bowl or something like that, bowl Earth. Overall, but very good, very good.
Yeah. So where's the oblateness, being transcribed from? I mean, I guess this excludes bacon from the conversation, but in reality, on a planar Earth, right? Where does the oblateness
the
come from?
oblateness comes in with the barrier. The barrier itself. Imagine just to put it like this. Imagine a bubble, a soap bubble, right? And a playing card cutting the bubble exactly in half. Now imagine squashing the top half of the bubble down, so you get sort of an extension of the bubble, a splaying out of the top half of the bubble itself. But I think that's where the oblateness. So it's the track against which the skylights travel upon, or that's why it has to be taken into account. It's not just Earth. Yeah.
Looking at the map that you asked me to look up, which I'm looking at right now, I have seen it before, but looking at it, I can't tell you if those are real elevations, measured elevations or not. I mean, they could be. Those could be the actual elevations measured for all we know. I don't know. I'd have to check.
Generally looking at it, that's a work of art, I think. But generally looking at it, wouldn't you be surprised to hear that was a flat earther's map of choice? Because it doesn't look flat. It looks weird. It looks like a what do you call it? Roulette table. It's not flat. The Gleason's map will pass more for a flat map. Of course it would. The azimuthal equidistant. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's not a good representation of reality at all. The AE map, because there's no elevation, and the Earth is not flat. I mean, it has higher elevations at certain places, so it's really not an accurate map.
I agree.
There's no below elevation. There's no below 0 point of sea at water. Any water, there's nothing below that. When you go along the water 1 inch, you can never drop below that.
You can go below the water. Yeah.
No, you can't.
I mean, what if I dive into the ocean? I'm below the water.
I'm talking about without getting wet, buddy. Around a curve of water.
Does water make you wet?
No, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Listen, if you have a hill of water in front of you, on this side, it won't be wet. On that side, it won't be wet. But on the hill of water, will be wet. So you should be able to drop on the other side of a hill of water if we're on a ball of water and not get wet. Drop down below the bubble of it.
Oh, I'm not understanding what you're saying. There's places on Earth that are below sea level. This must not be what you're saying. Yeah.
No. That doesn't even make any sense. Listen to me, man. I don't care what water it is. It's a lake. I don't give a fuck about the sea. You go over the lake 1 inch above it with your drone. If the lake's 1,000,000 miles long, you'll never be able to drop down anywhere other than that 1 inch without getting wet. Do you understand? It's a flat Earth. There is no sphere. A sphere would be able to fly out. You'd fly out over your sphere of water and then be able to drop down without getting wet. You can't do that anywhere on this planet. You can't even see an edge of it. So when you keep saying sea level and all this other shit, nobody knows what you're talking about, and you don't either, because nobody has the full picture of what it is.
That's true, Dan. Because what you're actually saying is, on a sphere, if you set the drone over the lake, well, if the lake at 10 miles away, you can drop down the drone then, and it won't get wet because accounting for the curve drop.
Exactly.
But in actuality,
But that'll never happen.
Never happens,
Ever.
of course.
You
But
can't
we
drop
knew the
down
fucking.
1
Hey,
inch.
Dan, we knew the globe was fantasy in two over in Pancho Pizza, and before that, in 2016.
Yeah, before that too. But what I'm saying is, you can't drop down an inch. There is no below sea level when you're on sea level. There is no below it. Doesn't
So what if-
exist. There is no
so what if
below
you just-
water when you're over that water. There's no such thing.
What if you just flew in with that little drone 1 inch off the water? What if you just flew in a horizontal straight line?
That's what I'm saying. You should be able to drop down after 3959 a lot, 7,000 kilometers. We don't have it. You can only dig in the dirt. All you can do is drop down at the sea, at the beach. So if the water's in front of you, you can dig in the dirt down a foot. But when you get over that water, you're not digging down. You can't go down without getting wet. There is no below sea level when you're on the sea. If you're in another body of water and you imagine it's below sea level, that's cool. I'm with you. But if you're above water, I don't care if it's in your sink. If you're flying above that water, there's nowhere the water is going to drop anywhere other than the water is flooding.
There is one but in play here, I will add, because I don't think anyone else will add it. But the but is, unless there's an applied force, because remember, in your sink, yes, if there's no applied force outside of natural force, whatever's going on, then the water remains flat. But the minute you put your head over and blow into the center, a little just gentle, targeted expiration, right? Then the water will yield. Do you know what I mean? At least to a certain point, the stronger you blow, the more consistent you blow, the water will yield more. So I think that that's important as well, because we know, let me just say why we know this. We know now we're in an enclosed system, so there are prevailing energies in play which are, deterministic. They are forceful in play. And the stars now, what if the stars and all the skylights were part of the Earth? That changes everything around from the absolute total opposite that's presented to us as, well, Big Bang truth or heliocentric and beyond truth. Yeah, that's all I want to say about that.
Yeah, so I mean, I believe that the stars are definitely part of the Earth system. I don't, one day hopefully we can, or somebody on our side or whatever, can start to capture the energies that are created, that create the stars. But I don't know how or when that'll happen. But
they know it.
The same way
They have to know it, bud. They know it. It frustrates the fuck out of me in the sense
they know
that
some of it, yeah.
Yeah, but they listen. Honestly, it frustrates the fuck out of me because I know that there are people or powers in play that know the greater story. Okay, they might know all of it, but they know 1,000 times more than I do. Do you know what I mean? They've only been involved in it since the start, and you know what I mean. They've built upon their knowledge, whoever they are. But
there's a reason they all.
Frustrates me. That
There's
it's
a reason
already known.
there's a reason they worship Mars and Venus, and they name them their gods, and then they pray to them and they give them their energy. I don't know how they harness it or what they do, and but we do it with the sun. So I mean, and that's pretty available technology.
They're all the chakras, bud. They're all the chakras within us. I think this is all a cover story from the elites. Once we see beyond the veil, it's like school. I'm not going to get into it. I know it's controversial, but it's like school shooting, fake school shootings especially. Once we see through the fakery, then you can understand that and throw it aside and move on with a new childlike wonder, like Nathan Oakley does, or you can sort of understand that the story is delivered to us in a certain way in order for us to be able to see through it and make our way to the next step. And I definitely think it's something like that that's going on. I don't underestimate I'm not going to say these powers. You are the power, my friend. We are, we are the power. We are of the creator. So yeah, they're just the players. I'll put it like that. I don't underestimate anyone, because ultimately I think it's God's game. I do. And he gives loads of clues.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to pretend to know how to, or even by what mechanism to do those things by. But I guess to that other point, like that DMOC was making, just if he knows of anybody who has flown in a horizontal straight line 1 inch off of the globe, and if so, how did they know they were going to go in a horizontal tangent to the surface?
That's a good consideration as well. How do you maintain horizontality? Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's all too easy for flat earthers to say the earth is flat because of water and our local experience. We forget that there might be other influences in play, and, for instance, what you just mentioned, that the land in Antarctica might be that bit higher than the land here, let's say in Ireland, as opposed to somewhere else,
Well, it's said to be high. I mean, it's recorded and said to be higher. I mean, I do believe that most of the information that we get is honest information. What I mean is given honestly, like somebody, like they're not aware that they're being lied to or that it's a lie. They're just measuring the elevation above datum of sea level, right? Like just people doing a job and getting paid for it, and just they're not lying, So
Oh,
I believe
they are, bud. They are. I don't mean
everybody.
that to sort of overrule you or anything, but no, when I say they, I'm talking about the controllers here, the people who make the measurements, who take the results, collate the results, even publish the results. They mightn't be lying, but the ultimate story is always controlled, and if they were too close to the truth, they would be stopped, of course. You know what I mean? So there is a massive lie. We're in the midst of a big lie, which is life. If L or I fell, and also it's the heli-centric system or the devil-centered system. So definitely you have to appreciate that the lie is a purposeful lie. We're born into the lie to come to the truth, and I think that's sort of pivotal. Honestly, I do. Not just going along blindly. There is a
No,
destination preset. Yeah.
Yeah, I just meant whoever these surveyors are getting paid $30 an hour to measure the land's elevation. I don't think they're lying. I don't think that some of the guys who are trying to test the speed of light are lying. They're just working under a pre-assumption. That's all I meant. I don't think everybody's lying. I think they're all just.
Are you talking?
I don't. You.
Are you talking about the ice? Are you talking about the ice shelf as that elevation, which I think most flat earthers will agree there has to be some. I do agree myself. There is some boundary. Are you talking about that elevation above sea level, or different?
Yeah, I was saying that I believe that there is land elevated in Antarctica. That's the highest. There's the quick Google search. What's the highest elevated continent on Earth? And the result will come up Antarctica. I'm saying I don't believe that's a lie. I believe somebody measured it to be higher than everything else.
Yeah. No, I understand. I understand that. Well, my point is, if you think about it on a globe, right, just in that frame of mind, well, then it would be judged based on water level, which they'll say water level is level throughout the curved globe. You know what I mean? So if they're saying the land is higher elevated, I wonder is it in relation to whatever? Yeah, I wonder what is it in relation to? What do you think? What do you think?
Sea level.
If it's the ice wall, that's one thing. If you always encounter this massive elevated wall of ice, no matter where you go, and they're talking about that, and the mountains, or whatever else is contained within it, that's fair enough. But are they basing it on standard global sea level? That would be the question.
Yeah, I would say yes. I don't know what else you'd have to have something, to be working on have everybody in on these measurements. They'd have to be working on something they believe is honest, which is mean sea level, which they use in a horizontal fashion and don't even realize it. Yeah, but
Okay, so that leads to another problem then, thanks, because I think all their language is encoded and therefore decoding. That leads to another problem. We know that the highest peaks are not in Antarctica; they're elsewhere. The Andes in Chile, massive peaks there going on thousands of miles, if not thousands, maybe many hundreds. I think thousands. But the same thing in the Himalayas. So how can it be said to be the highest elevated if everything is based on distance from seashore? I
well,
guess continent on average.
it's not the high. It's not the highest point on. It's the highest overall average elevation of a continent.
Okay.
It's not taller than Mount Everest. That's why they'll say, "Oh, but then you should be able to see Mount Everest because that's like twice as high or something." Yeah.
That's in. But what do we view? The only pictures we see of Antarctica, really, it's all fucking ice. Mr. Beast went down there. Did you see him? Mr. Beast, whoever this guy is. Another Beast reference, like the Beast, which is the limousine from the president. But anyway, Mr. Beast went down there. All we ever see in general is just these. I know I've looked into other places as well, but in general, we just see these vast swathes, these elongated spans of ice once you get away from the shoreline itself. It's so interesting. I think there's lots of clues there, like when they told us about the conspiracy story with von Braun and his expedition to Antarctica collecting moon rocks. It's all a little bit too obvious in a sense to take it literally. You know what I mean? It's curious. It's curious. It's curiouser and curiouser. No thanks.
Yeah, but I mean I think even when you look at them like just a regular old map, I think they depict the elevation like with color coding. So it's like you could lay it out and we could lay it out and just believe everything they say, and I wonder how it would match up with that the map with the concave bowl Earth map.
That's my point, though. That I guess I'm not going to say I know anything, but to the best of my ability to reckon, Antarctica as given doesn't come into it. I actually found a big elephant on Antarctica. Would you believe it? But that's a different story. But it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, right? So everything they write about it as this sort of enclosed continent at the bottom of the ball has to be storytelling to some degree, in my mind. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. There's a rim going all the way around. I have my own thoughts. I have not an understanding. At least I can come to terms with it in my own brain. Why there is an ice wall? If there's a permeable barrier, energized barrier, and the energy fluctuates as the sun comes and goes, well, it's permeable anyway. And where you have the boundary conditions, you'll have this leakage, and that's from the waters beyond, and it's just piling up at the circumference. Their circumference.
What would happen if the Energizer Bunny met the dodo?
Well, don't get me started about the dodo, but it's becoming more and more relevant. Honest to goodness.
I would guess that he would just keep on like going and going and going.
Remember the
Are we not into interesting areas here? Are we not into interesting? You want to get back to Bacon? Go ahead, Bacon. Go ahead, bud.
Dang,
to Bacon.
wow.
To Bacon and beyond. I don't think we've talked. I'm very interested in what No Tanks has to say. I've heard him over in Gem Pan. I think I've heard you over in Gem Pandas, bud. But I've heard you here definitely. And we're talking about areas which are sort of well advanced into flat Earth and beyond. So I don't understand.
Pete, you all right, bro?
Relax.
You just kidding with you, Pete.
Just saying, man.
I think it's a great job you're doing, Pete, about the whole what you said about the rim. I think you're doing a great rim job.
Yeah, thank you, Kosho, I guess. But all I'm trying to say is what I meant by that is if it's a permeable barrier and there's waters beyond dripping through where it's going to pile up at the external references of the sun, influences of the sun, you have a big high. I think that's the way flat earthers, actually, Kosho, that's what I'm saying to you. That's the way flat earthers, I think, in general, represent the ice wall. You deny the ice wall, but you accept an Antarctic continent, and all of these attributes and will be accepted by you.
I don't deny the ice
wall. The highest elevated land. Go ahead.
I don't deny the ice wall. What are you talking about?
But why is
you deny that water needs a container?
Land, then? Why is Antarctica said to be the highest elevated land on average over its course on Earth? Why?
I think because it is.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
Why does water need a... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
You're in the middle of this thing with Pete. Pete's in the middle of dominating the chat. Go ahead. Let it go. Let this go a little while longer. Go ahead.
I got a question for Pete when you get a chance.
Go ahead, Kosho.
Go ahead, Kosho.
Go ahead. If I'm bothering people, just fucking let me know. I'll piss off. Forget it's my Saturday as well, Jeremy. You're here 24/7.
I know this is your world. We're all just in it. I know, Pete.
He called you Jeremy, dude. That's fucked up.
Your world. Oh, this is your world, Pete. We're all just in it. I know.
It's all our worlds, man. It's all our now. When
I think people
when
would
you come to your
appreciate
evening,
that
your
more.
job is done, and you want to sit down and relax and talk about things that you can't really talk about to anyone else. Well, I think that's not too much to expect, is it?
I think as long as everybody gets a turn and gets a chance to talk.
Fair enough, Kosho. Fair
Yeah.
enough.
Kind of like now, just like now.
Kosho wants to know, when does he get his rim job? That's what he wants to know.
I got mine already.
Trust Kosho to be interested in that sort of area.
Well, who gave you the rim job? Was it a man or do you not know? Or
It was when he was in the army. The
it was a woman.
lights were out.
The rim job? No, it was your mom.
Feel any whiskers? Did you feel any whiskers, Kosho?
I didn't. No. Pete was
Kosho,
there.
I
Me and
think-
Pete both got one side by side by your mom. But
I get the.
Well,
can
I never
Go
leave
ahead.
my mom's side, so I guess I was there too.
yeah, I think so.
There
There was a dude in the corner.
Did you feel a crippled little hand rubbing your leg?
Okay, come on.
That was me.
Let's not get too. Okay, come on. It was a joke, and let's not. Okay, can I just say,
Hey, Pete,
Kosho,
why
I
does
get
the
the
dodo
joke.
carry a sledgehammer, Pete?
1 second, please. Let me just say, Kosho, I get the joke, but there's a greater attachment to it. I've been saying for the longest of times, if you look at the sun, take the time to go through high altitude balloon footages and take your time with it. Look at the sun. What does it remind you of? It reminds me of an iris or an anus, and I've been pointing out that anus is an anagram of a sun. I don't think we should be ashamed of anything. We should try to come and understand everything. And in a sense, then, that rim job that's around the Antarctic, it makes a little bit of sense, doesn't
Look
it?
what you
I'm not
guys
ashamed of
fucking
my
did.
asshole.
Look what
I'm
it
not
actually
ashamed of
makes
my
sense.
asshole.
Hey, son, all the letters are there. You guys are fucking idiots for not getting it, and you brought it on yourself, Kosho.
Thank the gods.
I was telling the truth there. That's very keen. Sun is not a flaming ball in the sky. Go and look at what it is, what it might be, what it looks to you like.
Well, what is the sun?
It's a reflection, Jeremy, but it's a reflection of a source. It's like the movie theater, as I mentioned earlier on, a great analogy, the Globe Theater by Shakespeare. That's brilliant. Yeah, but yeah, the sun is a reflection. It's like a focal point, reflection. A laser against the watery backdrop, Jeremy.
Yeah, most likely a reflection from the moon. Yeah. The moon is most likely the source, and the sun is like the effect from the moon, most likely.
Very good, bud. I like that. I like that because I've been saying that the moon is a direct reflection of the sun. I've been putting
With
it
no
the other way
social
around.
awareness at all, Pete.
Yeah. Well, there's only two objects in our sky, what we call them, Jeremy, and our new flat Earth, through our new flat Earth eyes, if we're dealing with reflections, or let's say waters and an enclosed barrier, mirrors, or something like that, well then, what's the two candidates? The moon and the sun. Why did I never heard an answer from the flat earthers or the ball earthers that satisfied me. Why on earth did NASA call the moon missions the Apollo missions when it's historic, right? Everything is scripted out. Obviously, it's going down in history, been sent off to the aliens. Apollo relates to the sun.
Oh my God!
And hang on, please. The moon relates to Selene, Apollo's twin sister. Sister.
Hey, you know something interesting?
Take
Take this for what it's worth. I'm not sure what it's worth to you, but Pete, did you know that an anagram for Pete Shea is hates P? That can't be right. You love P.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Over in Gem Pandas, they went through every single one of them. That's fine. Do you know the number of your name, Kosho? I think I'm after finding out the number of my name, but I had to use the code Dodo. Know the number of your name, Kosho?
69.
You got sex on the brain. Can you say SpaceX without saying SpaceX? I wonder. On must. If an elephant is on must, elephant on must. That's what I reckon is short.
Well, then you'd be leaving out SpaceX astronomy, then, wouldn't you? For all those
black holes,
astronomical
black
nights
holes.
Kosho wants to spend.
We should all write together one of these parody songs. Honestly, we'd have so much material just on that theme alone. I think Witsit.
Shit, they even had to name the meat.
Fields of Space. Yeah, very good.
The sandwich food is astronomy. Astronomical. Astronomy. Astronomer. Astronaut.
Yeah, there's so much. It's all sexual.
Uranus.
All of it. The Big Bang. The Big Bang is the big fuck. The rocket penis. Jeff Bezos' penis. Come on. It's all, but it's not a piss take, you see. It's telling
Going into space. That represents a butt. Ass.
Oh my God.
Why would space
All right,
be
can we get on something
astrophysics?
fucking real here or what?
Can we get off the ass?
What, you don't believe in astrophysics? You don't believe in astronomy?
This whole thing, whatever's happening in the past minute or two, has been just fucking ridiculous. Can we
We were
move
just
on?
talking about astronomy, Jeremy, and astrology, and astronomers, and astronauts, and astrology.
Can we not speak English anymore, Jeremy? On point. What's wrong with you, man?
When I left,
planets, I mentioned Mars. I mentioned Jupiter. I mentioned Uranus.
Hey Pete, hold on. When I left, hold on,
yeah.
Peter. When I left, I heard them talking to
Narc.
Data, and I heard. Well, I just wanted to correct a couple of things. That so the equation of time doesn't add or subtract time to the day. That should be clear. It should be clear. It doesn't add or subtract time to the day. It shifts the day is what it does. So noon will shift about 15 minutes forward and backward, but it doesn't add or subtract time to the day.
Data's not here, but since you're here, Jeremy said that you could answer a question about the square mileage of solar noon.
That's a simple answer. The position is just that, a position. So if you use it in terms of longitude and latitude, however many decimal places you want to go past or numbers beyond the decimal place you want to use, that's going to determine how wide that point represents, right?
Yeah, what is it?
Depends on the precision of your position.
How big is
on the equinox at the equator? How long is solar noon at noon? And how wide is it? I mean,
like I said, it's at a single position any given moment. So
4 minutes,
depends,
right?
Depends on
4
how,
minutes or 7 minutes?
I mean, just a second. I mean, literally a split second.
You said there was a 4 minute window where we wouldn't even be able to tell.
No, there's a 4 minute window where it's within a degree.
You said there's a 4 minute window where we won't be able to even tell. Fiddle it out.
Right. Because it'll be within the same degree.
Yeah, but you said we couldn't tell, though. There's no way you could measure it.
Oh, it's not no way you can tell. If your precision was 1 degree, then that 4 minutes would suffice.
How precise can we get with the measurement of subsolar point?
Depends on what you were using. If you were using a shadow and a stick, it depends on the size of the stick and the precision of your measurement device. Like I said, if your precision is within 1 degree, or if you're just allowing for 1 degree or whatever, then that would represent 4 minutes. It'll be within that degree for
so it's 1 degree. So it's noon for only 59 or 60 seconds. But how wide of an area has noon?
Well, that same 1 degree is 69. Or it's how fast is it moving?
That's your number, 69.
Yeah, hold on for a second.
Yeah, if it's 4 minutes, each minute is what?
1 degree. Yeah.
It's great that you have all the answers. The ball earthers have all the answers for the flat earthers. It's great that we have to rely on them and go to them. That's brilliant.
So if you're talking about on the equator specifically, then yeah, it's 69 miles. So within 1 degree, or within, if you're saying how long, how much, and would that be 1 degree in both directions? So I think it'd be 130 miles.
That's interesting.
We don't need the ballers. We don't need the ballers for information. I could have easily had someone else Google this. Also,
I know.
Don't say ChatGPT.
Again, Jeremy, you think we didn't go through this 5 years ago? Me and you.
You've been spitting the same script for 5 years, Pete.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Jeremy's got a
no
Google
wonder
guy.
yeah. Jesus.
I got multiple Google guys.
He's got a Google guy.
It's almost insanity, isn't it, Jeremy? What do you reckon, bud? It's almost the very definition of insanity on our aspect, not on their aspect. They're obviously doing this because they're highly motivated intellectuals who
Pete,
just
we're
want
gonna
to
keep
get
the
to the truth
conversation going,
no
man.
matter what.
We're gonna keep the combo going. It almost stalled out a minute ago, Pete. Can't let
Don't worry
that
about
happen.
it, Kosho. You'll never stall out, man. You'll be here on
That's
call
right, Pete. But
24/7.
that's what we got to control. Some of us in here just got to control ourselves. Okay.
Don't worry about that. It's my Saturday evening, bud. I can hear your shit
Yeah,
anytime.
it's Pete's world. We're all just in
Yeah,
it.
though. Go ahead, Jeremy. Off you go. I know you and Kosho have a thing going.
Did you tell Pete about that, man?
Mrs. did, though. Sorry.
I'm not getting.
Does
Can we just get back
subsolar
to something?
does the time does it change in in the summer and winter, like that square miles is covered when the sun
Yeah.
is closer and further?
No, it changes depending on where the subsolar point is over. So if that's what Jeremy's test was going to measure was and I say Jeremy's test, I mean the test that was
Jeremy, how many
suggested
fucking
to
tests
him.
you got going on? You're a little fucking testy.
He's a test whore, but regardless,
a lot of tests. A lot of tests.
Like the Matt Damon of janitors, or Jeremy is.
Matt Damon.
It's got a test guy. Don't worry.
Matt Damon is the Matt Damon of janitors.
Matt Damon! Flat Damon! Excellent!
That actually is good. That really should be your name, Jeremy. Flat Damon. That was good input, Pete.
Thank you, bud.
Yeah. Okay. So right. So the subsolar point test was.
Yeah, I think you were saying Jeremy was going to test for the difference of square mileage coverage of the subsolar point when the sun is said to be closer and further.
There's going to be the speed of the subsolar point, and that was going to be useful in basically describing the distance the subsolar point travels in that day, which would give you a, basically a latitude.
If you're at the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn on flat Earth, barring any Pac-Man map, on flat Earth, those times have to be different, obviously, because you got like concentric circles going on. Like I said, unless it's a Pac-Man map, in that case, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. But
yeah, and that does relate to what Data was saying.
Hold on, I wasn't done. The speed would be different. So if you timed from subsolar point to subsolar point on the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, those have to be different times. Like if they're the same, then that would like coincide with a globe or a Pac-Man map. It wasn't conclusive. Also, it was a logistical nightmare, so I just said, fuck it.
Yeah.
Well, that's assuming that the sun is a physical object and not a reflection on a surface that would just show itself wherever it needs to show itself.
Yeah, it's just anywhere you need it to be. It's like magic.
Well, you can see that there's. It's not magic when I'm looking at the water and I see the sun on it, and you're standing across the world somewhere else looking at the sun.
Jace, hold on. This ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work. Hold on, Jace. Hold on, Pete. This ain't gonna work, Jace. You got too much background noise going on. Maybe get up with us in a minute or something.
No, he doesn't have too much background noise, dude.
He had wild background noise.
You got too much background noise. His name's Pete Shea.
I hear Pete's background noise.
Like I don't know what's going on. It might have been Pete. I don't know who it was. Actually,
Jace,
right.
it's Jace. He's walking.
100% Jace.
Literally non-stop talking. Yeah.
Jace sounded like he had 1,000 janitor keys jingling around while he was talking.
Maybe he does.
Did you steal my keys, Jace?
I feel like every time Jace talks, I can hear and understand what he's saying, as long as Pete's not
I
talking.
bet you he's walking though. I heard him as well, but I bet you he's walking in the open air. That's the problem.
No, the thing is, somebody else was trying to talk, but Jace had his mic open, and it was mad. Like it was like fucking up the VC. Just go on mute when you're done talking.
Move on.
Dude, I'll say when to move on. I'm running the fucking. Hold on, man. Now we're not moving on. We're gonna stay on this hot mic. I mean, I say when we move on. All right, now we can move on.
Okay, that's fair. Yes. Right, the subsolar. Oh, right, the magic sun, the black hole sun, the magic sun. Doesn't matter. It actually can be a magical sun because that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the sun is imaginary. What matters is the subsolar point and where it is, how fast it moves, and what is the size of the thing that it's moving on. And so it doesn't matter what the sun is, where the sun is, or what the sun's doing. It just matters what the subsolar point is, how fast it moves around the Earth, and then it's consistent, and it is consistent.
Okay, not true, because if you had a Pac-Man map, it would match the globe. So you could have a flat Pac-Man map in the globe, and you'd get the same readings out of that.
Well, also, Kosho, there's a problem. We have a dichotomous position. On a globe Earth, the sun has to be far away. On a flat Earth, the sun has to be near. How are you going to reconcile
You don't know
what is true or not? These are just facts. It has to be the case. But Kosho, can you present us the opposing argument in order to validate your own position and say that there cannot be anything else that's
we want to
possible?
respect that some people just got here to the room in the past 10
Shut up,
seconds.
man.
I
Who
want to
the hell are
repeat
you
this,
to?
that it
What the
doesn't
heck?
matter where the sun is, what the sun is doing, how
It
big
does
it is,
matter.
if it's imaginary, because what
It
we're
does
measuring
matter what the
is
sun's
the
doing.
If
I
the
just
sun
told
is
you.
just a
what we're
focal
measuring
point
is the
of the
sub-score
noble.
point.
Solar
I just
point
told
won't
you it
work in
does
flat
matter
Earth.
what the sun's doing. Hold on, Pete. I just told you it does matter what the sun's doing, because if it's doing a Pac-Man thing on a flat Earth, you're going to get the same reading as you would on a globe.
How so?
That's
If it's on a
assuming
flat
it's a
Earth and it's
physical
doing a
object.
Pac-Man thing.
Good.
If
The
it's on a
pressure
flat Earth
Kosho
and
is
it's doing.
now.
All right, go ahead, guys.
Oh, go ahead. So,
Go.
Pete, I'd like you to shut the hell up, because I really like to hear what Jeremy's trying to say about how this works on a
He
Pac-Man.
won't. He needs to
Pete,
dominate
stop
the
interrupting.
chat every day. Every
you
day he
said,
needs to
Jeremy,
come in
what
and
you had to
dominate the
say.
whole
For
fucking
God's
chat
sake.
nonstop. He's got to be the next person to talk every fucking time.
Jeremy,
That
you
hurts.
made your point to Kosho, and you mentioned about it might work on a Pac-Man model. Let him respond then. God's sake.
Respond, and he wanted to know how so, and I was going to answer, but I don't know if you guys just relax. All right, so
Pete said you can go, Jeremy.
if it's a Pac-Man map, all right, thanks, no thanks. So if it's a Pac-Man map and a people go on mute. All right, I'm gonna
Way
fix
to
it.
joke.
I know how to
Look,
fix it.
Peter, just shut the fuck up.
He's mad. He is mad. I was just kidding. I'm
You're
sorry.
muted, Pete, because you're just. Yeah, see, if he can't dominate the chat, he just leaves. All right. So, anyways, if you have a Pac-Man map and the sun's going to be going across the map, right? You could have a flat plane with a Pac-Man thing going on, and the sun will be going the same distance it can be going the same speed across the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer on a flat Earth, which would be the same exact result a globe Earth would yield.
Okay, can you give me you don't have to draw it or get too explicit, but can you give me an idea of what this Pac-Man map looks like the shape of it? Because I can tell you, to save time, that what you're describing is basically a what would appear to be a cone shape, or like a triangle, like a triangle Earth, basically. Because if we did this test and we got the results that would match the globe, those results on a flat plane, if it were a flat plane, would be a shape that resembled a triangle.
No, the floor would be
getting a
whatever shape
speed.
it wants to be. The sky, you're saying the air would be a triangle shape. So, but go ahead.
Getting frustrated. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, he said the map would be triangle shape. That's not true. The ground. Are you saying the map being the ground would be whatever shape it is? The only thing that would change would be the what you're saying is whatever medium the sun is moving through would be triangle shaped to create the declination
Don't
needed
even
on the
know. I don't
sun and
know.
have it. Oh no. Okay. Go ahead. You got the triangle. Go ahead.
We got an important announcement to make again, just for the people who are not paying attention. It doesn't matter what the sun is or where it is, whatever, because we're measuring the position on the ground that directly was above, the speed that position moves, and the distance that position is running across. So what doesn't matter is anything in the air or anything like that, because we're measuring the position on the ground. In the Pac-Man model, which Jeremy says is a solution to the same, it's going to give the same results. Well, that model would look like an Earth that was wider at the base and then went upward in a triangular fashion to some point, probably the North Pole. But that represents a triangle Earth. So I just want to make that clear.
Why
It'd be more like diamond shaped, because it'd have to be longer at the equator, so you'd have like this diamond kind of shaped thing.
Oh
anyways,
yeah, my bad. You're right.
Yeah. So, anyways, all that you would get from this is the speeds of the sun and you can make those speeds match a flat plane with a Pac-Man map, just as it would be on the globe. You got no differentiation there.
Yeah, but you make it sound ridiculous when you're saying you have to transform the ground to whatever the sky is doing. So you don't have to make the ground a diamond shape at all.
You're not measuring anything in the sky.
If the speed, okay, if you come up with speeds, and the speed goes, let's say it goes, I don't know, 800 miles an hour, and then 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and then back to 800 miles an hour. If you come up with that speed, if you come up with those speeds of the subsolar point, then it's definitely not concentric circles, first of all. So the AE map's completely out. Then you have to resort to some kind of Pac-Man map thing.
All right, so I mean, you wanted to quickly
just
move past this anyway, so go ahead.
wildly fallacious. Like there's no precedent for any of this, but I get that Kosho's entertaining it for the time being.
I'm actually not. I was hoping that he was only being silly, but it looks like he sounds like he's being serious. But if you're being serious, Jeremy, then in the case of this Pac-Man map, which doesn't make sense, dude. It doesn't matter. So let's just drop the Pac-Man map.
I agree. The Pac-Man map doesn't really make a lot of sense, but that would be the only way to explain it. If you still have to stick to your guns that the Earth is flat and we have these speeds of the subsolar point.
Well, here's another way that we could explain it.
Maybe unless any flat earther knows any other way around that. Like, what if we came up with a sun speed around the tropics to where they were equal on each tropic and the equator was faster? What do you say other than a Pac-Man map? How could you reconcile that? Does any flat earther have any other option? Maybe I didn't think this all the way through.
I don't have any options on right, but it does seem like you're working under the premise that you keep saying no. It's just the ground speed of where we see the subsolar point in the sky, which so that's
all we're measuring.
Stupid.
I mean, Chemo came up with something that maybe the sun's moving faster over water or something. I don't remember that. I don't know.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter either because what we're going to, the assumptions or the axioms that we're going to use is that the sun goes around and basically comes back to where it started. When I say where it started, I mean like the same longitude in 24 hours. We're just going to say that. Yeah, we're going to say that happens as an.
But Data just explained to you like an hour ago that it doesn't.
Did he?
Yep. Well, maybe that was when you dropped back out. I don't know.
He didn't say that. Because
he did. I mean, and we all agree that that's not what happens. It doesn't travel in 24 hours. We all know that. Both sides. It's not 24 hours and 360 degrees. That's just the number we use to have 24, 60, 360. So it's kind of a pedantic point, but yeah, it doesn't actually do that in 24 hours. Yeah. It changes.
There's really not a lot of things you can say other than a Pac-Man map that I've heard, other than the thing Chemo or somebody said once about it may speed up over water or slow down over water, maybe an invariable speed or something. I don't know.
It's all assuming that the sun is a physical object that's moving in the sky. Yeah.
It doesn't matter that it's a physical. It has nothing to do with if it's a physical object or not.
Of course,
yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Measuring something on the ground has nothing to do with the physicality of an object.
It doesn't matter if it's solid or gas.
Says the guy that talks every time about how's that thing called spectroscopy.
Yeah, right. There you go. So what if the sun was just that? Yeah. What if the sun was just an accumulation? What if the sun was just an accumulation?
You can obviously show that.
Jace, you have no tanks muted, Jace?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
All right.
So then what?
As long as you don't have it muted, all right.
No, I appreciate that because it was like the second time, right? So what if the sun was just with the spectroscopy, right? So what if it was just an accumulation of all the noble gases at a certain point when you're looking through it at all those gases at a certain angle, and that's what you see is an accumulation point, or what seems to come to a point in the sky.
Well, the noble gases are physical objects, so that kind of makes your point mute. But nonetheless, we don't get spectral signals from like xenon and radon, things like that. It's mainly hydrogen and helium, nitrogen.
Did you mean a moot point
oxygen.
or a mute point?
Moot.
He muted me. It's coming out right now. He did mute me.
Okay,
Yeah,
good
so what if the
diversion.
sun is not a physical object that's traveling? It's just that we're looking through these gases that are being, you could say, excited in the sky, and they accumulate to. There's a point where they are at a certain distance from us, and we see that, and that's what we see arise as this brightness in the sky.
Well, I don't want to diverge from the point too far, so the last thing I'll say is that we can do spectroscopy on gases, any kind of gas you want to do, in a lab, and you'll see that the signals coming from the sun are not the emission spectrum of most of those gases. There's some things that are, highly unlikely to be present here on the Earth that are in that spectrum, like the 17 plus ionization state of calcium and like the 14 plus ionization state of sodium. It's highly unlikely that level of positive charge on a single atom is just hanging around in the atmosphere. That would be ridiculous. But
the
so there's
helium
many clues. There's many clues that indicate to us that the sun is made of these different elements. Those are just two of them.
Yeah, all the
but let's
elements
not
that go up from
diverge
the.
too far from the point. From
Okay, so all the
Kosho's
elements.
point.
I don't know what the point was, right? So that you don't want to be diverged from, but all the gases that are created at ground level go up into the sky. And you're saying that they don't?
Yeah,
I guess
but
I don't know.
it's the 14 and 17 positively charged ionization state of like calcium and sodium and beryllium and things like that are not created on the ground here at Earth. Those require extreme temperatures and pressures to get those kind of levels of ionization. And if they were occurring here on the ground, we wouldn't be able to live in those areas. It would be millions of degrees Kelvin and extreme pressures that we wouldn't be able to tolerate.
Yeah, I know. No, the gases are not being pulled down to the Earth by gravity. The gases are created here and they go up. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and if those kind of gases were being created here on the ground, as you're proposing, we wouldn't be here on the ground. It would be like a nightmare situation. It would be like millions of degrees here on the surface with like crushing pressures.
Right, but you're saying that they're created higher in the sky and they continue to go up towards the sun.
No, they're created in the sun. If they were created higher in the sky, you'd still have the same situation. We're talking massive temperatures and pressure. The us here on the surface would not be able to escape that. You have to have this being done in the sun.
How do they? So what are these things made? I mean, I don't know what they're made. These things that you're naming, they're made in the sun, and but you have samples of them on Earth. I don't know what you're saying. And you saw them through spectroscopy. Oh.
Yes, they're atoms. We can see certain spectral emission lines and certain types of solar spectra that we can take. And then we can match elements here on Earth. We can take different elements and see which ones correspond, which atoms correspond to those spectral lines that we're getting. And
So
some of them we have to do spectroscopy in like graphite furnaces, which are, contained furnaces where we can create these massive temperatures and pressures to ionize things like calcium, potassium, beryllium, and things like that, to get them into these extremely charged states where that's the spectral line that we're seeing. We can then get that spectral line from that atom in the graphite furnace, and that is also present in the solar spectrum.
Right. So, I mean, yeah. So, I mean, that's definitely interesting stuff. Yeah. I mean, but it doesn't really go against what I'm saying. I don't hear where it's going against.
Of course
what I'm
it does, because the surface of the Earth is not millions of degrees Kelvin, and we're not under hundreds of thousands of atmospheres worth of pressure, dude. What you're saying doesn't line up with reality.
You're saying that these gases are only made within the sun, but the pieces of them are here. But when they combine together in the sun, it makes it hot.
Yes, because the sun is an extremely high temperature and pressure environment. It can create those kind of ionization states. Where here on Earth, we have those elements. We have those elements like sodium, potassium, calcium, beryllium, etc. But they're not in those extreme charge states. They're not 14 plus ionization states of calcium. That's not occurring here at the surface of the Earth. You'll get 1 or 2 plus at most under certain situations. You have to use things
what are you
like
saying? That the sun must have always
furnaces.
existed? I don't hear the contradiction. You're saying then the sun must have always existed, or what? What are you saying?
You have
The
to
sun
use
had to come
things like
first?
graphite furnaces to ionize the atoms into those states. And the conditions at which that occurs is like millions of degrees Kelvin with hundreds of thousands of atmospheres worth of pressure. And that's obviously not what's happening here at the surface of the Earth or in the atmosphere.
Right. Well, then, I mean, but you're working under the assumption that there's a few things you're saying. You're saying the atmosphere is pressing. So then the simple answer could be then the atmosphere is not pressing.
All right, I'm going to make it simple for you, dude. The spectral lines in the solar spectrum are indicative of atoms that cannot be present here at the surface of the Earth under everyday conditions. Therefore, the sun must be, those temperatures and pressures to create those conditions.
Okay. So you're saying, okay, where's the problem? Where's the contradiction? I'm not hearing. You're saying that the sun must be a pressure. There must be a point where these things are being pressed and heated and ionized. Therefore,
Yeah,
heated.
we call that the sun.
Yeah. What's the problem? Where's the contradiction? I'm not hearing.
You were saying that it's in the atmosphere or something crazy.
And it's going up. No, I'm saying these gases are created. Yeah, they're created here at the ground, right? And they go up into the sky, and they accumulate at a point, and you call that point the sun.
Okay, sure, but the sun is not containing gases from the Earth, right? Like sodium and potassium and stuff.
Then how did you make them down here in a graphite furnace?
With the conditions similar to those inside the sun, man. When they're on the surface of the Earth at normal atmosphere temperature and pressure, they're not, sodium and potassium and stuff are not gases. They're metals, they're solids, or they can be ions in an aqueous solution, so a liquid, right? So you can't say that they're originating from the Earth, because sodium, potassium, beryllium, calcium aren't gases that come out of the ground and can make it off of Earth. They're even if they do turn into a gas under some strange situation, they're way too heavy. They're way too heavy to make it out of the atmosphere.
Well, I mean, I've heard recently that there is water and evaporation escaping the atmosphere due to like a magnetic
much
lighter.
Yeah, water, hydrogen, and helium and stuff are much lighter than those other things. I was talking about calcium, beryllium, sodium.
Yeah, so it's like water's being carried away by out in outer space.
Yeah, but we're not talking about water, dude. We're talking about potassium, calcium, beryllium, things like that.
So yeah, you told me we were talking about atoms.
Bro, hold on, man. Hold on. There's a hellacious amount of, I don't know, are you playing poker? It sounds like poker chips or something. There's wind or your breath. I don't know what's going on, Jace. Your microphone's a hot mess right now.
Sounds like he's running out of oxygen.
Good one. Anyways, I like how you've diverted way far away from Kosho's point. I think everyone with a brain in the audience can understand what I'm saying and why what you're saying doesn't make any sense. Kosho, you're free to continue.
With that caveat, you're free to continue again. Only if you first recognize, Kosho, that there's no way that particles can be carried up into the sky. Continue. Unless you don't have a brain.
Yeah, that's not what I said at all. Good straw man.
How do you know these things are created at millions of degrees Kelvin?
Because those are the conditions we need to do in things like graphite furnaces and atomic absorption, emission spectrometers and stuff to replicate those spectral lines.
So we're not making the ingredients that you're talking about in these furnaces. We are just analyzing information from these furnaces and saying, oh yeah, it looks like that.
Well, we're taking sodium metal and potassium metal and calcium metal, heating it up to extreme temperatures under extreme pressures, and we're getting the same spectral lines that are present in certain types of solar spectroscopy. It's
So we're
quite
using
easy
light,
to follow the logic.
light coming from these things to say that they're one and the same.
Yes, that's what chemists do to verify the materials. Everything around you, chemists at one point used spectroscopy to make sure that they made the correct molecule, right? That's what we do. That's how we make materials.
Yes, but we're not making materials at millions of degrees Kelvin, right?
No, we can. There's certain materials that are made.
We're not making them in the lab. This is very different. Chemistry is very different than what you're talking about. You're talking about making things oven at millions of degrees Kelvin. As far as I know,
there's certain chemistry.
You're saying the destructive properties that not the constructive properties.
No, there's certain chemical reactions that we do here on Earth at those kind of temperatures and pressures. It's just not with.
How many places are there on Earth that we can generate 1,000,000 degrees or 100 million degrees Kelvin?
Oh, there's a lot. There's synchrotron, cyclotron, places all over the place that can do things like that. There's like over 100 facilities in the United States. I've been to probably 10 or so of them.
And what are they doing there? They're just looking at stuff, or are they making and producing stuff? These are all research
you can do
facilities?
both. You can do both. You can do things like
Manufacturing at 1,000,000
crystallography.
or 100 million.
You can do things like crystallography, right, where you're doing diffraction patterns of crystal lattices to figure out their structure, be it nanomaterials or biological materials like proteins and whatnot. But you can also do chemical reactions too. You can form molecules in these processes by having these hit them to create the temperatures. And
it's too windy.
All right. You can also do chemical reactions in these things by putting them in there just like you would with the crystals, and hit them with the particles to create the high temperatures and pressures needed and do the chemistry. But this is like totally diverging from both Kosha's point and my point, right? We're just doing verification.
What is the point? Let's get back to the point.
Yeah, I already explained the point. You diverged away from it.
Maybe I can remind you what Kosha's point was and what your point is. Something about the sun.
Kosha was talking about the GP, so like the thing you're measuring on the ground, right? And then I was talking about, because the first guy had to diverge away from that, about the sun needing to be physical. And then I just gave an example of how we know that the sun is physical. Simple things like hydrogen and helium spectra, and then the other things I was talking about, calcium, potassium, and whatnot, in these extreme ionization
calcium,
states
like why
that
is it that
require
they need
extreme temperatures and pressures here on Earth to replicate being present in the solar spectrum.
Right. So speaking of calcium, like why is it necessary to introduce calcium into the chemistry in order to replicate what sunlight does? And
because it's present in the solar spectrum, dude. There's like the 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 plus ionization states of calcium. They give off specific spectral emission lines, and those are present in the solar spectrum.
In the sun?
Yes.
So the sun has some calcium in it, just a little vitamin.
Yeah, it has a bunch of things in it. But sodium, potassium, calcium, beryllium are
But so
some
much
of
so that
those
you need
things.
to alter the formula to account for it. Okay, I got you.
The sun has a formula.
So where it doesn't fit, you just make it up and then, now it fits?
What?
Well, not really. They're saying that
We're matching spectral lines, dude. It's what chemists do to verify the materials all around you.
Is that what chemists use, light? Chemists specialize in light.
It's called spectroscopy, right? We
You're
can't see
introducing me
atoms.
to it. I didn't even know
We
this.
can't see atoms.
Go ahead and explain it to me then.
molecules.
Thanks.
Yeah, we can't see atoms and molecules with our eyes. So when we do a chemical reaction, we use spectroscopy, aka light. There's a whole bunch of different methods. There's NMR, IR, UV, visible, tons of different methods. That
Essentially, we're going to get down to some mirrors here where
light,
you're going to get your light wave cancellation so you can get your color bars.
which
You can
all
explain that
involve
to me now.
light. And that's how we verify we made the right molecule. We have a standard of that molecule. We have a known, it's been verified. Another way that it's the correct molecule, we have its emission or absorption spectrum, and we match the solution or the sample that we made to the standard to make sure that we made the proper molecule. It's simple logic to follow.
Okay, so it's not that we thought that the sun was just made of these gases, but it's that because it doesn't comport with your science light testing that you get to change the chemistry of the sun. Then that's pretty cool. So wow, what a trump card, huh? So you could use this to measure planets and tell it they're made of diamonds or cannabis or whatever
What
bullshit.
doesn't comport and what science did we change?
You're saying that they don't use spectroscopy to measure those things? Is that what you're saying?
Spectroscopy is used for an array of different things. It's used
How
by
about the
chemists.
thing I just said? Because I didn't really need all of your examples. If you want to tell me all of what spectroscopy is used
What
for.
are you asking? I don't get what you're asking. It's used in both
if it's used to make outrageous claims about stellar bodies that may not in fact be that.
No, dude, you were just doing the same thing we do in the lab to verify all the materials around you.
Okay, so you're just seeing some light, and then you say that, that must have a material basis because it's light, and all light has a material basis. Then doesn't it?
Does it have a magical basis? What do you propose is the basis?
The basis for light? It's probably matter. Yeah, that makes sense. Alrighty, guy.
I think you're a bit confused. We're not saying that the light is matter. We're using the light to verify what kind of matter or what kind of atoms and molecules or ions are present on the object we're doing the spectral analysis on.
Well,
that's good enunciation. Claim, though, right? I like your plosives. They're really way up into the mic. They sound awesome.
You're saying it's physical right away, right? Now we'll do the test. It's physical, so let's do this test. You have to verify it's physical first, right?
What are you talking? Is it magical? What else could it be, dude?
Hey, man, it seems like every experiment we do with light is magical, is it not?
No. If it was magical,
okay, then explain the double slit experiment to me.
We wouldn't be able to do experiments on something that's magical.
Experiment, right?
The double slit experiment.
I don't think you're an expert on magic either. No offense.
Yeah, but science.
Tell me how it works. How does
Can we let Jace answer the questions?
No, I don't.
Yeah, y'all are tag teaming and talking over him.
Yeah, you ask a question, he starts answering. Like he says
him anyways. We tell him his mic is fucked up.
So why the fuck you're asking him questions?
Just seems like he needs trouble. Like he needs help talking.
You can't complain that you can't understand him.
Oh,
if
you
you're
guys
the one constantly asking questions.
Now is that what we're going to?
Because they're terrified.
Very specific questions. Can you or can you not confirm the physical nature of the sun? Is it or is it not?
Of course we can.
Assumption within using spectroscopy.
That's what I've been explaining how that's done.
All right, I think I can find common ground between you guys. Jace, would you agree that the light that we're measuring coming off the sun is only off of the photosphere and not the inside of the sun?
Well, there's other methods. You don't have to just do the photosphere, the chromosphere, things like that.
We talk about just spectroscopy and, like, you know, from my understanding, that's how we found helium, because we had a line that we didn't understand didn't correlate to any of the materials we had on hand until we isolated helium, and that's why we call it helium, right? From Helios, the sun. That's why we postulate there's helium on the sun. But that's all these readings are coming off of the photosphere, right? That which is emitting light, right?
No, you can do spectroscopy on the chromosphere, the photosphere, and there's other ways to get indications about the core of the sun as well.
Okay.
So it's not just limited to the photosphere.
So what kind of spectroscopy equipment do I need to go beyond the photosphere?
Well, it's not really equipment, right? You could take your basic, you can just start with the photosphere if you want, right? Get your lines, right? And then it's through the scientific process of experimenting on what elements and what conditions can replicate those lines, right? And you'll discover in the lab or wherever you do this that for some of the lines, simple hydrogen and helium and regular everyday kind of conditions can replicate it. But then there's also some extreme conditions that are needed to replicate some of the lines, even for hydrogen and helium, but especially for heavier elements like potassium, sodium, beryllium, etc., even oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, things like that, right? So it's through this process of experimenting and trying to replicate what you see that you discover, like, hey, there's some extreme stuff going on here.
Yeah, correct. And when I was talking with about this with a cosmologist way back when, and so I'll run through the same example with you because I built some of my own boards and shit. I play around.
I can't hear you. Can you speak up?
Oh, me? All right. I'll crank up my voice. So when it comes to something like a fluorescent lamp, right? Fluorescent lamps work off of.
You're good now. I'm sorry. Now you're good.
Can you hear me?
It was somebody else. Somebody else is making noise. It's not you. Now you're just yelling. I'm sorry.
All right. Cool. So like in a fluorescent bulb, what you'll get, like the reading you'll get in your spectrometer will be from the phosphorus, whatever composition of the phosphor we're using, to get, like, if it's yellow or white or whatever, you know, bluish, and you'll get a mercury line, and that's how we know, like, this is, you know, a fluorescent bulb from the mercury signature. But mercury, right, emits an UV, and the UV, we use that as the primary light source to ignite the phosphor, and then the phosphor emits the secondary light that we see, right? So if the sun was working this way and it had glass envelopes, because if you use like borosilicate on the envelope of like your fluorescent bulb, it will block out most of the UV. So you can alloy the glass with whatever elements you want to block out the ultraviolet transmission, and then you will not get a mercury signature on it, and you won't know that there is mercury inside of the bulb. All you'll be reading is the phosphor igniting. You'll be, oh, the phosphor's got this, the phosphor's got that. But you'll never know like the primary ignition source because it's kind of capsuled away from you. And we can do this practically, right? This is all, you know, can be demonstrated. So if the sun was working that way, how would you know? And we came to conclusion that, yeah, we would have to probe the sun. Like, we have to crack the bulb open. If the bulb is designed that way, you would never know what's inside because it's shielded.
Well, I would say that the sun's not working like a canvas light bulb, right? Direct.
One more time.
What you're talking about.
I want to understand what you said. So can you repeat it? All I heard is just wind.
Just finish your thing.
Oh no,
he
bro,
was done, but we can't hear you because your mic is You had wind or something. He said repeat what you said because he couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
All right, one sec.
Can I offer something real quickly? Because Jace can correct me if I'm wrong, but we were kind of talking about this last night a little bit. But I'm sure with the sun, from what I remember, the sun, with the spectral lines you pick up, a lot of them are absorption lines. And these would be the lines that are like the makeup of the outer atmosphere of the sun. But if you take a very complex spectral, graph of the spectral lines of the sun, you can isolate out all the absorption lines and separate them, and you could be left with the emission lines. At which point you can just identify those as what's being emitted. And if there's emission lines and absorption lines, both of the same material, then they will just cancel each other out. So,
yeah, that's basically correct, right? Like this guy was talking about the sun is not working like a incandescent light bulb, right? Those are mainly electronic transitions which occur primarily in the visible in the UV region of the spectrum. The sun also gives off lines in the radio and IR and things like that too that can be used. But nonetheless, right? The things I'm talking about, like sodium and potassium and carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, those primarily are not in the core of the sun. So like Kosho said, you look at what's being absorbed, right? You can look at the absorption lines and match them to certain elements, and that tells you what's left over from the emission. You can see the lines that are coming from these crazy kind of ionization states that I was talking about earlier, right? And that tells you information about the composition of the sun and the environment.
Jace, you got a lot of wind or something, bro. It's hard to listen to. I don't know, and I wasn't even trying to pay attention that much.
I was paying attention. I got it all. Yeah. We got to hear Jeremy flush every couple minutes, but.
All right. Tell me, does it sound better now, or is it still?
Yeah, you sound good.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so the main points of what I was saying is that the sun is not a incandescent light bulb where you have electronic transitions causing the emission. There's other things happening in the sun. There's radio emissions. There's the spin state of electrons are causing emissions, and these all correspond to, you can find the ones that correspond to extreme ionization states of certain elements. And as Kosho alluded to, you can see what's being absorbed by the atoms and molecules that are outside the core, and that leaves you with the emission of the core. You can see what's emitting the primary kind of UV and visible light coming from the core. Those were the highlights. And all those things also give you information about not just the composition, but also the environment of the sun, the temperatures and the pressures that are happening.
Can you tell me real quick if unless Cyrus is gonna come back, just if there's time, when you said like these like second, third, fourth, fifth, eighth, I don't remember what the highest number went to, but ionizations, like what does that mean? Like something's like the eighth ionization.
Yeah, so right, you can take something like calcium or potassium or sodium. Sodium has a characteristic yellow emission line, right? We use them in sodium vapor lamps and stuff, where you have sodium as like a gas or plasma. You excite it with some electricity, and it gives off this yellow light. It's really two lines, but they're both at they're at the same number. They're just different decimal place for the nanometers that they're emitted at. That's sodium in either its neutral charged state or it's like 1 or 2+ charged state, right? But in the sun, there's emission lines that correspond here on Earth, you would have to ionize sodium. You'd have to strip away like 17 electrons, right? And there's emission lines that correspond to that. So like the 17 positively charged ionization state of sodium.
Right. Okay. So if so, okay. So yeah, I just forgot. I mean, I must have learned that in chemistry, but forgot. But yeah. So if there's like if something's like the ninth ionized state of whatever material, then it's like that material with basically with like a -9 charge or a +9 charge, basically.
Yeah, it depends on if it gained an electron or if it's losing electrons. If it's losing electrons, then it's going to be positively charged. It'll be a cation. If it's gaining electrons, it'll be negatively charged. It'll be an anion.
Okay. Yeah, it's just because I usually, like, when I think about ions, or ionized gases or ionized material, I usually, for some reason, I just go to like one atom, one electron being stripped away. I guess there's enough energy, you can have like a bunch of them stripped away.
Yeah, and every electron you want to strip away, so to make these positively charged ions, requires energy. So like to strip away the first or second or even the third and fourth, you can do that relatively simply in the lab, depending on the element. But the lighter the element, so the lower the atomic number, so these things like hydrogen, helium, sodium, potassium, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, things like that, the more electrons you want to strip away, the more energy it takes. And that means the more temperature you need in the lab, the higher the temperature required in the lab. Because the way you strip away electrons is you just raise the temperature, right? The collisions of the molecules in the environment with the atom that you're concerned about, once they're moving fast enough at a specific temperature, they'll start stripping away electrons. And as you raise the temperature more and more and more electrons will be stripped away.
So what happens when we do spectroscopy of the moon? Does it tell it's the sun, or does it tell us what's inside of it and what it's made of and how it works? It's a light.
Well, a lot of the spectroscopy of the moon that I've seen is things like IR, because they're looking at like water and carbon dioxide kind of composition and silicates and things like that. But I'm sure you can find like the removal, like
reads like a giant rock. Is what you're saying? It doesn't read like a light at all. We don't get any readings similar to the sun. So anything the sun's doing, the moon's not doing.
Well, I wasn't done talking. Right. I'm sure you can find, I haven't, looked for that, but I'm sure you can find like the absorption of the sun's emission, some of the sun's emission lines being absorbed by things on the moon and then scattered back to the earth. You can probably find spectrums of that. I'm just most familiar with doing like elemental analysis on moon things like oxygen and carbon dioxide and water and stuff, which is done in the UV or the IR region.
So you can tell me what every other planet's made of too, like Mercury and Venus and all those?
Yeah, it just depends on, what kind of spectroscopy you're doing. As I said, it's the same thing that chemists are doing here on Earth to verify all of the materials around you. At one point, a chemist did spectroscopy on those, not like grass and things that just grow naturally, but like your phone, your house, things like that. The materials all contained in that. A chemist did spectroscopy to develop those.
There's no sun, stars, moon in a lab, right?
What?
The premise. You're saying we do this stuff in a lab in a controlled environment. We do not have a sun, a star, a moon in a lab to work with. We're using
science doesn't require
and saying, okay, let's go look outside and use it on the stuff in the sky and saying it's going to work the same. But where's the
we can do it on things outside too. We could take them into the lab like grass and stuff, and we could see that those are still made of the same kind of things that the materials that we're developing in the lab. They're all made of elements, right? There's no evidence against that. Science doesn't really require superhuman feats where like you have to go to the sun and like grab a piece of it and come back, right? If you can present good evidence that things in the sky are not made of elements like the things here on Earth are, then people will listen. But until then, that's like a non sequitur. It's silly. I have no reason to believe your proposition that the stuff in the sky is made of something different than the stuff here on Earth, especially when we can match the emission.
Of course,
especially when we can match the emission and the absorption of those objects in the sky to real objects here on Earth, and it's all consistent with each other.
So if that were true, it'd be very easy to get the ingredients and create the environment and put a star in a jar, right? Make a moon in a jar. We know what they're made of, right?
You don't need any of that.
We've made all these calculations. What's the mystery? Why can't we make a star in a jar?
Well, because stars are, huge collections of elements, of atoms.
You just said it's everything here.
They're like multiple times the size of Earth. We'd have to take every single atom and molecule. We'd have to take every single atom and molecule, here on Earth times, like 2,000. We don't have enough of those, obviously, to make a star in a jar.
So we need to make big stars. We can't make small stars. We need more stuff than that. That's an interesting one. Because as far as I'm concerned, everything on Earth is scalable.
I don't get what you're asking.
Big house, I can make a big house. If I want to make a small house, I make a small house. Right? As long as I have what I need, the ingredients to make it.
Yeah, but the house is bound together the same way that the sun is, right? It's a different situation. Your house isn't made of
everything it was comprised of.
Your house isn't made of helium and hydrogen and all these different ionization states of different elements bound together. It's made of atoms and molecules, primarily neutral ones, that are held together through intermolecular interactions. That's not what's happening in the sun.
I think you need Doc Ock's arms from Spider-Man 2 to make a sun here on Earth, like a star here on Earth. Right, that reactor he made. Because other than that, I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, you can make like a small little plasma. You can make a small little plasma mock-up kind of thing, but we have no reason to believe that, tons and tons and tons of gas, like that would be contained in the sun, or plasma, whatever you want to call it, would behave the same as a small, tiny little cylinder here on Earth of gas. Like that doesn't follow.
Contained in the sun. It looks like, you said there's different layers, like it's being burned off as it reaches the sun. No,
have you looked at the liquid lithium and liquid lithium and calcium, I think, a model of the sun?
No, go ahead. Tell us about it.
No, I don't know enough about it, but I can send you a paper on it. It'll be easier that way.
Sure.
Since you're a chemist. It's just something I'm open-minded to. Nothing, I'm not religiously subscribed to it or anything, but it's a pretty cool model.
What is it called? A liquid calcium sun? What?
Liquid lithium, model of the sun. Try to look that up. You'll find something on there. You'll find a paper or two.
I'd recommend to anyone genuinely interested in this topic of how the composition and the environment of the sun, how we do spectroscopy and how those things were figured out. Cecilia Payne's graduate thesis is available for free online. You can read it. She laid a lot of the groundwork for these kind of, especially the ionization thing I was talking about, she was really the one who put it together that like these lines are corresponding to different kind of metals in extreme ionization states. And you can read about that in her graduate thesis.
So it's just regular calcium. It's not ionized calcium that they add to the chemistry to create the reification of sunlight through combustion, right?
There's a whole bunch of calcium atoms, right? And they're all in different ionization states, right? They're all.
I see. Sure, there's all kinds of things in different states, huh?
Yeah, there is.
Great. But the one thing that we probably wouldn't anticipate is calcium being part of this, no?
Why?
I don't know.
Right, you
well,
have to remember
I
the
think probably
thinking.
because of the series of like elements or whatever in your Big Bang Theory.
You have to remember the thinking at the time, right? When she did her thesis back in the 1920s or 30s, scientists at that time thought the sun was made of the same stuff that the Earth is made of, just that it was at a very much higher temperature, right? So there is no reason to believe that they didn't think things like calcium and potassium were in the
Would you
sun,
say to
because
this?
those
Would
are
you think that
present
they were
here
like
on Earth.
crazy if you heard that? You know, if you like lived back in those days, wouldn't you think, oh, that's crazy? You think that the sun's just like on
Well,
fire
they didn't
version?
have the instruments and stuff that we
Okay,
do
so you think
nowadays.
it's
So
illogical otherwise?
yes, what if you had no idea? What would you propose that the sun
Well, I think it
is
elucidates
made
an
out of?
important. I think it elucidates an important problem that's illustrated by Francis Bacon, and you know, his statement that people will just kind of continue on extending a belief rather than think that things work differently at a different scale.
Well, they did change their belief. They did think it worked differently.
Well, they already had Francis Bacon at the time, right? So he had already lived and died, but people somehow were misguided enough to believe this. Anyway, it's all been corrected for, so people are not misguided anymore, and they won't just logically extend out into infinitum ideas that do not necessarily find congruence in reality. Okay,
Well,
gotcha.
the one of the key things in science is that it's provisional, right? You should always be open to new data and evidence that can, you know, correct your understanding or further it, right?
Just be patient your whole life. Never really make any total decisions because anything could change at a moment's notice.
Well, yeah, because if you're claiming to have the absolute proof of the absolute truth, you're going to be shown to be wrong.
And that's
then
why
you
you're
look
humble
silly.
about what you say, because you know that science could change it at the drop of a hat. I understand that.
Yep, I'm well open to science changing. But right, the thing is, I know, right, that it's not going to be the case ever that science is just going to be like, whoops, we're wrong about the Earth. It's actually flat. We're wrong about the sun. It's not made of hydrogen and helium. Right, though that day is never going to come, bro. I'm sorry to tell you.
Well, you would never call that science anyway, because science is kind of a brand name term that you use to only
Why are you
accept things
wouldn't do that,
that,
though?
like, that fit into your preconceived notions.
Because we don't go backwards, right? We have data and experiments and analysis that show that the Earth isn't flat and that the sun isn't magic. It's not. It's made of these different things. Now that can be expanded upon, and people will
So
accept
science
that.
only thought it was magic,
but we don't
before
go
your lifetime.
backwards,
Gotcha.
right?
North Korea just landed on the sun. Okay, so
Chemists
shooting
aren't
probes
going
into the
back
sun
to
is a thing.
alchemy.
If you come back with different data after you actually pierce the veil of the sun and go into it, and you bet your ass things are moving forward. All your other shit would go out the window, right? Like North Korea just set the standard. You better be looking at their data because they just fucking landed
Yeah,
on the
but
sun.
the data isn't going to show that the spectral lines of hydrogen somehow disappear, dude. That's not going to happen. That's not how
It could.
reality
It could be.
works.
It could be so far. You know, I mean, this thing is supposed to be like 350 million miles away. So they get out there. The atmosphere itself of Earth could have changed things. The space in between could have changed things for us to get this rating. Cyrus was pointing out, right? Like,
well, if
we're
that
getting
was
these readings
true,
based
we
off
would see
local
those readings
phenomena.
all over the
There is
sky.
over 99.99% of unaccounted travel for this information that we're reading. Okay.
If your
Yeah.
postulation
Yeah, all
is
that
true,
black matter. You know, all that
if
actually
crypto,
go
all
your
to the
that black
sponsor,
matter.
figure out
postulation
what it
was
is, you
true,
really
there's
are just speculating.
my God. There's consequences of what you're saying, dude. It implies that we would be able to see this all over the sky, right? If that's what the medium was made of, it wouldn't just be in the light coming from the sun that we would see these things. We'd see it all over the sky. Because it's the light that's coming from the sun where we see this, it follows that it's the sun that is emitting and absorbing those spectral lines, dude. It doesn't make sense for it to be anything else.
So you're saying they're never going to probe the sun, and whatever information they got from probing the sun would be dismissed because what we have now is better.
No, that's not at all what I said, but good straw man. They're free to probe the sun if they want, but what I'm saying is probing the sun doesn't make the spectral lines we already observed disappear. That's not how reality works.
You're a master of it, eh?
So the spectral line from the spectral lines that are emanating from the sun. Okay.
I think it's important to understand that there's a difference between. And I think it's important to understand what the difference is between absorption lines and emission lines because they are different. And if you and you can tell the difference very easily because you know they're very different. They're actually opposite of one another. So if you're receiving absorption lines, you can detect that, and if you're receiving emission lines, you know, in the same spectrum, you can observe that. So if there's something in the medium that is actually where the light's passing through, and this is what you're seeing, you're going to see that in the absorption lines, but you're not going to see that in the emission lines. If the sun is what's shining or whatever, where the light's coming from, then the emission lines are going to come from the sun. Right. So, you know, it doesn't matter if you're receiving lines and you're receiving emission lines, whatever emission lines you're receiving from the sun, from looking at the sun, learning something new about the medium in between us and the sun isn't going to change that, unless that's
Okay.
what's emitting light, but it's clearly not.
So the great disconnect here is that you guys are pointing all your equipment here at an apparent position of the sun, right? You're not even pointing it at the sun itself. So we know there's a medium up there above us. We name them different things, right? So
That's
how is it
wrong
affecting
to begin with.
the sun once it hits that? The only way you could know is by measuring outside, outer space, going to the sun. Okay. So until you do that and you start telling me what that data is telling me, all you're telling me about is what's happening after it reaches us.
Well, you started off wrong to begin with, right? Astronomers point their spectrographs at portions all over the sky, not just at the sun, dude. So they know
They're not happening everywhere.
They know the
And
elements.
now you're saying no, well, because they use this in other places, therefore I'm wrong. Yeah, so
Yes, they know the elements that are in the spectrograph.
Are they using
for
it in
different
outer space?
regions of the sky?
Is your equipment in outer space?
Yeah, there's some of it that is, yes. There's spectrographs on
Can you
telescopes
use
like
that
the
data,
James
please?
Webb. There's spectrographs on the Hubble telescope.
SDO.
There's LISA and LIDAR and all sorts of different things. There's the MODIS, which does radio spectrographs, primarily isotopic analysis, which I've used, by the way.
So you've determined that these emissions and absorptions are from the sun. They're definitely not just correlating these
Yeah, well,
lines.
we can determine that when we point our spectrographs at black regions of the sky, what appears to be empty regions, we're not getting the same thing that we get as when we point it at the sun. So therefore, the only thing that really follows from that, right, from the emission lines, as Kosho said, is that it's the sun doing those emissions. If it was just the medium, we would be able to see that all over the sky.
You can
It's
see
only there's only
involvement
one
from it.
logical conclusion, guys. There isn't another one.
I mean, I'm just asking if that's, I guess if that's what you're doing, you're making, you've definitely determined that the lines that you're seeing, you know, these emission lines and whatnot, they are from the sun, not not that they're crossing paths and putting, you know, and creating the sun. Definitely from the sun.
I never denied the elements that we read that we're assuming that they're on the sun ever. Like I think it's actually pretty cool. But I just still don't know how the reaction is occurring. It's a theory. And sure, it's sound, but you know, I still don't know. But what we read is what we read for sure.
Well, it's a scientific theory, right? Just like your
Yeah.
the atoms in your phone, you know, quantum mechanics that your phone's using.
Yeah, it's based on testing elements in the lab. I know, and I'm totally down with that. I love that.
Well,
Yeah, but
good.
there's a difference
I
between
think you should look up what
terrestrial.
a scientific theory is, because what you said just kind of exposes yourself.
You're talking about spectroscopy now, Chase?
Yeah, well, we've been at it for like an hour now. I don't know if people want to move on.
So,
Okay, gotcha.
You tell I was exposed. How was I exposed? Like,
Yeah, when
know,
you say it's just a theory, right, that exposes yourself, that you don't know what a scientific theory is, right? Your body being made of cells is just a theory, bro, right? Your phone being made of atoms and quantum mechanics is just a theory, bro, right?
no,
You
if it's
sound
based on
silly when you
experiment,
say that.
no.
It doesn't sound silly to me.
I never said any of that, man. I think you're getting people mixed up. When it's based on experiments, no, man, it's a scientific theory. No, different. Between a colloquial theory and a scientific one, I understand.
All right, then you shouldn't say it's just a theory.
Oh, why not?
Theory, dude.
I like
It triggers
it,
you,
but
and it's just a
I don't
theory.
know that if that's how it 100% it's working. But I like it.
You're free to say that, but to me, you just sound silly.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Did
Yeah,
anybody
you did
the
pull that out of
difference
nowhere.
between?
Nobody said that.
He did say that. He said it's just a theory. He said it before. You can go back in the live stream. But anyways, moving on. You know, exposing yourselves.
Okay.
Did anybody mention the
I'm
difference
talking to a guy
between?
that likes elements quite a bit. Like, yeah, I don't understand how I'm exposed. Like, it's okay. I like
He-
atomism. Like it's, you know.
Put your pants on, man.
Another when people say atomism, it's another exposing yourself kind of thing.
Well, that's what they call it, so it's fine.
He wants to get Jace wants to get out of the conversation, so he's throwing insults, so he won't talk to him anymore. He wants to stop talking about the CrossFit. He's just
Well, we've been going at it for an hour. If you guys want to continue, sure, fine with that.
I mean, I don't have
I
anything
am
to say
going to
about it. Maybe
point
SE
out.
does. Yeah,
I
SE
am
might. I
going to
don't.
point out when you expose yourself. I'm sorry, that's just what I'm going to do. But if you want to continue the conversation, let's do it.
You know, this is a good time to maybe because I just want to remind we were talking about Jeremy's test, and there was an issue brought up that I kept trying to make clear that we're only measuring the subsolar point as it moves across the Earth, but we have people who are bringing up when they're attempting to put wrenches in the spokes, but it's not it's not really wrenches, okay? Because we're not worried about that. As Jason pointed out, you know, there's ways to make sure that wouldn't be a problem, but we're not worried about where the sun is or how the light is even coming from the sun to the Earth. We're simply only worried about the subsolar point as it moves across the Earth, because our ultimate goal is to use that to measure the size of the Earth. So all we have to do is know that it consistently moves around the Earth about once in 24 hours to come to the same longitude, roughly the same longitude, give or take a mile. So we'll use 24 hours, you know, to do that. And so if we measure any length of time, like how far it moves in 4 minutes, well, if we know how far it moves in 4 minutes, we can then multiply that by 360, and that will give us the entire length of that path in a single day. So that's what Jeremy's test is. Just trying to attempt to do is compare the tropics, the equator, and to see if they're, bigger, smaller, or smaller, bigger, smaller, or smaller, bigger, even bigger, right? As a flat as would be required on a flat surface. So I hope we're on the same page now.
So is that your number you're giving? 130 square miles is the subsolar point?
Oh no, 130 miles would be the entire distance on a straight line or in a line east-west, that could all be described as sharing the same angular elevation of the sun. But really, we could be more precise with and that's in a given 4-minute span or whatever. But you could just make your measurement more precise, and let's say take it to the 10,000th place, or the three digits past the decimal. Take that as your position, the resolution of your position, and use that to measure how fast that distance is moving. 1 degree in, or I'm sorry, how long, what distance that position changes in like the course of 4 minutes or whatever, right? So you can make the precision, you can make the resolution even greater, like 5 numbers past the decimal. Doesn't matter. It's just going to be more precise reading at that point. But that will tell you, even if you do that in a 4-minute span, how far the subsolar point moved in 4 minutes, how far west it moved in 4 minutes. Like I said, you can extrapolate that to how far it moved in the entire day by multiplying that by 360, and bada bing, bada boom. That's Jeremy's test. I think it's actually, it's not his, it's only named after him. My name is also Jeremy, and I'm the one who gave him the test. So do with that what you will, but that's Jeremy's test.
I'm almost afraid to ask, because I know of the cockamamie things you guys come up with. Does it involve cement or digging trenches or what?
Not a terrible question, but no.
We're using sticks.
Actually,
Like
we're not using sticks in this case. I have an animation I made, but if you want to do this precisely, you can simply use a red solo cup, put it upside down, put a tiny hole in the bottom part that's now on the top, make a small window so you can see inside the cup, and get a paper towel roll and put it on top of the upside down cup, so that when it's the subsolar point, you can be sure of this by the light coming in the paper towel roll down the hole and shining on the ground, which you'll be able to see through that window in the cup. And you could use this to confirm that it is indeed the subsolar point at your location. And then at some other distance westward, do the same thing. And if you know that distance westward, and you know the time difference between these two events, then you have your measurement.
Is it what's the expected angular?
Using observations on Earth regarding the sun, trying to locate its position, fail if you use it as a singular physical space that you're looking for the sun to be.
Which one of you came up with this, Kosho? Which Jeremy was it? So I know who to make fun of.
Well, for the
You don't
sake
like
of
you don't like the premise of the test? You don't like the premise of it?
Coffee cups with holes in them, and I don't know, guys.
Got to start somewhere, man. You got to keep the costs down. Potential high.
And what's this supposed to prove?
Lately? Hey, check out the live stream right now. Look at the NASA content. Like, that's the door that's protecting you from the vacuum of outer space, bro.
No, so yeah, I wonder what what would the expected difference be on the ISS, the angular size of the sun from the ISS versus the measured angular size of the sun in Death Valley? Exactly the same, or? I don't think I've ever seen an astronaut take an angular size measurement of the sun using a solar filter. Not yet. I think it might be coming up.
Well, if you're using stellarium, as Flat Earth Data was saying earlier, it'll give you an estimated angular size of the sun from any position you're supposed to be in at whatever elevation you claim you're at whatever time you put in, and it will yeah, it'll tell you that. So it appropriately changes as your distance changes. Actually, being at the ISS is not very different from there's times when you're on Earth and the sun is further away from you than when you're on the ISS, for example, right? So you can be in Death Valley on Earth and in the ISS, and the sun can be closer to you from the ISS or farther, just depending on a number of things. But it's only 250 miles away, so from the surface.
Okay, so when the ISS is above Death Valley, the sun's view. Okay.
I think it should be similar in angular measurement, because if it's 92 million miles away and you get this angle, you look at it, if you're slightly above the Earth, like a couple of millimeters or whatever, in scale to the distance, then it's similar angular measurement. My assumption. I think what Kosher said is correct too. If you're like on the back side of the ball as it's tilting away from the sun, and the ISS is closer, you could be a little further to the sun. Yeah. Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
it's
'cause the
just,
maximum distance.
or if the ISS is going over top of a flat Earth and it's at its apex in its elliptical orbit or travel around a plane. Yeah, same result.
Same results. But yeah, the maximum distance, like distance in 3D space, you can be from anywhere else on Earth would be about 8,000 miles. So yeah, you can be 8,000 miles away from somewhere else and have that difference in angular size of the sun or whatever. And the ISS only like a 250-mile difference. So you'll have greater comparisons by comparing two spots on Earth than a spot on Earth and the ISS, unless that spot on Earth is as far away from the ISS as possible.
Theoretically, though, right? Like nobody's done this, or they have.
What do you mean? No one's measured the angular size of the sun
From a spaceship.
From the SDO. I posted the link for the SDO. It's always posting a live picture of live footage of the sun, and you can change the filter that it's viewing the sun through or whatever. And so there's live data of the sun all the time from space available. So I don't know if that suffices. Sorry if my mic sucks, by the way.
Yeah, your mic's fine, dude. I posted a pic for you for when you were talking about absorption versus emission. It's like you made it sound so complicated. Like, that's the difference right there.
No, yeah,
The gas.
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go for it. All you.
But I was just say, usually I'll do the same thing. I'll post a picture like that, but sometimes I forget that like depending on how familiar you are with them, it's like sometimes I say it like absorption emission lines, but if I was just trying to make it clear because we were talking about it last night, and I realized that sometimes that's not, that doesn't really tell what those are that you're seeing. So I just wanted to explain what they were and why, it'd be easy to like the problem that Demore was saying was about the some medium in space, actually being responsible for some of those lines. Well, like I said, if that's the case, the absorption lines you can just weed out and look only at the spectral lines, and then that problem is solved basically.
Hey, oh, really? How about if there's a cloud, a gas in between you?
A cloud?
There's a cloud. Yep.
Yeah, gas. Yep. How about if there's something in
That's what I'm
between
saying.
you?
You weed out the absorption lines. You just take out all the absorption lines and look only at spectral lines. Any medium that is interrupting you and in your way, you just eliminate it, and you're looking at.
How would you know? How
lines.
would you know? How would you know?
There's a stuff called there's a stuff called hydroxyl in the atmosphere, which is like a sanitary type of thing. So that could be that sort of thing you're talking about.
Hydroxyl, is that H2O, like hydrogen and oxygen? What's hydroxyl? How many?
Yeah, it's called one. I think it's one of each. They put it in fucking mouthwash or some. You can get a hydroxyl mouthwash.
I thought oxygen, like it only exists in O2 and it's free form. O3
I thought
is
that was
like
Harvard.
unstable. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead. I just thought that was hydrogen monoxide.
Yeah, that's what.
It's a natural sanitization in the atmosphere which keeps everything in check.
Hydroxyl. Okay, I'll have to.
See, the problem with terrestrial, with spectroscopy is you have two types, right? You have the one you do here on Earth, terrestrial, which is in a sealed chamber, and those are 100% proven. But when you point something out there, there's really no way to know for sure what's coming in. It's an open system. I just want to make that clear to everybody.
Oh, I think hydroxyl has got two oxygens. Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. Yeah, but there's two oxygens. You've seen it. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, okay, they're saying something, but the chemical symbol or diagram says something else. Sorry, I'm reading.
Would that be called hydrogen dioxide?
Monoxide, yeah, or that would be hydrogen dioxide, yeah.
Yeah, hydrogen dioxide. Yeah.
I want to see how much of it is in the atmosphere, and if it's like, is it stable? Is that like a stable? Jace could help us out with this.
Well, I made it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, like I know O3 is like you can generate lightning or electrical discharges like will generate O3, and like you can make nitric acid with that out of thin air. But anyways, O3, because O3 is unstable and it'll react, right? That extra oxygen, and it'll oxidize whatever it meets, sort of thing.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but when I was making hydrogen, like it's like you get sodium hydroxide and you put it in, mix it with water, and you put like tin foil, not tin foil, aluminum foil in there.
Oh, okay. So you did it that way. I just went electrolysis to make hydrogen.
No, yeah. Well, the reason I did it like this for two reasons. One is because it actually creates pressure too. So I was trying to fill balloons. But regardless, I think from the reaction, if I remember correctly, I could be wrong. I could be thinking about a different reaction. I think it produces hydrogen, but it also produces hydrogen monoxide. Because I remember I think there's hydrogen monoxide in it. But yeah, I don't know if that how that relevant to the atmosphere.
But foil, I would have to like balance the equation, I guess, to tell you if you get. But I'm rusty. It's been years. Aluminum foil, and sodium hydroxide. Yeah, that's what you got.
And water, yeah.
Yeah, H2O.
What did I say? Did I say sodium hydroxide? Sodium hydroxide. I typed it out wrong. So
I'm talking lye. You probably use lye, which is
lye. Yeah.
It is
sodium hydroxide. Yeah.
So you're right. Sodium hydroxide. It's Forgot how many H's it's got. Because if you use that, like if you're doing electrolysis, if you use sodium hydroxide, you get more hydrogen and more oxygen, right? And sodium will remain behind in the solution. It will strip off.
Yeah, and I think it's possible that even though it's aluminum foil, it might be important to state that I think it's considered aluminum, like oxidized. What do you call that? Like it's oxidated basically. Like there's oxygen layer, I think, on the surface of aluminum foil.
Aluminum oxide, alumina.
Yeah, there you go, aluminum oxide. Yeah.
Alumina.
There's also acetate in the atmosphere, and acetate is of the plastic family, I believe.
Acetate.
Yeah, there's oxide leather also.
Don't worry, the special telescope they use separates all that. You can rest assured 100%.
Something with acidic acid.
They know exactly what they're looking at. Exactly. 2 billion light years away, no problem. They got it all figured out.
Can the moon's surface, which is porous, can it absorb light and slow down a reflection of a beam, like trying to get moon bounce, with the porosity of the surface of the moon? Because they say the top of the moon is like this porosity is like 300 meters thick, I think it was. Would it slow down a moon bounce?
Porous moon? First time I hear that, porous moon.
Well, the surface can be as little as 3 meters, and I think there's a maximum about 3 kilometers or 300 meters. I'll stick with 300 meters, which isn't a lot, but it's enough. But is it enough to absorb a wave and send it back slower? So it's a bit like maybe a whole of a shiny object. A shiny object will, I don't know, is it a white, is it a black? Would one reflect quicker than the other? Dull versus shiny?
That's a big assumption there, buddy. I don't know how anybody could answer you because you're assuming a porous moon now. So I don't know if you can answer that or even attempt to answer that.
Well, I mean, obviously, I wouldn't know for myself, but that's what it says. If you look it up, it says that the porosity of the megalith materials, they're all bonded together, but there is porosity there. So if the signal were to bounce off it, would the signal be absorbed the surface of the moon?
That's another assumption. You're assuming a single could travel 250,000 miles and then hit the moon and then come back. There's a lot of assumptions there.
No, if it absorbs enough signal to slow it down enough, then all you have to do is divide what they tell you by what that slowdown rate is, and then you can get a much closer answer.
Michael, check, Mike, check.
Can't hear you.
Okay, cool. I just I didn't know if you could hear me before, but I was trying to say the moon being porous is irrelevant because any reflection is going to absorb the light, right? So unless it's perfectly, I don't think anything is. It's gonna reflect. It's gonna reflect back everything it didn't absorb. So whatever colors you see is the colors of the light that it's reflecting off of it minus what it absorbed, and that's what you receive as absorption lines. So that's regardless how porous it is, that doesn't matter. It matters what material it is because they're going to absorb different wavelengths. There was something else I said. I don't know if you guys heard.
So
did you hear what I said about terrestrial spectroscopy versus space spectroscopy, where here on Earth it's in a closed, controlled environment, and you know exactly what you're looking. You heard that, okay?
Heard all of it. Yes. Two things. One is I posted earlier something specifically about light from the sun being reflected off the moon and being measured here on Earth for the spectral lines. And what they compared that to is the measurements taken in a lab of the same wavelengths that we're looking at. I'll post that again. The other thing is, if you look at what Cyrus posted, he posted an example of spectral lines, emission versus absorption lines. If you take a look at his picture, you can see immediately that there's no confusing the two. They're exact opposites. As a matter of fact, absorption lines are going to be a massive part of the spectrum minus a few wavelengths that were taken out, whereas the emission lines are going to be the exact opposite, where they're just tiny slits on that spectrum. So there's no confusing emission and absorption lines. Like they're just exact opposite. So to answer your question, if you're receiving something from a light being emitted, 2 billion light years away, or more realistically, 93 million miles away, with the medium in between you and that light source are not going to confuse the emission lines. You'll just need to realize that those are absorption lines, and do what you will, like account for them and isolate them so you can look at the emission lines.
Well, wouldn't the medium have to be emitting light itself to affect your reading?
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's correct.
The issue is not the difference between emission and absorption lines. The issue is if you're getting a correct reading. If you're looking out, and a lot of times they say, they look out 1 billion light years away or 2 billion light years away and they read the composition of said star. That's ludicrous, because the issue is not the difference between emission and spectra, is what is between you and that. That's the thing. And how can you be sure that there's no interference?
Well, I want to be clear about this also. A good way that, at least what I compare emission and absorption lines to, or spectral lines, I compare them to barcodes. Okay, so if you go to Walmart with a barcode that you pulled off the internet of some object, it's going to be able to read that because it's a very specific barcode. And there are things that can confuse the barcode. So the way spectral lines are set up is they're a whole bunch of barcodes overlapping each other. So they're but they're going to be in the same order or the same pattern, right? So you can identify each thing and separate them out or whatever. Also, they can be red shifted or blue shifted, which are the same barcodes but shifted over left or right on the spectrum. But typically they're easy to identify as the same material because they're going to have that same signature, that same barcode. So hydrogen is going to be hydrogen, whether it's 14 billion light years away or in the lab. The only difference is it'll be red shifted or blue shifted, or it'll be composition together with other material.
I just got one question, Kosho. Is there interstellar gases out there?
There is, yeah.
Right. Would that not interfere? Would that not interfere with your reading?
It will interfere with your reading, and it will show up as absorption lines. Yes.
I don't know. That's the only question I have. I have no more because I don't know enough about spectroscopy to be able to ask any more questions.
Well, again, Cyrus posted a good picture of absorption lines and emission lines. And just to be clear, if you imagine an entire white light spectrum, like the entire spectrum, and you're looking at, let's say, the absorption lines of hydrogen, it's going to be that whole spectrum, except for it's going to be that barcode signature is going to be subtracted out of it. like these lines in specific places. And the emission line is going to be the exact opposite of that. It's going to be exactly where the shadows were in the absorption lines. So, you know, they're just totally different. Like, you know, the difference between whether light is emitted or absorbed because of the, you know, one is going to be the entire spectrum versus it being these few lines in certain places. So it's kind of, it's easier to identify them as emission or absorption.
So what is actually? I came in at the tail end of this. So what's the what was this trying to prove?
We're actually talking about Jeremy's test, but this is kind of side combo. It's just been a combo for about an hour now, 2 hours. I'm not really sure what the issue is with them.
Well, what's the spectral lines looking at a star or some light? What is it supposed to prove?
Well, like the composition of that object or the source of that light.
So you're saying I can look at a LED with a spectrograph, whatever the term is, and you'd be able to tell me what that LED is made out of.
Yes, like the light source, like a light bulb or something. Yeah, for the most part.
So show that. Show how you can look at this I can't say the word spectrograph at an LED and show me what it's made out of just by looking at the light.
Give me a minute to go back to my computer.
Or or incandescent or fluorescent or whatever bulb you want to put out there. Or looking at something glowing like some piece of iron. If the iron glowing can tell you that it's iron.
You can just write down what colors you saw in that bulb and just look up what mixture of gases give you those colors. So xenon would be, you know, a bluish type of thing. You would always see xenon bulbs on some cars, and LEDs and halogen burn differently, slightly different light arrangement, depending on what gases are in there.
Well, I'm looking at a red tail light. Looking at that red tail light, tell me what that tail light's made out of?
It might be the angle that you're seeing that light at, and if you change that angle, you might see other colors.
Well, I'm driving past it, and my angle's changing, and it seems to stay the same color. I'm also looking at a blue billboard that's lit up and white letters. So you should be able to tell me what that's made out of as well. I'm also looking at a McDonald's sign that's got white, yellow, and red. So you should be able to shine a thing at that and tell me what that's made out of. Looking at a green light hanging on a wire that's telling me to go. So you should be able to look at a spectrograph and be able to tell me what that's made out of. Right? That's what the argument is.
That is correct.
How about? So you can even tell me what it's made out. If a LED is shining through a red filter, you can look at that and still tell me what the LED bulb is made out of.
And the red filter.
Well, how that? I mean, that's what you're saying. That's it proves.
Give me a minute. I'll give you an example.
There's no way they can point to a star, read the spectra, whatever they want to call it, right? Read the spectra, and then analyze a star that they claim is 2 billion light years away. That is impossible. No matter what they tell you, no matter what Kosho says, there's no way to control what the medium is between you and 2 billion light years. That is impossible. Don't be fooled.
I don't know. I've just never heard what he just argued.
I never heard that too, solar filter being able to distinguish. I can't say either way, but I can tell you for sure they don't look at something 2 billion light years away and tell you what it is. Guaranteed using spectra.
Can I ask you a question, Nessie? You know, we have a lot of claims about redshift of light, stars, expansion of the universe, all that kind of stuff. You know how that redshift is measured?
Right. But hey, right before you do that, like, isn't it that they use spectroscopy to like put out like crazy articles like, oh, it rains diamonds on this planet, or this planet's made of THC, or this planet's just made out of rubies, right? Just because we're just measuring light, isn't that like sort of the problem?
Well, here's the thing: that diamond or that whatever it's made out of will have to be hot enough to be able to either to send off light frequencies, or you'd have to reflect light at enough intensity off that object somehow that would change the frequency of the light. So you'd have to know that. So either one of those would have to be a case. But I think as soon as you get something emitting light, it becomes a black body, doesn't it?
I know. I've seen these articles before on like, you know, some of these like pseudoscience, pretend science sites.
Look, there's no way they can prove that they know the composition of something 2 billion light years away, which would make it, what, trillions of miles, right? Some unimaginable distance. So it's just ludicrous. Now, here on Earth, it's very accurate. They're sealed systems, and they work very well. It's like taking some water here on Earth and checking out the composition of it. You know for sure it's this, and that. Or looking out in 2 billion light years and saying, this color is this, that color is that. Oh, yeah, I know. This is nitrogen. This is this. That means that's just crazy. It's not logical. It cannot work. You don't know what's between you and that object. That's trillions of miles away. What say you, Kosho?
45 seconds.
$42.
Brilliant.
35. 30.
I hope I'm not late. What was the question, Essie?
Are you guys talking amongst each other? What are you doing?
I said SE. SE. Did you know that SE Earth is an anagram for Peter Shea? What does that say to you?
Wonderful. Great.
What was your question?
Who are you
It lost
talking
its
to?
substance.
Say that once more.
I think I was asking you the distance between
oh, right.
you and like trillions and trillions of miles away.
Yes.
How can you be certain that nothing is in between you and the spectra that you believe you read from that said object?
Good question. Good question. I'm going to post something. Hold on. I'm going to post you a picture. You want to check it? Okay, here we go. Like this is sort of the thing, this picture Cyrus posted, but this is the absorption spectrum of hydrogen, and below that is the emission spectrum of hydrogen. And if you could, imagine that this is very crude emission lines. So like the actual emission lines are, pretty explicit. Like the resolution is fairly good, but the positions of them, where they are on the spectrum, like where the wavelengths are, the distance between them are going to be consistent regardless on if it's being redshifted or not. So for instance, let's say that you're an astronomer and you're using something called standard candles to know that the thing you're looking at is, let's just pretend it's 5 billion light years away. So
that's a problem right there.
I know it's a problem, but we're gonna have to pretend We're gonna have to pretend that standard candles is a good way to measure the distance, okay? Because that's not what we're discussing. But we do know that because of standard candles, that this object is 5 billion light years away, and we look at the spectral lines of this material, and we see that the same lines I showed you for hydrogen, they actually exist in the lines you're receiving from this object. They're exactly the same. They're just shifted over a little bit, but the pattern is not. It's eerily the same exact pattern, just like the barcodes. It's the exact same pattern. And so, what would that tell you?
That just tells me that you just tried to explain absorption and emission spectra. It does not absolutely not answer the question that I asked you, which was not what hydrogen atoms look like, the spectra of them. It was, how do you know that between you and the set observed object that you're viewing, which is trillions of miles away, there's nothing in there in between you, like there's no gas to interfere with the emission spectra and all that? This is the question. How do you know that you have just empty space between you and the object that you're observing?
Good question. You don't. You don't know that.
Exactly my point.
Right.
Exactly.
But that's been addressed. So, for instance, if you're observing this 5 billion light year star, you're not going to only see these hydrogen lines. You're going to see the entire spectral lines of this object, of the reading. So it might be that object, and it might be material in between you and that object. But the material between you and the object are going to be represented in absorption lines. So if you want to purely look at the emission lines, you can try to isolate out the absorption lines and be left with only emission lines. And then even then, you're going to be left with several materials, and so you have to isolate each of them out from one another, right? And then you can look at the hydrogen by itself, which is what they usually do in redshift measurements, is they just look at the hydrogen and see how far it's shifted. But yeah, that if you are worried about what's in between you and the object, you would just take out the absorption, any absorption spectrum that is in your reading.
Well, how about if something was in the way that got excited and re-emitted? How would you know?
Well, then it would be the thing you were looking at.
Yeah.
Well, here, I got
think
another
you
problem.
should check this out more, Kosho. Go ahead. Was that you, Paul?
Let's say the thing you're looking at is made of hydrogen, but you've got gas between you and there. Wouldn't that kind of cancel it out? If you're emitting it, you would never know technically if there's hydrogen gas between the object and what the object you're looking at. Then it would absorb that and absorb that frequency and then cancel it out. So you would never know that object's made out of hydrogen.
Yeah, I agree.
If there's hydrogen in between.
They would cancel out, but there's two things that you can expect as well, which is that whichever one of them is red shifted more or blue shifted, that's going to separate them from one another as showing up in the same position, one. And then two, I think the intensity of those lines are going to be dependent on the magnitude of that light that's received. Yeah.
Well, they say either blue shifted or red shifted. Well, if the gas is accelerating towards you or moving towards you, but the light is also moving towards you, it could be virtually equal. Then it would still cancel each other out. Or if it's red shifted, accelerating away from you, then it would be the same issue. So you would never know.
No, yeah, I agree that there could be a circumstance where there's exactly the amount of, let's say, hydrogen, for example. There's exactly the amount of hydrogen in between you and this hydrogen emitted object, such that the intensity of the absorption lines match the intensity of the emission lines, and also they're both moving away from you or towards you at exactly the same rate, giving you the same Doppler shift as one another. Plus, also, we're going to pretend the universe is not expanding, because if it's further away, it's going to be, redshifted for that reason too. But we'll not worry about that. But yeah, in that situation, that coincidental situation, that could happen. That's true. But I don't think that that's a likely situation.
So it's an assumption that you can't prove that
No.
does not happen either in or any or all circumstances.
No, it's not. I'm not assuming that. I'm saying that could happen, and that could possibly give somebody a reading where they don't pick up a material for that reason. Yeah.
Okay. But you don't. I mean, so but there's still in that, like, that there's nothing between you and the star. There's that. That's an assumption you can't prove or disprove. You can't prove that the absorption line is accelerating or whatever going towards your at the same rate as the object. So you can't prove that. There's just all kinds of assumptions to show to make that. Yeah. So pretty much you have to.
No, there's no something. The situation that you brought up, the coincidental situation, what that would cause is that you would end up getting a reading of all the other material that's not the material that was coincidentally in between you and that object. That's sufficiently enough of it to give you the same intensity. So other than that object, you would get a reading of everything else. It would just basically cancel out that reading or that material. But I like I said, I think that because of the other reasons that things can be redshifted, I think that that's just not likely to happen. But I'm not saying it's impossible. So, like I said, the problem that would cause would just be that material would be omitted from your measurement.
Hey, just a quick one, like to moon bounce, yeah. There's like a lot of argon, the most abundant gas, which way outweighs everything else that you might consider. It's a lot more than you think. It's argon, which is a byproduct or product of potassium. So argon at varying temperatures between minus 20 Celsius and plus 20. Minus 120 Celsius to plus 120 Celsius. The effects of argon at a density about 38 times more than air, I think it was. So it's 38 times heavier than air, with a mass of that around the moon or the moon face or whatever. It might just collect about, anyway. So can argon at certain temperatures, at that sort of density in comparison to the vacuum, because can that slow down a signal?
It's basically that abundant, right? Hope I wasn't pressing the wrong push button.
Millions and millions and billions of miles.
Where's that?
Well, that you guys can say you know what's there and you know what it's made out of.
Well, that's why I asked you the question I asked you, is because I want you to think about it before you answer it. Don't think that I'm just not answering your question. Just really try to think about the question I'm asking, which is, in that situation I described, if you were receiving this light from this object that you thought was 5 billion light years away, although I'll agree that you could be wrong about that. But let's assume that this is what you think. You think it's 5 billion light years away. Anyways, the lines you're reading from it are the identical lines that you receive from hydrogen here on Earth. It may be shifted, but the relationship between those lines, like the distance between them, is consistent with the hydrogen here on Earth. And you, as a scientist in the lab or at the telescope or whatever, if you were to observe this, what would that tell you, or what would you assume or conclude?
I'm not disputing what you think you're reading is the spectra of hydrogen. Not disputing that. What I'm disputing is where you think it's coming from. That's what I'm disputing.
Right, but I should have been more specific. You're receiving the emission, the hydrogen emission lines. So this is the reading. This is what shows up in your reading: hydrogen emission lines. Would that tell you that the object that you're seeing, the light that you're seeing, is emitting hydrogen? Or I'm sorry, that it's hydrogen that's emitting that light?
But like I told you, there could be something between you and that light that's absorbing some energy and re-emitting it in that frequency that you might, and it reads as that, but you don't know really if it's coming from the star. This is what I'm telling you. There's too much vast distance between you and the star that you claim is trillions and trillions of miles away. There's no way of you knowing that that light that you're seeing is pure light from that star. That's my point.
If you're pointing it in that direction and you see that light, then it's fair to say that if there's something in between you and that light that is also emitting light, however that's happening, but you're not seeing it, then what's showing up on your spectrograph is not that light. Like the intensity of the light is going to be represented by the spectral lines that you see. You know what I mean? Like if you had two lights in the lab and one was very dim and one was very bright, and you're getting spectral lines from both at the same time because they're like right next to each other or relatively in the same position, the much brighter object is going to be represented as more pronounced lines on your thing, right? So you're going to be able to tell if you're getting emission lines and you're looking at a light, you can safely conclude that the spectral lines you're seeing, the emission lines you're seeing, are coming from that light, because that's what the light that you're looking at.
Well, you can say that and you can believe that. It's not a problem with me. To me, saying that, it's not conclusive enough for me. Like I said, terrestrial spectroscopy here on Earth, the machines, I've seen them, they're very impressive. They're completely sealed. The environment inside is controlled, and you know exactly what you're burning, and you know exactly what light is coming. You know what I'm saying? It's all controlled. This is not. So it's up to you how much faith you want to put in. I'm just telling you, like, me, myself, I put zero faith in it. And I explained you why.
They're trying to argue that stellar spectral lines aren't valid again?
No. What I'm trying to say is we can't say for certain, as compared here on Earth, where we have terrestrial spectroscopy, which is in a closed environment, controlled. We know exactly what's, the substance is. Where here we don't. We have a vast amount of space, trillions and trillions of miles between you and the object observed.
Okay, so the hydrogen line on Earth is different than the hydrogen line from space. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying there could be something in between interfering.
So is he, if that's something that might be in between, is not emitting any light, we can't see it, why would it affect the spectral analysis?
You don't know. You don't know. It could be a gas that's absorbing energy and re-emitting. There's no way of certainty. Like I said, if you guys want to put, you want to put your spike on that hill. It's up to you. Me, I'm saying I believe in terrestrial spectroscopy, but I don't believe in this one. And I gave you the reasons why. Now you can believe it if you like, but don't
But if
try
I
to
see
convince me.
hydrogen, but if
Don't
I see
try to
hydrogen
convince
coming from
me.
a star, that doesn't mean it's hydrogen then, right?
It's not what I said, Bob. Like I said, don't try to convince me. If you want to pray to your spectroscopy in the sky, go right ahead. I explained you the reasons why I don't believe it.
Okay.
Now,
Does it
fine
require
if
your
you.
belief, Essie?
Excuse me?
Does it require you to believe in it?
No, it doesn't. Anybody's free to believe what they want.
Exactly.
Yeah. If you want to believe, Bob, that they're telling you they know that thing 2 billion light years away, they know what it's made out of, and they're certain of it, you're free to do so. And I'm free to say, no way. We both live in free countries, they tell us, right?
What benefit is that, though?
What benefit is what?
You just arbitrarily say no way. What does that benefit you?
Well, what benefit is for you to auto-believe this?
What does
it benefit you?
Well, the benefit of knowing these spectral, like knowing what I know about the spectral lines, or what Bob knows about the spectral lines, is that because, like I said, the analogy to the barcode, I can use this identifier as a tool to allow me to identify things that you're right are extremely far away, so far away that I'll never be able to go there. But I know that it's the exact same signature as what I can measure here on Earth. So much so that it would be foolish for me to assume that it was anything else. It'd be
right.
just like the barcodes. If you have no, you're not going to get a barcode that matches another barcode, and then so then just go ahead. Then how'd you get messed up? Go ahead.
Oh, it's all right. Well, this is complicated stuff. You're telling me I'm foolish. I'm telling you you're foolish to believe in what they tell you, that they know something that's trillion and trillion and trillion miles away because of the light.
Well, your
Now, if you want to
incredulity
believe that,
isn't an
I think
argument,
you're
though.
foolish, and you think I'm foolish for not believing that.
No,
So
no,
see.
Essie, what we're saying is that your incredulity is not a reason not to believe it.
Fair enough, Bob. You're the smart one. So you go ahead and believe that somebody here on Earth knows what that light trillions of miles away is. You go ahead, believe it, and I'll stick to my non-belief. How's
Okay,
that?
that's fine.
Cool. You know, there's no way that you can prove that, right? You can just believe that.
You have very funny standards of proof, Essie.
Me? You think you can look at something at the light and say what it is, trillions of miles away. And I just told you no way, and I'm telling you now, there's no way for you to prove that. You can just believe
That you
that.
know of. That you know of.
Oh, go ahead, educate me. How can you prove what that star that is 2 billion light years is made of? How can you prove it?
You look at the spectrum of it and measure the chemical signature of the star. That's how that works.
You consider that proof?
Yep.
First of all, I thought you guys say you can't prove anything. And if you think that's proof just by looking at something and declaring what it is, I mean, yeah. We'll let the audience be the judge.
We'll measure it and declare what we feel it is.
You'll measure it? What will you be measuring?
The spectrum.
Back to the spectrum, huh?
Yep.
Okay, so you think by...
Do you feel that the spectrum somehow is different and gives something that would match hydrogen, for example, but not be hydrogen?
No, I didn't say that. I said, how can you prove... Right? You say you look at a spectra and you declare it's A, B, C, right? And I'm telling you, fine. I gave you reasons why that could be not true because of the distance and stuff in between. We disagreed on that.
Distance doesn't affect the spectrum, and if there's something in between, you would see that spectrum plus whatever it is between us.
Fine. Now you have your story.
It's not
You have
it's
your
not going to
belief.
falsify what the spectrum is.
Fair enough. You have your belief in your spectra. I have my disbelief in the spectra. Now prove what you say is true.
Don't need to.
You don't need to. Okay, fair enough. So you just believe it.
No, you've already made the statement that no matter what proof I offer, you won't accept it because I can't
didn't say
physically
that.
go there. Okay. All right. So can I tell what it is without physically going there and getting a sample?
Absolutely not. No, you
Okay,
can't
there
be
you go.
sure. You can't.
No
You
more.
can't
No
have
need to
proof.
even discuss it further.
Exactly. You can't. Exactly. That's right, Bob. You think you have something because you say spectra? Huh. Please.
You live in a very, very dark world, SE, where you really don't know very much about anything because you don't accept any of the measurements. That's fine.
No, Bob, you live in a fantasy fairy tale world where you believe anything that's told to you. And you come here and you try to teach, but most of the time, the stuff that you say is just unprovable. You're just saying stuff.
He just
And
accepts it.
I call you out and you don't like it. I mean, sorry.
You don't calling me out because you have personal incredulity is not even worth responding to.
You see? I have personal incredulity, yet when I ask you for proof, you admit there is no proof. You admit it's a belief. So
No,
I
it's
think
never
it's
said
on
anything
you.
of the kind. Never said anything of the sort.
Okay, so what's your proof? That the spectral lines prove what that star 2 billion light years away is made out of. Let's
We
see
know
your
what the
proof, Bob.
spectrum. We know what the spectral lines of hydrogen are, and if we see it in the light coming from the star, we know that there's hydrogen there.
So no proof. Gotcha. Thanks, Bob.
I just gave it to you.
I don't want to go around in circles and waste people's time. Everybody heard the
All
conversation. You
you
make
have.
up your own minds.
Yeah, but SC, that's really all you have because you don't accept evidence. You can't if you don't understand the evidence or you haven't personally measured it yourself, you don't accept it. So, I mean, that's fine.
No. That's not the issue. The issue is you auto accept what you think is evidence. And I told you, okay, fine, spectra.
What do
I
you
gave you
even mean
reasons
by
why that
auto
can't.
accept?
Why
What
are
do you
you
even mean by
interrupting?
that? I mean,
You
is that
auto
just another
accept
word you made
anything
up?
you hear from the scientific community.
No, we
Anything.
don't. No, absolutely not.
Okay, name me one thing you don't believe in your model.
I don't believe hormone therapy is good for menopausal women.
Is that your cosmological model?
We're not talking about medicine. We're talking about the cosmological
Is
model.
medicine not science?
Oh boy.
Is that a cosmological model? I'm sorry, did you come to a medical discussion board?
I think it's fine to reject a scientific claim if you have the background.
Do you think it's fine to stick to the
evaluate
fucking topic, too? Yeah.
Does medicine and cosmology draw any parallels with the same like branch of science?
So if we don't have a degree, we can't disagree with whatever the model
Well,
is?
no. The value of your disagreement is minimal if you don't have a basic understanding of the field. No.
But the dodge there is that you didn't say anything that you disagreed with about the model, and then therefore you must. It seems like as though you accept everything or anything that they would state to you. Bob?
Well, if you want to think that, you're more than welcome to.
I just said, given the opportunity to disprove otherwise, you chose to dash on to health topics.
No, I chose to dash on to another science-related field where you asked me specifically, is there anything in
You
science
said
that I
about
disagree
your
with?
model, right?
You dodged the question, Bob. Let's face it.
Yeah, he's going to
I have a
continue
question.
to dodge
I have
it
a question
too.
for
He's going to
SE.
continue to. He doesn't have the courage to answer the fucking question.
I have a question for SE. SE, do you like automatically reject everything you hear?
No, only the crazy stuff.
How do you define that?
Don't dodge the subject. I asked this question. I answered his question. Now back to you, Bob.
So,
Tell us what you
How
don't
do you
believe in the
define crazy stuff
cosmological.
that you
Don't
feel
try to
okay in
start.
denying?
Don't try to do this, Bob. Come on now.
Okay,
Are
so
you
what is
afraid?
crazy to you that you feel is okay to dodge?
Are you afraid to answer the previous question, Bob?
What previous question?
First you went to medicine, now you're going to crazy. What do you find wrong with the cosmological model? Name one thing.
I don't really have anything right now that I'm in strong disagreement of.
Fair enough. That's what
It's well
called
investigated. It's well investigated and well backed. I have warrant to believe our current cosmological model. There are unanswered questions in cosmology which lead to further study, and occasionally we get new information. And we have to revise our model, but I'm fine with that process.
like the discrepancy between 3 million miles and 93 million miles, current estimate of the sun, as opposed to previous, like that. Let's leave room for leeway, right?
I think I've already thoroughly addressed that, and I don't feel like doing it again for your pleasure.
I don't blame
It
you,
had to
Bob.
do with the
I wouldn't
accuracy of
want to.
it had to do with our ability and precision of measurement.
So they were wrong.
The
Nobody gets
model is
pleasure
correct,
listening to you, Bob.
Anyways, I don't like the way this antagonistic style is going. So, either we
No
chill out or.
antagonistic style, but I'm just not going to entertain silliness. I've already addressed
or answer direct questions.
I did. I've already completely addressed the 3 million miles to the sun issue. I don't feel like going through it again.
You want to try something new, Bob?
Go for it.
If I'm headed at a certain velocity along a path, and an object in my visual space is appearing to get larger as I move closer to it, and then as I proceed further upon my course, I proceed to move away from the object. What would the stationary object, in relation to the moving object, what would happen as I moved across that course?
Let me make sure that I understand this. You're going at an angle to the object, and there's a time that you move closer to it, and then you're a beam of it, and then you start moving further away from it. Is that correct?
Yeah. So imagine this: we're on a racetrack, and at the end of the
you've outlined it. Now
I'm just going to make it clear. I'm just going to make it clearer. Yeah, I'm going to make it clearer. So you're on a racetrack. You've got two runners. One runner is at the end of the racetrack, but he's inside the track. But he's at the end of it inside the track. When the idea is the racer that's on the track is going to run around him. Right. So as the runner on the track proceeds to get closer to the non-moving runner who's inside the track at the end of it, you're going to see an increase in size to the maximum diameter it can change to. And then as the runner is running away from it, you'll see the apparent size change again of the runner inside the circle, reducing in size. Would you agree with that premise?
Yes, I would.
Okay, great. Now, is there a way that you can get, okay, so how I see it, correct me if I'm wrong, how I see it as you're traversing along this course, whether it's the whatever degree the elliptic or parabolic trajectory it's on, nonetheless, you're going to go upon this course, proceeding to get closer to the object and then get farther away from the object. These are two observable effects due to the one body being stationary and the other body being in motion. That's hence the analogy of the runner on the racetrack. Bob, is there a way to get a third motion with those functions that I just described? In other words, the body that's apparently stationary